Are we live? You hit the button? My bad. Hold on. Let me play a song and shit. I ain't know we was. Oh, my bad. Hold up. My bad, y'all. 1 second. No, I gotta play a joint.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, yeah. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on ribbon with a painless. Coast to stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, takes time. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch them bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play after the grids, everybody heard woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. Watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. He's gonna pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more. I hear how they talk, no screaming they boss. Watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. He's gonna pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more. Black is my movement, it's never gonna stop. Driving and moving my way to the top. I ain't recruiting the builders of blocks. Fusion and hood and the cream of the crop. Following the birds on the part of the flock. Most of them capping, they lying and pop. Watching these fools till they move with the ops. Center my work with the trolls be the cops. Dreaming is something gon' get you a sentence. Reading and running, best watch what you stepping. Talking about nothing won't get you no mention. These dudes that be frontin', I pay no attention. Gotta keep watching they spine with tension. While they get real when you start to address them. They not the starters, they not even benching. Walk with the boss, I don't deal with the henchmen. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in the work. Can't keep the pace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you make you the worst. I had it told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. Please in the past, the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more. I hear how they talk, no screaming they boss. Watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you will not last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. Please do not pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more. They just be talking, not making no sounds. That's why I laugh when it comes to these clowns. Cause they not scratching that part of my crown. If you not building, who keeping you round? How you not safe in any part of your town? But you got cappers and keepers around. But they won't rescue you. If it go left for you, then you be stuck with your face in the ground. That's why I laugh and I never get triggered. Riddles be sad like climbing your river. Focus on black, my plans are just bigger. These are just facts, signed and delivered. They are just mad, they not in the picture. What are you building with nobody switching? Talk with a ball, but loud as a whisper. I speak for the streets and these are my scriptures. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in the work. Can't keep the pace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you make you the worst. I ain't had they told, no screaming they balls. So watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you will not last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. Please do not pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more. I hear how they talk, no screaming they boss. So watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you will not last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. Please do not pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more.
Watch our laugh more. What's goody, black family? Y'all know they hear the familiar sounds of ambulances and shit in New York, baby. Welcome to New York. Oh my goodness, bro. So how's everybody doing? Let me get this off the screen. Khaled, you know the legend, King Khaled. I think Taz is here. Taz, what's goody? Let me know in the chat. Y'all can hear me. Salute. Hope everybody's doing well. Gonna be going in today as usual. My bad, I'm in the car driving. Dev, what's goody?
What's up with it?
Who the hell is Wayno?
Yeah, I don't know if I know that name.
I'll bring it up in a sec.
Everything talk me.
Yeah, today I think Taz kind of made this topic today. I kind of remixed it though. But yeah, we're gonna be discussing what's hurting or helping the black community. Originally, it was is FBA hurting or helping the black community? It was originally that, but we switched it up to I kind of switched it up. What's hurting or helping the black community? Because we got Pan-African convos, we got the abos, you know what I mean? Like we got the pseudos, we got the weird conservatives, we got the super liberals. You know, our community has developed into a nice plethora on the spectrum. So seeing what's hurting and helping, what could be doing more, what could be doing less. And these are conversations that we always should be having. And not from an opinion-based, but from an evidence-based perspective. Like, this has been systematically helping black people. This is helping black people. It could do more for black people. This is absolutely doing nothing but black people, but we love it. Popeyes. I mean, we got to put the Popeyes label on a lot more shit now. This ain't doing nothing. We might like it. We might like it. But it ain't doing nothing for black folk.
Wait, Mo, you got Mike?
Damn, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
All right, bet. What's good though? What's up with everybody?
Slow motion.
What, pal?
I can't call it, man. Just threw something on the grill.
Started the topic and shit in the chat, and then I was gonna try to let you introduce it. I remixed it just to throw everybody else in that box, but
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, we can get it cracking, man. So, I have questions about where this whole thing is going, right? When we start talking about helping the community, hurting the community, and some of the subject matters. And so I was specifically pointing at FBA, but of course, like you say, they all can fit. But I think my issue kind of with the FBA thing is it's presented as a historical argument. It's presented as an argument that's supposed to move us forward toward reparations. But typically what I see is more delineation within the community. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of where I wanted to start at was, what I'm saying, am I the only one that thinks there's this level of hurt is almost equal to whatever benefit it would be? Nigga, if you don't shut your weak ass up, the fuck up. Nigga, I said shut the fuck up, didn't I?
nah, yeah, they always screaming delineation, but that shit really just seems like some divisive.
Delineate for what?
I don't know, bro. To
What
me,
up
that'd
with
be
it,
like, yo,
Tupu and Aaron? My bad.
yeah, with Taz asking about the lineage part, they be like, yeah, we just don't want to talk about the lineage to Africa. Like, how is it lineage based in?
Yeah, and more of it is about arguing than progress. You know what I'm saying? It's become something to argue as opposed to something to find ways to link up and progress through even whatever differences we might have. Because either way, these are all still black people. But I think somewhere along the line, the ideologies become more important, than being black.
That ain't got nothing to do. They be saying they got something to do with black, but that shit just really got something to do with I don't like other black people.
But how are they excluded though of the I don't want to be like them.
1 second, bro.
Aaron,
Yo,
that was you?
what?
Sound like you was in a fucking rocket. Hell,
Oh yeah. Son was too close to me and shit. I had to make sure he understood. Like, what you doing, bro? I call that the get off me. You know what I'm saying? The get up off me. You gotta have the get up off me engine. You ain't gotta have the fastest engine, but you gotta have enough to be able to get up off me. So get up off me.
man.
At minimum, gotta have to get up off me speed.
It was in the 40s last night. It's gonna be 90 tomorrow, man.
It was brick yesterday.
You know what I'm saying?
But yeah, B, Jones don't give a rat's ass about nobody but anybody else. See, let them Africans do them. Take your ass over there and stay. What are you doing for black people over here? That's
Them
the problem.
Africans.
No, that's the problem with these FBA. They like to just say these statements, but then it's like, all right, what are you doing for black people in America? FBAs, what are y'all doing for black people in America? Like, besides screaming delineation, besides screaming Africans and blah, 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 what are y'all doing? That's the part I be waiting to hear. What's the plan? What's the mission? What's the objectives, man? Can we hear that out nice and clear? And then I guarantee once you lay that, then you can see who is in the way. List just 3 objectives that you have as an FBA.
I know. That's why we asking, what are y'all doing? Because we see the FBA ain't did a goddamn thing but try to copy, any other government alphabet agency. Sound like FBI to me. But other than just creating an acronym for some emotional shit, you goddamn right. You ain't done a goddamn thing. My bad.
Well, again, hinging the entire argument on immigrants is a problem. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, let's just be real. The black immigrant, like I said, I get when we start talking about how one could use that to benefit themselves over a black person. But in terms of like who's coming here, who these immigrants are, when you're talking about DACA, when you're talking about people getting shipped up out of here and deported and whatnot, those aren't black people. So it's like the conversation about immigration, a lot of it really seemed like niggas got a love for white immigrants that they don't attribute that to black immigrants. There's not even enough of them to carry this conversation in a way where we all losing because of the black immigrants. I get the baseline of it, but at some point you're overplaying your hand because there's not even that many of them here taken from you. I think that's the problem with that conversation. Because it becomes looking for reasons to blame immigrants and whatnot. And like I say, I mean, if you're gonna blame some, blame them other motherfuckers. Don't like, why does it always seem to come back to black people? And you know what I'm saying? African immigrants getting the blame. You won't hear people blaming these Afrikaners that just came over here. You're not gonna see, as Psycho call them, FWA sitting around, talking about these Afrikaners then, took away the opportunities and shit. So some of that, you know what I'm saying, we got to get back to some level of code within how we talking. I say I ain't even the biggest fan of the immigrant conversation, but to blame our internal woes on immigrants is nonsense. That's false.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see. That's why I asked the question. Can y'all list out some objectives? Can y'all list out some stuff and let's see who's in the way of it? Because I guarantee you, once you start listing ideas and plans, only folks gonna be in the way is white folks. You got to show me what Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Haitians, Nigerians, where are they in the way? I don't know. So I completely agree. I think some of y'all are just xenophobic assholes that really just don't like black people. Y'all just living like white folks.
He said, yeah, FBA don't need to do anything and they don't need objectives.
So what are they, the Crips? Like, what are we talking about? like, I thought that this was a political agenda. Now, if it's just
Yo,
some
I thought
niggas
you was
getting
joking.
together,
He
it's
really
just some
wrote
niggas.
that.
Bro, it's just some niggas getting together, clicking up to have conversation. Y'all niggas is y'all like a boys club or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought FBA was presenting itself as a political ideology. That's not what it sounded like when you start saying stuff like that.
My man really took the time to write, we don't need objectives. Yo, that's crazy, son.
Oh yeah, I ain't even looking at the chat yet. Let me.
I did, because when Dev said, I'm like, hold on, Dev got to be reading somebody's shit. He really wrote, we don't need our, like, you took the time to, that's crazy, bro. That's really disappointing. Like, can you leave my
Yeah.
chat, bro? Like, I like trolls and stuff, but that's just disappointing, bro. Like, that's, damn, let me get in joke mode. That was, yo, Dev, I'm mad you, I'm like, damn, did he really write that? He said, we don't
Yeah,
need our,
he be over here all the time. He ain't brand new for the title.
that's crazy, son. The level of retarded is crazy. That's why I use the hard R. That's why I use the hard R test. I gotta use the hard R with that, bro. We don't need objectives. Like, let's just end the stream. And what are we talking about? It's crazy. That's craziness. I don't need no stinking objectives. Remember the Mexicans said that, didn't we? Don't need no stinking license. Yeah, come in. That's hilariously disappointing, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, y'all might be doing a lot of things, but fighting is definitely not one of them. Y'all definitely not fighting a goddamn thing.
Y'all fight in the chat and swinging in the air when you get mad. Name calling means I lost the argument. Yo, Craig, bro, I really want to have a conversation. I really just don't understand why you would say we don't need objectives. So once somebody says they don't have objectives, they clearly don't have a goal, and there's no purpose in having a conversation with them. And at that point, we recognize that you're an adult and you're retarded. Because only a retarded adult would say that they don't have objectives, or don't even know how to objectify their goals. That's retardation. Can we agree in the chat? Can I get a hard R in the chat? Can I get a bunch of R's in the chat for Craig? Any adult that does not know what objectives is retarded. Now, if you have a learning disability, Craig, that's one thing. But if not, let me help you get diagnosed right now. You retarded, bro. I'm a YouTube psychologist now, man. Diagnosing. Yeah, I'm out here diagnosing black men and black women on the low, B. And you're retarded. Go down, get your IHIP. Your adult IHIP. Yeah, I don't see enough retardeds in the chat. We got to put more retards in the chat, y'all. Oh. That's the only ones they had? One of those is mine. Like you my mans. So anybody in the chat can articulate, an objective. Like, I may not like Pan-Africans, but we got one objective that we stand on everywhere. Must wear dashikis and flip-flops to the cookout. That's a standard right there. You say, go tell Nigerians to fight their own battles. What battle are you talking about? Y'all just xenophobic idiots, bro. Who live in the middle of nowhere. Y'all live in them little white towns. I feel not even HOAs. Y'all just live in poor white towns. Make it even worse, bro.
Hey, ain't no FBA's fighting for no damn reparations. Man, what the hell y'all talking about? That's the last thing they want. Come on, they fighting. Man, don't
Somebody said,
nobody know who. Don't nobody know who y'all are. Once we log out the internet, I
I forgot.
promise.
Other dude about to tell us his grandmother told him he Indian. Your grandmother was retarded too, bro. A lot of y'all grandmothers was low reading levels. A lot of y'all parents had low reading levels. It ain't y'all fault. You can blame the white man. You know how y'all do. You can blame the white man for your mama being slow, your daddy being absent and retarded.
Need a bag?
Out of the all of the actual reparations conferences and actual meetings, the people that really do work in the street, I've never heard any of those speakers or content mention the letters FBA on nothing. Unless y'all got your own private situation.
You said granny owned land. These dudes that be talking about they Native American, Indians, Moorish Americans, sovereign nationals, sis. Their grandmoms didn't own no land. If they did, they kicked their grandfather out. And their grandmoms was a baby mother to their grandfather. They don't know which baby mother that was. I'm just thought we got to call out the ignorance for the ignorance, man. And we can hold Pan Africans accountable, but at least Pan Africans got objectified goals. We got a whole other stuff that we got to deal with that's retarded. I agree. We can take that L with the retarded stuff that we Pan Africans do. Well, some of these Pan Africans do. I'm not in the bag with it. Your head still hurt.
Ow, it hurts again.
Pan Africans goal is to get all Americans, Black Americans, to go back to Africa. You cannot find one piece of literature by one prominent Pan African who said something like that. Y'all just be making that up.
Oh, you said all the Americans. White too? You want so a Pan African want white, Hispanic, Asian?
Making stuff up like there's no stated goal anywhere that all black people, or you should be trying to mobilize black people to go back to Africa.
I ain't never heard that shit.
See, what y'all don't understand, Craig, Pan-Africanism is about lineage. It's about race. What y'all are trying to co-opt, Pan-Africanism been about lineage. It's saying to a black person in Brazil, we share a common lineage and we should respect that. See how easy that was? You a black person in Colombia of African descent, we share a common lineage and we should respect that. And in some ways, find a way to work with each other because we share a common enemy, Europeans. See how easy that was? If you disagree with that in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you disagree that black people throughout the diaspora in the Western Hemisphere share a common ancestor, and we should at least in some way recognize that we have a common enemy, Europeans. That doesn't mean your white friends aren't your white friends. I'm just like, if you got an issue with that in the chat, please let me know. So then you should, I just want to understand, like, so we don't come from with black people in Panama and black people in Jamaica and black people in California don't share a common ancestor. Like, I need to know who you people are because I don't want to interact with y'all. I just want to be clear. If you don't agree with that, like, that's a fact. Like, this isn't like my opinion. This isn't an ideological principle. This isn't like wake up and buy a dashiki stuff. This is just a fact. Black people throughout the diaspora, Western Hemisphere, share a common ancestor. We all come from Africa. Now, if you don't agree with that, there's channels that you should go to. I just want to be like, let's start. There's no ideology I stated in that statement. It's just pure facts. Black people in the Western Hemisphere got here through the transatlantic slave trade. We share a common ancestor. Like, I want to see who really disagrees with that. Like seriously, if you're FBA, you don't got to be. This is not Pan-Africanism. I just want to see who disagrees with that statement and why and how. Black people been in America for years. Yeah, we've been here about 300-400 years. Facts. No longer. No longer. So African Americans and Africans are two different races. You're not that bright. Dark Universe, please do unsubscribe from my channel. Unless you can click the link and argue it, please unsubscribe. Just act like I died. I have no interest in ever having a discussion. Unless you click the link and articulate how you can make this statement. Nobody's talking about Pan-Africanism. And y'all, like, all these people are retarded. I'm telling you, camera on, you are retarded. We're not talking about no ideologies. I don't know why y'all are writing Pan-African in the chat. I don't give a rat's ass about Pan-Africanism right now. I don't know who disagrees that black people in the Western Hemisphere share a common ancestor and a common enemy. Like, I just want to know who disagrees with that. You know what I mean? Like let's just see. Who's that? Ivory. Ebony and Ivory, you all right in the chat? I know sometimes when I be talking to you, I know you be with your white friends and shit at the garden. Ebony, Ivory Knowledge. You all right in the chat? Country Ray, you said it's a book. I just want to understand who's in the chat disagreeing with this. Dark Universe, please disappear. We don't want to interact with you. He just said, I'm serious. Slavery never existed. This is what FBAs bring out. This is the type of people y'all FBAs have interacting with y'all. So either I'm going to insult you or ask you to leave. Is one, I don't want to have any conversations with you. Ebony and Ivory, I know you upset because you're like a Rasta, church-fearing, God-believing, white-loving black woman who lives in the middle of nowhere in the South and wants to be a part of the conversation.
He said nowhere.
Yo, live in the middle of nowhere and got none but white friends.
Oh man, come
Ebony
on,
Knowledge.
man.
That's my sister. Shout out to your white boyfriend, man. I know he don't. I know Ebony be violating that white boy, so she be violating that white boy. Shut up and go to the store. I know. Go to Kroger's and shut up. She be violating him, so that's why I ain't mad at Ebony. She's one of those black women that date white boys just to violate them. Shut up, eat my shit. She be violating. No, we not listening to that. Play my music. Shut up. Eat these collard greens. Oh shit. Oh man. Slavery never existed. First, you have to prove how we got here. Then, everybody in the chat disagrees with me.
Prove.
Who taught you that was African? Don't worry about that, bro. My parents can read, so I have my parents in my life. I don't know what you have in your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really don't understand who's in your life. Like, you act like I didn't have a dad who was collegiate. You know, it's like y'all are retarded. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have my family. Like, my family's not your family. Like, that's my father had a blackboard in the house. You know, yeah. So I don't know about your family. We're actually the people from look, Country Ray. This is not the platform for you. There we go.
Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida. You know those are Negroes.
So it's a lot of confidence being exuded in the chat in terms of just stating these things, but y'all can hit the link, fam. I want to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I want to get into it. You know what I'm saying? If you just want to sit in the chat and my grandma said I was an Indian, then yeah, I mean, get up out of here, fam. But click the link if you believe that shit. Like that's my issue is people say these things, but a lot of them can't stand on it. And like I say, even with like the FBA conversation, I can have a conversation from a place where I think there's some legitimacy to it. But every time I see other people having a conversation, I can't stand by that shit. I like y'all sound stupid most of the time. Like it sounds like some type of way to attach yourself to America as opposed to dealing with the black experience of America or in America, excuse me.
Why are y'all mad that we are the only people that are not immigrants in America? That's hilarious.
And like, I mean, you come and tell black people this shit, fam. Tell that shit to the U.S. government. See what they tell you. Niggas be wanting to argue with black folks about this dumbass shit all the time. Take that shit to them fucking Indian tribes and shit, and see if they give you any leverage in the conversation. Guarantee you they don't. I said they are ruining the legitimacy of what could benefit in the FBA conversation. There could be benefits there, but they ruin the
And,
legitimacy of it every time. Like stupidity
My
goes a
bad. I'm in the
long way to,
building now.
I'm gonna say stupidity goes a long way to undermine intellect. And so I say we can be intellectual about this shit 4-5 hours and won't nobody say shit. But as soon as the stupid shit get to cracking, that's when people start wanting to agree and believe shit. I say hit the motherfucking panel with that dumb shit. Or maybe FBA is just a bunch of trolls.
Facts. But I mean, to be fair, and I think the conversation got muddy across the board. So I don't like, there's a general shot at everybody. That's why I put, Pan-Africans in the title, conspiracies, pseudos, grifters, you know what I mean? Like, all this conspiracies. This last week of conversations, I ain't gonna have me looking at the conspiracies like, damn, bro, like did these shits help or hurt? The FBA family has over 50,000 patents. You say, y'all just be throwing random shit and just saying random shit just to say random shit. And it's cool, we get it, but that's hurting the community.
Oh, I forgot about them throwing the FBA jacket on people that are no longer with us.
Yeah,
They
anybody who
so they can't
lived.
they can't defend themselves. Yeah.
It should be okay if this person never stated they were a foundational Black American or didn't have an ideology close to it. You shouldn't be putting that on them. Period. And that's what's happening. You hearing people say, "Oh, see, he was FBA because he was born here." Like, yeah, but that nigga might not even agree with that stupid ass shit. He might even agree with fucking Tariq. Like some of us don't like the shit that he says, and so we would never join his group. But ideologically, we might agree, but we might not label ourselves under that group. What you gonna do though? I'm saying though, what you looking at though? Do something then, nigga. Do something. Do something.
Craig said Dr. Claude Anderson isn't respect. I mean, I got respect for Claude Anderson. Just to what extent is the conversation, or we extending it? Like, I think y'all take the fact that somebody said something. You know what I mean? You can scrutinize their plan. Ebony Knowledge, you my sis. Can you look, sis? Can you just put 3 things that FBA should be focused on? Like, you know what I'm saying? We're trying to move the conversation forward. So if we see what the objectives are, maybe the objectives align with each other.
Right, because on the surface it does when you just say, we want reparations. Yeah, that sounds good, fam. We all good. Everybody link up. Right. Now give me 2 more.
Yeah, like cool. I think everybody would agree. The Pan-Africans will agree with the reparations. The pseudos go agree with the reparations. The grifters too. I think the only ones that got an issue with reparations will be the conservatives.
Yeah, conservatives. Cool.
Yeah, the conservatives is going to be the, it's going to hurt white people's wallets. How's the country going to afford it?
The ABLs, Brandon Taylors,
Mm-hmm.
fall under Thomas Sowell's, any of that school, Elder Lee's, Jesse Lee.
My white friends they didn't participate in slavery. I don't think that they should be included.
Or even further, my white friends, they descend from white servants. They were indentured. They did their time as slaves too in America.
Yeah, that's a crazy one right there.
Yep.
That one crazy.
And then, of course, the best one. You know, we sold ourselves into slavery.
Slavery was universally practiced across the globe. It wasn't just a transatlantic thing. Like blacks focus on that.
Yeah, we hyper focus on slavery. So
right, the Sephardic diaspora, once they were expelled from places in Spain and Portugal, they were mostly responsible for places like Sao Tome and the Guinea coast, and that's why they call them the Portuguesa. And most of that was done by they'll take it further now, but we got another demographic that's getting closer to it, though. They talking to the people who made the little transatlantic slave trade voyage database and corrected it from 14 million down to 12.5 and is looking to scale that down to 10.5 and do a little bit more to that number, that whole transatlantic slave trade historical account.
What it do? What it do? Y'all can hear me?
Yep.
Hey, I was just listening to y'all, man. I say we live in a simulation, man. All this shit was made up anyway. Like all the information, the FBA, Pan-African, all that shit made up, man, for us to be arguing with each other like this.
You made up too? What about you? Are you made up?
Yeah, like all this shit was made up.
We'll come back to that commercial break. He moving too quick. He moving too quick, so no, nobody had to spend no money on that one. A couple minutes, man.
Man, he ain't got no plans on trying to listen to what we talking about.
Nah, but on the Craig in the chat just checked Dark Universe, and I think some of y'all FBAs need to start doing that. Ebony, you got to start doing it because I didn't even know you was an FBA, Ebony. I thought you was just like, I don't know what the fuck you are.
Man, she been hollering. We always here ever since she been here.
She's not an abo.
Shit, think she ain't?
Nah, stop playing. Damn, son. Yeah, B. I can't keep up with it.
Oh man, I couldn't get back to the phone fast enough. You said abo knee knowledge? Abony?
Ebony knowledge. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Ebony knowledge. My
Ebony
people
knowledge.
are always free in America.
Y'all lucky y'all can't change names in the chat. If I could change y'all names in the chat, oh my goodness. Yo. Oh man. So yeah, everybody can, what I'm saying? We can take account of, we got like Pan-Africanism. You know what I mean? Got a lot of L's you got to take. You know what I mean? We can talk about that. It definitely, but I think Pan-Africanism has helped the Black community in way more ways than it's hurt. There's definitely things that's contributed to downsides and wasn't the best part of the community. But I'm not even.
That's the part of it I kind of had to come to grips with over the years is I'm not inherently Pan-African, but I do think what you'll find is if you start dismissing that ideology, you do miss out on some of our history here. Because whether you like it or not, a lot of our people here have looked at that as a possible opportunity to go home or just the origins of our home. So I just don't know how you can be Black in America and completely discount Pan-Africanism as an ideology. I ain't saying you got to follow it, but I don't see how we don't respect it. You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm one that didn't always respect it, but once you start looking at the works and trying to undermine it, you really can't. It's almost impossible.
I think the argument that you had put forth previously was the romanticization that comes with the Africa story and what that entails, how people start to personify it and start to, like, here in America, They claim that African deities and Oshuns and Oguns, and some of it seems like they're putting on what they may have believed about a thing, which is the detrimental side of the argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I could still even stand in that part of the argument. The only difference now is FBA is doing the same thing. Now you got some damn Black Americans that's overemphasizing, you know, our experience in America as if it was something wonderful to brag about. You know what I'm saying? So now you have this happening on both sides where there's a romanticizing where it shouldn't be. Because FBA, I think, is all about romanticizing, and they ain't even doing it with Black people. They doing it under an Indian's image, but with Black people's history. Yeah, it's a fucking lost paradigm. You want to use my history, but then attach my history to some other people. That's crazy.
Yo, somebody said in the chat that FBA, that Sinners is an FBA movie. Yo, y'all just be looking. This is not a good approach to winning. This is not how you go about winning, bro. Because now you're gonna make me do this shit. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Brother Isaiah, you could just turn your camera on real quick so we can verify your face. Just make sure you're not a weirdo. Oh, that's Isaiah? Oh shit. Yo, what's up, bro? Yo.
Is mic on?
I can't hear nobody.
Oh snap! Nah, I was on mute. My bad, because
I hear you now.
you know, to respect the chat or whatever, just coming straight in. I muted myself in the beginning. Yo, what's good, Q?
Yo, what's good, bro? I ain't seen you in man long.
Damn, yeah, it's man, dog. Nah, word, I know. I kind of it's funny y'all having this conversation because I kind of left this stuff like because of all of the stuff that I seen that showed people wasn't really serious, that turned me off.
What you talking about, FBA?
Everything, Pan-Africanism, like just consciousness. People actually, you know, the people that's actually serious about doing the work is just such a small percentage that it's like, damn, you come in it thinking, you know, that all of the stuff makes sense, Black empowerment makes sense, all of this kind of stuff. You going out to the events, you pulling up here, there. You know what I mean? Like when you really in it and you're trying to do things, then you really see how much people actually don't really be doing nothing or serious about doing nothing. So
what you saying, you gave up?
Nah, I didn't give up. I became sort of anti
Black.
Like the whole group thing, thinking that it's gonna be this whole Black unity and all of this kind of stuff. It's like, nah, most of us is just gonna just be regular Black people living our lives, not really that involved, and it's just gonna be that small percentage that's actually trying to do stuff, and you know what I mean, whatever it is like that.
You know, it's crazy.
So,
I know some of y'all may not mess with the NOI, but learning being a 5%er first, I swear, protected a lot of that part from me. Because that's how I understand the operation. It's only supposed to be like 2 to 3%, 5% of us that's going to do real work. So, you know what I mean? I understand what you're saying. It's just like, That's the one tenet, like the one tenet of 5%ers that I always stick to. Like, yo, the 85% motherfuckers is deaf, blind, dumb. They don't really give a fuck. And then you got 10% motherfuckers that know better, and they just gonna do better for themselves.
Brother, can I can I ask Brother
And
Isaiah a quick question?
is that really realistic? Who talking?
If you look at it in almost every, because it's the 80-20 rule.
No,
The 80,
I know. I'm saying, is it realistic to think that 5% is ever gonna succeed?
yes. Because I mean, you
Okay.
apply it to how I understand white folks. Only really 5% of white folks put on for white folks. You know what I mean? Chinese people don't really like, you know what I mean? Like, I could apply it to many
Put on
different
how though? Meaning like
most
involved
of
with racism?
what made America great was like 10 white people in the late 1800s that put their money on for white people. The rest of white folks was broke, not really putting on. You had the Bilderbergs, you had the freaking Rothschilds, not the what's the Rockefeller? What's the other one that did the railroads? The
Morgan Stanley
Carnegies,
now,
Morgan Stanleys, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, they put on for white folks, and everybody else just got the win. Like, you know what I mean? Like, black folks, if you look at the civil rights era, that was less than 5% of black people who was putting on for black people. There was more people that was involved, but the leaders, that wasn't the entirety, and we still got shit popping. The revolutions, unfortunately, like the rebellions, like it's something sad to tell the students, was like, in one of them in New York, the 1741, I think they said it was like 100,000 Africans on Manhattan, something like that, enslaved. And during the rebellion, it started with 17 people and it ended with 23, something like that. Like, just disheartening. You know what I'm saying? Just like, just to think of, you know what I mean? Like, it's a situation. It's a situation, you know what I'm saying? If you go down to rebellions, you look at that Nat Turner, what's the Stono Rebellion? All of them rebellions was unless you go to the Caribbean, most of the rebellions in America, the Mississippi, I think, had one that had like 200-300 black folks that turned up. Might have been 100 or something like that, 200, but
Yeah, the amount wasn't, the amount of people wasn't always huge, but it's definitely way more rebellions than is public knowledge.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, we can't. I understand where you at. That's what I was saying. For me, like, learning the 5% part first, right? Kind of like set the tone for how I look at the situation, because it can be demoralizing. You know what I mean? It could be, it could like, damn, bro, like,
I get the 5%. It just don't make sense though. Like, actually, it's like, yo, actually being in a building with 100 black people and only 5 of them is actually trying to do something. It's like, no, this is not sustainable.
I mean, if you put it into basketball terms, sports terms, it's the 80-20 rule. So before you get to the 5%, it's the 80-20 rule. So 20% is going to be the bulk of your business. 20% of your team
is 4 times 5 though.
It's just the 80. It's just how you look at it. Like, majority of your money is going to come from 20% of your clients. You know what I mean? 80% of your loss is going to come from 20% of your personnel. Like, 20% of your personnel doesn't respect the bit. Like, it's a way of looking at the business or what you have going on. I think we religiousized it with the 5%. But when you really look at it in the sense, like, 'cause that's what remember when everybody was running around with the 1% conversation? It was like the 99%ers and it's the 1%.
Well, the 1% is a deflection.
No, the 1% is
the 1% was white people.
It's the same. It's the same thing as the 5%. It's just that when you break the 5% down now,
the 1% is the rich. That's not race.
No, it's the 80. It's the 80-20 rule though. So if you break down 80% of America's poor, 20% of the population has majority of the money. Then when you break down to 20%, it really breaks down to 5% really has the bulk of the money out of the 20%. And that 5% breaks down to 1%, where 1% really has all of the money compared to everybody. You take that one person's bread and compare it to everybody else, that's where the 1% came from. But it's still an 80-20 perspective.
Right, right. But I just meant the harping on the 1%. I think people that sort of like, oh, it's the 1%. It's a class thing. It's not a race thing. I think that that's a deflection from racism. So you don't really got to fight white supremacy.
Oh no, I wasn't bringing it up for that. I was just saying like the understanding that not everybody's gonna be leading the team. You know what I mean? And it's going to come to a point where it's like we got to recognize
But
that
I
there's
do
some
agree with
people.
him on that, though. It's used as a deflection. I agree with
Right.
you.
I wasn't saying you was using that cue. I'm talking about the 1% argument in general.
Oh no, yeah, no, I know that's what I was saying, but I was speaking to just the 5% part of it, where like because it's important that people like you, Taz, and certain people in the chat, brothers like Moses, who are putting in work, Dev, whoever it is, that y'all stay more, you know, the morale stays up. You know what I mean? And looking at the last 10 years. That would be very disheartening, bro. Like the shit that came out of the conscious and pro-black community the last 10 years, I'm not gonna lie. I understand somebody saying fuck this shit.
Right.
Oh,
Q, I was gonna ask
yeah.
Brother Isaiah what it was exactly that, if he knows, kind of made him say, yeah, you know what, I'm not really pursuing it further himself.
Just seeing as far as like some sort of organized body of conscious black people, like I just saw that wasn't a real thing. You feel me? Like it's like religion. It's another thing that's just a place to go. It's like the FBA thing in a way. It's the Democrat thing. It's like, oh, I'm into politics. I'm right. I'm left, or whatever it is, like that. It's like these are just places to go for people to have like a group or whatever and have something that they fake banging for, but all they do is talk. Like they don't really learn nothing. They don't, they don't take it serious. Like a lot of the insults that I heard about FBA is sort of it's the same with Pan-Africans. It's the same with the conscious community. You know what I mean? All of that it's the same with all of these groups, which is part of the reason we haven't advanced as much as we could as a people. So the things that I'm like, for example, supporting homosexuality. Like once you're a pro-black group or a pro-black leader, you know what I mean, politician or whatever part of the war you're fighting, wherever you at in the fight, once you support that, then you feel me, you automatically go over there like, all right, that's another one not serious. Like this is another percentage of us that's not serious. You know what I mean? So just that right there is like the nation supported.
So let
Everybody
me ask
support
you a
that
question
shit.
about let me ask you a question about that, because I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm right there with you on that. Now, here's the issue I take with it though. I feel like our community turns a blind eye to it as if it isn't causing issues in schools, as if young men aren't dying from AIDS. And so, if anything, it's not that they just join it. I have an issue with turning a blind eye to it. How do you feel about that? Because I think the community isn't vocal enough about staying away from that shit.
Oh, I agree. That's part of my problem. The not being vocal and the soft promoting, like, oh, let them live. Oh, I got family like that. You know what I mean? If we was talking about crack or drug abuse as a problem, like everybody to a degree is going to be able to say, okay, drug abuse, this is the subject. Drug abuse is wrong. Drug abuse is wrong for children, etc., etc., etc. But when it comes to the homosexuality, it's like homosexuality, it's wrong. We just can't even get to that one right there. Let alone it's wrong for children, etc., etc. It's like,
I mean, I think it's also not a bad. I'm on my sports shit, and then yesterday I was in some at some spots, and I was listening to some people, and I'm like, yeah. Yo, knowing against the sisters, I think it's on us black men. We got to step the fuck up, so to turn up. So that's how I'm looking at myself, right? I'm also real, yeah, Q, you gotta really level up, son. Like on some super focused level up, you know what I mean? And in a very classy, fuck that, I'm doing it in your face way. And I think all of us black, we gotta so I don't know how to look at the conversation without objectifying it. And then once we objectify it, then we can hold people accountable. It's like, all right, so if this is what FBA is supposed to be doing, and it's all you've been doing, that's the problem. If this is what Pan-African is supposed to be about, no, you're doing is selling dashikis and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like higher heights. Higher heights. I put the link in the chat for you too, man. Because a lot of y'all just be jumping up. I'm a Pan-African. So I don't know what part of Asian I am. You know what I'm saying? So now I don't know what you're talking about. So jumping in the chat and just saying Pan-Africans are Asians, I just weird. But you can click the link and explain how you've interacted with black Pan-Africans who are Asians. So any Pan-African who's Asian. But just typing stuff like that in the chat, you will get called out because y'all dudes is weird and y'all soft and y'all not doing nothing for the community. See, Ebony, this is how it starts. You write in the chat crazy. I'm shooting at the chat now. Nah, F that. But yeah,
Well, see,
Isaiah.
I'm saying.
Wait, did
I'm
Brother
saying
Isaiah say that it was basically co-opted by gays, and that's what kind of said, nah, I ain't down with it. The little organizations that he did see seemed to be co-opted by gays, and so he said no. Is that a good summary or no?
That's a big part of it.
What's some other examples though?
I mean, the first one right there,
People
Yvette
being
Carnell
grifters.
seems to be one of them, so that would see why he wasn't ADOS or attracted to what they were doing as a movement. But oh yeah, go ahead, do another one. Oh well, that would also sum up BLM as well. So that's two.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Brother Moses that was asking the questions?
Yeah, that Brother Moses.
Yeah.
Oh, are you really? Because see, I know Q. I don't know any of the other brothers in the chat, so I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? The way you coming off is just like, because you said, oh, to summarize, the brother basically just said the few little
He was
groups that
asking
he
you to
trying to
explain,
go
bro.
to.
He just asking you to clarify, bro. He's just asking for clarification.
Nah, that's
That's
not.
all.
He don't. But
No,
to
not the
put
ones
that
that
little
you may have
insults and
tried,
stuff
but the ones
first.
that were available. So when we think about the Black Power movement in our lifetime, there was like the FBA. They had the one that was who was it? Yvette Carnell and Antonio. They were pushing the ADOS. I mean, unless you go religious, which I didn't sound like you were going religious. And with the example, like, because for me, I also experienced like where you try to find an organization of brothers who are serious about it. You start having the conversations, seeing if you could create some forms of summits. Those summits end up turning into conferences or conventions, and then you can grow from there once you have an organizational structure. But once you start learning who's on the boards and different things, sometimes you do see the puppetry that happens. You might see the bourgeoisie, for example, if you're working in spaces that want to educate children and things. The bourgeoisie tend to have higher relationships. They can open up doors faster because they've already gone through processes of grants. They end up being repeat people for grants. And if you're one of those people who may have come into the movement like, well, I'm really on my own grassroots, I know what I want to contribute and I know how I can help, but I don't like authority trying to tell me which direction to gear my energies towards, then it is hard to steer away from the different religious groups. And I know the brother Isaiah, it says FBA. So I was like, okay, the Foundational Black Americans, that does seem like it would be one. And it didn't seem like it had a gay leader. And that's why I was like, okay, which were the ones that you were looking at in the other eye? Anyway, I can talk on and on.
Openly gay leader anyway. That nigga sucks.
Right, openly, like, and that was like an obvious when you said that shit. I was like, yeah, he hit that hell. He hit the nail on the head when I heard that shit. I was like, yeah, that shit was like, you couldn't have summed it up better. But go ahead.
FBA is a group. Like,
yes,
who?
Foundational Black American.
Oh, and who's the leader? Y'all saying?
Tariq Nasheed would be the leader of the group. He started the organization, the group or whatever. So he would be the leader of it.
Oh.
But yeah,
Well,
if you're not familiar with it, then I can understand why you don't even know what we're talking about if you're not even familiar with the
now,
group.
from my understanding, it's similar to, because I heard the ADOS mentioned um the thing with the problem with ADOS is because some of it makes sense as far as, hold on, do y'all think that all blacks in America are African?
Have African origin.
Okay, again, do y'all think all blacks in America are African? We're
Again,
just
they have African
located
origin.
here.
Right, but okay, so the thing is, you if you are disputing the African origin, I think that would be the
I'm
question.
not.
But
I didn't dispute nothing. I
okay, so
asked
yeah,
the
I'm an
question.
American. So I'm an right, but I'm an American, right? So I wouldn't call myself African, but I would acknowledge the origins of my ancestors. So I wouldn't call
Okay,
myself African, but if you're saying I'm African, I probably won't push back too much because of my ancestors.
right, got you. Okay. Are we the same in America as we are in Ghana?
Say that one more time. Are we what now? Are
Are
we?
we
I
the
didn't hear you.
same, the group of black people in America? Are we the same as them in Ghana?
Culturally, I would say no. Ethnically, I would say no, but racially, I would say yes.
Okay, I'm with you 100%. Are Ghanaians different from Nigerians?
Um, I would say the
Yeah,
same
it would be
applies
the
there
same
too.
thing. It would be the same thing you just said, right? The culturally, ethnically, technically, no, but racially, of course, right?
Right.
Right. So that's one of the issues that the ADOS FBA is like. That's one of the things that makes the ADOS and FBA sort of a thing. It's a group of blacks in America saying we're not, you can't just say we're Africans in America, some random Africans, generic Africans, but everybody else get to say I'm Haitian, I'm Jamaican, I'm Grenadian, I'm Ghanaian, I'm East African, I'm West African, I'm South African, I'm Congolese. You
I
know,
don't know what point you're
everybody
making
else.
though, bro.
Say that again.
You kind of lost me though. I don't know what point you're making because I'm American, and so that don't change my race though. So how would that be different than somebody in Haiti or Jamaica or Cuba or any of that? We're still black people. We may have different ethnicities, different cultures, but they're still black people.
But black Americans are the
But we're Black
ones that
Americans.
denied. We're the only ones denied. Haitians is they could
Wait, we're
be
deny what? I'm sorry, deny
Yeah, what
what?
do we
What are
deny?
we?
To, to be ourselves, to
to
be
be
ourselves,
ourselves.
because everybody else. Let me tell you, I'm from New York.
Huh?
Everybody
Facts.
else,
Wait, I can't be with
everybody
brother
else run
Mo no more.
around. Everybody else run around, right? Everybody else run around with their flags and this and that. And when you ask them where they from, I grew up with a lot of these dudes. You ask them what are they? They'll say, "Oh," you'll have people say, "Oh, you black, right?" They'll say, "No, I'm not black. I'm Jamaican. No, I'm not black. I'm Haitian." They make sure to distinguish themselves from Black Americans.
Fuck
So I
that.
think I think that's where the argument gets confused. Like we ain't saying we not African. We know genetically, of course, we African, but we just we recognizing ourselves. We Black Americans. Y'all got your own distinctive groups. Y'all Jamaican. Y'all do your little thing. All right, we doing our thing over here. We Black Americans. What's the
But
problem with that?
I don't think that where did that create a like you nobody in New York is keeping you from claiming to be American.
No,
Yeah, I'm a black
that's not what
American.
I said.
You gotta
I,
stop that
That's
lie
not
though.
what I said at all.
but I don't understand. But I didn't get what the point was because I'm a black American. So
Right.
what difference are you making between what you're saying and what we're saying?
I don't see how you're missing the point.
Arkansas
What
over
he's
here.
saying, what he's saying is everybody represents where they from and they represent they shit. So, but when we do it, it's a problem.
But I want to understand
A
something, right? Let me,
problem.
before
Okay,
you
go
go there,
ahead,
right?
bro.
I want to understand what is representing your shit. What does that mean?
Because our shit does not our shit does not represent us.
I
I think that's
understand
what
what you're saying.
and that's
I
what I think we
understand what you're
also
saying
have.
at the base. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But when we talking about our shit, we talking about culturally who we are. We Black Americans. I mean, I
But
can't put
nobody,
it no more simpler than that.
but nobody's stopping you from being a Black American.
Of
That's
course
how.
not.
So then, where does it become a? Why is that? Why is that even a discussion point?
When we say we
Because
Black
what
American and we're different, it's called divisive. It's some
right.
sort of problem and discussion to be had after. When a Jamaican say they
If you,
Jamaican and they proud to be Jamaican, and you ask them, are they
That's
Black?
it. Ain't
And
no
they say,
argument
no, I'm
after that.
Jamaican, and correct
I
you.
think this, but there's
When you
other stuff
ask the
that's associated.
African, are you African? And they say, what? No, I'm Ethiopian, and correct you of the country they're from and their origins. It's never an issue. When Black Americans do it, you a coon, you a sellout, you don't know your origins, get 23andMe and all of this.
Hold up, but can I ask a question? Can I ask a question though? Can I ask a quick question? Is it an issue like how I just said? I got my mans. When people ask them what are they ask them if they Black. They say no, I'm not Black. I'm Jamaican. Is that a problem?
But that's anecdotal, bro. Because I can get 100 Jamaican. Amin is in the chat. Amin will tell you he's Black first. You know what I'm saying?
All
Like
right, but I feel you. All right, then he's not a problem. But I'm talking about the ones that do say no, I'm not
now,
Black. I'm
but
this.
if
Is
those
that a
are
problem?
those are individuals within the Black
See,
world,
here we
we
go.
have.
It's the issue
Well, wait,
because
no,
No,
let me
it's
no,
not a
answer it. Let
problem
me
to
answer it.
y'all.
no.
Let
I
me
didn't say
answer it.
what I was gonna say was we should be able to recognize that there's Black people throughout all of the Black world who are
Of
retarded,
course,
coons, sellouts, and who are against the grain.
of course, of
So I
course.
don't see
But listen, okay, so you're talking about people who live in a place where there is no delineation necessary. So no, they're not Black because everybody's Black where they're from. They don't live in a place that's 70% white to actually outline that they're Black.
Yeah, but I'm not talking
Them
about
being
people
Black
that's
is
in those other countries. I'm talking about people that's right here in America that'll tell you they're not Black.
Yo, but
right.
you're
They come
making
from a
but
place that is identified as
that's
Black, the
purely
place that they're
anecdotal,
from.
bro. To Taz, that's purely. This is where the conversations go off. You're making a pure anecdotal argument, and that's what creates the fallacies. We can't go into your anecdotal perspective. Does not summarize Jamaicans or any country. That's
I
just a
didn't say
fact.
it do. First of all,
If
I
you're
didn't. I
saying
never
it,
said that. I never said that once. One person said that. That means all of
but
them think like that. I never said that.
but that's what you've been presenting. You just stated, what
That's
about those people, as if it's an actual argument. That's an
I'm talking about
anecdotal
the
perspective.
people who actually say they're not Black.
There's Black people in America who say they're not Black, who've never been to Africa. That's anecdotal.
Right, but they still say it. It's not like what does that
But
defeat the fact that it still
what about
happens?
but again, all of the ones who don't say that, you're just disregarding, and you're summarizing a
No,
people
I'm not.
by that one
I just said I
experience.
know everybody don't think the same way. I just said
Then
that.
why bring it up?
I didn't bring
Why?
it up. It was already on the topic. I just
No,
added my 2 cents to it. I
nah,
didn't
you
bring up
brought
the
it up.
topic.
You're the only one that brought up Jamaicans saying that they don't say they're Black.
Dude, before came in and said that, y'all were talking to him and he was talking about the same shit. What are you talking about? I just
He was
came in and
talking
said
about.
I know.
He was,
I just came in and said I know people personally who are Jamaican. He was just saying the same thing. What are you talking about? That's what the whole argument was about.
he was talking about FBAs. You
He's talking
said
about
if
FBA
I
and
mention it,
other
if
people
you
who
said
don't
it,
identify
if
as
he
FBA.
he was talking about having the conversation, and he said, when I bring up that I'm a Black American, they have an issue with it. That's not what
Right.
you were talking about. We can just Isaiah was it? Were you saying the same thing as him? Because I didn't hear the same thing.
Well, I
Did you mention Jamaicans saying that they're not Black?
Not word for word, but he's saying
right.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
No.
Your specific point
let
is
him say
anecdotal.
it. Let him say it. Let him answer it.
No, I didn't say it.
Hold
I
on,
know.
right there. Hold on, right there. Ebony, you're fucking trash. I'm about to demod you. He just said that he didn't say it, and you said I'm lying. Thank you.
He didn't say it word for word. He didn't say it word for word, but he was on the same. He was on the same type of flow I was on. He knows exactly what I'm
All I'm
talking
saying
about.
is that you keep the argument. I didn't go. I'm saying what you're presenting to support your argument is anecdotal. Bring something else.
I mean, I'm going off my experiences. I'm going off what I live. Like I don't. That's enough for me.
that's purely anecdotal, and that creates a space for what he's talking about. I'm just being said, like, if you have other ways to summarize it, are there policies in these countries that are against black people, black Americans? Is there stated documents you can source that there's a group of Jamaicans who have organized against black Americans? Can you show that?
Come on, I ain't never say no bullshit like that. You getting me out of context now. I ain't never
No,
say nothing remotely
I'm not
close to
saying you. I'm saying anybody should be able to do that in any point.
But when I
That
do show,
was never my argument whatsoever. My only thing was you can point out people who will go out their way to let you know they are not black Americans and they don't identify as black.
So do black Americans.
All right, and they coons.
What do you call those people? Coons.
They coons. Anybody who's black and don't identify. Anybody who's black and don't identify as being a black person with anybody from anywhere in the world that's black, you're a coon to me.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. What does that have to do with being FBA?
So I think maybe he might have the issue that sometimes I have, though, Q. So would the issue then be you don't hear enough foreign people called coons? You don't see black people that are in other countries highlighted as being coons the way you do Americans? Is that where you
I mean, kind of true. That's kind of on some real shit. That's kind of true because they don't really call out their coons the way we call out our coons. So I can more lean towards that. What you're saying, Taz? That's kind of like, yeah, I can agree more with that right there.
I don't think we're not in their country to know. The people that come here from their country can afford it. They don't even represent a percentage. Unless you're Puerto Rico, I think Puerto Rico is the only island where majority of their people live outside of America, of their country. Listen to this, Jamaica. Hold on, look, Deity, hold it up real quick. Deity, hold it back up to the screen.
Oh, I'm just saying, when I showed this, it was edited and it was modified.
Deity, I just want to be clear. Does it say listen to this Jamaican?
It says listen to yes.
All right, so that's specifying. That's one person. That's just one person.
But Q, respectfully, there's a litany of people that we can point to, or examples that we can point to, where they illustrate anti-black American.
So if you pull up 10, I will pull up 50. And then what does that mean? Does that mean that you're wrong?
Well,
no, it's anecdotal. It's an experience, and I'm not devalidating your experience. I'm just stating the sense of a qualified argument. We should be able to organize our anecdotal experiences from a group summarization. And we have to be mindful of it because it creates xenophobic responses. That's all I'm saying. The same way if we generalize men or they generalize women, they be like, oh, women do this. No, we got to be split. There are women who do dumb shit. There are men who do certain shit. There are Jamaicans who are like this. There are black Americans like this, but it's not the summarization of Haitians. That's crazy.
Look, can I interject real quick?
I think we got it confused. I never tried to do that. I wouldn't try to say, because I rock with Haitians. Man. I rock with the diaspora, period, man. I know we all don't. I grew up with Jamaicans. Like, dude, I grew up with people from the Caribbean. So I already know they all not.
You did come on saying
right.
But did you not come on saying that there's Jamaicans in New York who don't say they're black?
Yes, because I personally know them.
Now, let me ask you, are Jamaicans not one of the strongest cultures that has promoted black culture?
Of course they are. Like, see, now you get my argument misconstrued.
Black American culture?
All Jamaicans as that. That's not what I did. I didn't label all Jamaicans as that,
Black
bro.
Jamaican culture, of course, they're gonna rep their own culture.
No,
yeah, I mean,
black Jamaican culture. Black culture has been promoted.
Black Jamaican culture. That's the thing. This is part of the issue.
No, if you're saying black Jamaican culture, and I'm saying black culture,
it's a difference.
All right. So when you bring up Bob Marley's songs, redemption music, when he brings up reparations, who in the black American world was singing about reparations and colonization in the 1970s from America?
I don't know music from that far back. So
you don't know music from the 1970s?
No.
Then why?
I can't think of one who was. I can't think of one who was singing about reparations.
You shouldn't be, and then you shouldn't be able to jump up and in any way quantify a group if you don't know. This is 40 years ago. It's 50 years. Like, we should be able to say, like, there's nobody. And if you were singing about the diaspora and colonization, you were talking about the plight of black people. when you were talking about stand up and fight against imperialization, Bob Marley wasn't saying that for black people only in Jamaica. That would be grossly incorrect.
All right, so Bob Marley represents
We can
the
go to Peter Tosh.
totality.
No, we can go to Peter Tosh. I can go down the
anecdotal.
line. I can go down the line. That's what I'm saying. And again, their records are published. Black Woman and Child, Sizzler, Kings of This Earth. Sizzler had a whole black liberation music for people around the world of diaspora. Jacques. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this would be
those people would be considered riders. Those are riders right there.
The majority of black culture throughout the Western diaspora has been writers for black people. It's a fucked up situation we have been in, and there are coons.
Majority.
Yes. No, I would say the majority. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the majority.
The Garifuna.
You got your coons here and there, but the majority been trying to ride.
No, you're saying 5% leadership, but that's not the summarization.
No, I'm not saying 5% leadership. I'm saying 5%. I'm talking about. I wasn't talking about 5% leadership.
Then what? 5%.
5% of people that's actually give a fuck to do something.
No, that's two different things. Leadership and give a fuck is two different. The Garifuna, the Gullah Geechee, the Black Cowboys, the Blacks of Mexico, of Veracruz. Like, we can go down the line, bro. The independence movement from the 40s to the 80s that went from all
we're not talking about.
It was sparked in America, bro. How could you disconnect Malcolm X's inspiration for black people to fight the diaspora and imperialization and people singing that moniker with him and becoming nationalists? How do we get this level of disconnect? Where do we get this level of disconnect?
Wait, what disconnect exactly?
Garvey was disconnected from his own people.
Malcolm X pushing of what? Pan-African schooling, pushing the independence movement through the Caribbean and in the Western Africa. So when you're saying the disconnect, that was largely pushed with black people in America, the independence movement. So when you're saying, that's why I said Bob Marley singing about independence, Malcolm X pushing it as well as a Pan-African, to black people in America pushing independence, to supporting the independence movements throughout the diaspora. This is a running story that we have all been connected to. And it's the white folks that have been the issue. It's not black people that's the issue. Jamaicans are not the issues for black Americans. Jamaicans didn't create redlining. Jamaicans didn't create crack. Jamaicans didn't create the fucking prisons. They weren't district attorneys sending niggas up for hundreds of years for the same shit white kids was getting fucking months for. What are we talking about? Y'all niggas don't want to point at white people. Now I'm gonna turn the fuck up. Y'all niggas is pussy. Y'all want to blame black people all the time. Y'all niggas scared to talk about white people. Blame white folks. I'm gonna say
I get at white people all the time. That man for me. I get at white people all the fucking time.
Problem is, we haven't heard about white folks. What are you doing?
You can look about white folks. Hey, as far as me, you can look on my page and see I be getting that crackers, bro. I get it all the time.
I'm just saying in the conversation.
We can't even say, as black Americans, we can't even say.
We don't white people all the time, online and in reality. I'm talking for myself personally. I'm talking for G-Style Media. I ain't talking for nobody else.
Talking about what you can't say. You can talk all you want, bro, but what are you doing, Isaiah? What are you doing for black Americans in New York City right now? What is stopping? What Jamaican is gonna stop you?
Oh man, y'all got it, man.
No, it's not got it. I'm asking you as a fucking man. Who is stopping you right now from doing something for black people in New York City?
When did I say a Jamaican was stopping me from doing something?
You, who is in the way?
No, you're not asking me. You telling me
who is in the way? Who is in the way of you doing anything for black people?
The white man, obviously.
Cool. As long as we agree on that, then I'm with checking everybody else. Motherfuckers got to get checked.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Because I don't have that experience with you. I'm not in a space with Jamaica for my issues. I'm not in that space for that. I don't.
It's not about.
So I'm not with you in the perspective you have. I don't have that experience. People fuck with me everywhere.
Bro, we can't even say as black Americans that we're black Americans. We have a culture. This is our culture. It's not all negative. It's a beautiful part of us. We're different from Jamaicans, and we proud of that. We're different from Nigerians, and we're proud of that. Just like they proud of their shit. We can't even say
No,
that
that's a
without
problem.
getting
That's a
called
problem.
Nobody
pussy.
said you can't say that.
You
Nobody.
did though. You jumped
No,
on us
what I
because this is what we
separated was
trying to
G. I
say.
never even
This is how the
addressed you.
argument even
I
came
addressed
because we
G
trying to say
style
this.
media. You said when you want to celebrate Black culture,
You
I'm gonna
said
ask
y'all, Q.
you. No,
Who
I'm
was
asking
y'all? You said
you,
y'all.
you.
You didn't address G Style Media. You
I
said all
said
y'all
G style
pussy.
media origin.
You
No,
said
after that,
all y'all
because
pussy.
I didn't hear all I'm hearing is crying about other folks.
You
I'm
said
gonna say it
all
now.
of y'all is
Yes, I
pussy.
did say it about
So
you
you
and Son and
talking about
anybody else.
me. It's like,
Yes,
nah,
I did
fuck
say
that.
that. Yes.
All
Because you ain't
right.
what is keeping you
Because
from doing something for Black Americans? A conversation on YouTube, you pussy.
Wait,
I'm gonna say it
what?
like
I
that.
never.
Then
Yo.
what's keeping you from doing something for Black Americans? You know I love you, bro. You my man.
I'm doing something for Black Americans. I never said I was.
Let's talk about that, and let's see what Caribbean
See,
person
look,
in the way.
see. You trying to
Nah,
deflect from the
hold
whole
on. I
FBA
think the
fucking
argument is going way out of context, and I'm gonna address
But
this.
that's how it always go.
Hold
This is the
on.
point of it.
I'm just speaking
It's
for
only
myself
the
again.
Black Americans
I'm just
want to
speaking for
see
myself.
them being Black American
There's
that this
no out of
happened.
context. I asked over an hour ago.
You got it. Y'all got
Can
it.
you
Peace.
just name 3 objectives? Let's be clear. I said this
You
will work
asked
a lot
me that?
easier. I said it before you came on the
You
panel.
asked me that.
Yo, my man. My man.
You didn't. All right.
How many times have I said, can we just get the objectives? If you didn't hear that, I'll make it a lot easier. Let's talk about objectives and let's see where the objectives align and where they don't. I said that multiple times. I'm going to say it again. Just objectives. That way we can clearly see who's not with the shits and who's with the shits. Just list out the objectives. If the goal is for Black Americans to celebrate Black American culture, how can we do that? That's all I want to know. Are we doing events? Are we creating curriculums? Are we making content? Are we talking about doing it? I'll shut up.
I'm gonna leave too after this. But when I came on, Brother Moses asked me a question, and then it kind of spiraled from there. Q, you never told me about these objectives, and you never brought that conversation to me. I ain't gonna front. Since I've been on, you never mentioned that. But it's cool.
No, that's why I repeated, because I've repeated again. A lot of times these conversations, I don't do the problem with Black people shit. That shit is annoying. I'm gonna say the challenge that we have in conversations is that it's not objectified and it becomes anecdotal exchanges. This is not scholastic. Just list out the objectives. And it's what Taz and I was joking because somebody in the chat said, well, we don't need objectives. It's just that simple. Craig, in order for us to communicate, we should be able to exchange this shit. Craig, why are you still in the chat? Come on, let's get rid of him. Who else got to get banned? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do we got to, that's this, that way we don't get to this point of contention. If you just talk about experiences, I put shots on everybody in the title. Pan-Africans can get it, FBAs, Black Net, but at the end of the day, what are the objectives? My bad, G-Star.
Nah, you good. I feel you, but I gotta address the whole pussy shit. I'm far from pussy, bro. When it comes to dealing with these,
I'm on my bad. I apologize. I'm apologizing to you, Isaiah.
I know you don't mean.
Sorry.
I know you don't mean personally.
No,
I know you don't mean personally. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
G-Style be tripping, brother.
I know. I'm not sitting here thinking that you. I'm not sitting here thinking you mean.
This nigga can't hoop. I'm telling you, this nigga can't hoop. This nigga the type of nigga that fight a nigga at every basketball court, every game.
Nah, that ain't fucking true, man. Come on, bro.
My bad, Isaiah. My bad. I do be on my fake sports shit, and it just be like, nah, fuck that. That's a basketball response.
It's not about that, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's not.
That was highly immature, and I'm apologizing to both of you. I should not have said that to you and Isaiah. It should not have did that. That was wrong.
Man, fuck them niggas. I'll stand up for you.
Bitch ass nigga always talking shit right here, bro. Nah, nigga. Listen, I'm cool. I know you ain't talking about personally. I know you talking about in the fight, but I'm just saying I put it in against these white supremacists. I'm not trying to promote myself and none of that shit. You check my page, I'm going at these niggas every day, bro. Every day going at these niggas. All right, so I put it in against these crackers, and not just online, in the physical too. So let that be known. I'm not no pussy when it come to getting at these crackers. Now, when it comes to the whole diaspora thing, I'm not against nobody. I fuck with the diaspora, bro. Some of my best friends are Jamaican, bro. Like, I cannot stress that enough. But I'm just saying, that's how I know enough to when I could say, oh, there's when you look into some people in the Jamaican culture, I'm not saying all of them, some of them will say they not black. They are Jamaican. Now that's not saying I'm labeling all of them as saying the same shit, but it's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? They have pride in their culture the same way every other culture got pride in their cultures. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying when I say that. It ain't no, you know what I mean, niggas against the whole diaspora type shit. That's corny. Hell no. I fuck with black people everywhere.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, what does that got to do with you doing for black Americans or black people though?
Nah, it ain't stopping nothing. I'm just saying it is what it is. That's not stopping nothing because I'm gonna still spread my message. I'm gonna still be in the fight regardless. Whether somebody claiming they black or not, I'm gonna be in the fight regardless. That ain't stopping me.
What's coming from that's what it was sounding like. Damn, like what does it got to do with doing for? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what y'all want to do? A cultural show for black Americans?
Nah, hell no. And I'm speaking for me personally. That's not where I'm coming from, bro. That's definitely not where I'm coming from.
The objective is to find like-minded black, like-minded black people. But why? My question though is, why is there umbrage when black Americans want to re-identify, want to get away from the old dated terms that's been applied to us? Why does other black groups take umbrage, take offense to us? Like, why is this so I'm just
gonna ask you. So, in the sense of priority, my bad.
I would ask, what title are we getting away from, Diddy? What title are you referring to? What title will we be getting away from? Because we're black is already a title. I said, what title will we be getting away from? You say we're getting away from a title.
Yes, it will. Specifically when it comes to us demarcating our exclusivity for reparations. Foundational black Americans, and foundational that's not a new term. Us being referred to as foundational people in America is not a new term. That's not a new phenomenon. But let's not go there though. So let me
ask you this. Because I agree with you on the reparations topic. I agree with you. There's no doubt there. I agree with you 100%. But now, outside of reparations, where else do there need to be a delineation at? Can you give me another place where there should be a delineation?
Who said another place really, Taz, when it comes to resources and who's in dire straits? Like who's in the dire need of, black Americans is the most homeless group in America. So am I wrong for being ultra focused on my people in this particular landmass known as North America?
No.
I'm not wrong.
But that's an objective, right? You see what you just said? Mm-hmm. That should be now. Let's see who has an issue. Does anybody have an issue with black people in America focusing on fixing the homeless issue with black Americans? You see how easy that is? That's how you find out who's really with you.
But hold on, Q. Wait, I got a question. Let's be real, Q. If we brought this topic to like the general, right? Let's say in a few weeks or whatever, when the general people see this video, whatever it is like that, are you telling me that non quote unquote black Americans, Jamaicans, or all these other groups of blacks, you telling me when they hear that we focused on black American homeless strictly, that they're not gonna have a problem with it?
That's the beauty of finding out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the beauty of some shit. There's gonna be
I can accept that. At least you ain't lie and say they wouldn't have an issue.
No, because I think in the community, in New York, and the black communities politically is very mixy. Exactly. And so the political perspectives it depends on where you at. And so like I've learned to after I've recognized that, yeah, you got certain people that come to the country, call themselves black and don't fuck with nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like we do have that, and we got to call a spade a spade. Like, yo, we did this program for Black Americans. Then all of a sudden, this portion of the Haitian community went against it. Now we have somebody to hold accountable. I'm with that. But I think we're jumping ahead of the cart. You know what I'm saying? We're not. Yeah, we putting the cart.
That's happened already, though, brother.
Westmore,
look,
reparations.
Right, that's happened already.
Westmore, Maryland governor.
The argument y'all applying to black people, though, you should be applying it to white people, though. Is what I'm saying. The argument of who's going to come in and question who you are in your history and why others don't want you to say that. That's white people who saying, well, why you only gonna give homeless to black people? Matter of fact, I'm gonna go try to file a lawsuit so you don't be able to do that. Those are white people who gonna have the biggest issue with it.
That's how I was gonna say.
How do we ignore that?
That's the ones who sued. Now the black person you have that you named against reparations, I will say, now I separate the Sambo class in all groups. See, my Pan-African perspective is different. There's a Sambo class that's aligned. The Sambos of Nigeria are aligned with the Sambos of America. They're aligned with the Sambos of Trinidad. They're aligned with the Sambos. They're an army of Sambos, and they don't give a fuck about the blight of black people. That's what I was gonna say. You know what I mean? So they're not with reparations. They cry white people tears the first. They come Jamaican, Haitian, white. I mean, black American. There's a bunch of black folks that shed alligator tears for white folks first.
That's a fact.
I'm not the only person quoting him for this, but I'm getting
I'm just stating that with that person, how I would put that person in a box of Sambos.
Nah, look, what you just said, 100% facts. The issue that so-called FBAs kind of have is that when we see the coons and the Sambos, we never really distinguish, like, damn, half of these motherfuckers just happen to have a white parent or come from one of these other countries. And we just kind of bringing that to the stage, like, yo, that's something we might have to add to the, just take a little second look.
No, I agree.
See, just right quick, Q. That's what I was saying earlier, though, in terms of how we're not really familiar with their landmass. We don't know they coons like that. So what ends up happening is we're doing that with a 15-second clip on TikTok. We showing somebody calling us in a kato or some shit like that. We're not having a real conversation about some coon in Nigeria that's in the councils and making decisions for the government. And I do think that's an L we got to hold. Maybe we do need to do more of the global Sambo, the global coon, right? Because I agree with you on that part of it. We don't talk about nobody outside of this country, which makes it seem like there's a hyper focus on Black Americans. So I get that part of it.
Now I was gonna say Obama gave me my ADOS and FBA. When he talked against reparations before there was the ADOS, I was like, nah, who the fuck is blah blah blah. So I completely understand representation, but we also got to take accountability in how this representation got to where it is. And the Sambo class, the pro-black in the class, is two different groups. I was watching the video and I seen this to somebody the other day, and I know I'm like, not all of us fuck with the Nation of Islam, but that grain of fabric of thought, NOI, Black nationalists, Malcolm X, Pan-Africanism, that's not the dominant thought. That doesn't permeate Black America. What permeates Black America is largely Samboism in most cultures. If you come out here screaming Jamaica, I look at you as like be honest with you, that overzealous ethnic pride in your country is confusing. These countries is not even their real names. They don't even have half of these places don't even have their own dollar. The government is fiat. And the ones who partner with the government in those countries are largely Sambos. Y'all see what the Haitian government did? They didn't give a fuck about Haitians and their family. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to look at these, like, we have these same people throughout the diaspora. White folks shared their tools that they employed for colonization and imperialism. And so the effects of it's going to be similar. And I think it'll be more in our interest to educate people about the effects of it. So we have a greater number of people who can do work, because we already see that there's going to be Jamaicans coming to the country. We're not stopping Trinidadians from coming to America. We're not stopping Guyanese people from coming to America. So I think it'll be more in our interest to educate them about what it is to be a Sambo and have a real agenda for Black people. You got a lot of people that came here and saw Martin and Will Smith as the face of motherfucking Black America and hip hop. There's people that live in America and see and call motherfucking was it Phil? Phil, right? Uncle Phil dad, bro. Like that shit fucked my head up when I saw how many people look at Uncle Phil as daddy. Am I bugging? The coaches. The coach is crazy.
You bugging, bro. Uncle Phil has the greatest father moment in television history, nigga. Greater than any white dad or any Hispanic dad, nigga. Uncle Phil is the TV dad, nigga. Not no goddamn Bill Cosby. But no, that scene with Will Smith, and his dad bounced out on him and shit, and Uncle Phil stood in the gap and you know what I'm saying, was there for his son and shit for Will Smith after his dad bounced out. That was a powerful scene, bro. I really do think that scene kind of played a role in how people viewed him as a TV dad. So that I do think some of that type of stuff do work, you know what I'm saying, in terms of like messaging, but also understand your point too. But I do think that message in terms of how they played it on that show, where Will dad just wasn't fucking with him like that, and he played him, and he went and cried at his Uncle Phil arms and shit. That was some powerful shit. That was some powerful shit for TV in the 90s.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I didn't really.
Yeah, I remember that. You're right about that. But that was singular though.
But just the fact that it illustrates the influence that TV had and the perception that people have of TV. Right. And so a lot of these people that come from these countries, they're learning from the wrong. There's no, I'm not going to put there's no Pan-African educational system for people around the dot. So I don't see how people are holding people accountable to Pan-African standards. Like what y'all are looking for people to be is Pan-Africans. Y'all are looking for Black people to come in from Jamaica and have an understanding of Black people's ideology in America, sharing it and embrace it. That's
not me. I want them to leave us alone. Stop saying we don't have no culture. Stop saying we're all degenerates and calling us, you know what I'm saying? We gonna stay away from y'all. We don't want nothing to do with y'all. Like that whole thing.
I gotta ask in two parts.
Those are the coons.
This is what I want to ask. Do you feel like all Jamaicans feel that way?
No.
There's no such thing as all of nothing.
So all right. So now with that statement, right? What I find is that becomes the priority in the conversation. I find with FBAs where it's like that's the first thing that needs to be addressed, and I'm like, how do you objectify that? That's what I'm like.
I get you, but our gripe is your side is telling us, man, shut the fuck up. Don't bring that up.
I didn't say that. I'm saying
that is what you're saying.
I'm saying
we can't even bring it up. It's not relevant.
I'm asking for an objective.
It's one person.
I'm asking. No, what I'm saying is, if we're trying to have the conversation about moving the Black community forward, and if everything is centered on anecdotal experiences, how do we move people forward with anecdotal experiences only?
Right. On the reparations tip, right? With that being an objective, one of the problems that I've seen, just me talking from my perspective of how I gather everything with this whole delineating and all of that kind of stuff. One of the problems with us receiving reparations is that as Black Americans, we have Black Jamaicans that live here, we have Black Haitians that live here, we have Black Ethiopians, Black Ghanaians, all of this. And we don't have one like group or delineation or like name where it can say, okay, we're gonna pay these people reparations. Like, if you know what I mean. So it's like, how do we get reparations without kind of pointing out the group that get it and why they get it to a degree? Or do you say all blacks worldwide get it?
So I'm saying, so you're objectifying right now as a goal reparations.
No, that's 100% one of the goals. To me, yeah.
Now, in that conversation, you're stating that the biggest opposition to reparation.
I never said the biggest.
It's not. But like the book outlined, the Black Reparations Project, there's non-whites and whites that are opposed to reparations. So
which is the largest group in 2022 or 2024? Which is the largest group against reparations? Whites. Which group is the largest group in support of reparations? Blacks.
Black Americans.
Black Americans.
No, blacks.
Black Americans.
No, understand. Can you pull up the statistic that says explicitly Black Americans?
Damn, I would have brought my book home.
In 2020, because the most the recent statistic is like 70% of blacks. It doesn't say Black American, it just says black.
Yeah, I would think more towards blacks because for the longest, there's always been the talk of reparations for the longest, and that's been like throughout the diaspora.
Now I think that so in us being smart, we should be able to recognize that there's going to be black people that detract us against reparations. That's going to be the same.
Yeah, those are the coons. Yeah, those are the coons. There's definitely a coon class. We definitely got to understand there's a coon class coming from every culture, man.
I want to say the Sambos, because the coons is the ones that's not even going to be in the conversation. The Sambos is the ones that's going to be in historically. The Sambos,
they got power. They the one. Yeah.
Those are the ones that got the power. Those are the ones that got the jobs.
They politicians. That's a fact.
That's the ones that's.
What would you call that? The boule? Some bullshit.
Yeah, 80% of white Americans.
Yeah, just the Sambo. But look, so Q on the reparations thing, you didn't get to finish like addressing the part that I said, how do we get it? Like, how do we be a group where you say, okay, these people get reparations? You know what I mean? Or is it all blacks worldwide get it? Is it all blacks
that's
in
very
America,
simple.
regardless
it's attached to the situation. So if you wasn't a part of the situation, you're not in the conversation.
Exactly. And then you got other countries that have to be as well.
The damage you got
to look at Britain, you got to look like it's a worldwide thing that it has to look at.
But in the conversation here, we kind of all agree. Not to say like that, we agree like from a state level approach. You know what I mean? You start at the state level and you list out the issues that's specific to people in that conversation. And then the people that's attached to it. Like I don't think that's I don't think because New York survey.
Local. I'm saying start at the local level.
Yeah, at the local, like I said, at the state, like because even in the New York survey had Caribbean people on the survey, and their survey was explicit in the language. It was like, look, if you was affected by whatever situations they listed in the shit, that's how it was attached.
So that's anybody black person that live here now.
Whatever black person experienced the damage, and it's on us to list out the errors for the damage. So in New York, they were very explicit in the errors. Boston, like because the Northeast had New Jersey, like you got to think about it. New Jersey, New York, Boston, they've been had immigration, like and slavery was abolished in these areas way before other people. You had black laws that was affecting black people who were immigrating here 1805, 1880, 1790s. There was, you had, early black people that was coming here that was inside of the conversation. Like personally, I just think we let the story, this conversation needed to happen. But we got to put the story in the correct order so we can have a better conversation with it. Because I don't think what you're saying is and it's just explicit. And that's how the law is set up. It's explicit to the damage and the person that experienced it. So if you was in Jamaica while this was going on, like you're not in the conversation. But we need them to understand you need to back the conversation. And we need them to call out the coons in their culture that don't support the conversation.
All right, I got a question. Oh, my bad.
Now I was going to say, but we also got to take the L we let the world believe we let anybody lead us. We let Obama lead us.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, we
got to take
fell for
that.
that.
Nah,
We fell for
that was
that.
the
We fell
biggest
for that
L.
mind
Yeah,
trick.
yep.
We fell for that. That technology.
Yeah, think about
And
how
we
that looked to
still
the world.
paying for it with this
Think
fucking
about how that
Michelle
looked to the
Obama
world, bro.
punk ass bullshit.
You
Yeah.
remember that shit, Isaiah GC? You remember the voter die search? Remember how hard it was going in New York in the black world?
Yeah.
That shit,
I remember that shit. Remember that
shaming everybody,
bullshit.
pictures
Yeah.
of
Oh yeah.
slavery. Come on, son. The world saw
I
they put.
couldn't believe it happened the second time. I'm like, nah, ain't no way we that sleep. And he got a second term.
Fell for that bullshit twice. It's crazy.
Like for West Indian folks in America, and then we move on to what it looks like for West Indians.
Oh wait, I had the question. So
Sections that who's
if
responsible? The French,
Mm-hmm.
the Portuguese, the German. You know what I mean? And then y'all have to put in your portion. Yeah.
for
I was
those
telling
receiving
motherfuckers
it,
he wasn't gonna do shit.
my bad.
Nah, you good. I was telling niggas he wasn't gonna do shit. I knew it was a fucking puppet master, man. I knew the whole Obama shit was nothing but the puppet master, bro.
But to me, the tenements of this conversation is underliningly Pan-African. Because we need black people to be in alignment at the most basic level. And that's what Pan-Africanism is. It's not asking you to have the same religion, any others, but it's like, yo, bro, at least support each other, bro. At the minimum, we all share the same shit. So to me, that's what you're saying, Isaiah. Like, even if they're leaving alone, that's a form of respect. Don't come over here, because that's part of it. Like, I'm not going to go to motherfucking the Garifuna and bring my American perspective to them without recognizing that I have an American colonized perspective.
Yeah, nah, shit. I'm Pan-Africanist shit forever. Like from the beginning, that I learned coming into consciousness, I was, socialized Pan-African. So
I
that's
think
gonna
we
be a
all were.
perspective
When it
in
comes to the
general.
conscious community, I think that's the aspect we all came from originally. Like,
For us to
the RBG shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly.
that's
But
where we
I
all
was
came from
told we don't have
originally.
no culture.
Yeah, dude used to hear that a lot.
I'll say Black American culture is mixy. Like I ain't gonna lie, I did hear that
I
coming
feel
up.
like hip hop is our culture too, man. You know what I'm saying? I think that's part of our culture. I think
This
we
is why
gotta.
I get
Music in general,
this is why I
identify
get this is
our
why I take
culture.
this is why I take hip hop. When they say hip hop is Puerto Rican or stuff, I take that offensive because I really understood black
Hell
culture
no,
through hip
that's
hop.
ours.
right?
Yeah,
Like
that's
no,
ours. That's
That's
black
offensive
culture,
as
man.
fuck.
And that's part of our culture. That's that we gotta take that. Like we gotta identify what's our culture.
because walking around, remember, I saw everybody had their way they dressed, the music
Nah,
they
bro, I
listened
ain't
to,
going. Let's get it cracking. Let's get it popping.
and our
Hold on.
shit was some hip hop shit. Our shit was our shit.
So who gonna defend drill music other than me?
What you
Who gonna defend drill music?
You said defend drill music?
Yeah, because see what ends up happening is when we say it's our culture, then the negative parts of it start to come out, and then people say, well, nah, not that part. Right? You know what I'm
Well,
saying? So
look,
when you start hearing the negative parts of
All
it,
of
I
it.
said
nobody
all
want
of
to
it.
say the
nah.
mic.
All of
Nah,
it.
you know what,
I would
Taz?
say it's all ours, man. I mean,
Yeah.
like, look, I know it's negative, but look, that's still that came out of the culture too.
Yeah, we got to learn to take. I think that was the religious group that made us put the bad stuff to the side. It's like we just got to deal with it. That's part of our culture. It's part of what is. That was the confusing part. You know what I'm saying? It's like what's ours and what's not, and then we be cherry picking what's good and what's not. And I think that's where the black people don't have no culture part gets confusing because it's like, is it American culture? Is it black culture? And then once it gets bad, it's like it's not our culture. We want to disown it. It's like, which one is it?
Now we gotta hold that L with that. We gotta hold that L with that drill
Yeah,
shit.
nah,
We
he's
gotta hold that
spitting
L with
though.
that. You
And is
can't
it just
let
music?
that just rock. You gotta
And are
hold
we
the
just
L with
saying
that.
music? Because I don't.
I love my
And
drill
I
music,
think
nigga. Ain't no L.
the
Listen,
surviving.
it is what it is. I listen to it too, so I ain't sitting here criticizing it, but we still gotta hold the L for it because it was a lot of people died off that bullshit. So
we've
you know what I mean?
y'all do nothing about it. Now we're gonna go and do the same thing.
Reggaeton, so they took hip hop and made it Spanish.
Yep.
Shit, it sounds like a panel going on outside the panel, nigga.
Word
Yeah.
though.
My man's walking. Hey, y'all know I'm in the
That
studio.
shit sounded crazy.
I'm trying to
We
fix
need
my
the mic
camera.
hooked up and shit. Yeah, we need the mic on, nigga. Like the conversation too, shit.
But nah, that reggaeton shit.
We supposed to keep it quiet, but we just got into it.
How is it legal? How is it legal for them reggaeton to just literally steal the song?
They took that from the Jamaicans. They took that from the Jamaicans.
They lost that. That's the biggest copyright lawsuit now in history.
But nah, Jamaicans though, because that's kind of going back to the division. It's like, nah, Jamaicans is us. It's like, no, we could shit.
No, I ain't gonna lie. We gotta defend that part. And that's some parts where the Caribbean people are getting. I think the internet's helping people understand this weird perspective that we all have.
That whole thing was
that was the you wasn't here. The argument of like Caribbean, Latin, and then I think Busta Rhymes was a person that kind of led that one where it was like the Caribbean Latin connection versus the Black Caribbean connection. That conversation kind of got muddied with I think Busta Rhymes being kind of like one of the vocal points in that because he really
too. Nori, don't forget Nori.
Yeah, you got those that kind of, and then you even got the Cameron ones, the Dominican ones, that Latin coaches.
Yeah, Jim Jones and all that.
Yeah, the Latin component in the Caribbean is mixy. It throws the whole. That's all the imperialism aspect,
right?
Because it's like, what do we? I don't know. To me, surviving and doing our best is the culture. Like, I don't know how to define Black culture outside of that. Like, I'm not gonna say rap music. I don't even know how to define Jamaican culture. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, Black culture and throughout the diaspora has been just surviving and doing the best you could with it and putting our style on it. Like, when we listen to reggae music, we think that's the reggae accent. That's a British accent. You hear white people with that same accent sing on the same time, and they sound just like Jamaicans if they come from the hood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So what do you know what I'm saying is like the Trinidadian culture. The Trinidadian culture, the biggest music, let's understand that. Soca music is pushed by the steel pan. The steel pan is the last instrument made in the 20th century. It was made out of garbage. Like, are we? And I'm not shitting on their culture. I'm just saying, to me, that's the Black experience was been surviving and doing the best we could.
There's no way you can tell about anything. You scared of them.
So now when we separating the oh no, our culture is all about the steel pan. Like, no, your culture took a garbage can because you had no instruments and turned it into an instrument. That's Black. That is what defines to me Pan Africa. Like, we've been taking something out of nothing and surviving with it, doing what we could. That was hip hop. That was ragtime. That was folk music. Jazz.
Yeah, that's that's a fact.
The blues, country.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like so I don't know how to get into that conversation because I don't want people to think I'm disrespecting. I don't know how to define the culture of Black people in the Western Hemisphere outside of surviving and doing our best. Like, we create shit.
And you steal it.
And they steal from us. And then they steal it.
That's what we were just talking about. Like, I feel like with the Fat Joe situation, he's seen an opportunity to steal something.
Like a white person. Yeah, that's what he tried to do. That's what he tried to
stand on nothing.
A lot of their DNA. Now, we want to into science. A lot of their DNA, right? You talk about Asians, and then you want to talk about Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, their DNA is like connected to theirs more than us.
They straight white.
They
mostly white. I don't see that. They white.
So
folk.
if they see somebody, like we said, if Black culture is a riot, like a Foot Locker in a riot, Puerto Rico, every other race is coming into that Foot Locker that's broken up to try to take what they can. It does up to us to tell them, nah, we ain't having it.
But I think we made the picture get muddy with Obama.
Oh yeah,
and I gotta agree.
Identifying as people of color.
I gotta agree with Madon with this one. Donald Trump is shaking up the world of Sambos.
Yep.
It's equal opportunity
Look,
race.
He's
look,
making it even.
everybody getting some hellfire equally, and look, I'm okay with that. I ain't
Honestly,
look,
but the Pan
I'm okay
Africans,
with that.
you're not in the like he's shaking up the Sambo world, like the shit that's
Right.
going on. We don't know what's going on. The Diddies, the whole industry, the rich industry, the gay shit, the
Yup.
world, the Illumin, all that shit in the last 5 years done got flipped on top of his head.
Yup.
So, man, like
That
this shit,
man in the way. That man is in the way right now on some crazy shit.
like gangster rap, like yo, my view of hip hop has changed so much, bro. When I realized the corporate input on hip hop, that shit, as much as we want to say it's our own, like these niggas sat up in the West Coast and created gangster rap.
Yeah.
Like in a boardroom, bro. Like that whole culture was, it might have been something that y'all was living in the West Coast, but the way they sold it on TV was definitely we gonna sell this with some gin.
They sold that shit, man.
We gonna corporatize your shit.
Took the culture. They took the culture and sold that shit on some GTA shit, man. That's what they
Right,
did.
because that's the
They
real
took the
small
culture and
percentage
sold
of
it on
us that
some
was into
GTA
that.
shit.
Yep. That shit is a big, that whole world. Like, think about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, no offense, the world has been watching Snoop Dogg represent Black America for a long time.
That's a fact.
I would be
That's a
confused as shit. I would be confused. Yo, bro, let's
That's like a 30-year run tour.
Would you not be confused if you saw Snoop Dogg? It's like this motherfucker been. Then Jay-Z becomes a billionaire.
And Snoop
Jay-Z
is a terrible example too. Like,
and Jay-Z.
Damn, though, this motherfucker Snoop, man.
Like, this is. And then you throw Tyler. Let's throw Tyler. I'm gonna be real fuck. Let's throw Tyler Perry in there. Let's throw Tyler Perry in there.
Nah, I'm leaving.
Let's throw Tyler Perry in there. Now let's talk about it. Since Soul Food, and Jay-Z, Black of the we gotta take some accountability. I'm just saying.
Real quick, you mind? I want to point out just the power of reading. But remember, I referenced William A. Darity, and he's the brother that is he's a proponent of reparations for Black people in America. But basically, I was doing some research, and he was actually initially he was opposed to reparations. He was not with it until he did research. He began to explore and delve deep, and then that changed his whole cognition. You know, it was a quantum shift once he began to read and explore and do research, and now he's an advocate for reparations. So I just want to point out just the power of just, you know, doing proper research about self, and how that's why anybody that's opposed to it, you know, that's Black from here or from there or whatever, it's just you got to question their, you know, their level of, you know, research. Have you studied? We need, you know, to have a opposing viewpoint on such a perilous.
Everybody got their money.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Camille said Black American culture
Japanese when we bought
has the biggest influence in the world.
We uplifted them.
I don't know how to
basically uplifted them.
This shit is a weird
that's
space. I know we like. I'm a ruffle a little feathers. Colonization. Britain and America have the biggest influence on the world. It's a frame.
As far as fashion and culture, when you want to say fashion and culture, yeah.
Globalization, the precursor for globalization is in America, is the face of globalization with capitalism.
Right.
And then
but
Black
Black
people
American
are in the mix of that culture. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's hard to, and I'm just being, it's hard to claim a lot of these things without saying America.
That's true. That's true as far as the promotion shit, but what's promoted, that's the hip hop thing, that's all over the place. Everybody trying to be, I can agree with that. We got the biggest influence. I think so. As far as the hip hop thing go. Because when you look at kids in Asia, I seen a video with some kids in, I don't know if it was South Korea or what, but they had a little drill video going on. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? They out here doing drill.
Again,
This is all the way
y'all
over
are
here.
summarizing. It gets down to the point where we're summarizing our influences surely by music and swag.
No,
No, it's
I wouldn't say
nah, but
solely, but
that's
that's a huge influence still, though. I
yeah,
mean, the
Q, and
fact is
that's
there.
don't downplay culture though, Q. Like
All
that's
right. So how
part.
about let's look at the word democratic.
As far as hip hop goes too, when you're talking about, you know what I'm saying, they got onto some hip hop and they fell in love with it. They following the shit like crazy. They want to be like the culture they following. They
So
want to
now,
be like what they
which one of
listening
these
to.
coaches are following? Are they following Black American culture, or did they take on white American culture with their democratic systems, with their voting systems, with their trade systems?
I mean, with their systems, they all turn that Democrat shit. They try to align with the West and all that. Yeah, they following the white man shit. But I'm talking about as far as hip hop goes, as far as what they listening to, what's influencing them.
But
You
we
know what I'm
keep a lot
saying?
of this.
Like
I'm trying to
influencing their
keep the
youth and
conversation.
shit. I ain't talking about their laws and shit.
But
I'm talking about what's influencing their
he's
youth.
saying that can't equate to Black culture is the biggest influence in the world, because it's not. If it's just music and this side of it, then it's not the biggest influence. That's what he's saying. We can't
Right.
claim that as being great. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we the biggest influence. It's like, well, in music and this side, but overall, no.
And the influence in music, the things that that drove the face of hip hop outside of the original culture, white folks was running that shit. And if not, it was Super Sambo Diddy.
Right,
Like,
they was running it, but it's still our culture as far as music. Like, music is just a part of culture for everybody. Music,
but I mean the
food.
influential part of it that I'm not.
I would say it's an aspect of our culture being sold, and it's very influential.
It's being sold. Yeah, it's
It's being sold, and it's hella influential. They copying it. They eating that shit up, man. I mean,
Like
it's a reality. You
language,
got them.
everybody talk like
They in
us.
Africa doing this shit. They in Africa doing drill and all this crazy shit. And even before
that's
drill, they was in Africa trying to rap and do all the shit like us. You know what I'm saying? They following the culture, bro. That's just. I mean, that's what I see.
I wanna I understand the sentiment.
yo, that's hilarious.
And this is on some
Because I can
FBA.
picture a cute face, like, yo, I'm with you, but yo,
You my bro, it's like because I'm on some FBA shit, and to me, I think this is the era where we need to be on purpose with our culture.
Yeah.
And we stating it should be very much on purpose, and it should be owned.
That's right.
It should be monopolized. It should be completely owned. This is Black folks type of chicken.
Yep.
no, that's what I'm on with the FBA stuff. That's what I'm on with it, where it's like, yo, we gonna delineate and we gonna say, okay, we brought these inventions, we brought this, we brought music is the hip hop, the biggest export of the country. We need a piece of that.
Yeah, I agree. We definitely do. We definitely need to start taking way more ownership.
But then that conversation brings us back to white folks.
Right. No, of course. It's just that what we found just in our few little time, because it hasn't been that much time, but just what we found as FBA, when we just state these things, there's other Blacks that come in and say, it's a problem with delineating. And then they sort of step in between the white man, like a lot of our issues as a people. You have another Black person.
But where's the conversation of delineation happening at outside of reparations?
No, it's a conversation like in totality, and reparations is one of the areas that the conversation could lead you to, where it's like, okay, we're delineating, we Black Americans, okay, they went through this. Well, reparations is only for them. We understand Jamaicans live here, Nigerians, all of this. They in Flatbush, all of that.
But where does that go outside of that space of reparations? Like, why are we discussing delineation?
Well, because we gotta know who we are. We can't
No,
just
but in
say
what space is there a purpose, like knowing who we are? Or we're talking about curriculum. So in the space of delineation, you're saying that Black people should only teach about Black American history? Like, I just trying to understand, like,
not only teach about it, but it should be the focus. It shouldn't be in Ghana, the focus is Ghana history. It shouldn't be in Jamaica, the focus is Garvey and all of their great leaders. But in America, the focus is Blacks worldwide, just in general.
So who's stopping you from creating that curriculum?
When we say we should have this curriculum, or
how
even
are you quantifying that?
Oh man, I'm trying to finish. When we say we should have this curriculum, or bring it up and pose it even as a question, like, dang, should we focus more on our Black American culture, this, that, for Black Americans? We have other Blacks that tend to not be American say, what are y'all doing? Y'all wasting y'all time, and tell us why it's wrong. So it's not that they're Black.
How are you quantifying that? Like, is there an experience you can pull up that where you seen that? Like, because the 1619 project is widely supported by different people. Like, I'm trying to see like where are you seeing that at?
It's been a bunch of it, online, in person, in the past. Politicians.
In terms of curriculum development, Kwame Ture helped push the African curriculum in college about African American history. That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, where would, like, I understand reparations, and I wouldn't use the word delineation. It's just explicit understanding of the atrocities. But just to keep the conversation, I'm just trying to see where else would we have a need to delineate.
Well, shit, maybe delineate ain't the best word, but claim, reclaim, I don't know what's the word, but to not be, oh, you're just an African American, you're a person of color, you're a minority, you're an African that just don't know where the hell you come from, you're not claiming your culture, you're really West African, but you're trying to claim on to this American white man, you a coon, all of this. You don't know nothing, you just a honorary African that just, go with the flow.
Are people saying that to you while you're stating your goal?
Q, people saying that to me and everybody, to Americans, period. That's what we're told.
I'm not told that. I'm literally told I have
You was never told you're African American.
I don't understand. I am an African American.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go.
My family, that's.
And you say you're African. You say that you're an African American because of which country?
What do you mean, which country?
Well, if you're American, it's because of North America, correct?
Yeah.
So if you're African,
because you descend.
What country?
You descending from the continent. We don't know which is that country.
Okay, so that makes you African American. If you have
descendancy, yeah, that's what it's been for. Like, they had the same. They was having this debate in the 1700s.
Right. So cool. So then whites in Africa that come here, they was born in Africa. They got African, some sort of. We all come from Africa, right?
They're Boers.
So, like, where do it stop? But are they African American?
They're Boers. They're Boer Americans.
Yeah, but they're not descendants.
The Africaneers.
Their lineages came from somewhere else.
I think that's how you would call it. They would be called Africaneers. There's other ways of describing them.
Okay, what about Arabs from the continent?
Nah, they Dutch, bro.
The Arabs. Like you just called them the Arabs, who also come from Africa.
Yeah. People are the same. Back in the day, was going to people the same.
So you want to call them black? You want to go with black? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really. Like, I don't see like. But this conversation, but understand, like, all right. So this conversation about naming, why is this a like? What is the purpose of this point in the conversation? Is it like because
It's
in
no
terms of
purpose. You're right.
no,
It's no
I'm not
purpose. Fuck
stating
it.
that.
They
I'm
don't
saying
got a name. You're right.
no. Listen, while I'm asking the question. So it's for example, like if you're saying explicit servicing, right? And if you're saying that on the paperwork it says that this is available for African Americans, and now people who come from Africa who are white have the potential for being identified as that same group. So all we're saying is that on that same description, we need to be a little bit more explicit about that. No, this is for Black African American. So if you come from the continent, that's just adding a little parentheses. This excludes white Africans who come from Africa. That's all we got to do. Write an exclusionary statement.
Right, but it includes every other person that could be from the continent, whether they're Nigerian or
yeah. But which service
okay.
now? If you're saying a service that's like, all right, so if it's a service that's attached to reparations, we have to be explicit in that conversation because I don't think we've been with the civil rights movement. We allowed the language in the civil rights movement to be unexplicit, and now we're discussing the effects of that. So in that era, they were saying for everybody. So then you had the college.
You also got to remember, everybody was a lot different at that point.
But that's also to me. That's a reality that they should have been more aware of in the 70s. Like they should have been explicit in the 70s that this is for Black Americans who went through Jim Crow and slavery. That's what it should have said in the 70s. We would not even be having this conversation right now.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because Jill Stein, when she was running for presidency this year, she wanted to get reparations for all Black people. We were like, nah. Nah, that's not gonna work.
Nah.
We here in America went through the struggle. We here.
But one of the things that I think that should be done, it should be done that way originally, and then everyone else should use what we do, Black Americans and America, right? That should be the base and the blueprint for everybody to now go ahead. If you're from Haiti, now you're doing that to France. You're using that same blueprint that we utilized to attack America and receive reparations. You're using that same blueprint against France. If you're Caribbean, you're using that same blueprint against the UK, and so on and so forth.
But the reverse of it is too, we got to understand where some of those blueprints, like Haiti paying reparations to the French, was a dagger to the movement.
Right.
You know what I mean? And at the time, that was a huge thing for Black people. And the response from America to the Haitian Revolution, and then to the revolutions that happened in America after and how they responded, these things had drastic effects on us. You know what I mean? Drastic. And we, we want to address those specific grievances and what was done. And we should be able to explicitly state, like, no, this is what y'all did to us. This county, this governor, this one here. I'm with the shits on that.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Once we get ours, we have to be able to protect it and also help the other brothers and sisters, right, from the diaspora in the other country, in the West Indies, get theirs. But we have to get ours first. We can't be drowning and then help somebody else stop them from drowning.
But part of that conversation is also recognizing that we're moving backwards, forwards, because we are dealing with the 70s.
Yeah,
that's when this, you know what I mean? We're cleaning, like, in my opinion, that's what
we could go back into the 60s.
I mean, the civil rights, because that's where the people. I tell you, in G Styles, the people that are benefiting or who have benefited from what we were supposed to get wasn't connected directly to us explicitly, and it wasn't connected explicitly to the atrocities that we faced. And so we're asking for that now. So if you're stating that getting college tuition should be explicit for Black Americans who went through this, or you know what I mean, like whatever. Because if not, then you're saying that this is for Black people. You know what I mean? Like, what do we got to be very explicit on it. That's what I'm saying in that sense, Isaiah. And it's not an attack on you. I think we need to be that way.
I just don't know how we be explicit without saying we're explicit. Without
no, we have to be. No, I'm saying be explicit. I'm all with the explicit. I'm saying we have.
So what do you call yourself? Like what do we call ourselves? Pan-Africans when we.
I'm not telling you to call any. I'm saying depending on what the application is, because that's what the conversation is going to turn into. Like, who's applying for said thing that's for said person. Like, if you're talking about reparations and you're saying that these people should not be able to apply for reparations because this is for these people. Okay, got that. Now we're talking about housing. And this housing program should only be for Black Americans who went through this.
Right. Taxes, etc.
That's reparations.
Japanese, we can apply for that money. They got that money.
So, and I'm with that. I'm just saying that this conversation on it is different than what has happened in the 70s, and we got to take accountability for the different times that we've made deals with the white folks.
They're paying for it now. They're paying for all that now.
And the world saw us make these deals.
Nah, for sure. That this is
Irene,
to me, this is one of the reasons where it's like, oh, we gotta try to do something a little different, and this is where people come up with things and shit. Some it could be wrong, you know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, delineate that's one of the mistakes that we made, and it's like, shit, it could be part of it. It could not be part of it. It could be the biggest reason. It could be something we fallen for again, like calling ourselves people of color and minorities.
But the calling out, like, I don't think the calling ourselves something in the explicit nature of reparations or servicing, and that, I think those are just two
if you if we identify as people of color, and Indians are also people of color, how does it not?
The definition of the definition of Negro that put and aligned it with people of color, that's because of Chinese people. And then the Mississippi Purchase, you know what I mean? Like, just on law, if you look at the law
Chinese
shit, that
instead of Indian then.
No, I'm saying that the people of color, well, all Negroes are people of color, but not all Negroes are people of color, but not all people of color are Negroes.
Right. So if you say reparations, bam, bang the gavel, all of this get paid to people of color, then non-Black Americans will receive it.
It don't matter what you call yourself. If your family went through this situation, you get reparations.
Yes, there's gotta be proof.
No, but they not okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, once it's in that space, the only people that can talk about going through the Black laws in North Carolina are Black people from North Carolina. Now, if you're one of those free people of color in North Carolina, during certain periods, either your family was kicked out or unfairly treated, you were a mulatto, or one of these other things, depending on the period that you're claiming for. It's explicitly defined in their laws. I could pull up the Black laws right now. I got about 30, 40 states. They list out directly who they were talking to. In certain states, we're not like that, like Mississippi.
So here's the issue, though, that I find in these conversations. Again, the pass that the white man gets. So in terms of the reparations conversation in Evanston, Illinois, they got the reparations. They had it secured. Everything's working. They got a check. They were supposed to get more checks, but what happens? A lawsuit gets filed by who? Some conservative white people. Some conservative white people said that two Mexican families and a white family lived in that same neighborhood, and because the language is explicitly Black, that's a problem. White people are causing these issues. There's no smoke for them. That is happening in Evanston, Illinois right now.
Yep.
But it's always that's the whole.
That's their plan.
That's
how they do it. That's how they run. That's how they do things. They'll give you something and take it back in the end.
But
the conversation is about. But the conversation has not been about them.
The other people in the
no, but that's what he's saying. That it's not about them, and not to say the FBA. That's what we're saying. It gotta be
on the same page.
Right? Yeah, it gotta be about that.
At the end of the day, it's about them. We got to get back what they took from us. That's the end of the story. That's what we're talking about. No, we're with you.
But that's not the focus, though. But that's not the focus if we start talking about where people from.
No, right now they were talking about the difference between FBA and like what the other gentleman was talking about.
He's more.
And,
I think he's more pointing out Isaiah.
Yeah,
brother Isaiah.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, because our issues with it in terms of reparations, again, our biggest detractors are not black people; they're white people, and for me, that should be the center focus on how we combat the issues within the conversation. But as we hear thus far in this conversation, we're talking about who else might get the check that happens to be black. That's crazy, because ain't nobody getting a check, because white folks don't want it to happen. You know what I'm saying? We gotta clear that hurdle first.
Yeah, that's
right. But the thing is that their tactic, right, is to have us fight amongst each other. We're trying to clear that out the way down. By definition, see, the whole thing about FBA started is because we were getting disrespected by our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, trying to tell us that we ain't nothing, we ain't taking nothing, we ain't do nothing, right? And we had to let them know. We had to put them in the
so I'm agree with him though. We haven't. We ain't took shit. We ain't did shit. In that regard, no. You
gotta look at history. You bugging, go.
But this is the issue.
It goes back to
you telling me to look at history?
No, but it goes back to what we look at. I know we want to say that we did, but to the world, it's Obama and Snoop Dogg, 50 Cent.
History.
I'm just like that's we can go deep into the history book.
History don't show a consistent fight for reparations.
Shirley Chisholm.
That.
History shows that we fought for our freedom and a little bit of rights that we had.
The fought part, but
now
we also
versus.
But we still got to take the. We still not that you good, but I'm saying we still got the Sambo class.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's what I'm saying. Like we can't unskip the Sambo class that worked.
We not trying to skip it, but we just saying that ain't the whole damn story.
It's a part of it.
A part of it.
We put on OD though. We wouldn't even be able to.
No, what I'm saying
they wouldn't even be able to scam with Obama if black people ain't put on and make it like space for these people to even have.
I mean, I'm getting lost now because I'm getting lost here because I thought we were all talking about what are different aspects of us getting reparations.
The conversation moving.
You know.
Yeah, I
mean, every aspect counts. I mean, the white man, the Sambos, all of them count towards our part in getting reparations. We have to eliminate. We have to eliminate Sambos. We have to eliminate the white man's tactics to get us the reparations.
The white man and Sambos said, I don't know. I kind of agree with that. And the white man and Sambos to me is the biggest. White folks is the biggest issue.
Yeah, that's cool.
Without Sambos,
white folks is the issue.
Yeah, white folks is the issue. White folks is the issue.
Only them. Like they're the issue.
They're the
issue.
But it's just like the cops, though. It's like the cops and the snitch, right? The white person is the cops. The Sambo is the snitch.
Exactly.
They're both part of the problem,
right? Like
we have to eliminate both.
Cops don't have anything until the snitch starts telling them.
There we go. The house. They couldn't tell us about. They couldn't tell us about.
Escape tonight.
If you eliminate the white man, how you gonna get?
You can't.
I mean, a lot of the rebellions was fucked up because of the snitches.
You know what I'm saying?
Those are the Sambo babies.
Look, I mean, are we reading? Are we talk about people that read? Are we reading? Are we reading? A lot of our revolution, a lot of stuff that got stopped is because our own people were stopping us.
Yeah, a lot of them.
No, I'm just saying that those.
A lot of them was now though. And Black American.
But I'm saying that those people now are the biggest faces that Black America has out. That's what I'm saying. So when I'm like, the world is seeing Snoop Dogg, the world is seeing Obama. That's what they're seeing. They're not seeing black political perspective. The Khalid Muhammad, yeah, they ain't seen Khalid Muhammad since Khalid Muhammad.
Right.
And nobody was with Khalid Muhammad.
Right.
Yeah, Negro scared.
You know what I'm saying? Like the world saw kids tear up America. What was it during the riots? The world saw that, and that was the one time they saw it. So that's the one time I saw it. So I wasn't involved.
Neither was I. That was in the marches.
I'm just saying, like that when we're saying unrest, we're saying putting up against shit, we're saying standing on our square. I'm just saying, like, that's not the image to me that the world is seeing of black people.
Well, because it's by design, though.
I agree that it's by design. I'm just stating. So when I see other black folks perspective of us, I put them in the space where that's what they're seeing. I understand what you're watching. You're watching Will Smith. You're watching Diddy. You're watching 50 Cent. You're watching Obama. This is what the world is seeing of black people. They're not seeing this conversation right here.
Real quick though, Q, are you talking about them that don't live in the country, or even in the country?
Both.
So
both,
even if they live here and lived here for 10, 20 years amongst black Americans, for them to narrow us down to our men are Snoop and our women are Suki Hana, you saying that's fine and you could see that?
No, I'm saying that's how, yo, bro, there's a white, that is the white perspective.
Nah, not living here people. Though. I'm not here.
I'm gonna say, yo, bro, I have a white boy who's filing a discrimination suit against us. And the video I would play right now of him, he describes Black America that same way. And if you go into those conservative areas, you go into the manosphere spaces, that's how they describe Black America.
So you're saying
that the Black manosphere is Black America. And they describe Black America as a bunch of women with weaves, a bunch of Pookies and Ray Rays, and that's what destroyed the Black community right now.
But see, the Black manosphere ain't Black Americans.
Kevin Samuel's a Black American, bro.
What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, and name the other 10, because you said we got to get at least 10 people. Name 10 that's Black American.
Obsidian, the lead attorney, what's the light-skinned dude, the angry man.
Mediocre tutorials.
Alpha Ramen. The red dude, the dude that's an abo now, the one that was beefing with Taz, the weird look, bro. It's
Brandon. Okay, and
Brandon Strikes. There's a bunch of.
That's enough for you.
They all.
And Anton Daniels. Anton Daniels.
Oh man, that cool ass.
I just sit here thinking like, bro, you know how many niggas you asking about right here, bro? Like,
yeah,
they verified as American.
Yeah,
niggas. Who looked into it on this chat?
Bro,
no, that's an honest question. Since y'all so sure.
I'm just saying, you asked the question. We did.
Who looked into it in this chat?
Look at their content. Listen to their content.
We've been around them to the ones I could name 10 damn near you would call tethers. O'Shea. What's the other one? Byron Daniels. The other one that's from Byron. So what's the one from London? What's the one?
That nigga O'Shea from my neighborhood. How the hell?
Nobody looked into it, but
because he left.
No, I'm saying that we noticed from the conversations with them. Like they told us. That's what I'm saying. We interacted with them. That's how the conversations.
Okay, so you looked
all of us. We all over here. Only one that ain't been in that conversation is Deity. I met Taz in that area. That's how Taz and I got cool, and Brother Moses, because we was beefing with them, and we're listening to Black Americans who was saying the craziest shit about Black people. That's how I met Irene Yvette in the chat. Then the Saint Ain't. Oh my goodness. The Saint Aints. I do this hilarious. He is hilarious. He the Saint and Sinner dude. Oh man. What's the other one that then you forgot the passport niggas. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They said I hate Black women. Black women are the worst. And bro, this is Black Americans. This is what other people are seeing.
We say as bad as the system, save yourself, Black men, and they hold tenants to the system. Nigga, I said, what the fuck?
Yes, and that's this. And and all I'm saying is I'm taking account. This is my people.
And these Black American what platforms? Because I heard of the passport, bro.
Cynthia G is a Black American for whoever reasons, whoever cares. Her sentiments is being hurt. And there's plenty of people who was like, damn, this is how y'all view your own selves.
I don't know none of these. If you're not in the YouTube streets, don't even bother.
They're not even.
Don't even bother.
If I see somebody approaching, I
ask. Like Young Pharaoh, man. That's what y'all know.
Nah, that's rough.
Yo, a lot of these conversations came from these spots too. Because you know who was else one of these dudes? Tariq Nasheed was a Manosphere dude.
Yeah.
Before he was any of these other shits, he was doing radio talk with O'Shea and what's the other nigga that's a fake that was a Manosphere too? What's the other one that got the African channel with the Mexican wife? Taz, what's up? Phil. Yep, they all used to do a radio talk show way back in the days. And all they used to do was bash black people.
There you go. You got what's that?
If you missed that era, that's good on you because you were only being.
Oh, Dennis Sterling.
I did though.
What's Dennis? What's it? Dennis Sterling or Dennis Sperling? What's his?
Yeah. I heard about.
Oh my goodness.
I just saw him on my
He's
talking crazy about black people.
Bro, the worst I've ever heard black people talked about was in that area, bro. I mean, it almost brought me to tears, bro. Cause these is like professional black folks, bro. That's why I say the Sambo culture. I blame a lot of shit on Sambo culture with whites, and I know Sambo culture. I put whites, but I blame the shit in hip hop on the Sambo R&B niggas. I blame it on the look. Dr. Dre was an R&B nigga. He doctored that whole gangster shit up. Him and Diddy doctored that whole gangster shit up. They doctored all of that shit up and sold it. Sambo culture did some damage to Black America, bro. That's why I can't get mad when Psycho be like, nah, the Boule Q, nah, fuck the Boule. I can't get mad when Psycho said, I be trying to have a little show grace because they black, and it's like, nah, I understand the plight, but I do understand. Yo, you sold us out, bro. At the end of the day, you get the same. That's what
the 10% is the enemy.
In politics, fighting Congress. They haven't done nothing for us.
Nope.
They're fighting against reparations.
Nah, that's that 10%. They the enemy.
And I be having moments. I be trying to show like on some cool, like, yo, I show love to everybody. Like if we all in the space. And that's why I said I agree. Don't jump out the window, Madon. But Trump is definitely setting a place for all different facets of black folks. Like, look, man, fuck all that other shit.
What you understand is what people don't understand is that Trump is actually uniting black people. Say, oh yeah, this is crazy.
Facts. I mean, this shit.
Shit. Historically, the real racist whites unite us.
And then if you look at Trump's history and what he's done, like when he went out to Puerto Rico when they had the disaster out there, and he's throwing out paper towels and toilet paper at them right in their faces in front of their government leaders, you can show the cowardly list. I'm just making it work.
At least he gave him something.
Okay. So you when Trump is revealing is the truth about who you really are.
Yeah, this is the Sambo awakening. That's what this era. I'm gonna call this the Sambo awakening era. That's gonna be double the Sambo awakening. The Sambo awakening, Taz. I'm calling because
I don't think we can blame Donald Trump though. You know,
it's not about blaming.
No, he doing white folk ish.
Yeah, we giving him credit actually.
He doing his white folk ish.
It's giving him credit for being a white man.
There you go.
Because we got to take I'm with taking accountability to black folks in America. I call it a Sambo and Coon culture. We got them all over. We got dudes from Caribbean that come here and want to be straight gangsters, bro. Like what the fuck was you smoking in Jamaica? What was you doing in Haiti? You want to come in and just be a street nigga? That's crazy. And you got dudes that come in just want to kiss ass to white folks. That's crazy. You got the same thing in motherfucking New Jersey, in America. You know what I'm saying? In California, Brooklyn, you got the same shit. Motherfuckers who's good families and just want to be derelicts. Like, bro, you came from how you trying to be Tupac in 2025, bro?
Yeah, that's crazy.
For one, like for me, I evaluate all the stuff for me. I can't speak to nobody else because some days I'm a lazy black nigga. You know what I mean? Some days I am. Some days I work fucking for 4 different companies and 7 jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I guess it's all relative, like we said, psychologically. But we've been through a lot, bro. And I'm not gonna sit around and let nobody act like we haven't.
Yeah, facts.
Nah, but there's people that will try to diminish or debase the experience, and I think that's a part of the white tool.
And that's why,
and that's found everywhere. Like that's found
why the
everywhere.
Separation started to happen.
That's found
because the disrespect can't be tolerated no more. We ain't having it.
It's like when they,
I work too hard.
I hear these things, bro. I hear these things. Last night we was with Africans, we was with Haitians. You know what I mean? We was with Africans, Haitians, we was with Jamaicans, Trinidadians. You know what I'm saying? Like you look at the footage of Bevon last night, it was the entire Brooklyn was at Bevon last night. You know what I mean? So and we can exist in each other's spaces. Yeah. It just has to be a parameter set and understanding exchanged. That's it, bro.
So we have to have an understanding.
Yeah, I think part of
yeah.
We have to have an understanding so there won't be no misunderstanding. We know who we are, we know who you are. That's it. We united, but at the same time, we got our own differences.
That's the objectification.
Yes.
Like if we objectify our goals very clearly and then hold those accountable who was again, and if it's evidence based, that's the difference. Like it's just that's why you hear me saying the anecdotal versus like you'll just bring up your evidence and then sue who stands against it. Like
and that's what they don't
and call them all the way out. Because like if you Haitian and you stand against black people, I'm calling you out against Haitian. You should not be. There's no black person in the world of black that should be against standing for black people. You got to call them out. That's just what it is. And with the internet, you shame them. Let's like, no, this person, how dare you be a Haitian that don't support us with the history that we have as Haitians and black Americans working together.
But then when the Dominican thing happened, how many of us stopped fucking with DR? A lot.
DR's a mixy space historically.
They've been hanging and killing Haitians.
They represent the mulattoes of the Haitian island to me, and they and the Spanish, that's the whole. They're a real, they're the white side of the island, and
they're the terrorists over there.
Yeah, it's real. It's a real.
Yeah, so it's like
real tricky conversation with it. They don't like hearing it. They be hitting the panel once in a while with the accent, like, yo, nah. I'm like, yo, bro, like,
I was in Spanish Harlem the other day.
Your country's named after a fucking white person.
They wear our bamboo earrings. They do their hair with this. Their women do their hair the same way our women do their hair, right? They dress like us. But hold on. But when you get them talking to each other, I was hearing them, they were like, yo, the boy said, I'm black, mama. You right? You know what his mother said? That had bamboo earrings, braids down to her ass, right? She said, no, you're not. How about that shit? I said, bitch.
Well, you can't say that.
She's going crazy. I had to walk out because there was a bunch of them niggas. I ain't gonna hold you, but I had to tell the truth. Like, you out your fucking mind. And then everybody,
they grew up in a different culture. They claim their nationality.
Nah, they not even. They shit is different. I ain't not to change. We ain't gonna change it too much today, shit. But I just
brought it up in reference to the Haitians dealing with that and then want to shoot shots at us. Like, it makes no sense. You should understand in totality. Like,
we have one enemy.
But that's understanding also that there's a black part of the Caribbean, and then there's a Spanish, Latin, white, which is white Latin community, and that shit is just
and her son, it's crazy because her son looked like you.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Her son looked like you, and you gonna tell me he ain't black? You know you mess with a black man, he probably dubbed your ass, and now your son ain't black no more.
Oh, come on, bro.
Nah, but that's like so. Again, the conversation. I think the FBA conversation was needed. I just think it got to a little. Where is it now? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, where is it now? Trump is in office. We pretty much know the federal government's not doing reparations. So, and I think the reparation conversation is, to me, should be even more now than ever.
Now more than ever.
I think that's who's gonna give us reparation. If anybody gonna give us reparation, it's gonna be Donald Trump.
I don't know.
Here's the thing.
Well, that is my, I mean, I can't say that's a fact.
The politics. I'm glad you said that. Right? If it's gonna be Trump, here's a scenario. The last two big elections, the Democrats lost. Right? We're talking about politics, right? They're the ones that were supposed to be the black voters' vote, right? For a long time. We start saying, no, we're not messing with you if you're not going to give us anything. They said, all right, we'll start getting the Caribbean people vote as far as the Dominicans and Mexicans, right? That didn't work because they vote Republican anyway. Later down the line, now they're talking about reparations. The Democrats are now starting to talk about reparations because they've been losing the last two big elections. They have to lose another one, maybe another two more for them to get the point that we're not going to give you anything until we get reparations. Put it on the table. We have Jill, like I said, we talked about the candidate Jill Stein. She's a white woman. She wanted to get reparations. She wanted to get reparations on the board and get us reparations. Now I'm not going to say what's going to happen, but that was her campaign. If we got white people talking about getting reparations now, that's the wheels starting to kick in.
I think you'll hear white people saying shit like reparations for the I don't want to say for the for the jab. I'll say it that way. And then I've also heard another one, reparations for the Department of Education or something like that. They got some pretty outlandish ones. But
I mean, we got to get the. I think
black woman said she wanted reparations for being married now.
I think if we gonna, and I think the community got to get in front. But I'm putting this on black men. Like that conversation yesterday when I was listening to y'all, and I started looking up. That's what I saw. I'm like, yeah, black men got to step up, bro. Like when we was in the at the Gentleman's Factory spot, and they was talking about how black men can do what they feel, and then we got to start stepping up and and being your square. I'm like, I was gonna turn up in that conversation. Like, yeah, being our square means standing on reparations and standing on black only.
Should have.
Yeah, I'm learning. I keep my tone in certain spaces. Because when he said it, I'm like, and he was like, yeah, we just gotta be out. I'm like, all right, yeah, I don't.
I mean, not turn up, but you should have expressed your. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that conversation for me.
That's why I invited you. Like a night like that. That's what he.
Yeah, that conversation for me is still very like. It gotta. Yeah, so, you know what I'm saying? It's like we gotta turn up because it's like they don't respect it right now, and it's in the spaces that need to be protected. We gotta stand up. Like we gotta really get in the conversation. And I'm not saying no against the sisters. I'm not saying sisters don't be involved. I'm just talking to my brothers. Like, yeah, we gotta step the game up. Like it gotta we gotta step our game up.
I'm glad y'all folks men's group, right? All black men's group. They're all talking about what they want to get out of it. I said, first of all of us together talking about anything other than reparations and getting out freedom, getting out power in this country is nothing. I don't want to hear it because we all supposed to be working together to defeat one common goal: is end white supremacy, end this shit, and bring forth a system of justice, as Neely Fuller Jr. said. And that's all I'm talking about. At the end of the day. Yeah, reparations is a key. We need it.
But in the mix of it, to me, reparations is also the reason why we do what we do. Because the reparations.
Oh no, facts.
You know what I'm saying? Like the reparations. Well, there's the payment also represents the argument. The argument is why we do what we do. And I want to be standing on because that's for me. Like, why do we have a black only program? Why are we doing it this way? Because of the history this country has. And we got to be able to stand on that.
We got to reparate our minds first.
Damn, Q, you said my fault. You went out on my side. You said the payment is something, then you kind of went out.
The payment is part of the situation is the reality, the argument. You see what I mean? Like the payment is the after effects of the recognition of the argument's validity, that there was an atrocity done and it was damages to these people, and it needs to be some type of reconciliation. Now, the reconciliation and the recognition is on their side. On our side, we have to stand on our argument, if not or anything. It's like, no, this is what happened, and this is why we do what we do.
Right.
Nah, for sure, agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where the objectification comes in, where it's like, I don't think anybody's gonna get in the way of black men and in the black community standing on a square. Like it's just, and especially now, it's just that simple. It's just standing on square. It's just,
we've seen that in history.
Irene, I'm glad Irene here, because Irene, you believe it or not, Irene is one of the people that puts that, because black only, you gotta stand on your square. Black only, that shit is not an easy thing to stand on. I'm telling y'all.
They wave the money in your face.
They're gonna wave the money in your face. They're gonna wave what you can't get in your face. They're gonna wave all that. They is where we at with that. And this is for
they're gonna throw them white women at you. You know,
that's if you're a white man. If you're a black man, they'll throw the white woman at you. If you're a white,
because what is that? They'll throw the white man at you. And then think about it. We're talking about us with our little bit of dollars. Yeah. This only needs one real person. Yeah. Not to say it like that, one real financial person to be in a square. And that's why I say that 5% still means something. One LeBron James changes the whole conversation. Like, fuck the NBA, nigga. I already got $1 billion. I already paid my taxes. I'm putting on for black people only. There's nothing you can tell me.
That's all it takes. Yeah, that's all it takes.
Like women in the article, they killed them.
That's, you know what I'm saying?
I see that.
You know what I'm saying? That's all it takes is one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got a lot of them that got some bread right now.
And then imagine if fucking 10 of them decide.
We just one. I don't, you know, personally, I don't see white folks.
So
historically in this country, I don't see the need for that. When I look at Carnegie, Chase, JP Morgan, they was getting it and going. Like, look,
okay.
you know what I'm saying? I'm out, and I'm putting on for white people, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? It's
this is my thing, though.
Yeah, they sparked the Industrial Revolution when they did that. Q, you exactly right.
I don't think we don't need all of them to do it. We just need one of them that's like, man, this is what it is.
Ice Cube was right. You don't think that they not allowed? Like, you don't think that they literally signed up to be on the white side and pledged to never help us?
Nah,
I can't put that.
What do you mean, like Chase Morgan?
I don't have no
I
evidence.
don't think they pledged, but I definitely think to reach a certain level in society and to have a certain amount of money, there are compromises made, and those types of people aren't about the cause like that.
It's only fear.
And I think when they start to switch over, they normally are killed. Right? So you can think about really controversial people. So Michael Jackson, I'm going to pick him because everybody knows him. How long was it after Scream that he died? Do you know what I mean? That everything started to go like really south for him.
It was like 15 years.
What'd you say?
About 15 years.
Well, not it wasn't 15 years before. Well, before he died, but not before everything
came out. What, like 96, 97?
But not before everything started going wrong for him, though. He started having problems and legal issues shortly after that, when he started collecting catalogs, and then when he put that song out and he started to seem to want to break free, he started having, because I agree with you, it was a process to take him down, but it wasn't 15 years before we started to see the ish hit the fan. I would say the same thing, more like again, just picking somebody else controversial who's really well known, for Bill Cosby, where he started with a type of Black media that we just don't even to present day see very often, you know, where the father's not a goofball, where the families are intact, where people are accomplished and educated, and trying to put out that sort of media, and then starting to give to certain types of causes. And we saw his demise as well. I think when you get to a certain point in society, when you try to about face and try to invest in the community in ways that will actually encourage building, I think that's when we see those people are either not invested, or if they get invested, then they're destroyed. Like their reputations are destroyed, their lives are lost, their money is lost.
They working off fear, sis. A lot of them, they live in fear. You know what I mean? They ain't been, a lot of them guys ain't raised up around revolutionaries and stuff like that. To me, a lot of the athletes, they got all this money, they live in fear. They live in fear, knowing whatever they got can be taken within a heartbeat, right? So I think that's the main problem. I don't think that they're compromised. I think
they the 10%. They the 10% that's down.
I just think they fear. Oh, go ahead.
Let me challenge that a little bit. What's up, Irene? It's been a minute. I ain't seen you in a long time. How you doing, fam?
It has been a minute. What's up, Tim?
Challenge you on that a little bit. So I always view Bill Cosby as closer to a distraction based on the time of his popularity and the movement of the time of his popularity. If we're looking at the time frame where Bill Cosby became a household name, we're talking about a time where he would be a distraction from the movement, from the Panthers, from the rioting in the streets, from the overt nature of the civil rights movement in the 60s. So I think in the later years, we began to praise him and support him in a celebrity format. But I think if we're looking at his origins, some of that begins to become a question of, was he theirs to begin with? Would you agree with that?
I would say that I definitely see why you would say that, but I feel like it is a very dumbed down version, you know, because it's entertainment, of the conversation we could have about, you know, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, right? I think it can be both, and it's not necessarily an and. So I do see where you're coming from, and I definitely see why you would say that. But I think that both things were needed, right? Both things were needed. That revolutionary aspect was needed, and also the portrayal of Blackness in a way that was, because, you know, regardless, we're all growing up in America. So there's a standard for what we find acceptable being raised American, that we see Black people portrayed in that light. And it not always be a struggle story, and it not always be a battle, and it always not be negative, and the families always not be broken, and the men always not be looked at as incompetent. So I do see why you would say he was a distraction, but I think the two things together were more powerful, right? But I do see your point for sure. But I think, again, it's like the Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King thing, like, who was the more problematic individual? Wasn't there value in both messages when taken together? You know what I mean? For a prudent thinker, at least.
Yeah, I guess because when I look at the I Spy thing, it's like that's what was used to put him in front of American households. And so then he shifts from there and starts doing things focused on Black people. And like I say, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but again, I question if that's just a moment where now you can make money off Black people, or is he doing this from the heart? And this is really about progressing Black people. And I do think we don't have that conversation. Sometimes we just mail it in that everybody was for us because they did something that appears to be beneficial. But like I say, there's other things going on that we don't look at that it could have been a distraction from. So I just wanted to know what you thought about that.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree. I think there's a way that to be non-threatening and to see, you know, my husband calls it, he always refers to the spook that sat by the door, right? And I'm not saying that Cosby was this, because I don't know that. Like, I don't know what was in that man's heart, but I know that to reach a certain echelon of society, you have, you know, the way that Black people got, let's just look at how Black people got into entertainment, things like that, right? It was by being the goofball. It was by playing, like, they weren't going to let us in being serious. The way that so many of our people got in was essentially playing into stereotypes, being entertaining. Comedy was a huge thing. When you want to make somebody socially acceptable in a society that doesn't accept them, then comedy becomes that thing. And then, like, what people do when they get into those positions. So he could have just totally been being a distraction, just kind of capitalizing. We see that all the time on Blackness because it was able to make him money. But his capital, if he was doing that, he could have done that without creating positive Black imagery. And somebody said they were the 10%. I don't necessarily know that, because the whole idea of the 10% was that they were intelligent and able to usurp white authority. That's why in Natural Selection, the Race Problem, they said if 10% of Black people actually had the acumen of Du Bois, Blacks and whites can no longer live on the same soil, right? That we meet the fate of the natives, meaning there would be a bloodbath. So I think they are not the 10%. They have money, but having money is not the same as having the mental ability and the education and the acumen and, you know, and desire to be equal to or surpass white people in the parts of society that matters, which is in politics and land ownership and resource acquisition and like all of that kind of thing.
Well, at the end of the day, there's no excuse in 2025. Wow, these Black millionaires, they don't have no excuse. There's no excuse you can use in 2025. I mean, that's how I see it.
Yeah, the excuses they don't want to. It is cool if they don't want to, but
right. So I don't think
think
they're
we just acknowledge
compromised.
they don't want to.
I don't think they're compromised. To me, they just don't want to. Exactly, like you said, they just don't want to.
That's kind of where I came from. The 10% was my perspective from the Nation of Islam sort of teaching, where it's like out of 100% of our people, 85% deaf, dumb, and blind. They gonna go along to get along. They're the sheep. They're the consumers. You know, XYZ. They're gonna fight against the 5% who is the poor righteous teachers. You know, they got the knowledge, they got the revolutionary spirit and whatnot. They got the know-how, they got all these gifts that they use to, you know, together to fight white supremacy. And the 10% have the knowledge that the 5% have. They smart. They not dumb. They know about racism. LeBron, if you ask him about racism, he gonna say something stupid, but he know about racism. He know racism exists. He know he grew up under racism. He know the racism he faced coming up through school and all of this like that, especially being
LeBron spoke
talented
on it
like
though,
that.
bro.
So
LeBron spoke on it. That's why the white woman told him to shut up and dribble. LeBron has spoken out on different things. You know what I mean? I think he just don't know where to put his money at, because when you look at it as a whole, right? Like, what is the main thing we got to put together to help the whole of black people, not just black people in one state, right? What can, cause I think that's how they look at it. Like, but damn, I want to help black people, but what can I establish or create that's going to help the whole of Black America? And I think that's when you know you start looking at it and you like, well, damn, what can I create? We can create schools. I mean, yeah, that's number one, but everybody in each state can't go to that school.
nah, infrastructure. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. This is why I got to be a collective too, right? Because some people might have the funds, but not necessarily know. But I think infrastructure, like manufacturing, production of goods, like we don't have black socks, like we don't have black underwears,
But
black
who is that going to help?
washcloths.
Like, but how is that going to help the whole of Black America? Like all black people in all 50 states, right? I mean, yeah, you might help somebody local within your city, but we know America is big as hell, and black people is all over. So my thing is, yeah, we can start little. I guess the key would probably be to start factories and schools in each state or city. You know, each
You
player
gotta
pick them.
start where you at. Yeah, you can't just go for the. I think that's one of the problems we make as well is we shoot so far. That's why people like you is so real and get the respect and all of that, because he understands with Zayax. It's like, no, start where you at, start local. You know what I mean? Like you gotta at least conquer your county or your city, your coast. Start with the East Coast only. You know what I mean? Something like that. Find a demographic, black boys in the reading level, and I don't know, like find something, or just the manufacturing space. How we don't have, as far as businesses, we have a lot of black businesses, and let's say you look at something like Savage Fenty, something on a big scale like that. It's like, well, the production and manufacturing and all of that is a non-black. They're still non-black people. Like we still gotta go to them for things, and this is part of the issue. We gotta go to them for jobs. We gotta go to them
But
for
I don't think that's
underwear.
part. I don't think that's wrong with that part. I think it's the time you have to put in at the job just to get ahead is the problem, in my humble opinion, because it takes so long to get your money up to establish something a lot of times. And I think I don't see nothing wrong with working with them or for them. I think it's just when it comes to what they paying us, right? To me, that's the problem, because you work all these goddamn hours a week and a month, and you feel like you still ain't getting ahead. And to me, that's part of the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nothing wrong with the work. It's just the pay, and it takes so long to get for us to get ahead. You know what I'm saying? Damn, did it go out? Did I go out? What happened?
Shit, I
We
just
were
came
letting the
Oh,
back.
time
okay.
pass.
Okay, I'm checking my internet. I thought my Wi-Fi
You
went
said
out.
I
it
wasn't
take
even
time,
here.
nigga, so we let the
Yeah,
time pass after that comment, nigga.
I was literally not watching. So my bad. I don't know what was said. My son had to call me and tell me he scored some touchdowns and all this shit, bro. Like he act like he's still in high school and shit. You know, he plays semi-pro football, but after every game, they call and you know what I'm saying, he got to tell me everything that just happened.
And that's real. Maybe he'll be next up to create that generational wealth for you.
It'll be for them. Shit, I'm getting on up there, bro. I'm damn near 50.
Well, I mean, it's still gonna be for you because you I mean, you the bloodline. I mean, in that kind of way, you know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you mean. I ain't gonna argue with you for nothing. If I'm gonna argue with anybody right now, it's gonna be that Nikki chick in the chat. That's what I'm gonna start calling her, that Nikki chick.
Oh yeah, Nikki, man, she Miss Disagreeable.
Yeah, Rio, it's scary, bro. Like semi-pro is hard hitting football with less padding. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's scary for real watching this nigga out there playing. But he do his thing though. But I don't know where y'all left off at though. So you know what I'm saying?
I was talking about how like I don't think there's a problem with working with white people and stuff like that. I think the problem is how long it takes for us to get up enough money to do the things that we really want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Madon was telling us how much a trick he is. He can't discipline his fucking pocket. He keeps spending all his fucking re-up money.
Shit, that's a lie, nigga. You know the last nigga, I haven't bought a pair. Nigga, I make good money. I haven't bought a pair of new shoes in years. I'm still wearing my clothes from the 90s because I kept my shit nice. And all the 90s.
You wear your clothes from the 90s because you a bum, nigga.
Nigga, you call it what you want, nigga. I ain't dealing with crumbs though, nigga. You feel me? Because I'm not a but see, you want to go out, but see, I can go out here and buy all kinds of shit, bro. But I understand the times of the time. You know what I mean? I'm not out here buying all kind of crazy shit, nigga. You know what I mean? I'm in the rural South. All I pay is light and gas. You know what I mean? My mom gave me the crib. You know what I mean? All I do is stack and save, my nigga.
Hey, it must be nice, nigga. Must be nice. That 1-bedroom shanty town you live in, huh?
I got 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms.
You got plumbing in that motherfucker too, nigga? You said you got
this is the problem
you
right
got
here, bro. You got just like the white man. You still got the white man consciousness. Who is that? Who is that talking, bro? You got the white man consciousness. You know what I mean? You still share the same slave consciousness as your great grandparents, which was in slavery.
Hey, I damn near when they hooked y'all power up down there, man. I was like, hell yeah, my niggas finally got their power, nigga. Oh yeah.
But see, we can navigate without power, nigga. That's how much power we got.
You got the power to remain.
Now sleep on that. You know what I mean?
You got the power to remain a second-class citizen until that loan clear, nigga.
I think it's really interesting to say that, you know, the pay for the work you do is not enough to like that is what's the preventing of getting ahead, because it's wild that that's not how power or money or any of that is actually acquired in mass. Like, I know that's what we're taught. Like, we're taught that you work, you save, you invest, you know, you buy property, you do all, that is how you do it. But the reality is that that's not how the people that have the most got what they have. They got it by using coercive force, violence, and just taking stuff. And then after they took it, then they built upon what they taken. But we are always baffled by the fact that we can't play the catch-up game by working hard, investing, starting businesses, creating generational wealth. And I just think that's funny, because when you see the people who have power, who have land, who have resources, who have control, they didn't acquire that by generationally working hard and investing and doing. It's not what they did. They just took a bunch of stuff and then they maintained control over it. And then they just built systems around the stuff they stole. But we think we're going to accomplish an equal level or reach or participate in those systems by a metric that was developed for us to follow so that we could never actually compete. That's
Well,
wild to me.
Well, I beg to differ
That
because
was a
I've
very
seen
valid
Hispanics,
point.
I've seen Mexicans do it with less and come up quick. Now they owning radio stations, stores, all kinds of stuff. All I'm saying is this is, I think we got our priorities in the wrong spot. A lot of times we spend our money that we get on nice things, which ain't saying nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying I've seen Hispanics get low wages and come up within 5-10 years. I lived in Texas. I can bear witness. Now I'm in Alabama, and the Mexicans are coming up. They already got a restaurant. They've been here less than 4 years and got a restaurant. So I'm just saying, I think it's priorities and focus.
But Madame, you're negating the black-white wealth gap. Like that's essentially what she was alluding to.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying we're gonna catch up with white people. I don't think we can ever catch up with white people, bro. But my thing is, what we can do like the Mexicans and put our monies together and build something. We don't gotta worry about playing catch up to them. All we gotta do is just catch up with us.
I guess that depends on what the goal is. Like, I totally agree with you that there's value in starting businesses and things like that. You know, I help run a business incubator where we incubate Black businesses and we give them microloans and, you know, give them subsidized brick and mortar space. So I'm not saying that's not important. I'm just asking, what is the goal? And it depends, I guess, on what the goal is. Is the goal to have a business? Do you know what I mean? In a system that you have no control or influence over in any significant way?
Well,
Or is the goal to have influence and control and agency over the system that you live in? And I guess that's the difference. A great example of this is GameStop, right? These are not Black people per se, but they figured out a way to usurp the system. And what happened to the people that got together and one-upped, you know, the oligarchs on GameStop? They shut the stock market down because it's not meant to be usurped. So I guess it's what is the goal? Is the goal to successfully, and by successfully, I mean be a comfortable participant in the status quo, in the system, and never be able to change it, but just learn how to operate and navigate within it as long as you don't step on anybody's toes like the GameStop people did and then get shut down? Or is the goal to actually be able to change systems and to have voice and power in those systems? So I guess it depends on, again, not saying business ownership and all that's not important. Also, I think to compare ourselves to anybody, because what is a Mexican? I mean, to compare ourselves to anybody that it has white skin, I think is problematic, right? Because there's a level of assimilation and a level, I know people who claim to be Hispanic where if they didn't announce it to me or didn't have a Hispanic sounding name, I would never know. I would never have a clue. Right?
I understand what you're saying.
So their walk through the environment is very different than ours because they can do it with ambiguity. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I feel you coming from. I mean, I hear you, but at the same time, right? When you look at the job, I can bear witness to the type of jobs that they're working down here where I'm at. They're not in the grocery stores. They're not in the dollar stores. You know what I mean? They just doing odds and ends works for people in their yard and shit. And then they get enough money, they buy lawnmowers, and then they get weed eaters, and they build all that up. Next thing you know, they got a lawn and garden service and shit, right? But what I'm saying is I think we as Black people, we got to go back to the essence of what we did to make America great. And what was that? Cotton. I know that sounds crazy to some, but cotton is what we helped America get rich off of. And now all this empty land out here, it's Black people down here that got cotton fields and they sell the cotton. So all I'm saying is, to me, I think we got to go back to what worked for us. Even I know that sounds harsh, but we can take advantage in 2025 of cotton fields and make our own cotton produce shirts. Everybody need clothes. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what we got to go to. We want to build for Black people. We got to take advantage of the land and what it produces. And that's how we get ahead. But everybody don't want that. All Black people don't want that, though.
Oh, because all Black people aren't fit for manual labor. Some Black people may be great for manual labor and farming and all of that. There are also Black people who will be inventors and intellectuals. And so I hear what you're saying. And I think for a group of people, that will be great. I don't think universally being Black means that that's going to be your bag, though. Like, there are Black people who are not going to excel at that, but will be excellent in other areas.
Well, right. Well, what I'm saying is all across the South, like from North Carolina all the way to Texas and beyond, damn near, you got cotton fields. Even halfway up north, you got certain fields. You might have corn, you might have tobacco, you might have peas, or whatever the case may be. You might have pecan trees. All I'm saying is, I think if Black people took advantage of these fields, because now we got technology where you can get the machine to do all the picking. You don't have to go out there and back break and sit in the sun. You can have a machine, and now it comes to the point it's going to be damn near the machine can be worked by AI with a remote, or you just program it and it to scan the whole field. I mean, that's what technology is going to me. So I think we can take advantage of these areas. That way we can become more producers than buyers. You know, then we can supply cotton to Africa. We can link up with countries like Burkina Faso and do trade and send the shit right through the ports.
But that would be beyond the field, though, right? Because, you know, the farmers in India are killing themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because they're doing all that work and then it's not being advantageous to them. So then that's where I'm saying, even if I rolled with the, like, going back to the essentials of like getting in the cotton industry, if I rolled there with you, which I'm hesitant to do, but let's say I rolled there with you. What you would also need is you would need Black people with the acumen to engage in trade deals. You would need Black people with the power to create those trading policies and have some control over those trading policies. You would need Black people who have textile mills. You would need Black people that are able to advance and develop how that raw material of cotton is handled. So it's not just at the farming level or at the production level. The things that make a farmer able to succeed are all the levels above that manage trade, that manage industry prices, that manage the stock market, that manage the systems that ultimately that raw product goes into. And that goes back to what I was saying before, which is some people will have the acumen to have that boots on the ground work in the cotton field. I can't believe I'm saying that, but you know, cotton is a real industry. Clothes are made out of it for sure. And then there are all the levels above that make it so that farmer and that producer can actually be lucrative and be served. Otherwise, we'll just end up in the same situation as many other countries where poor people produce things and get nothing for their labor. And regardless of where the trade is going or what is happening with the final product that's made from those raw materials, the lower level people aren't benefiting from it. So that's why I said it's what conversation, you know, what is the goal? Is the goal to have hands and control in every aspect of the system all the way up to the top, because that determines how those in the fields literally benefit, or is the goal to simply do the field work itself? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I feel what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, it's still Black people down, like where I'm at in Alabama, right? It's a lot of Black people, older Black men. You know, they still deal with cotton. Some of them run the machines for white people or the little fields that they got. So what I'm saying is, to me, when you step into that world, when you enter that world, all the things that you need will come. It will come. You will find out. You'll figure it out on the way. You know what I'm saying? But that's how I see it. You know, I know that
No,
sounds simple.
brother, you're not.
I know that sounds simple, but at the same time, you notice that with anything you do, when you enter different worlds, you meet different people and you start gaining knowledge, and you have people in those fields that help you and point you in the right direction.
Brother, you disregarding what the sister said. Like, yeah, you just disregarded everything she said. You just threw it away.
I heard exactly what she said. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to doing the textiles, when it comes to doing all that, once you get into that world, you start meeting people that'll help you out. And you notice that with anything you do. Once you get a job and you enter into a world you've never been in, you start meeting people. You got some that's against you. You got some that's going to help you. All I'm saying is we just got to take that first step. And when we enter those different worlds, I believe everything gonna come at which is always proven. If you stand fast, right? You just can't give up in a year.
Remember, Don, you know I fuck with you, right? Because I always talk about the black farmers and the farm bill as it was advancing, and then when they had their settlement and the $2.2 billion and so forth. They have an agenda with objectives and things that they're fighting for, and I don't want to slight it, because I do kind of like the idea of the ownership of cotton, because as somebody who's traveled, you take a road trip and you can just see land upon land upon land, and it's just so much land out there that we feel like, what is our place? Like, even thinking 40 acres would have been way too small of a compromise. 160 acres would have been more like right when we start thinking, man to man, what would you do with that much land? I don't have a problem with the cotton trade and how it's been, I guess, utilized for us. But my thing would be, you keep saying we should do that thing when we've identified that there are the black farmers. They do have an association, and they already have different agenda items that they're already fighting for. So
right. Well, let me make it plainer. I was going off the scenario of what Q Butter laid out, where he was saying it just take one billionaire like LeBron James. Like I was basing it kind of off that. Like if we had a lot of NBA players, football players, all our black people that's millionaires, no matter if they acting or whatever, if they was to come to an agreement to this, like that's what I was kind of basing that premise off of. So if that with that type of monetary wealth, you know what I mean? The sky is no longer the limit. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, the sky is still a limit, because you could take 100% of their wealth, and then what?
No, I'm saying if they was to get, if black people, I was put in this scenario if we got a percentage of us got on the same page that was millionaires or broke or whatever. We all was on one accord, and we was like, okay, what should we do, right? And we got all this wealth coming from these different players, athletes, actors, whoever they are, right? And that's the scenario I'm putting it in. And that's what I'm saying is when you enter that world, doors gonna open. Why they gonna open? Because these are popular NBA players. White folks, kids love them. They can't change it, because that's one thing you can't control. You can't control who your kid is going to consider a hero or superstar or model themselves after. So if we got athletes like that, I think the influence will be unlimited.
So you're looking a lot at the influence and seeing how that could create broader impact.
Right. If we was on one accord with the millionaires to get the land, to get the cotton and get the textiles and whatever manufacturing centers we need to produce, whatever it is we producing, and we got those kind of athlete backing, yeah, bro, the world will fall down. You know what I'm saying? They'll drop down to their knees and pray to us.
Let me ask you as a man to man, though, because you was the nigga who said it. Advertising that we got jobs for niggas ready to pick cotton, coming from which NBA star or NFL is going to lead that conversation?
I never said nothing about picking cotton, bro. I said I said it's 2025. We got technology. We could put the machine out there.
Oh, yeah, right. You want the machines to do it, the AI.
Because that's how you do it. Bro, of course I ain't gonna put no people out there to pick no cotton. That's crazy. We got machines.
That's what it first comes off as.
That's why I put in there. I said we got the technology now, and I said in a few more years the shit can be ran by AI. AI can just scan the field and the tractor. We can leave and do whatever we do, and the goddamn tractor be picking the cotton when we get back, and it all be picked in the future with this technology that's coming. I'm just saying.
And when you're saying cotton, is that more specific, or are you just using that one as one example?
That's why I said earlier, whether it's cotton, we can do corn, we can do tobacco, we can do peas. All these things is still a high necessity for not just America, for the whole world.
Black owned product right here, washing powder. True. Based out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Mm-hmm. But we know, I know that's far-fetched that millionaires and athletes gonna get on that accord, but I was just going off that.
I mean, it's not far fetched. They have the statisticians who give the farmers basically what numbers, you know, and once you start crunching the numbers, if you have this many lanes that you're planting and this many seeds and so forth, what is your crop yields after this much time? And they can tell you about how much water acreage you're gonna need for those
I know
different
what you mean.
projects.
I talked to this black guy the other day, right? He's in the cotton industry, right? And he was telling me, he older black gentleman. He was telling me, he was like, well, he just struck up a conversation. He was like, yeah, man, we didn't get to plant the cotton because it was raining so much. And so once they can't, if they always gotta have it planted by a particular date, right? And then because he was basically telling me how they get paid all this insurance money and all this other shit, you know what I'm saying? So I feel where you're coming from.
I mean, the natural disaster or whatever they can get from that is not what they would actually have received if their crop was successful, though. So that loss of time can fuck with your generational wealth timetable, especially if you were going off.
Insurance, but they still get insurance monthly, bro. That's the thing about it. They still get this payment. You know what I'm saying? And that's how this black dude was breaking it down to me. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't understand. I didn't know.
Did he tell you who his payments were coming from? Is it the
No, he was saying farmers. He was just saying farmers getting insured by, I forgot who insured the farmers, but whoever insured the farmers, they pay them regardless. Yeah, once they have
I'm glad you even have conversations with
contract,
OGs out there that own that type. You said he owns it, or he's the one who just does it? That's his living.
No, he run the machines. He run the machines for the I guess more likely some white people. You know, the big ass machines that you see out there doing the cotton and shit.
Yeah, I'm tracking.
Yeah, he run that shit.
Like, cause literally I see them shits all the time, and I'll be like, "Fuck!" Like, who's the person who does that? And then I zoom out from my 40-foot lens and be like, and that's just so small of how much land is actually available in things. And so, yeah, I mean, we could take a general interest in it from like, as black people, do we see that as a wealth creating mechanism, the agricultural industry, as it's set aside from the other industries? And I know a lot of people want us to focus on the manufacturing and using our intellectual property and our creative ways to have things to offer that compete on the market, European markets or abroad and otherwise. And so I like the way that you're thinking. You're still thinking just the back to the basics and such, which is we've read a lot of our elders who said similar things. I know somebody mentioned Claude Anderson earlier. It doesn't have to be limited to any of the one areas, but if we can start getting traction in those areas rather than delaying it and trying, I don't know what it is. Like we've tried our labors in places where we know for a fact, like you said, it's going to take so long for us to find ourselves in an ownership seat or even a real true leadership seat where your fucking decisions are the real decisions. Now, mind you, we have people who take roles and their decisions, if they get it wrong, it can have horrible implications. $25 million portfolios and grants for an entire state don't get funded. You know, they have very powerful positions, but what we're asking is to be able to dream outside of the lens of integration and inside of the lens of what we do specifically for us. So I'm not afraid of that conversation.
We'll see. I'm in Alabama, right? And I go Mississippi. I'm on the border. I'm right between. It's a thin line between me and Mississippi, right? I'm just that close to the borderline of Alabama and Mississippi. And when I drive through these back roads, it's nothing but land for sale. So all I'm saying is, from the scenario, if we had the athletes on one accord with us and we got millionaire money, right?
Can I say something better than an athlete? Because
it don't have to be an athlete. It can be an actor. It can be someone.
No, not an actor either.
It can be anybody black.
You got
the point I'm making is it could be anybody black that got wealth, that got a lot of money.
Right.
It don't have to be
not even a lot of money. That's not even what you're asking for, because what you're asking is still structural type build. But if you think like, here's one let me just do it this way then. When I think about the value of this certificate of eligibility that our veterans have and our active duty have, and you look at what that entitlement which is a similar type of entitlement that anybody else would get when you start looking at, I want to own my own home or something. That thing itself is like $806,000, but on average, our veterans are only taking advantage of it to like $350,000. And so essentially, they could use that same thing in other spaces too. And I don't know where you're at and what your veteran population looks like. That could be a good research project. All right, I got my thought out. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hear you, but like I said, bro, I was just basing it off the idea if we had a couple millionaires, no matter what their position was, they don't even have
We
to be
can't
known.
talk about that
But
though,
bro,
brother.
that was the scenario.
They
So,
not.
what I'm saying is this, right? When you look at it, it's all in the mind, right? So a lot of our brothers, unfortunately, that get all this money, instead of being the producers of the cotton, they'd rather buy the t-shirts and have the shit printed up and have some shit on it instead of just, you know what I'm saying? So you can see where the consciousness is backwards when it comes to a lot of black people, and that's the problem.
I don't know if there's a steering you away from this concept of you're speaking on the entertainers or rich people's pockets when we're really dealing with everyday people's issues. And is there a way that the everyday person might be able to benefit from some things? And when I
Bro,
think
we
your
was
idea
dealing
in
with
itself is more USDA, which is more, do we have access to the USDA loans? Do we have any
There you
liaison in
go.
place
Preach.
to help us process those applications? And are we experiencing any overwhelming amount of rejection when it comes to the applications today when we're aspiring farmers or aspiring business operators in any
we'll see, bro. Like I said before, I'm still sticking to the premise, right? The premise was, like Q said, if we had one, we was going off a hypothetical, right? It was a hypothetical. If one billionaire or whoever millionaire would just to get on one accord and want to do something productive for black people. So that's the only thing I was going off of. And like I said,
Right
I
now,
understand that shit is far-fetched. But yes, but to answer your question, yes, we need to look to it until we get the USDA and all these things, how these things work, the ins and outs, while we dealing with the real reality. I agree with you, yes.
Right, because I would think that would be waiting for like an angel investor. Even if they have I would say it like this: the black man that aspires to do what you say, which is take more control in the cotton industry in Alabama, would have a better likelihood of getting help getting his application processed than he would finding the investor from the NFL or the entertainment industry to actually invest in said idea.
there you go.
Bro, of
Get
course, bro. We
qualified.
understand that, bro, but we was going off a hypothetical. Don't forget, you keep forgetting that. I don't
We
know how.
passed that though.
Right, and I keep saying,
Okay, I
how is it
wanted to
going to
make
be the
sure. I
steering
wanted to
you
make
from
sure
the
he was past
hypo
that because
into
it
what
seemed
we
like
can
he's
use?
Bro, we been past that when the sister got
fumbling
in
and
here.
stumbling. So of course, like if we want to just deal with the real reality, let's just say that.
He been saying it though, brother. He just been
Bro,
talking real tangibles, like translating, transitioning the conversation as like the translation, like, okay, we went through the hypothetical. Now let's
oh
talk
shit, my
about us on the ground. And because we still have to sort of do these things to move forward. All right, cool. We looked at the hypothetical. We know we probably not going to get this angel investor or this big influx of investment funds or whatever like that. So it's like, okay, what can we do on the ground? We kind of back to that. Like what can we actually do, the real tangible stuff? And it's like, okay, the USDA, we talking about land. Well, that's the USDA. If we talking about farmland and stuff like that, that's the black people that's in real estate, realtors and whatnot, like appraisers, maybe some in the title companies or whatever, access to funding. Maybe you're a loan officer, and you can help people get real estate, like these sort of things. Helping people with the applications, like you said, helping them qualify, making sure that they're aware, the veterans, tackling that project, making sure they're aware of everything that they could take advantage of and that they are taking advantage of it. And if it's discrimination in an area, if it's discrimination on the East Coast or this state, we see the super influx, of denials and whatever it is like that, then we know to fight you know, bring the fight to that as far as the white supremacy in that area, when it comes to, you know, that thing that they're trying to block us from. My brother stuck on that hypothetical. It's like we kind of.
Okay, so excuse me, reparations on a grassroots level. So wherever your state might be, Brother Isaiah, what type of organizational structure would you have envisioned for the reparations movement? Let's say from the year, when was COVID? 21?
20, technically 20.
20 and 21. So
Yeah.
for the past 2 years, 23, 24, and 25, it seems like that reparations conversation, for me, I've experienced it with a bit of, you know, like, we're not there yet is my basic long premise short. So what kind of organizational structure, if you could just use your mind's eye, kind of like Madan just did, what organizational structure around reparations would you have wanted to see manifest?
As far as how I would see the payouts go exactly, like, is it checks? Is it one big check? You know, like that?
Or even the movement itself. Let's say we haven't even gotten to the I know the cut the check was ADOS for a second. They were saying that. So that was one outcome. But even before you get there, what would the organization look like?
Oh, okay. I think that we have to figure out politically, I guess, state by state. We would start there first. Like you would start in your state, and like you mentioned, see what state-based sort of reparations could be paid. I would say from my perspective, because the reparations thing is new to me, as far as actually thinking we could get it and actually seeing other people have some sort of structure laid out. So for example, I look at the Native Americans that get a form of reparations, right? So I would say we go to like the legislature and we say, look, we are Black Americans. Our families was affected by Jim Crow, lynchings, redlining, all of this stuff. And we want this, and this as payment or just reparative justice. We want these things for our people. So it would be land, right? They have, I forgot what it's called. Hold on, let me check. It's like the Native American, hold on, let me get the exact name. Oh, Bureau of Indian Affairs, the BIA. So the Bureau of Indian Affairs is like a basically a federal agency that oversees the payments, the land distribution, the tax breaks, and all of these things that the quote unquote Native Americans, Native Indians, like take advantage of and are entitled to if they like go, you know, prove their lineage or whatever and get their papers, quote unquote, whatever like that. You know, you could live here, you got this much acreage to your people, so you could take advantage of living in this area, whatever it is like that. They got all these millions of acres set aside for them. You know, they get taxes, 55 million acres. They get tax breaks, you know, and I guess like check some sort of stipend I could see every month or every quarter or whatever like that. So that's just like a quick napkin sketch kind of thing, how I see it. Us coming together, organizing some group, and us going to, whether it's the governor, the city councilman, I'm not exactly sure the person, or but just going to the political sort of arena and saying, this is what we want, this is why we want it, this is why we say we're entitled to it, and shit, what do we got to do to get this, and how soon can we get it, kind of thing. And that'll kind of spread from state to state and whatever like that, kind of go from there.
I ain't gonna lie, that's pretty dope. Especially for somebody who says, I don't, it hasn't been hella years of you developing a full argument about what reparations must entail. So it's pretty dope. I've heard a lot of people fumble that. And even
I
when I was
appreciate
listening to the people in San Francisco when they were having the hearings, we did hear some people say some pretty outlandish things. One of them that I think people overlooked was like mineral rights, and they were talking about gold or like something like that. They didn't hear it all the way through, and they started making a mockery of the suggestion and things. So, I mean, and who could blame them, because we're weighing alternatives, and when we're weighing those alternatives, I don't know how much buy-in we would want to put into any. So one would say Bitcoin would have been in 2022, 23, or 23, 24, a payment in Bitcoin at that time would have been a remarkable thing, especially since at that time it wouldn't have incurred much debt for the American economy. And then the US decides that they want to have their own type of digital currency based thing. When we say the Bureau of Indian Affairs, you identified a specific who. So like the Department of Interior, and they deal with like natural resources and things such as land. So I think that you're specific there as well. How do we entrust so much to the federal trust and the state trust? They have all of these millions of lands, but we still have African Americans who can only be held to, I don't know what your primary residence sits on. What is it? A whole acre? Is it a tenth of an acre, a quarter acre? That shouldn't be the whole American dream as it's been painted out. What sits within my one lot? We ought to be able to dream a little bit bigger. And I think that's what reparations does, is it allows people to put on their own ownership hats and then go to the next part of the conversation, which is what I want to ask you. Is there anything, I'm gonna put a number on it just for you. $3.6 million. And I'm just throwing that out there because, and then if that was the number, what do you say, Brother Isaiah? Or do you have a number? And what do you do with it?
3.6 million.
For you, as a descendant of American slavery, you are entitled to $3.6 million. And that's your cut the check, your ADOS cut the check. What do you do with that?
Oh, wait, you saying what would I do with it, or is the number okay, or both?
Yeah, it's your turn to dream. We let Madon say his crazy shit, his cotton fields, because you met some OG the other day. Shit, go ahead, bro.
Oh, if that was my check, if that was my check, I'm a real estate person, so I'm a realtor. I do I rock with the investing and whatever like that. So I would, and I know land is a big part of it. Like you mentioned, the minerals. Yeah, land is a big part of the puzzle, a big part of the picture, because if you say, oh, we need schools and education is your thing, right? My thing is the 9 areas of people activity. So economics, education, entertainment, labor law, politics, religion, sex, and war. So for me, me personally, I chose economics as my base and my fight that I'm gonna sort of take up and zone in on that thing. Now, of course, I want to help with education. Of course, I want to go to war, right? Economics is part of war. I want to be in politics, whatever like that, and help our people in all of these ways that I can. But my focus is economics, and that's just simply because it was the first one in the order. Economics is first, and then education, right? So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna tackle the first one. So economics, I would say, so I would use the money for land. I would get hella land, and I would look to set up infrastructure. So I would look to find those who could help, like the architects and all of those in the real estate industry and contractors, those that could help with building housing. Then we use some of the land for, for farmland to feed those. Like I would try to make a town, like they got towns for sale. I would try to buy a town where it's like, okay, we need a bank, we need banks, hospital, food. We need schools, we need education, we need jobs, which a lot of these things will create jobs. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would look in those spaces using real estate as the base. So it's like, okay, the housing problem, the homelessness, that's an issue, whether it's single mothers or domestic violence victims, Black men, at-risk youth that both of their parents is gone out the picture or deceased, veterans, special needs, whatever it is, like our elders that, the pensions and this type of stuff don't cover it, and we losing affordable housing more and more as time go on. So helping with that, building real estate and infrastructure for that. You know what I mean? The food deserts and shit like that, using the real estate to house us, businesses, the stores and stuff like that that we need, banks, hospitals, all of these things is on real estate. So I would do that.
Appreciate it. We got this damn Mexican who came to like Phoenix, and he told these people that he wants a whole town called Terravelis. And you know what the white people did to that white looking Hispanic dude? They got on board. They got behind that nigga. They start trying to work out ways that they could get water to that motherfucker. They didn't say, nah, nigga, you can't have no whole town. You ain't gonna get no developers and engineers and architects. So I appreciate you sharing.
Yeah, brother. Like real estate, right? Real estate really runs a lot because taxes, number one, is a big thing. That like the government, everybody benefits. You know what I mean? So things like that where everybody benefits, it's like, look, government, I'm trying to get this town, look, it's wasting away. I'm trying to get this real estate, develop it. Banks will get some money, appraisers will get some money, all these type of contractors will get some money. We'll be able to take advantage of grants and stuff that's just sitting in this treasury going to waste. That y'all
Right. Nobody's saying that you need you need to spend the $3.6 million and that's what buys an entire town. That's not what that conflates to. No.
Right.
Although if you listen to somebody like Madon, 3.6 million might get you enough square acres for a town. You might situate yourself once you get the developers. We got like major developers where they're coming in building like 100 to 1,000 homes, like rooftops, and those are the numbers that they want to build. That doesn't mean that brother Isaiah is now the owner of all 1,000 homes that they build and develop. Although he could be the primary landowner where the development gets approved and such, and when the banking systems or your banking partners come in and say, well, how much is this land worth? And your town person, if your township or municipality comes in and carves it out into those lots, or, they gotta zone it, they'll zone it. And then according to your desire, because you said multiple things, you said single family residencies, multifamily, but you also said business. And so they'll zone it accordingly. And then once you get your ball rolling and shit, it sounds like from what I'm seeing here, and as they're building Terravelis, those developers then start to bid on the projects within said place. But once those people who have or started saying, once they get the approval for it, then we start seeing grading happen, which is the trucks that come in and actually level the ground and start doing that other stuff. But yeah, there's different timelines to how that $3.6 million would be spent to ensure that your vision itself is manifested. And yes, I believe that with $3.6 million, you could become the architect of a town. I think that history shows us that in the 1800s, we had people who were capable of doing it with less than $3.6 million and actually creating spaces where Black people were able to call home and find work and employment and give their labor as a skill and so forth. And that was back in the 1800s. So to hear a brother say that again today is almost refreshing. It's like, that's why I read all of this shit. It's not worth nothing. Right. Anyway, I read something in the chat that made me say that though. So apologies.
No, that's good. For sure. And I'm definitely in agreement with that. Not only would the 3.6 million be enough, the key is to put some skin in the game and start it. Right. So as a real estate investor, right, I'm calling myself an investor. A lot of people do because of, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, and this whole generation, right? Everybody's a real estate investor, whatever like that. So if I'm looking to invest in property or just even buy a personal home, like for the most part, most people don't have that kind of money. So what do? They go to the bank, they go to some company, institution, whatever it is, to get
it's
the
like
finance.
I said to Madon just jokingly, you're just waiting on your loan to clear and then you get your freedom back again.
So this is the thing, right? You take the 3.6. First of all, some of it is gonna go like in a high yield savings or something to, as time go on, just to get a little something going. But the key is to put monies into this town, and the 3.6 might not get us to the finish line, but it'll be enough to build and start and have proof of concept. And once you got proof of concept, it's like if you find a property, is run down, whatever it is like that, the people, it's absentee owner, they live out of state, you trying to buy the property, fix it up, invest, whatever it is like that. What you do is you acquire the property, you're going to use your own money, and then you get into the property, you fix it up, you get it to where you could get a certificate of occupancy, right? You get it to, like you said, zoning and all of that. You get it to where it's up to code, and then even better, you could get it to where it's generating income of some sort with a tenant, and then you can go get the financing off this new asset. Now it's a totally brand new asset that's worth a lot more, and you go get the financing for it. Let's say when you bought it out of your own money, when it was run down, you paid $80,000. You put $20,000 in construction. Let's say you put $80,000 in construction. Now you in for $160,000. Well, now the new appraised value is $260,000, right? So you go get the financing. You feel me? $260,000. They probably give you, let's say they give you 80% of that. That's gonna be like 200, 2 and change. So you was all in 160. You get the 2 and change back. Now you satisfied the 160 that you was all in. You made a little something, and you still have the asset. You feel me? And that's how you use the leverage to move forward. Like you got a family in there, you know what I mean, like that. So, and you just sort of try to keep going like that, little by little, like starting with your town, starting with a certain area, whatever it is like that. Shit, yeah. My bad, that was mad rambling.
Right. Once you get to explaining some of that, you did get a little long-winded. You went back to the tribe. But I don't have no problem with it because I'm long-winded myself.
3.6 million. Can you elaborate on that 3.6? Is that what you're proposing as far as for each descendant of American chattel slavery? I'm trying to understand that.
Right, because you know we tend to have a conversation and because we don't have it, and so I just threw a random number out. Long story short, still learning.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Deity, right?
Yeah.
Deity, is you allergic to cotton, nigga?
Cotton?
You allergic to cotton, nigga? Never have a shirt on.
Nah, the sun out right now. Though the sun out, you feel me? I'm getting some of this vitamin D.
Getting to the vitamin D.
So 3.6 million.
Yeah, what you doing with it?
Land. Definitely gonna acquire some land. You know, I'm doing that with less than 3.6 million. So we we definitely gonna get some land. So definitely gonna get some land. What am I doing with 3.6 million? Paying off all debt if I have any, because I don't have no debt right now. I don't have no debt. I don't subscribe to debt. I don't have credit card debt. I don't owe nobody no money. I don't even owe people debt. So if I had any debt, I would completely resolve that. You know, I'm definitely taking care of immediate loved ones. You know, donate some bread to SciAx. Yeah. What you know about
Yes, Pete. And you know it. I was looking SciAx to be popping. I don't know what y'all got going this week, but it's coming in. Checks.
Nah, facts though. It's like, nah, we got the new building, we got the new location, whatever it is like that. Y'all ain't paying no more mortgage, rent, nothing like that. This shit, we buying it outright.
I know they like, man, who took over the panel, man? I'm a millennial, man, and Brother George Maker told me what they try to do to us is still our dream. And what I know to be true is that the Prince, what's his fucking name? Not Prince Harry. Prince William is a millennial just like I am, and he finna take over the throne of fucking England, nigga. So whatever is possible will be possible in our lifetime. Don't nobody steal my little joy. Let me dream a little bit, and let me dream with my bros one time while we got the panel. If that's all right.
I can't wait to get back to this book, man. This is my topic right here. Reparations. This is a very you know, it's a very vast, you know, convoluted, meaning that, you know, it can go from here to there to there to there, you know, due to the heinous. Yeah, let me stop, man. I didn't want to get into the whole, you know, articulate the.
Where does reparations start?
Huh?
Where does reparations start?
Where does it start?
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about as far as like is that like as far as like should the federal government be?
No, as far as time frame, what time period are we owed from what to what?
Oh.
Okay. At least from 1619 on, right?
Damn, that's cold. 1619 before we were even America? So that's putting it at 1776. A lot of people like, hell no, that's way too late. That's a good ass question, Psycho.
I mean,
some would say 1865 or
child slavery.
Wait, you said what? You said what was too late?
I know 1865. I would never agree with 1865, but
no,
1776. 1776, when it became America and they established their constitution, is that the point of debarkation where at that point now we're holding America accountable and that's what we're saying? Or is it before that shit? You said 1619. Some would say that's Virginia or House of Burgesses decision. Then that does make it a state's right.
We was under British rule at that point.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good point.
And then the British rule. So we have the point. We have the power too. So I would, and let me, because I'm on the panel, let me just say what I wanted to say then. Appreciate you coming up too, Psycho. But the diaspora conversation, is there anything to like them on that side of the ocean and they're declaring that reparations are due to the British crown and to the French and so forth as well? Like, are we owed at least that from them over there?
Because some people feel like they inherited. American inherited. My bad.
No, go ahead. What you say, Didi?
No, my bad, but I was just saying some people, there's a notion that America inherited chattel slavery from Britain and enshrined it in the, I gotta get the verbiage, but enshrined it in whatever the verbiage, but there's an IV or whatever their VI, and basically there's a consensus of people that feel that that can be argued that America inherited from them, and but yeah, go ahead. My bad.
No, yeah, because that's a question, right? It's always been presented and everything. But I was just curious to know, like where y'all stood at as far as like when are we owed reparations and from who? You got some people that say Africa owed us reparations, and you got some people like they don't. So I'm just curious.
No, I would say to mention Africa is a joke to me, but I would say that again.
I said I agree.
Yeah. That's that coon shit. Like that's that. If you FBA talking like that, it's like no. This is where people got a point with having a problem with this shit. That's that bullshit. That's that anti-black. Like you wildin'. But because it's definitely the white man. I would say for Americans, like for sure, it's America's government for sure, because the thing that make America's government so egregious is the still benefiting today and still racist today. You feel me? So definitely from American government. And yeah, we could see what's up with Britain and all of that too. So
are you a 1776er or before? Where do you land?
I'm cool. I'm cool with 1776. Like I'm the type of person, I might think what I think, but I'm gonna go with the greater good and the collective, and what's kind of the best answer. So it's like, we could rock with 1776.
It's hard for me to discount those who say before, because those who can actually trace and they know, it's hard for us to say that compounding of the permanence, that was the difference for them,
right?
For us, right? The permanence of slavery that they endured for the generations that they can count before 1776, not just us who say, okay, the establishment of the America itself is where we draw the line and say from there forward, we are now responsible for what happened in the Americas. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%, brother. I'm more new to the reparations thing, so I couldn't articulate as far as, like you said, proven before 1776. Like I rock with those people, and I'm definitely not silencing them. That's why I kind of said 1619. Like I know it's in the 1600s. That's not that hard to prove, but I myself couldn't just articulate it. Nah.
If you're suing this country, I agree, Brother Moses, you got to start 1776 because that's when this country was established. Mm-hmm. So you have to start there.
But if our grievance is for the crown, that's global. I don't see how we then distance ourselves from the diaspora having a responsibility as well to be on one accord. If they're not unified about anything else, especially those who come here, like Nigerians or anybody who's under a leader and the leader looks like us, they should be on one accord there, if nothing else. I don't care if they're asking for foreign policy benefits and things on the other side that distract us. When it comes to Black reparations in America, they should have nothing negative to say at all, but they should only say that they are for it from the crown, if it does go back to before 1776. I don't know if they start asking for their own reparations, because we know many of those countries already received some form of foreign aid or some shit that when we look at it, man, I could look at places in Mississippi like, damn, if they got that $2.7 billion for 1 year, and I can see what they've, I don't want to be that Negro.
Yep.
Let me just stay away from it. Like Dr. Mo said, that it can get touchy when we start saying where the funding really does go. But yeah, I don't know. See, have you answered that yourself, Psycho? Are you actually before 17? You did say if it's only America, 1776.
Yeah, if we're making a class action lawsuit for reparations in this country, yeah, you have to start at 1776. You can't go before that.
Right, because there's a lot of different rebellions and things that people associate with the hardship and oppression that happened before 1776 that I would hate to discount. That's another one of my harder arguments.
Well, the people that was
right. We in agreement
your
with
ancestry dates back to 1776 to Black people that was here before the country country existed, it's still the same lineage, right?
Right.
It's still the same.
That's why I said it's compounding. It becomes compounding at that point.
Yeah, the people that was here in 1619, their lineage is still here in 1776. 9 times out of 10, ain't like we was traveling like that. So yeah, so it's if we just talking dates, yeah, we gonna have to start there. Like we're not excluding anybody from their ancestry, because like I said, that people of that ancestry, not time most likely was here still. At least their ancestry was.
And I say we take the fight everywhere. We take it state by state. We take this country. We take it overseas.
I would say you do it like hip hop in the 30 major markets, and you run the Chitlin circuit contingently.
Yeah. Take it to the UN, like Brother Malcolm tried to do. You know what I'm saying?
The UN be coming out. They've already made these these explicit. They've made explicit declarations as it pertains to the maltreatment of Black Americans, but there's no solution there. There's no solution. There's no solutionary, or there's no remediating solution that pertains to said, said maltreatment, mistreatment of Black Americans. So it's like they agree that they've been, but there's nothing. So UN when it comes to the UN, I don't know. UN's like
hold on, let me say it like this, then, Brother Diddy. I would say it the same way that they've always done. They ask for a charter, and that charter is for this is Brother Isaiah's. He said he wants a town, right? And they're asking for a charter, and they're asking for the provisions for said charter. That's your reparations claim.
My bad, brother. I ain't gonna lie, brother. I was literally going over. I was in my head about what I was talking to you about the UN, and I heard what you said, but I didn't hear. Can you reiterate about it? My bad. So I can say it again, bro. My bad.
Right, because it's reparations, I would have said it the same way like Brother Isaiah says his land claim is that we would be asking for a charter with the land from the federal and state trust and the provisions to make the developments as said. And then under that charter, it would have the different number of facilities and things that are to be erected and such. But yes, it would be the same similar charter or request that they made when they were creating South Carolina. Because he said it's America and 1776, I said it's a House of Burgesses type of argument. And that Commonwealth would be the Piedmont type bourgeoisie are the ones we would actually be. And I hate to do it too, because they are so close with the Meghan Markle type. And I know that's a different conversation altogether. It's the other side of the family. It's little bro basically, but in any event, that's what I would say is the.
That's what part of the conversation though. Like, who's owed reparations? That's another thing. Who is owed reparations? I hear a lot of people.
Or who's eligible to file for that petition or that charter?
Yeah.
Right. Because we know the language in general would just say to address past grievances, and then it comes down to the eligibility. I think Senator Booker, did a good job of trying to do a Black farmers bill and identifying it explicitly for Blacks. And in a sense, it did everything but ask for the charter where the land is. It kind of just laid out, and we would have this agent who says this amount of land, and then the subplots or divisions would be as so forth. But I think he did a good job of saying who would be. I don't think he did a good job of saying who would be eligible either. I think he just left it at what I say. I'm Black, and then we kind of leave it to if it's Department of Interior. If it's a Department of Interior idea, then that's something. I don't know if Brother Isaiah said that or somebody said it earlier, like the Bureau of Indian Affairs on claiming who are the actual descendants of American slavery, and then being able to use that.
Yeah, like that's a pretty broad,
I think
like a lot of people stake the claim to being Black. I talk about this.
I think even more say descendants of slavery, especially when you got them white people saying indentured servitude.
A lot of these people that use this term FBA, they just going off what people are claiming they are. Ain't no background check with anybody. All somebody gotta do is just make an avatar with an American flag, put FBA in their username, and they're FBA. There's no way of fact checking this stuff. There's no vetting process when it comes to this. And nobody really has a legitimate answer on how to do it. Whenever I ask, because the government is going to want to know how you prove you're not a tether. Right,
especially if you're not talking about some type of Jewish isolation or some Japanese isolation, and you're trying to isolate an entire community from within a culture, I mean, within our society. They have ways that they can make identifications that tag again, but who wants to go through all of that and documentation that shows as such? But is that all recorded? And Robert Smith right now is looking on a database for different. It's similar to the slave voyages, but trying to chronicle some of the transcripts of the narratives of old and digitize those. So, in a sense, do you even have the digital footprint of those people who people are claiming? Is what we're saying. Is that even available to be digitized in order to verify to the government that this person is eligible for said charter?
Because I heard I was listening to some of the conversation that y'all saying. I heard somebody mention how Native Americans receive their benefits. Well, the way they do their benefits is they did blood quantum, right? They wasn't going off just paperwork. They wasn't just saying, "Oh, this, that, and the third." No, the government was going off blood quantum as well, and you had to have a certain percentage of DNA in order to that they can match back to in order to get their benefits. Right, and Native Americans complaining about it, but that's what the government decided to do. So it ain't about So it's always going to be about what the government decides to do. And if they're going to do it based off the way the Native Americans got it, it's going to have to be some DNA involved. Right. People have an issue if that was the case.
I don't know, because a lot of black people be like, I don't want to get them people my DNA. They ain't even want to get the Apple thumbprint, things like that. So
I think
they're kind of sensitive about that.
I don't know. We gotta come to some sort of agreement. Like, this is part of the conversation, right? We gotta figure these things out. For sure, before really putting this in the folder and packaging it up and pulling up without, and coming to the table, like, bam, this is our argument, this is what we want, and sort of outlining the whole thing. I think the brother said that the Native American, you said it's some sort of blood test type of thing. Could it be a combination where it's like, starting, you at least got to be an American citizen, starting there, some sort of, I don't know.
You got to at least be what? Say that again?
Like, you got to at least be an American citizen. You got to be born here.
Oh, yeah. Obviously. Well, actually, no, that's not true either. Because would you not say that Liberians are owed reparations from this country?
Okay, I'm not too familiar with the Liberia whole story. How long ago was that?
It was after. Well, some
would have been after 1776.
Liberia started off before. Before the end of slavery. Excuse me. It started in the early 1800s. And slavery didn't end until 1865. But these people were off the plantation. They descendants of people that come from the plantation. A lot of people went over after 1865, and those people are FBA, quote unquote. Then you got the people out in Nova Scotia. What about them? They got FBA lineage. They the ones who went through the Underground Railroad, ended up in Canada. So what about them? Are they not reparations?
They're in these places now, right? Not here.
Yeah, they're in their places now, but their lineage dates back to the plantation here.
Well, I would say that they joined the conversation. Like, I think this should be going back to the whole Pan-Africanism, FBA, like the sort of rift that be happening sometimes. I'm with the Pan-Africanism overall. Like, you feel me? I just know that we can't bring everybody, and we can't unify everybody in this whole utopia of all of us unifying.
Okay, but I'm not having a Pan-African discussion. We can have that. I'm talking reparations right now, but we can have the Pan-African.
No, but I'm saying as far as from my Pan-Africanist view, even though I'm FBA, it's still, I think Liberia should join the conversation. Liberians should join the conversation. Like, I don't think if we focus on Black Americans, being that we are Black Americans, and we're not necessarily ignoring Liberians, but if they don't raise their hand at all, I don't think we're wrong for only pushing for us.
Right, but we're pushing for descendants of slaves to get reparations, right? It's not about America as far as like being American per se. We're pushing for descendants of
Being
slaves in
American is
America,
part of it, though.
but well, your
because we
ancestry.
still live here.
When discussing your ancestry, yes, I would agree. Your ancestry has to be from here and from the plantation from here.
No, not necessarily.
Everybody who's born here, ancestry don't date back to the plantation. Everybody that's born everywhere else, it doesn't mean the ancestry does not date back to the plantation. So we talking about descendants of slavery in this country. You don't have to be born here.
No, I wasn't saying that, but I'm saying that the American thing, the relevance for me is that we're here and we kind of planned on staying here. So that's what I'm saying. If we're focused on Americans getting the reparations and Liberians are counted as descendants of slaves that should get a piece of that.
They are.
Okay. If
not all of them, most of it started off with descendants. The colony started off with FBAs.
Right. So I'm saying the Liberians that's counted in that. If they're here, hypothetically, they'll get it. If they're not here, should we take a percentage and say, hey, y'all, even though y'all never claimed it, let me bring this over here. Y'all do this.
When you say we take a percentage, what do you mean we? We as
like,
in the government?
Like we as us who receive reparations in this country, right? Let's say we get it. Like,
right.
In that.
You just said a key thing right there. You said we get it, meaning we're not the ones distributing it, right? We're not the ones making that decision. We're not like you said, we should do this and we should do that. It ain't going to be up to us. If the government decides that they're going to give reparations to Liberians, we can't stop it. We have no choice in that.
Of course. No more than we can stop them from sending payments where they send them now.
Right, exactly. So people talk like we have control of that. We don't have control of that.
I'm saying, should we go to the table and say, hey, we got some over there in Liberia. Y'all better not forget about them. Like, they're included.
No, we should go to the table. We should go to the table and fight for reparations for descendants of slaves. But I'm just letting you know that does not only include Americans.
Okay. And for those that are not here, do they have to join the conversation?
What do you mean, do they have to join? Liberians here join the conversation. It's just us talking. I'm just letting you know. You asked the question, and you actually you made a statement about you have to be here in order to get reparations. And I was just letting you know, no, that's not the case. Because again, unless you're only fighting for Americans, and then the conversation gets diluted. Because again, we're supposed to be fighting for reparations for atrocity that happened here in this country. But that just if a family after slavery or during slavery they leave or whatever the case may be, that still includes their ancestors because they left, right? Let's say like the Liberians, people that left and went to Liberia, right? They got cousins, aunts, and nephews and nieces and stuff like that that's still here. Right, like they still have family here, so it's not like most people didn't pick up their entire family and left.
Right, I'm not. Let's just say 2 of them left.
Right,
those 2 that left, how do they prove that they're entitled to it from over there without ever coming over here?
Well, I mean, they got records that they could go to and date back. Same way we got records, right? Same thing. They'll be in the same scenario we in. They have to pull up records, everything else, probably submit some kind of DNA swab or whatever, something to try to prove that, that they are also descendants of slaves in this country and they also owe.
Okay, now being that Black Americans, we're going to them demanding our reparations, right?
Yes.
Like we're having conversations about it amongst each other, and we're gonna present the conversation, the argument, whatever you want to call it, to them, demands, whatever, like that. I'm saying, do those that are old that don't live here, do they have to involve? Do they have to come to a meeting? Do they have to involve themselves at all with helping get it?
Do they have to involve themselves? No, because I'm fighting for the descendants of slaves. It's coons out here who don't feel like we owe nothing, that don't feel like we should get in this country. That never left. They've been here the entire time, that will argue us down and say we ain't owed nothing. We got to pick ourselves up by our bootstraps, stop crying to the white man for money and all this. Some of them in the chat right now. They're running their mouths. Like, but I'm still fighting for reparations for those people. I'm fighting because if they're included in the descendants of slaves, it's irregardless. Like, that includes everybody. That's everybody. Whether they want reparations or not.
Again, I'm new to the reparations thing, so I'm just trying to get clear on how we get on one accord. So when we bring the fight to them, it's one voice speaking. So I'm not saying, oh, they not included or any of this type of shit. I'm trying to figure it out. So I'm generally asking questions to get educated. Like, oh, how do
I'm just trying to open up the conversation, because these conversations tend to get held, and these conversations tend to get had in, like, like online churches, where people are echo chambers, and they just start saying a lot of talk. They don't get challenged, right? Like, you got to challenge some of this stuff. I'm pro reparations. I'm not saying this because I'm against reparations. I'm just opening up people's minds when discussing this, because it kind of gets boxed into this kind of fantasy talk, and I just kind of I just like to have more realistic conversations about this, because these are things that are going to be asked about. These are things that are going to be challenged once this stuff get put on the table, right? So
no, exactly. This is good. This is what we need. Like, this is, at the end of the day, we on YouTube, whatever it is, but this is Q channel. Like, this is IX. Like, that space is a serious space. You feel me? Like, the bullshit, the flim flam, and the trolling, and the bots, and all of that, that's not going to stay around too long. You feel me? Like, so we trying to have real conversation here. Like, we trying to really move forward and all of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to get people to understand what's going. Because people, like I said, people get caught up in these little, cliques, right? They get caught up in these little cliques and everything, and they tend to start losing their way and start, because again, it's very easy to get wrapped up in, like, you mentioned FBA, and I see FBA on your thing, like, you don't sound like it, but I'm not sure. Or do you feel like these slaves were descendants of Africa?
Yeah, of course. Not everyone, but of course.
Okay, there we go. And what do you mean, not everyone?
I'm saying that every black person in America, some of us was here before.
Okay, see, and that's what these cliques start to do. They start having people who start saying things because a certain narrative gets pushed with these cliques, and I'm gonna go ahead and just
wait. One more question. When you say before the Americas, are you specifically saying black people here before 1776, or you're saying black people are even here before 1619, or are you saying before 1492? Which before are you referring to?
I'm saying before 1492.
That's
okay. Yeah. Now I'm with you. Like, go ahead.
Exactly. That's what I know. That's what he meant. Yeah. Like, it was no black people here before 1492.
Okay.
I know that's a message that gets pushed in the FBA circles, because
that's not no FBA circle.
Yeah, it is.
No. I came up in the Nation of Islam, and I learned that
Nation of Islam.
Damn, can I finish? I learned that we populated the whole planet first. We were everywhere first.
Nation of Islam don't teach that we was Native Americans.
We wasn't Native Americans. We was black or African.
Black. Nation of Islam don't teach we was here before 1492.
So there was no black people.
Black man. It does not teach that we was here before 1492.
And I would think that your search for black people before 1492 would send you into an Aboriginal conversation.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's
Not a
FBA.
reparations conversation. If you're on a reparations conversation, I think you would at least hold to the transatlantic slave ship as still being a true thing, not the other way around.
When the
where
fuck did I deny that?
Oh, I'm okay. Just making sure. I don't know how far you go with it yet. I know you still. Go ahead. My bad.
I was clear. I said not every black person that is here was brought over. I don't
where
think
you getting that information from? Where you getting that from?
I just told you.
No, the Nation Islam don't teach that.
We populated the whole earth. That's
not
teach.
true. That's
we
not
was
true.
everywhere first.
That's a myth. That's a myth.
Are you saying that's coming from Elijah Muhammad?
So
or
the only place we didn't populate. Where else wasn't we the first people besides America?
We was not the first people in Asia. We was not the first people in Europe. We was not the first people in this country.
All right.
The white man and the Asian got here before the black man. Prove me wrong.
Try to tell you, it's going to take you down a pathway. It is still rooted in religion, so that's one of the reasons why. It's what you believe. If you believe you can prove it, I'll mute back up. No, I'm gonna mute back up anyway. Go ahead.
So, are you saying that was coming from Elijah Muhammad or Farrakhan? This is devastating for you. Did I go out?
Nah, you ain't go out. He went on mute.
Oh, okay. Y'all was having a dollar amount conversation a little bit earlier when I popped in. I put a couple links in the chat. Those 19 families in Toomsboro, Georgia, about 100 miles east of Atlanta. They got 97 acres for $1.7 million. Each family raised about 88 bands for that. So,
right, yes, Sirski. At 3.6 wasn't that bad of a dream too. We have other examples that we could have pointed to where people can dream. That's why, like in the chat, I don't know what, I think it's just the nature of chat itself. You will always get those chats that come in and instantly want to say the negative. Like, you won't be able to get a city for that much. Like, what? That's not even what he was completely saying. He was talking about the whole architectural vision of what it could do. And then they kind of just minimized it to, you're making a single transaction. What will you do to spend your money on? Like, what? That's not the way he was thinking it through. But yeah.
The story didn't get a lot of traction because it happened literally right in the peak of George Floyd and COVID. So it kind of flew under the media radar. But yeah, it was called the Freedom Georgia Initiative. And $1.7 million was enough to at least get the dirt. And like you said, with y'all examples, y'all would have $1 million extra dollars for labor, supplies, or whatever. However y'all want to structure it out, just to get going. But I just thought that a more recent example that's exclusively tied to Black people probably wouldn't be the sole selling point. But you're always going to have your detractors, even if you lay it out, line by line. But yeah, there's other smaller exampple. I was just trying to give one that I knew off the top of my head. But
right, I took us back to T. Montgomery, Isaiah. Like, I have to go back to the 1800s. You was like, right. Hey, we had one in Georgia pretty recent, my boy.
Yeah, just a couple of years ago. Yeah, so. But yeah, I agree. The reparations discussion needs to be had. As we can see with different discussions and different platforms and different ideologies, the coming together part seems to be the most difficult part. Who is qualified? Who is in? How much? Where? When do we start? When is the cutoff?
I definitely feel like giving pseudo ahistorical history is a problem in the reparations conversation. We can't go to the government saying we was always here. We can't start making these wild, absurd claims when trying to have a serious conversation about having a class action lawsuit with the government, making these silly claims based off something that they can't prove on a panel. It becomes silly, and it becomes problematic, and that's when I start looking at these cliques like agents that's actually here to try to prevent reparations, because most of them don't really have a plan or agenda put on place, nothing political, nothing sound, no bills, no nothing, just feel good rhetoric. And they suck people in with the reparations talk, and then these people end up on the reservation down the road. I see it all the time. I haven't met one FBA person that don't believe we was always here before 1492. I haven't met. If I've met an FBA that believes that, they just joined that clique, and they ain't been in it long enough. If they've been in it for long enough, eventually they're gonna start talking that crap. That's what happens every time.
I always thought they were stopping at, and that was my naivety too, though. I thought they were stopping at, we were here before it was even called America. Like when y'all were just white settlers and colonists, y'all were starving and y'all were indentured. I thought that's where they were going with it, but no, they were actually taking it to the European dude who said the Negro European kind of mixed dude who said, is it Chancellor Williams? I don't know if it's Chancellor Williams who said that shit. Is it? They can't. No, Ivan Van Sertima. Excuse me, the one that they know, Van Sertima. I think they were trying to align with what he was saying, and then it's like, okay, well, I don't think that he actually proved it. And
he never proved his claim, but he really started his claim. Van Sertima never claimed that we was always here. That's not that was never Van Sertima's claim. Van Sertima's claim was we was going back and forth from Africa in here before Christopher Columbus, and this, that, and the third, and we interacted with this. But he said that he said that Native Americans was here first, but we got here before Columbus, and we was interacting with them, and we became merged with them and became Olmecs and all this other stuff. The rest of the claims, but he never claimed that we was always here though. That you will read his works and everything else. That never was his claim. Indians took his works and spun it to we was always here, opposed to we was just commuting back and forth from Africa and interacting with the Native Americans here before Columbus, that was his claim.
That's why, like, even when it came to like Black First, and then when you go to the social media and start hearing, like, at some point there was this dude named like Jason Black, and if you went to his chat, you would get a lot of people saying Black First, and there was another one example of that social media of Black First was I think his name was like Boyce Watkins or something, and he was doing at first it was like it seemed like he wanted to help empower women by giving a platform and then having a monetization pathway for women. Yeah. But it was anyway Black First. But into that lane, it was like that. It don't always mean the same thing as one might think. Long story short.
Yeah, you talking about Fly Nubian Queens? Yeah, he ended up being a mess. But yeah.
Like the idea seemed to be rooted in a good, but then now once you start looking at the leadership dynamics of it can tend to fall apart. I ain't gonna lie about that. I think the expectation that I even said earlier that as we start to hear more about reparations, not just from Jamaica or the Caribbeans, and but as we hear more from it, African Americans do have to be more receptive of the diaspora claiming that same thing, because they will know that they have a millennial who's in charge of that same leadership or governance spot over there, whether we like it or give it credit or it's due respect to the crown or none of that shit. The French monarchy, if it's symbolic to others, the symbolic gesture would be for our systems and industries to actually not disproportionately favor one group above us. And if that entitlement that group currently receives in America was to no longer receive their entitlement, and it shifts to a nigga the same way they like to do government and dynamics in Africa, like we look at Rwanda and Hutus and shit. If those dynamics shift where the money shifts, then it's just a what the fuck happened in America? Because in my mind, we ain't out of this shit yet. we're doing what we have with the little. And if they stop getting told yes, that's where their hearts sink. And that's why they think that, or white folks, excuse me, that they're in so much competition with us. And even when it comes to the mulatto that wanted to get closer to the white folks, they feel like their ability to survive can create dynasties and generations now. They're not just a straggling person, you know, in my worldview, the people who needed help are now standing on their own principles here in America. And we can acknowledge that, yeah, there are some white industries where they're pretty damn vital. I like having the electricity, but I still understand every time I hit that light switch, that's Latimer Lewis, because he got it wrong 999 times before the black man helped him get it right. And after that, we have something that we can sustain in our lifetime as well. But, you know, when it comes to power dynamics, community building elements and shit, I don't want to shit on no dreamers. And once upon a time, I used to be very impatient with brothers when they came up. And now today, I think if I'm going to be as bold to say that if we get on code with reparations, the African leaders over there who look like us, and they actually do have entire populations that look like them, if they don't get on code with us, then they're at fault again. And then, yes, we should open up and start having more conversations about their leadership and how they're failing their people, because they're then going against the very grain that we can accomplish. And he's a millennial until he dies. So it's not like we're asking for the change to happen in the next 1 year. But when we look at 2040 and we start thinking about what that means for our children and what that means for their children, now we have some leverage, right? Because how much longer should we just keep existing without being entitled the same way the Americans are being entitled? If they go to a place and get a loan for their trusted value, not what they've already produced in income, but what they say they can produce. And I'm only going to go off of if we can get the full value of our certificate of eligibility for our damn service members. I've heard many arguments where even white supremacists seem to recognize that our black soldiers, they showed the discipline under white or black leadership or whatever it took, and they've always fought for this country. If we can even maximize one single entitlement benefit to its full profitable margins, we would have a more, what do you call it, a more golden age in America. That's the golden age. But you don't have a golden age again because you're in this dark era where we see black folks with potential to do more who are just sitting on it. Like, what do you do now compared to the dream that you would have if it manifested the same way everybody got a fucking check during the damn jab season? Everybody's household all of a sudden can get a check and nobody turned it down. Black, white, Puerto Rican, Asian, it didn't matter where you came from, your lineage, your heritage, you got a check. You got a check on some Oprah Winfrey check shit. And everybody got one and they spent them shits. So yes, they do know how to cut a fucking check. And I don't think that it's not against our best interest to be advocates in open spaces. They say, well, how do you fight for reparations? I really appreciate having platforms like this where we can have this conversation. That's one of the ways we fight. And intellectuals today, all the way back to 1800s and even before then, that's what they did. They talked about our shit. Anyway, I'm done with my word salad, like the chat be saying.
Nah, I just put another link in the chat. You can go back to 1781. Not only one, but a woman and a man that were slaves sued a slave owner.
What state?
Massachusetts, actually.
Okay.
And declared both of them free. I think they were awarded 30 shillings, and shillings, if I'm not mistaken, that was Dutch currency at the time?
Yeah,
even the Jamaican had like a silver shilling, right?
Wait, no, wait, hold up. No, 17. You said 17 what?
81, yes. 81.
I don't think it'll be Dutch shillings by then. I don't think.
That was the ruling.
I could be wrong, but I don't think they were still using. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, it wasn't US dollars or British pound. It was 30 shillings. Hold on, let me.
It was 30 shillings. Okay, well, then you're right. Then probably yeah. Was it Dutch though in 17? Dutch 17 might have been.
Actually, at that time it was a British coin. My bad.
Okay, all right, yeah, I about to say yeah. I'm like the Dutch was going pretty much done by late 1700s as far as up north. They had a strong presence up north in the 1600s and 1500s.
Yeah,
A lot of our towns out here and everything else got like Dutch names and
yeah.
the Dutch founded a lot of these towns.
Oh yeah.
What is the history of the Netherlands? Is that supposedly like Sephardic, or is that like what is that?
That's that's the Vikings and stuff that initially started
Is that who
populating.
they try to give credit alongside when they say before Columbus there was some damn Viking dude or something? Or is that
Eric the Red, the first white dude that discovered America before Christopher Columbus. He started by accident. He discovered Greenland by accident. He got exiled. For crimes or whatever. And when he was out in sea, he got lost out in sea and stumbled across Greenland. And then when he found Greenland, he declared himself the emperor. And then he eventually, after a few years, he went back, told people that he got this new land called Greenland. He called it Greenland, even though ain't nothing green out there, ain't nothing but ice out there. But he called it Greenland to sucker the people to come out there and populate it because he needed a population. And the only way to get them out there was to promise them that it's all kinds of flourish and greenery, and you can grow this, grow that, and this, that, and third. And I call it Greenland. And they believed the bullshit, and they went out there and found out it was all cap. But they was out there at that point.
Let me get back to it then. Does reparations make black men look weak, or is that a resistance, a sign of resistance? An admirable or honorable sign of resistance?
It's a sign of resistance. I feel like it don't make us look weak at all. Everybody else gets reparations in some shape, form, or fashion when crimes are done to them. Like they not viewed as weak. No, we getting what's owed to us.
Yeah, I would argue being enslaved probably have your weak argument versus the reparations argument.
Oh, we begging conversations are hilarious. Everybody begs. You got a problem when everybody else begs. Everybody begs. You beg. You begging us to stop talking about reparations right now. Everybody begs. You ain't got no problem with begging.
When we look at the entitlement structure, like that's what capitalism seems to be contingent upon, is the loan. And until my loan clear, once I get my loan, I'm gonna be able to do what I need to do. I promise you, I'm gonna make this little interest rate. I ain't even concerned. What you say it was? You want 4 points? Nothing. At the same time, if you never get that if you've never really experienced a real come up, then you don't know what it's like to actually think in numbers of reparations. So it does seem like a fantastic beg. It's like that's never going to happen. And the way that I think about it, because it's more politics, I'm just thinking about the structures that make it happen. Is it the Department of the Interior and the money comes from the Treasury Department? The identification, what is that? Each state has their own identification system, but in any event, like the structures for it, and then the banks themselves, they already have made those things where, and this is where our arguments go, the minority infrastructure spending and such. And whenever they decide that they want to invest in our communities, it goes to those banking establishments that have already gotten those funds repeatedly. And to me, that's where the opportunity is. And when it comes to like what many Black people I hear say, like I just heard Brother Isaiah, who I just met today, it does sound like construction and who gets to get those bids would be something Black people would immediately take advantage of if they had the opportunity to move into these spaces. If the capital was no longer the problem and they could operate the equipment and start to build and compete in the world as we see it, it sounds like we have future builders that reparations would enable. It's a golden edge that aligns to me with the conservative black dots, but it kind of goes against most black conservatives who say reparations in itself is a bag. So that's where the conundrum is. Those key black dot leaders who they've appointed on their side of the aisle, who sit there, who aren't like the Bookers, they can kill the dream by using economic arguments that we haven't validated yet, while at the same time looking at an agricultural system that is dependent upon loans. And then once those loans come in and are made good, that's where we have most of any of our valuable exports. Like Dude was trying to say, Madan earlier, any of those ones where we can still use more exports would be a good thing for America, because right now we're getting more imports than we are sending out exports. And that's because when it comes to those loans and who gets them, as we look at the black farmers, for example, just a microcosm of the different industries our creative and intelligent minds would go into, that's a microcosm of what we would export. But just for the example, the black farmers, they petition for those same thing. I think their issue was more like beef and different things, but shit. Why does Summer Goddess keep saying word salad? Dude, I know I'm from the tribe of long winds. Does it annoy you that much? That's petty.
Nah, it's because you spitting.
We here to talk.
Yeah. Do you think black people spend more than they earn?
Shit, I know I'm trying to get my wife to stop doing it, but because I'm here, we kind of balance it out. We get to invest a little bit, but yeah, I can see where some families can experience that. I think more times than not, no, they're about balance. And yes, there are situations where black folks can get out of balance. And then if you're already low, it depends on how significant of that disruption, it can really hurt. I mean, I'm talking really, really hurt, but I don't think that we live that way. No, I think we find some form of balance where we're at.
So you would count approved loans, like let's say if you were approved for 25,000, that doesn't necessarily mean you spent it.
What does that mean?
Would you count that in your spending versus earning ratio? I'm not sure what the percentage was when you say balance. 50-50, 70-30, 60-40, you know what I mean?
Oh.
Because we can look up the government import export as well. I'm pretty sure that the US government has been doing way more spending versus what they import.
He's saying it's relatively balanced. Like for us as a people in general, is we spend almost as much as we make, pretty much, kind of thing. Where it's like some got a surplus.
Wait, are you saying are the people doing more of the consumption than the government itself? Is that the comparison?
No, I wasn't comparing the people with the government. I was kind of keep it just to black families only, but I know that's kind of difficult.
Are black families going deeper in the debt than their income can afford?
As a whole, would you say?
Oh, I would think so when it comes to education. One of the areas where the loans have been over applied is in that student loan and that promissory note to pay that shit back. Them student loans are going to hit us good in our families. I think so. And then when it comes to the actual real estate, the first time home buyers, I think that's an area of opportunity. So in the inverse, I don't think that we're getting enough actual homes under our names, but I do think that we're getting a lot of promissory notes. And then on the terms of credit cards, I don't think for a whole as the black community, they give us enough of credit limits that allow us to go super deep in the debt compared to any of our counterparts. I think if they did a study, we would fall like 25% of the entire balance that the bank might have in credit card loans out goes to black folks, or maybe even less. If we got a $600 spending limit, they got a $4,000, and then just scale that up in numbers.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Brother Moses. And to add, because I'm in that space, so I see it all the time. Another thing, the cars get us too, brother.
Oh
car
shit! I
loan.
saw a $600 car note. I damn near hurt my heart. That was my little
That's
cousin.
the
I said,
600?
"Oh,
Oh no, I'm looking at $900. What is the smallest Nissan right now? Like
talk
the
about
car
shit
phone.
that make you cry." When we say
Yeah, yeah,
reparations,
Yeah,
we say
900.
plantation. Niggas say car note.
you
Fuck.
you
Her car
you
note
know
was $912 for 60 months.
Then look, brother,
Oh, for 60 months too.
Yeah.
That is selling your labor. Like, I don't know how some people don't see
That's
themselves
crazy.
as still damn near
I
on the
think
slave
I
plantation at
think
that
the
point.
I think the car loan problem is bigger than property because of how much cars depreciate.
Yeah, by the time you get done with insurance, gas, maintenance,
Right.
yeah, man.
For something that's only going down in value. It damn near can't go up. As opposed to a property, like the brother said, we don't get enough loans, but you know, a good chunk of those loans is the first time home buyers. They doing 3.5% down, getting caught in that trap. Some of our veterans get caught in the trap. 0% down, VA loans, and all of these hidden fees as far as the interest and PMI and all of this stuff is. We definitely get beat up with the housing. It is definitely a big area of opportunity there as far as our people not falling for the traps and buying too much house, and the average home is foreclosed on by the 7th year. The bank taking it back, or they or you refinance it, and all
To
that
me, there's
money
a
and
big
interest.
threat. Like, we don't have a threat to push. And I think because of housing and where it is, and the crown owning all of them fucking trees above us to the north, niggas might have to be willing to be cold for a couple. Like, I don't know, like, we don't have to get locked up and become firemen, but we might need them trees up there to bring down the cost of these fucking homes if that's the fucking case. Because if they charging that for a car, I'm only willing to, I'm not even willing, I don't know. How much is a fucking mortgage then that people are legitimately paying? Because I know I got the little entitlement already, but if you're not a veteran, you don't have that entitlement. So what is the actual mortgage today for people who aren't the fucking veteran? Because a car being 900, that shit down there made me cry.
Yeah,
No, it's nasty out here. Mortgages, shit. If you renting, it's nasty out here.
Yeah, she was a renter. Yeah, I agree. The loans aspect doesn't really hit us as much. Actually, from personal experience in the '90s, I was a loan officer for several different brokers, and you're right. For every 10 deals, 7 of them were, European or not black, and maybe 2 or 3, qualified black, families. But when it comes to the cars, though, I mean, it's just hard to gauge. I mean, between Kia, Hyundai, and some of these other companies out here that are offering, some of these rebate specials. You know, your kid getting out of college, even while they're in college, they're very quickly to put them into a high interest rate, long drawn out auto finance loan, no problem.
Maybe like I'm passionate, but I think that people could be mad at that, seeing that this is where our generation are. I would believe that the generations before me wanted me to not have to $900 for a car every month for 60 months is one hell of a commitment. Like, I've heard people cry about $37 a month child support.
Yeah.
And to me, that frustrated me for real. That gave me secondhand embarrassment. I didn't really get as mad at that because I did understand that it does get worse than, those stories. So it's just more embarrassing to hear that there was a person who would cry at 37. But I didn't know that the car payments, though. Like, I understood like student loans and how that was going to be a big strain. My mom always emphasized that. In fact, she was taking like one course per semester a time in order to make sure that she, you know, her money's still balanced. But that was one of the ways to not go over consuming debt and promissory notes, which would have pissed off my dad, who was already working 2 jobs anyway. And so his fear was this deep debt consumption, right? And so he was, as a military person, trying, and, you know, a veteran, trying to find ways to keep costs down, while at the same time my mom was still like, but I love going to class, I love school. She actually loved it and continues to, like she does photography and things like that that can keep her interested in stuff. And it also kept the cost down for student loans. But not every family is going to be afforded that, because we didn't have the institution of financing that land-based, the land grants that our colleges received, which is a small fraction of what big cities are. And that's all the way in the 1890s. That's a hell of a thing. And we already look at those and say, but they are very underendowed. And any HBCU alumni might attest to them sometimes having roaches and things like that. So some of the conditions of the assets or the properties, facilities themselves, oftentimes are an opportunity area for even their alumni. So no, I don't believe in asking for the great rich. And I don't believe that we're asking for one person that makes it big to come back to the hood and do it. I think that we were right on track saying that this is a policy discussion. And when it comes to the approval and denial of certain types of loans, if we could at least acknowledge that harms that our families have experienced there, then more Black people would be able to be on board with the reparations conversation. To me, that's predatory lending, and I don't have 30 years of financial, experience like that. I think I did like 10,000 hours in sales related, to like credit cards, but it wasn't directly like that. So what I'm trying to say is that loan system, I make it a joke to people like Madon, but I also understand that there are people who live off of their credit cards. Like that's what they really buy groceries. If they're going to eat fast food, it's probably going on a card, and it's not because of points. Those points came afterwards. But before, I think those transactions were what people just did every day. But did we find a balance? I think so, because at some point they stopped allowing even my wife, like at one point she used to get automatic credit limit increases, and then they just kind of stopped doing that for her credit line. So even the system itself put in checks and balances against Blacks that have limited us in that capacity. The wealth generation through homes rather than renting somebody else's, though, is like crazy, though. Like once they would have understood equity intergenerationally, I think that would have changed the game. And being denied that kind of helped mathematics, and the mathematics of real estate slip from our grasp. And so when we look at the acreage, I wouldn't be a good farmer. And therefore, if somebody was talking reparations, owning all type of farmland, the first thing my mind goes to is like a weird space, rather than even being able to process it, like Brother Isaiah said. And no, that I would look at the land as an opportunity to build and construct upon, which is, that's why I bring these people together. I think one of his first things that he said was bringing the people together that could help with the elements of his grand vision is the first thing before he spends a dime. And I thought that was pretty fucking brilliant. My mind actually goes to where I would spend it. So my first thought was I would invest in Zayak. Somebody said that shit in the chat. So that shit made me feel good. Like, damn, somebody was on my wavelength.
Yeah, we definitely don't need a class in terms of how to spend, but the saving part of it, the earnings part of it, the discipline part of it, probably need a little bit more education, if you will. GQ is in the chat. That he's literally got auto sales in the screen name. Yes, that was a Nissan Versa, 2018, 2019, one of those years. But yeah, that was just one example. And I've seen other used car.
Cardinal was that high for 2019?
Yeah, brand new at that time. I think it was 16.7, mid 16s, just based on her dynamics, I guess. Previous credit. I don't know if she filed bankruptcy or not, but she was working obviously, but yeah, it was killing her, man. I
Was
used
it
to
a
teach.
lease? Because the lease is a little
No,
different
no,
than
that
a
was
financing. That'd be the real scam.
nah. That was she got it deducted out of her pay, and it was payment booklets. So no, there was no getting a new car after 60 months. Now my mother, she leases Cadillac every 30 months, I believe, but she's paying nowhere near that, even for a brand new CT.
Seeing the way when I'm seeing in the chat and what you're saying, that
Yeah.
to me just says I'm gonna keep driving my 2011 for a long fucking time. I'm gonna keep getting my oil change because I'm just not in that market yet. That's just more of my income than I can depart with as a veteran. I'm not gonna lie to you. Even if my credit score was all the way there, I don't like. I almost want to say, is there like a pre-approval process or something? Because I need to see now, like what would I even have to pay if I wanted a new car today? That shit crazy. And would they even say it's that same amount? Because maybe they do still have it where if you have good credit, it works. But I don't know if all places do that. Like some people just sell you the car as it is, and it really does. Do they even have because of your credit score, we're going to do this for you, and now this car's payment is only this much? Do they have that part of the system in house, or is that not even their decision when it comes to financing?
Yeah, it's gonna depend on where you go. But yeah, I haven't had a a finance book since what 90, 91, 92. Yeah, that was the last time I financed a car, man.
And see, my little bro was telling me last night if I could share a bit of his dream, and I was connecting with Dave Chappelle's, the biggest dreamers he's ever met, skit. Um, I don't know. Yeah, that's probably why I'm that vein of consciousness today. The biggest streamers, and his was crazy too. Who he selected to talk about, but my little bro was like, they need like a one-click submit housing options based on my credit score, like kind of a partnership with Zillow or Credit Karma that allows people to know where they can move and how much their payment would be in like one click, the same way that they do some of these cars and shit. Just wanted to share that while we were on that point.
No,
I
that's
mean,
I literally used to do that manually. Uh, I was able to pull credit reports. I was able to literally go down to the county courthouse if it was somebody local, or request documents, and then I would have like another portfolio with my list of lenders with qualifying conditions. So I did, VA loans, the good credit Citibank loans, and in 1998, that was the first year that you were able to get approved for a residential loan strictly based on your income. They didn't even consider your credit. So no matter what credit you for, as long as your income was verified, you were approved. And so I shot a lot of loans too like that. But yeah, I used to be up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning trying to find a perfect formula. And it's just so many nuances. There's never going to be either one person, one family, one couple. Every single thing is different, even if you're the same age, even if you work at the same place, even if you make the same amount of money. There's always going to be nuances that'll put you slightly different in terms of what you're going to pay, how long you're going to pay it, how much you got to come up with, and other things that they consider. But I used to catch a lot of heat for literally trying to underwrite the loan instead of sending the package off to the real underwriters. But I was a time guy. I didn't want to sit there and wait, 3 to 4 weeks, for somebody to tell me no. And this guy's blowing up my phone every day. So, that's what you just said. I used to literally hash it out. Before the internet, I didn't have no internet. I didn't have AI. I didn't have Google. I mean, everything was literally manual.
shit.
Yeah.
He's 17 years in the army, and that's what he told me last night. So I just figured I'd share. He said
Oh
we
yeah.
need that automated, and I would think it's because when he does have to relocate, how much of a hassle that ends up becoming for him, even
Yeah.
with somebody with the income to be able to go where he can go, but he still has to go through a very tedious move process and needs
Yeah.
his dates before, but he can't say until he has a place there, but he can't get a place there because he doesn't know what's there. Nobody's going to move, like all the different issues that go with it. So
Yeah. It's a catch 22. Literally, you have difficulty trying to plan out not only for you but his family as well, and to go to work or go to school one day and then have the teacher or your supervisor interrupt you and say, hey, your life is about to change. You're going to be in a new time zone, a new zip code and everything by the time the sun goes down. It's like, whoa. I've literally been through that, so it's not a real good feeling, and it could really impact on how your perspective and your trust value in terms of people, organizations, the system. Even if you have information and literature in front of you, if you're going through those nuances, uh, sometimes you know, it could cause a real doubt factor, and people are hesitant, to make change, even if the overall objective is to better your situation. So definitely understand that.
you're from a generation that precedes mine. Have you ever like really considered like what you would do with reparations if a check was cut? And would you be willing to entertain the idea of $3.6 million and how you would approach that?
You saying 3.6 to per family, or is
Oh,
that?
for you as a descendant.
Oh, per
I don't know if you have
individual.
children and wives and none of that because that's where we
Yeah,
start
yeah,
busy. But just
yeah.
talking to you as a person.
Nah. As you can hear, previous experience in residential financing, land, real estate, property, businesses. When I say businesses, that would with the age of the internet. Now, before the internet, obviously a business would have to involve a brick and mortar. But now, when I say invest in business, I don't really need a physical building. But yes, I would need to invest into something that is going to continue to generate income and revenue. So yes, those would be the primary materialistic things. I've been through my fashion, the fancy cars. I did all that, vacations and been to Vegas and all that stuff, and it's just not beneficial for me to see, hey, I'm awarded X amount of cash, and I'm just going to pretend that I'm making myself feel better by using it on things that are not going to generate income. So, yes, I think that should be more of a perspective that is taught to the youth at a younger age. Yeah, you can have your fun, you can, entertain yourself as per, but perspectives in the end, um, the however you make a living now, whether it be corporate job, a labor job, self-employed, there needs to be a portion where you can set aside said amounts of finances that would either be in already doing it or in position to generate the revenue. The conversations about making money, that the amount of time I feel that should be spent on that is the same amount of time I think that we see Black people discussing entertainment topics. Uh, when we get into these hip hop discussions, when we get into these celebrity trial discussions, when we get into professional sports, uh, that needs to be the same amount of time discussing on how to generate money other than physical labor. And I think the trust factor probably is not as high as it used to be, but that would definitely help, as I showed in the link that I just posted, where the 19 families got together and were able to put their names on a title deeds that equaled out to 97.6 acres. I know a lot of people in the north, can't fathom how wide that is, but that is huge.
That's freaking huge, man. You walk it there.
For 1.7 million. Yeah. Yeah, 1.7 million is probably going to get you maybe one building in New York City right now. So that's just compare that, if nothing else. But yeah, I definitely am more of kind of leaning the conversations and the discussions in terms of hooking up, networking. How can we get this ball rolling? Keep the reparations discussions going. But until then, until we can get to a formal stage where we have serious responses from governments, serious responses from corporations and businesses, in the meantime, to hold us over, let's go ahead and have these conversations about making money and generating business and generating revenue. Even if you go for a nonprofit, you are providing service, to kids. You are providing a service to disabled. You are providing service to, whatever group in the Black community. You never know who knows who. When I was driving trucks on a regular basis, I used to offer free roadside service to people that had kids. If you were an elderly person, obviously, the woman. I convinced maybe 5 or 7 different towing companies to do the same in different cities. And to this day, even though I'm not driving as much, they still honor that. They still honor that. And a lot of people may not be appreciative when they receive services. I know a lot of people feel like just because I'm spending my time with you, they are owed either monetary funds or something extravagant. But when you receive gifts, you never know who they may work for, who they may be related to. It could turn into something, a wonderful opportunity just down the road. And even if it doesn't, just feel good about helping someone. But like I said, that's difficult for some. That's the way I was raised. So my bad if I'm trying to be the good Samaritan for Black folks. So that's just my little rant. But I see there's a couple people in the back. If y'all want to come up, I was kind of back and forth. I don't know if Q is away or not. If y'all want to come up on the panel, just hit the link. And as you can see, we have been having this reparations discussion kind of seriously. So if you're going to come up here and deflect, yeah, you will be removed off the panel kind of quickly. So I know it's Sunday. But go ahead, bro. I didn't mean cut you off there.
I thank you for giving me that as well, because you don't have to share it, Yeah. Some people just, I don't know. When I remember having this conversation on the open panels before, and not only did I get some counterproductive energy from it, it was almost like a how do you I was so dumbfounded, it almost shook what I started seeing in it. It was like, wait, are we ready to have the full course conversation? And the expectations, or the outcome that I was expecting. The cut the check was the end solution, but that wasn't the outcome that most people expected. Most people were expecting just to even be able to have the conversation, and then after time we can find some points of consensus. We know there are some points where we disagree, and just having natural discourse will bring those out, but over time there are some consensus. And I like the question that Psycho even brought out. He was like, well, what date do you put on it? because for some people, again, it is 1776. This is an American obligation. And then for others, they do want it to expand bigger than that and to include a broader diaspora. So going back to 1619 can still be much American, but we know, if anybody's been on this channel and actually heard some of the conversations, that even thinking that House of the Virginia House is that would already open the conversation up bigger than just what people would say is America. And the way that he also framed it is because of how many generations are we willing to compound to that. And there was clarity there, because 1492, that is another issue of contention even for me. I hear the Abo say we were here before America, and we do need to know, are you all saying that it's before 1492? Or are you just saying we were here before the establishment of the Americas, as in the United States Constitution and so forth, going from there? Those points of contention should still be aired out in public as we discuss reparations and delineate. That's even before we get to the, what people would say tethers, or the different associations on how they say, well, this person is not included in this because, and then X, Y, and Z. But just for us, it's encouraging again to have that conversation, because I never turned off my notifications for the reparations conversations happening in different states as well as on a global platform. And just because I was a bit deterred by what I was hearing on my own open platform doesn't mean that dream is deferred. And Big Brother George Macon told me that that's what they want. Do not let them steal my dream. It is okay for Black men to dream. It is okay to do so out loud. And it is okay to do so amongst brothers. I know they say watch Mixed Company and those different things, but on this platform, I've heard so many other intellectual thoughts shared. It might as well be my own personal dream. So,
I got a quick question. Being that you brought it up again, the 1492 thing. So, from what I remember that I heard, it's acknowledged that there was Black people that touched America before we were forcibly brought over here. Is that correct? Or y'all saying that no, none of us we never came over here and never did nothing with America before we was forced to be brought over here?
I made the claim. I said, no Black people was
No,
here.
he agreed with you too, though.
Yeah.
No, I don't agree with it. Mine's is that's where we start getting to the distraction or the point of contention. I don't have to agree or disagree. My argument is for reparations.
That's why I said I made the claim.
Oh,
yeah.
so
I made the claim. I said no Black people was here before 1492.
For me, I would not be able to find anybody, and no librarian in my family that has ever existed has been able to go back to 1492. We cannot get that far. Like we could get to, and this was the daughter of, and this was an enslaved girl, the daughter of, but we don't go all the way back chronologically to 1492. No, we haven't been able to do that. No, sir.
No, I'm saying, to be clear, Black people, Africans, Nigerians, West Africans, whatever you want to call them. You're saying before slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, we didn't know about America and never came over here.
Well, 1492 wasn't the transatlantic slave trade. So I'm saying before 1492, there was no Black people here. When Christopher Columbus got here, he had a Black person on the ship with him, and that was the first Black person here.
Okay, ever in history.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So you even,
and
when they say what Christopher Columbus said, that there was Black people or dark skinned people here, you don't even like that account from that guy, the chronicler, huh?
Yeah, but dark skin doesn't only apply to Black people.
Yeah, if he I just said he had a Black person on the ship with him. If he saw people there that resembled that Black person on the ship with him, he would have mistaken them for Africans, not Indians. He understood what an African looked like. He knew what an African looked like. He seen Africans. There was one on the ship, so he didn't mistake them as Africans when he got here.
Right. Else he would have seen, if he would have seen it, he would have said that it was Africans, or he saw Africans. He would have documented it. But he just seen darker hued people. Then dark skin is not only exclusive to Black people.
It was darker than him.
It was
they was
darker than them. Yeah, right. It was darker than them. That's like if you go into Southern Asia, the Chinese would call those people in Southern China who is darker, they will refer to them as dark skin. It
So it's
doesn't
like
mean that they're
accepting
black.
swarthy, but not saying those as black people.
Right.
Right. So yeah, so dark skin and light skin is not only exclusive to black people, and you'll have that in other cultures as well too when they describe somebody of their own.
All right, now how do that link with reparations again? Like, let's just say
Because
Right, the 1492 date is
once
what
we,
that was.
yeah, because if we start making claims that we was here before 1492, that's a different claim in reparations, and now you got to prove that the government was in on this conspiracy to keep the truth hidden from us, that we aboriginal to this landmass and everything else. So now we got to go through that nonsense, and then
okay, I get
it's
it.
muddy. It's muddy in the waters and
I
everything else.
get it.
Discussing
I get it.
reparations.
I get it. Nah, I get that 100%. All right, so shit, throw that shit away then. If that's going to derail the shit, I get that 100%. So throw that shit away, and like I said, whatever is the date that, as far as the collective who really want reparations and who's actually going to be involved in fighting to get it, whatever date we agree on, if you feel me, where it's like, all right, this is at least the basis. We all agree here. Some say before 1776, whatever. But if 1776 was that number, whatever the number is, I'm rocking with the number. Like, I'm not.
See, the 1492 is an easier one to concede than 1776 because of so much history and legacy that's before 1776. So is 1619 the number, the 1619 project?
We could, but then it gets to people are going to try to make the argument, because I've had people present this argument to me. They're going to have people presenting the argument that, well, again, this wasn't America at that time. It was British colonies, right? Like Jamestown was a British colony, right? Like so, we start including these type things. Now we got to talk about having class action lawsuit against Britain for that time period, and we can do that. But when we talking about reparations for this country, I think we got.
I got you. Okay.
And I say it's Britain. I'm the one who's pro that because we know exactly who the millennial is. So it's not like we're asking some spooky man. And when people say, "Oh, the federal government" or something like that, I like that approach more or less, because holding our federal government accountable, I don't know what else we can actually do besides just keep going through the Chitlin circuit, the 30 markets. That would be the other one. And then having that type of convention. We have summits, we have conventions, we have summits, we have conventions, that type of thing. But again, that is saying I want the access to the bourgeoisie. That is saying I want access to the integrationalists. That is saying I want access to the white liberals. That's saying I actually want what exists currently to fund exactly what I would want to see done, rather than saying the other argument, which is what I've heard people say. But anyway, I don't want to get too lost again.
So do you don't think the federal government should fit the bill when it comes to the debt, because they are culpable and capable?
Yeah, but they wasn't an entity at the time during 1619. They was
right. Saying the federal government, that makes you a 1776, in my opinion. Now we're getting clarity.
The federal government started.
Yeah.
Huh? Right.
Yeah.
That's why you would be a 1776er, because you're saying the American government, and once they got a hold of the property from the plantations and what was the permanent chattel slavery, black folks, they continued it up until 1865. And so for that, we want to hold them accountable for slavery, reparation, or Reconstruction, and Jim Crow. So it's the same argument, but you're a bit more clear when you're saying the American government. I
got a quick question.
Yeah.
Can we do both? Can we start with 1776, since that's the easiest, I guess? Get the government of America, who still benefit, who got all these industries, all of this started up, and this huge head start that they got from off of the backs of our ancestors. Like, can we do that? And then after say, no, hey, we got this other 150 years and bring that to those people.
We can do that. Yeah, we can do that. I would say don't put cart before the horse, though. Focus on this country first before we.
I would say this country first.
See, that's why the first things first, like Psychopathia said, is just even what is the clear argument? What is the date that you're talking about? So that way you're even having a, like, I don't know, when I read bills and propositions and legislature shit, that should be concise as fuck. I'll give them that. When there's one thing that they were able to do when it comes to like the legal or the judicial system is they have better word salad than even me. And I thought I was pretty complicated sometimes. But they can be concise as hell when they want to, though. When it comes down to we grant for the provision of, and this charter entails, and land grant, like that shit, like, it be spelled out pretty damn good. And the question isn't what are we waiting for? I think the question is what else are we talking about? And oftentimes those can be a distraction. But again, we have this platform. How many other platforms are still active, even willing to engage that conversation, knowing what comes with having that conversation? I know Taz was one. He left a little bit earlier. He let me get up there and give my little spill. There have been some bigger platforms as well. Phil advised, even as much as he is more diaspora than he is America, his Black First was not to marry black, and there are some other things that people can hold over his head. I think that his challenge was also that he was more connected to the diaspora. And so reparations could then just be, yeah, that was a strong thing to support and to say, but he wasn't really invested that way. You know, he didn't even marry that way. His offspring would not look that same experience. They would always be a little bit this world and a little bit that one. And that's the decision that he chose as a grown man. And the permanence, I think there's a permanence argument that's coming out. And I know Psychopathia, if I keep bringing it up, the Abo argument, but I would rather we see Abos in the chat as vigilant and as annoying sometimes as some of their folks could be than the other one when people say, well, the gays hijacked the movement and shit. So I don't like to bring them up at all because I don't want that in the algorithm. But the Abo side, they went and had a conversation with David Eltis. I will say he was one of the co-founders of that Emory study, slave voyage website, and that database that he wants to make corrections to. And that white man, I don't know, we talk about white supremacy from a boogeyman lens, but he's the one who was responsible for putting the numbers in. So therefore, when the number went from 14.5 million slaves and then it dropped to 12 point something million slaves, and he's continuously scaling it down. And I think if you ask me, just because I'm B1 Brother Moses, I graduated from Morehouse, fuck that white man. I think the next step is, it looks like when I went to the transatlantic slave trade, there's some double coding. And anybody who's ever dealt with hella data and shit, sometimes when you try to fix a date, I'll just say what it is, and everybody that can follow can follow. If you're not following, man, it's not on me. Rewind it. But in the slave voyage data, if you go to the 1749, for example, there was a list of ships that came out of Bristol that was published, and many authors spoke of that. One of them was David Richardson, and he captured a lot of it in the original, narratives of slavery or something along those lines. But here we go. When we look at the slave voyage data, when you look at the ship, what you find is, and then you go to the assimilation, there can be the same ship sometimes listed twice for the same year. Then when you click on the information, the data might say 1948 or 1949. And so as we expand that data set to try to be more inclusive of the Americas and the intra-America trade that was going on, i.e. many people, once we started doing the ancestry.com, we was like, how the fuck did my people come out of Barbados? Like, I don't agree. And so it would be that one, like, because once you go back, it opens up hella people, and you just, okay, this one, okay, we could check. This one we could check. But then it start opening up others, and you just be like, where?
It talks about, well, when you do DNA, it's talking about haplogroups. And haplogroups is pretty much talking about migration patterns and markers. And what it's stating is that one of your ancestors was in Barbados at the time, at a certain period, probably was the first stop off the boat before they came to the Americas, or somebody from Barbados got shipped to the Americas and got put on the plantation, something like that, or whatever it would be. the reasoning behind something of that nature.
And
Most
for that
likely.
reason, do they scale that? Like right now, our talking point used to be 14.5. Now it's like 12.5, I think. Do we continue to allow white supremacy to scale that down just because his math? Because to me, my allegation, and though I can't prove it, would be that I think they know how to keep double inputting. That way, the next generation can find the double inputs, and now it puts it on the next generation to now say, well, a more accurate reflection, once we've scaled down for the intra, trade, now shows that it's more like 7.6 million. You see where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
Or no? Am I psychobabbling?
You're questioning the numbers of how many slaves actually came over here, right?
Right, fact. Or am I doing it, or am I saying that's what I think that he's doing?
You're saying that's what they're doing, right.
Yeah,
Right.
but at the same time too, like I don't think like if you're trying to insinuate that they gave incorrect numbers for manipulation purposes, or like what were you asking?
Right. Do we believe that the numbers were higher or lower than 12.5 million? Long story short, that's the question.
Okay, so like when people have businesses, they do inventories and stuff like that, right? Like a business. So it's like slavery was a business, so they did inventory on the slaves. So I don't think they had intentions in their mind. We're going to do this in the present time, so in the future that people. It was just the event that was happening. Like, you know what I'm saying? When they were recording. Now, they may have had miscalculated certain things, or they didn't account for certain things, but I don't know if they didn't account for those things because they were trying to. It's like history is not a crime scene where people is doing things and they're like, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to try to clean it up so that, when the cops come and when we're in court, like, it's just, these are just events that are happening and people are recording the events. So when y'all talk about these things, I make it seem like it's like a crime, like it's a crime scene. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like people are like, and then when they're going to get caught, and they got to clean up. There's nothing like that. It's just events that are happening, and the events are being recorded. Like for example, like when COVID happened, people just started recording it all over the world, and people started talking about it in newspapers and articles and. You know what I'm saying? Like in different countries and stuff like that. They were just talking about the event. No one was saying we're going to be doing like so in the future. People would think like you know what I'm saying?
I'm walking with you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's not a crime scene where people are like, yeah, we're going to have to try to do this so that in the future people read the information and that like, nah, it doesn't work like that.
But you're also disregarding the vile nature of the white man too, though. You're. We know that history is not a crime scene, but you also can't negate. Tactics as far as to hide history, just to keep it simple. You feel me?
Hide what history? Hide what history?
History pertaining to us in general. We ain't
but why would they?
So the white man has already has a historical background in basically what's the word? In obscuring history.
But look at Leopold in Belgium and the Congo, right? And how many people that he killed out there. They recorded that. They recorded that they killed more Africans than Hitler killed Jews.
Nose off the Hispanics for it. Why they shoot the nose off the Hispanics and changing the colorations, and that's all of them trying to whitewash or trying to obscure history.
I didn't hear you. I missed that. What you say?
He said shot. He talking about Napoleon and the soldiers.
Yeah, Napoleon.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we don't know if that's actually.
Wait, what Napoleon?
He said the soldiers. He's talking about the story of Napoleon, but that's a mythical story.
What's that? What you talking about? The shooting of the? You talking about
the nose? Yeah, the nose. The nose of the Sphinx. That's not true. That's not true. Yeah, that's not true.
That's pseudo. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pseudo.
That's why I'm asking, like, what history?
So you're saying white folks going into Africa, well, not just white folks. What's the term? Archaeologists. It's another term. These
paleontologists. Paleontologists. What are you talking about?
Archaeologists.
Yeah, archaeologists. So when it comes to the white sciences, so you mean to tell me like there's all the evidence that points to them trying to not trying to, but white
history.
Not real. That's not true. That's not true.
As far as no, because
Napoleon and burning the Alexander, like that's not true. Burning the Library Alexandria, all that's not true. That's fake.
No, we're not saying that. We talking about that specific
How
part that you're
did you
talking
know?
about.
How did you know? How do you know?
Hold on.
Wait, real quick, Diddy,
Hold on. But how
do you know in 2025 about the Library of Alexandria and how it got destroyed? How do you know about that if they hide in history?
That's them burning our history.
That was not.
No. But how did you know? No, but how? Yeah, but no. He's asking, how did you know?
I thought we was black. I'm confused.
Alexandria ain't our history. That's them burning their own. That's them burning their own history.
I thought we was
right.
No, he's saying if history is hidden, how did you find out about it?
Yeah. How did you find out about if white people is hiding the history that you're talking about, right? Because what you're talking about is things that they even wrote about, so you know about it even through them. Right now, you might not have learned about these things in our public educational school system, right? Because it probably wasn't in the curriculum. But these are things that white people even wrote about, like Leopold of Belgium. They recorded how many people in the Congo that they killed. Like, they wasn't lying about that. Why would they lie about that? Why would they lie about I killed?
Very bold about the BS they done over history. They will write about it and brag about it and prop it up, everything. Like they don't hide it. They very bold about what they did.
So Margaret Sanger didn't say we can't let the word get out. You know, as far as we're gonna use the preachers, we're gonna use the black leadership as a.
That's not her hiding history. That's not her hiding history.
Right, and that's still one person. That's only one person though. So
that's not.
It's only one person.
That's one person.
But number game. Oh, you only got one.
No,
I need another one. Give me another one.
Understand? That wasn't her. Her making that statement wasn't her hiding history though.
Right.
The fact that you know about that statement proves that they don't hide history. You know about that statement right now.
You're trying to hide your machinations. Like, what are you talking about? That's when you literally make a quote saying we can't let word get out about this Negro.
That's not her hiding history.
Yeah, but that's not hiding history though.
But it's her attempting to prevent it from, permeating.
Not history. That's how I try to prevent the.
But that's not history. But that's a particular thing that they was trying to do, prevent people from knowing. But
you're saying that the Negro Project was well known? Is that what you're saying? It was something that was broadcast, TV shows.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
It wasn't a clandestine operation.
Hold on.
It wasn't a clandestine operation.
The fact that I could pull it up right now online shows you it's not history. It's not hidden.
Yeah, brother,
you kind of proving
your own. It don't mean, bro. Doesn't mean it's not hidden though.
No, but it's not hidden, bro. No, hold on. Right, because they're not searching for the. Wait, hold on, because they're not. Because they're not searching for the information. The information is there. It's out there, right? But a lot of people is not searching for this information. People are relying and dependent on the public educational school system to teach them everything. There's certain things that they just don't teach in school that you can go to books and Barnes and Nobles. You could pick out books. You will find information like, oh shit, I never knew this. It's written inside of these books. It might not be taught in school, but they have them in books. That's not in the curriculums in school. So it's in history, but they're not just teaching certain things in school and public school system. And there might be certain information, if you don't study on a deep level, in depth of things, then you may not know about it, but it's still recorded and it's still history and it's still not hidden. It's just that the people are just not looking for the information, or they may just not be trivial to the information. That's all. It's not hidden. It's there. It's recorded and documented.
It's right there for you to find.
Right, exactly. It's right there. Niggas just got. So I think what it is that we rely too much on the public educational school system to teach us everything, and we rely on white people to teach us everything. That's why we always say, like, well, why they need to? Nigga, it's not their job. We got to go teach ourselves. We got to go find out on our own. Yeah, we're going to get a little basic fundamental X, Y, and Z, and, to stimulate our mind and make our minds intrigued and question. And that's when we got to go and be like, well, let me go try to figure this out. Go to the library, get some sources. They got references that you can't even take out the library. You got to read it right there. So you can go to certain archives and shit like that, and libraries and the Library of Congress. Pick out information that's not taught in school, but it doesn't mean that it's hidden. It's there. You have to go and find the information yourself. It's there. It's recorded. It's history.
Yeah.
It's documented. Yeah, we just got to stop relying on white people to teach us everything. That's our problem. That's why we saying that they keep on hiding shit from us, because we thinking that it's their job to teach us this shit. And it's not their job. That's why Psycho always keep on saying it's like you look at them as God and shit like that. And not God. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just expect them to teach us every fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? Or put it in the school.
I thought y'all were just on white people being deceitful.
Who's on that? It's deceitful in what way? It's deceitful not when it comes to history. Not when it comes to history. Like I said, they very bold about what it. Like I said, they proud of all the bullshit they did.
Mm-hmm.
They don't consider the bullshit they did bullshit. So they very proud of it. They prop it up.
Right.
Like they don't.
Now, if you talking about like a
tell you
crime
about all the
scene,
savagery they did in this country, they ain't got no problems with that.
right? Now, if you talking about like a crime scene, like what they did with Emmett Till, them niggas lied or in court cases and shit where they kill. Yeah, the niggas is gonna lie. There's a court cases, right? They're gonna lie in court. But we talking about academics and in history, like things that like scholarship. You talking about like shit like that. Like, yeah, they're gonna lie about those things and be deceitful, but you know what I'm saying? And you know, and all the other shit that they did throughout history in regards to, you know, tricking people with trinkets, that's all recorded. But we talking about like history academics. Yeah, they're not lying about that. And y'all associating y'all saying because they lying in this sense, y'all saying that is in this sense too, and that's not the case. They're two separate things and two separate topics and conversations.
Nah, for sure.
Diaspora question. Reparations on diaspora. 1570, the people of Veracruz, they say they have a claim too for reparations. Your response, starting with Psycho.
You said 1570?
Yeah, the people of Veracruz. They said they were enslaved in Mexico and Veracruz, and they started an mixed mulatto or black free society in the mountains of Mexico. But they feel like they are equally owed because of their experience as descendants of slaves.
From Spain?
Now, who? The question is who will owe them? Because I don't think this country would owe them anything.
Right, he immediately said from Spain, nigga. Hell nah, that's Spanish.
But that's who would owe them, though. That's who would owe them because that's who was colonizing them. You said in Mexico, right?
Facts. Yep.
Yeah, it would be the Spaniards who was colonizing them. So,
see,
yeah,
I thought I was doing some slick shit because I heard Q Butter say that shit earlier when he was talking. So I thought I would throw that one in, but shit, he was right on that one.
Yeah, as long as
yes or no?
hold on.
Wait, you said from Spain, so no because it's from Spain is the answer.
Well, they would be owed reparations from Spain, not from this country.
Oh yes, they would be owed reparations from Spain though, just not Black American reparations that we have.
If niggas continue to believe and go with this narrative, right? That it's like it kind of sounds like traumatizing, right? Because there's things that like everybody lies, right? We all people lie. You know what I'm saying? But if this is going to be our mentality, especially when it comes to information, how is niggas going to be academically inclined? Like how does this work if everything in academia, especially things that are objective or empirical evidence and all these other things, and they're saying and there's a method on how to gather this information and do research to find out what is what and using deductive reasoning to determine if something is true or false without experiencing it, or even mathematics to determine if something is true or false without experiencing it. How are we going to be able to become academically inclined if this is our thought process? How and then how will we be able to compete with the rest of the world if this is our outlook? Like, how is that possible? Because all we're going to do is reject the information. We're going to be hurting ourselves in the process, right? Because there's things that are lies that white people lie about, like in history. And I'm not saying that they're lying about the history, but I'm just saying, like, for example, with the Native Americans, right? That's in history. They tricked them. They slaughtered them. Yes, they fronted them. They lied. Yeah, but that's recorded in history, right? And then you have other things that they did too. That's recorded. That was fucked up, but it's recorded in history. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they're gonna have that reputation because it's recorded in history.
Right. They're not hiding.
Right.
They're not
right.
going through. They're not going through documents and changing things around that didn't happen and trying to confuse people and stuff like that. That's not what's going on.
Right. And then there's no, like, when people say things like the white man's teachings or like knowledge is knowledge, like knowledge is universal. Like you understand what I'm saying? Like no matter what group of people, like for example, like a lot of the mathematics we get is from a lot of different places in the world. You get mathematics from people from India, contributed, the Middle East, Africa, Europe. It's not just Europeans that contributed to mathematics, right? So like this, like even in history, it's not just Europeans that just contributed, right? So now objective knowledge is universal. Knowledge is knowledge. There is no white man knowledge, black knowledge is just universal. That's it. Now, if you want to talk about from people's perspectives of how they tell history, yeah, you
And
can tell history through, yeah,
history
you
is
can tell
told
history
through
through your lens.
not through just one lens, right? The
Yeah,
losers and the winners get to tell the history, right?
right.
So losers and winners are going to collaborate certain events and things that actually happen. Now you're going to get different perspectives based on the winner
Right.
and the loser on how it
Mm-hmm.
went down, but the actual events and everything else that they saying occurred, and it's collaborated by both parties.
By
So
both
to say that
parties.
these people are lying about anything else, no, like these things are again are fact checked and
Yeah.
everything else from all different people co-sign this stuff, right? Like people
And
go to different areas. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, sorry, and we're corroborating evidence, right? And researchers, and like World War II happened. Like even if I want to talk about Hitler or something like that, or Mussolini, right? Or I want to talk about, well, I could talk about it from my perspective. I could say I could dress the shit up and make them niggas sound like they was good people based off of things that they did for their country, and it'll be true. And I could talk about it from my perspective and say that these people were heroes, and then somebody else may see it and they'd be like, "Yo, hold on." That's just my perspective of these individuals, right? But the actual historical event that happened, like World War II happened.
That happened exactly. It happened.
Like niggas,
You're
like
gonna get
niggas be
different.
bugging.
You're gonna get different perspectives of the
Mm-hmm.
war, but the war happened. These battles happened. You know,
Mm-hmm.
this stuff went down. Yeah, but like
Right.
you get of course based on where you get your history from. Who won this war? 1812 is subjective.
Right. Right.
Canada will tell you that they beat the hell out of motherfucking Americans, and Americans,
Right.
it'd be hard for you to debunk them. Americans going to
Right.
sit there and say that we won the war 1812, and it'd be hard for
Right.
you to debunk that. So it's like
Right.
it depends on which side you're asking because it was
What
no
the
way
red
to
stick say? Ask the creeks. Ask the
Mm-hmm.
matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, right, and that right. So now, so now, people could tell the history in different perspectives, but the actual historical
But these events
events,
happen, right?
right? That shit
These
happened.
people
That's
existed.
objective. Like,
Yeah.
right, like September 11th, the towers fell down. That was real. Is niggas in the future going to be saying like when you have kids or grandkids and they got to do a book report or they got to do a paper on September 11th and kids, like, well, you weren't there, so you don't know if it happened. When people wrote about that all over the world, niggas in Japan, niggas in and they got newspapers in London that spoke about that shit. Them niggas was lying. That's like if you got a kid and you go up to your kid parents teachers conference and all of the parents is like your kid is bad and they opinions is independent of each other. And then you ask your kid like what happened, they be like, oh, they lying. You be like, all your teachers is lying. And when you're gonna ask them, well, why are they lying on you? Well, what is the purpose of them lying on you? Now you gonna know your kid is bullshit. Because all the teachers' opinions of your kid is independent of each other, unless they all came together and said, we're going to lie on this one kid, the math teacher, the English teacher, and then they all came together. Now you got to find out now why they all came together, if that is true. All of the teachers ain't lying. All of the teachers ain't lying on your kid. Your kid is fucking bad.
Now you could say we want to say the white man omits certain things from history if he's telling it to you. Yeah, that's called propaganda, right? But the things he's telling you did happen. He might leave certain
Like
things
these
out
things.
so he can give you his propaganda. That's the omission part. But if you look
Right.
deeper into the history, the knowledge is there. Like like the stuff that he omitted is there if you just look deeper into it and not just get spoon fed your history or whatever. Like, but all this, it's not hidden knowledge. It's just propaganda that you got hit with, which means they omitted things. Hence, like the war 1812 scenario I gave you. You get American propaganda when you learn about that war here, right? But the war did happen. It wasn't pseudo. Like they wasn't lying about these individuals
Right.
existing and stuff.
Right. It wasn't right.
They
It
just
wasn't
propaganda when they was hitting you with it, so they omitted some things. But when you look deep
right.
into the war, you find out other things that actually happened along with the things that they told you. That don't make the things they told you a lie. That just mean they spin wasn't exactly everything that it turned out to be. It was a different spin to it.
Right, and this is why too, when you're doing papers and stuff like that and research, you get like different sources and different articles and different people that wrote about this particular thing. There's no like you're gonna get different from different scholars, like Black people who wrote about this, or Black scholars, European scholars, you know what I'm saying, Asians, you know what I'm saying. People wrote about these things. It's different historians, it's different. There's different types of historians.
So
before I say something,
real
can
quick,
I ask what did y'all think about Ta-Nehisi
let me
Coates
say
when
something
he
real quick.
published that shit to the New York Times for reparations? Can I ask that question? Because I have an opinion about something I wanted to say, but before I do that, anybody against Ta-Nehisi Coates? Before I say something,
I mean, he's cool for the most part, but I just feel like he
Which one to say, DT?
I'm gonna say no, I wanted to read something else. Remember, Psycho, we was going back and forth about like how we can't. Yeah, you're right. Like in the sense, like you can't go into the Constitution. Or you can't find it. Nothing as far as in the Constitution that says that the 14th Amendment is exclusively
Exclusively was written for Black people.
For Black people, huh?
Right.
So, but real quick, the 14th Amendment is almost 100 years old, and its life has been repleted with irony. Railroads, utility companies, banks, employers of child labor, chain stores, money lenders, aliens, and a host of other groups and institutions have all found nurture in the due process and equal protection of clauses, leaving so little room for the Negro that he seemed to be the 14th Amendment's forgotten man. This despite the Supreme Court's early recognition that the one pervading purpose of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments was to ensure the freedom of the slave race, the security and firm establishment of that freedom, and the protection of the newly made freeman and citizen from the oppressions of those who have formerly exercised unlimited dominion over them. So basically, brother, but there's this notion I will strongly push back that it's hidden. We've been told that, that ain't for you, it is for us. If you dig deeper in books, you can find out that that's all written.
I don't disagree with what was said, but understand what was said supports my claim, right? Like, because I said that the 14th Amendment, we was the reason for the 14th Amendment. I never doubted that, because he did say the purpose of the amendment being written was for the free slaves or whatever that just left the plantation. I agree with that, but I said how it was written. I said when you go back, because remember what I said. I said when you go back and look at how it was written, it was not written exclusively for Black people. Even though we was the reason for it, it wasn't written in a way where it was exclusive for Black people.
It wasn't written in a way that was explicit, but I'm saying when you read it, it's how.
Case in point, the Asian hate crime law that everybody likes to talk about, right? The Asians are the reason for that hate crime bill to get written up, right? But the way it's worded when you read it is not exclusive for Asians. Another case in point, the George Floyd bill, right? Like, you wouldn't say the George Floyd bill was exclusive for Black people, because we all know that when you look at the George Floyd bill, it's not written exclusively for Black people, but we was the reason for the bill to get passed. So, being the reason and the purpose is one thing, but how it's written is another. And these things are written to not be exclusive to these individuals.
I would push back on the Asian thing, because
the title makes it seem like it's exclusive. Like the title is what make it seem like it's exclusive, but it's not.
Right,
okay, I got you. So because it's hold on real quick, DT, because it's letting the people know. My bad to cut you off, DT, because it's to let the people know. Well, this was the reason to why these particular group of people at this particular event and time. So we're going to dedicate this crime bill to these people in their name, but it's for everybody. Because it's America, so not just only the Asians get to benefit off of it, but other people as well. It's like the civil rights shit.
Okay, let's just stick with that bill. It never had the word Asian in it, and I don't know how people are just skipping past or not acknowledging that the Ahmaud Arbery case. Those men were convicted off of that particular bill. So I'm still kind of not clear.
wasn't exclusive for Asians. That's what I was saying. Yeah. But it's called the Asian hate crime bill because they was the reason for the bill, and I wouldn't disagree that they is the reason why the bill it even exists. But that doesn't mean that the bill is exclusive for them, though. And then 14th Amendment was the same thing. We was the reason for the amendment, but the way it was written, it wasn't exclusively for us.
I understand that, but grace means that.
Your connection going out. Somebody was talking about some slave numbers that were transported.
Around the Asian people, like
go ahead.
Who secured 30 million for, and in the article they're talking about our community, Asian Americans. So it's hard for me to extract my mind from that was not only from them, if their people was literally securing tens of millions of dollars and speaking how this is how their community is harmed in the article. So I can't get away from that that somehow we've been duped to believe that that's only for them. And we think black folks got money. We think black folks benefit from the Asian bill. Really? Come on. Hotline. They literally had a designated hotline for these people. We are the victims we are the face of hate crimes. They literally set up a fucking hotline. That wasn't for black folks. That was for Asian Americans. Like, come on, bro.
Right, but when you read the bill, it doesn't say exclusively
Asian. Hey man, you see how other groups benefit off the civil rights thing? We could benefit off of the Asian shit too, bro. Just go and take advantage of it, brother. You know what I'm saying? Just go take advantage of it, brother.
I'm just telling you how these things are written, Diddy. That's all. I'm just telling you. I'm not saying I'm not saying who like this group wasn't the purpose of this or that group wasn't the purpose for that. I'm just saying how it's written. These things are not written exclusively for one group of people.
We already have case law. I mean, I don't know if your connection did your connection go out?
I don't think he knows his connection bad yet.
My connection bad?
Yeah, that's you, Diddy, that we're talking to. Your signal's messing up.
You better now. Yeah.
You better though.
Okay, so
that bill though, Usher, that other concessions though, like that 30 million I'm talking about, that bill, okay, I'll give you that. Granted, that bill wasn't for everybody, but that bill also created other concessions seemingly that only is exclusively for them. Hence the grace mean going out there getting 30 million and secure talking about how our communities. So it's just that bill created exclusive concessions for them though.
I'm not saying they didn't benefit from it. I'm not even gonna argue with you and say they didn't benefit from it. I wouldn't argue if you said they benefited the most from it. I'm just saying it's how it was written though. Also it's written that anybody could benefit from it if you fall under that, dynamic.
So we already have case law under that hate crime bill with Ahmaud Arbery case. Did you hear me when I mentioned that earlier?
Oh, you mean his the culprits being convicted under the hate crime, correct?
Yes, that was a state court also, but after the state case, they went to federal court, and it was specifically from that particular hate crime bill.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I see.
So while Asians are able to benefit, he's saying that there was also blacks that were able to benefit.
As far as due to the brother being killed, they basically
get injustice and reckons.
Them up on criminal sanctions as far as with the murder and use that as
likely a longer sentence.
I mean, it was exclusively for hate and nothing else. I mean, like they were able to determine by a jury, not just one judge. I mean, 12 jurors that were not all black. I believe they were mostly white. Said, "Hey, this is strictly hate and nothing else." Guilty on all counts.
What came first? Did the passing of the Asian bill came first, or did the concluding of the trial of Ahmaud Arbery? I'm trying to see
passing of the bill.
Okay, so the Asian bill passed. Okay. No, I mean I'm done. I rest my case. I still.
The Asian hate crime bill was 2021.
Okay.
And that case was concluded in February 2022.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to go back to the slave trade numbers. So even in the case where the numbers could be possibly adjusted, uh, even once they reached the lands and the plantations, there still was slave breeding. I mean, just because you may determine that there were not as many slaves transported from the continent of Africa, that does not decrease the number of slaves that were ultimately being used for labor in the Americas. Uh, a couple of plantations in Florida, and Florida was known as the primary slave breeding region in America under Spanish rule. The Kingsley plantation up near Rosewood. I think it was another one. The Dudley plantation. I mean, there were several families that they were specifically their only job and nothing else was to breed and manufacture as many slaves as possible. And slave owners used to go down there, and it was like Amazon for slaves.
Yeah, y'all. I was wrong on that too. On that Sphinx, I guess. Yeah, I was wrong on that on the Sphinx. Yeah, I had to fact check myself. Yeah, I was definitely. I will call that out.
Yeah, no, it's a popular talking point.
That's a popular talking
They
point.
knocked the nose off the Sphinx. Yeah, you said that earlier. It's all good. We've heard a lot worse than that.
Yeah, it's a popular talking point. So yeah, they do. Yeah, it's all good. There's a lot of talking points that's popular that we gravitate towards too because it validates, our experiences and things that we're going through. So once we hear other information, we tend to, appeal to the information because it's an emotional appeal. So we gravitate towards it, So we easily fall. That's how a lot of us too get caught with the grifters that's black, because we hear black people saying certain things, or even with the white grifters, we may hear white folks saying certain things about the government. So if it's coming from white people, it validates us as well too, because it's a white person that's saying it. So, it's validation.
So it sounds almost like, and I'm on the slave voyage, once the data changes, we should see, and like at the same time, if they try to scale the numbers down, what we're expecting to see is the numbers start to increase as they recognize more of the intra-America trading that did occur. And you would even say that from Florida, that data set, as they start to digitize those different, like Bristol records, for example, but as they start to digitize the records that they do find, you would expect in our lifetime to see that those numbers of intra-American slave trade were a lot higher than originally projected or even accounted for, right?
Yeah, that's possible. I'm not gonna assume that different parties and different organizations would coincide and be in sync, especially if they are researching different data points.
It's hard to get exact numbers.
Yeah.
They're going. It's pretty much guesstimations based off. They're around about numbers, right? That's pretty much what they're playing around with. They doing the same. They did the same thing with the Holocaust. The Holocaust was initially marked up to be at a certain point, and then every year, every 10 years, it seemed like it drops down more and more and more. But it's a dangerous lane to go down because like with the Holocaust doing, like this is something that Holocaust deniers like to do, right? They dwindle these numbers down constantly over the decades to the point where now they start to say that it never happened. It was
zero. It went down to zero.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. Or eventually they start to believe that the white slave or indentured numbers were even higher. You're like, what? When did y'all start believing that shit?
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I say it's a slippery slope argument that I think David Eltis is trying to have the conversation around, even when he visits the Abo spaces. That's where I saw him last, was on Bro Top Cat's page. and they was over there having a panel conversation, and the slave voyage dude joined. And that's the only reason why I was even bringing it up too, is because we can say what the deflections are, but oftentimes we're like, well, how do we identify? And that's one of the things. So who gets reparations? You threw one out about Liberia. I countered that one with the ones about the Mexico. That's even closer than Liberia. But do expatriates have that right if there's so many generations removed from the American slavery experience? Like that one was 1570, but they would still have the right to claim. And the answer would be yes, because that's their history. For our argument, we would want to be more specific to an American argument. And so if you're completely American, then I don't see people arguing past 1776. If you're not completely just American and you are a bit more open-minded, then you'd be willing to accept the experiences of the Virginia colonies and the South Carolina colonies. But that, again, also opens up the doors for the Jamaica and Bahamas experience. There were so many different revolts and different ways of resistance that are chronicled that put names down and people down, to where when people actually say, well, yeah, we can identify that this stifled this entire area based on the leadership or the lack of leadership, or the investment, lack of leadership, the equality of the distribution of tax revenue, or the inequality of the distribution of tax revenue. And so as they've continued to pick the winners and losers across time, I still don't think that they're at a point, especially when I see his little brother picked a biracial woman out of Los Angeles. I don't think that they're against going for a black man. And when I say that, when I look at the amount of money that goes between exports and imports between America and Great Britain, I think that they are more dependent upon what America produces than we are. I may be wrong on that shit, but then when you look at places like Canada, I still see like they have a lot of fucking assets under their management that could really support I don't know, the advancement of black people in America. Fuck it. I want to make it clean, and I want to make it as transparent as it is. When you hear people say what they would do with reparations, then these dreams are the same dreams that any civilization's men would have. They want to build more. We want to build more homes and things, and that's going to need trees. And they sitting on, like, I know people like look at Alaska, but when you look at next to Alaska all the way over to Maine, that's a lot of fucking trees that they're saying that our world can't benefit from. And that's what's causing the cost of construction to go up, because American trade,
Most our lumber comes from Canada.
Oh shit. Say that again.
Most of our lumber comes from Canada. That's why that was one of the things that was a big deal when the tariffs, they was having the tariff war with Canada not that long ago, still is. But yeah.
And then they got power. So I was cracking jokes with Madonna earlier, but shit, water is going to be ours as an American. That's that side arguing for bigger picture reparations understandings, is that it's not limited to what our comedians may have joked about as they were keeping the conversation popular. But for us, what we do with this conversation, and if it's our ability to have the conversation and make it resonate for the person who is the politician, then that's why we have it the way we have it. But there's other people who can only be caught up on the distractions. They can't socialize this concept with us because of their inclination towards, well, other people did this and other people did that. And I don't really be wanting to hear that. I want to actually hear what the dreamers have to say. And when I say the dreamers, I'm not thinking in the same way that Obama is. Even though I mentioned the Veracruz and the blacks of the Yanga and those different folks, I would say Yanga just like I would say Inyanga and other folks who may or may not have a claim to what I would say as a black American. So anyway, and history matters, right? Because that was 1570. But if you want to go 1619, we know why people say that number. If you want to go 1775, we know why people say that number. And you're being more and more inclusive or less, and you're adding restrictions, I guess, to the parameters to which reparations conversations can be held by even us. Because we have some tethers, or I don't like using that word, but we have other people who don't have a clear understanding that we have generations that go back that far here. And that's why we have the right to argue it and to petition the courts or legislature and whoever.
Moses, let me ask
my
you a
nigga Anonymous. Oh, you ready now, nigga? You on the spot right now, nigga? Let's go.
Everybody wants smoke.
Good to hear from you, bro.
What's good? You been all right?
Yes, sir, man. I got a newborn. Well, he damn near 15 months now. So yes, sir, Ski.
That's peace. Congratulations, King. That's what I love to hear.
Yes, sir.
Hey, question. So, and I think it's a great conversation. I'm glad that you educating people on the intra-American slave trade, right? And I thought you had said something. I want to make it clear. Do you think because, and I'm hoping that they do more revision on this intra-American slave trade, do you think that's going to make the numbers larger or smaller? I mean, I think it's going to make it larger, but I'm interested to see your thought process.
I didn't think that it was going to make it larger until the older gentleman just came on and told me about what, like Florida and the breeding, and that alone would increase the numbers for intra. I was thinking about it as a way like, white people, we can't ever trust them. My first thought, oh, he only doing that to one day say it was only 8, and then to keep making the numbers smaller and smaller to, just to be that point of confusion that always exists in history, how many were brought. And we can look at the numbers now and say what the numbers do look like based off these very limited records. But like Robert F. Smith, the same dude who was like Morehouse graduates after I graduated, it was like, I'm going to pay for your I'm going to pay your student loan debt.
Student loan.
Right. He's the same dude who's also investing in a database, which is basically trying to do the same thing, digitize old records in that same fashion.
Have you ever really, because I had extensive dealings with the site, like have you dealt with it and went into the records that are in there?
I went and found every last ship on the 1749 Bristol list that I could, my nigga. Like when they told me that London shit, I take the London aspect of the reparations debate serious because that nigga my age.
The reason I take it more serious too is because when you start there, this is the beginning of this triangular slave trade that we see, right? When you really go and deal with a lot of it, they're starting with that, with the metals that they're getting from there, then they bring it to Africa, and then that's how they move around. But I guess the main point that I want to make is I do agree that white people have, they've messed with history. We're not going to play with that. But the reason I like that site so much is because you can go look at those papers. You can go see the manifest. You can go see a lot of this. And if we want to talk about how they can skew the numbers, the way that they can play with it, and we need to become more educated in this, is a lot of this was like insurance fraud. Right. So we missed that insurance fraud is a huge part of this for a lot of these white cats. Right. So when they was running their plays, either they wouldn't get people or they would get them and throw them over and run an insurance play. Right. So there's a lot that we can miss. There's a lot, like if we're really going to get into it, we need to also figure out how to create a think tank so we can look at these numbers correctly.
Right. That's why I didn't like when the dude kind of dismissed it as this isn't like some crime thing. Because when we look at the history and the records, they were already saying, well, this many embarked and this many disembarked, and they were giving themselves some leniency there. Yeah. And so there's many areas intellectually that we're already being told to give them leniency. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like how many actually disembarked? And that, I think what Top Cats and them did was bring out the fact that when you look at some of those ports, who was embarking and disembarking, what number of people were embarking or disembarking, and are the records clear that they were being picked up in Africa and disembarked in America? And what happens when we look at that data and find out that this ship that you have a record for did not actually have that many in its cargo or whatever? And I know David, I don't know if it was David Elton who made that argument, or his other dude, David Richardson. The Richardson dude was the one who was like, well, if you look at these ships themselves and by their cargo, and both of what I would say is both of them recognized, to your point, Anon, that what was happening was if they had to pay a certain amount into whatever the shipping merchants insurance fund was, and so they're giving their estimates. So I got this much cargo and predicting how much cargo it is just to jack up, like what somebody else said earlier. I think it was, I don't know who it was, but in his vision, he was like, once you get that first sale, now I just need the next sale and the next sale. So it was almost to that nature of, I don't have a fucking 400 people. I expected to have 400, but the number that actually embarked was more like 269. And the number that actually made the complete voyage was 200. And then when you look at the shipping tonnage, it kind of verifies that. You can look and see the other things like who their captains are and shit, but it just depends on which lane you're going towards. For us, I was just looking at the port information. Is this number what you were trying to say? This it went from Sao Tome, for example, with this number, and then in Virginia, this is or not Virginia for that time, Jamaica or Barbados is where it landed, and this many disembarked. That's where I was just going off, just what are the numbers showing, and was it this boat? And then I was just taking the screenshots from there and trying to have the conversation. But I see where they're going, which is now how many of those boats were saying that they were across this great Atlantic, but they were still here in America, up and down.
Right. And for me, it's important to tell the story correct, right? There are far less of us, our ancestors, whatever, that comes directly to the Americas, or at least to North America. But what happens in North America is, in my opinion, almost just as heinous, because now you got all these breeder farms, right? So the numbers, though, that come to South America and just to the Caribbeans, those are very, like, this is heinous, right? And so we got to get it correct, mainly so that way, like you said, we can really identify who's entitled to what, right? If we really going to have this reparations argument, and I'm not trying to get, I'm not trying to do anyone wrong, right? But like, I think it was Dev or Psycho that was pointing out, like, yo, so when it comes to Veracruz, like, that's Spain, that's on them, right? But when it come to us, I think all these people gonna have to pay something, right? Because we're going to different ports and then going from those ports to North America, right? This is a very intricate program that they had, right? So you could end up in the Caribbeans, and then a month later or 6 months later or a day later be on a ship headed towards, whatever port you're going to, somewhere in the Gulf, right? So it's important to really look at those records, see what's going on. Like you said, see what started on the embarkation and then what's there on that disembarkation, and really comb through those things with a fine-tooth comb, and then watch out for cats like Madon, who will just play with the numbers just for the sake of argument.
Facts. Madon's here to defend himself, so yeah. The slave voyage argument, I don't know if we use that as a basis for reparations. That was more or less, I was saying, we're looking at identity as well. And there are a lot of abo spaces where that's black folks who, I swear to God, they were black when they mama had them, but now they are identifying as aboriginals. And so because of that, when you say, well, who gets reparations, that's just almost the same as saying, well, what about those Liberians? How long does it take to expatriate oneself before the American issues and what happened and the experiences that are being, remedied for Americans? How many years does it take to, now you're not even a part of that? For me, I haven't decided yet, because I know that there are expats all over the globe still who still identify as black, and their Black American experience didn't stop for them. I don't think that they were able to separate their I'm black no matter where they went in the world.
No, I definitely agree. And it may get worse in certain cases. And
but hold on, wasn't we supposed to debate something similar to reparations, the contract for Black America? Ain't that right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about it now? Is it still the same, or you kind of hold that in high esteem?
What was the title? Like, it's been a minute.
We didn't even have one. We were just always talking shit to each other.
Now, keep in mind, though, some of those debates we're taking, so like, especially over there, I'll take a debate that I don't necessarily believe in when I see a strong candidate that we want to start getting into the stream, like into the to the swing of things. So it would have just depended. Like, there were times I would take a capitalism debate, but I'm not caping for capitalism, right? I'll say we gotta go through to get where we're trying to go, but I'm not a proponent of capitalism necessarily. So I would have took whatever debate you wanted, just because I thought you was a strong debater, just to be honest with you.
That's facts. Because even how I think about capitalism, I would rather have a sharper critique of capitalism than I would the acceptance of cut the check. Because cut the check was so hard for me to accept as something that was a real legitimate thing, but it just had more strength than saying reparations.
Yeah.
But that's still just, if your whole outcome is to get further in capitalism, to me, that then lost the spirit and essence of what reparations was truly for. That's not what my ancestors was experiencing. To experience a slaving condition or the oppressions that they were under, while at the same time being a dreamer, this shit hurts. And I can really attest to that shit. When you actually have come from a society where everybody has said, well, you got potential, young man, you just keep dreaming, and then you walk into the bank and they say, well, come back when? That's what is my reality today, where it's still not right. Where if I know it, and I hate that, I still espouse it. If I weren't who I was, they would look at my credit score and they would look at the same income requirements and I would get a yes. But because I am who I am, I would still get that no. And I'm like, fuck. And I know there's a couple of things I could have did better. So let me not make it all about the white man. The certificate of eligibility being one as a veteran. But again, ignorance. I did not know the maximum capacity should have been based off of its earning potential rather than me getting situated in a primary residence. But because I made it a personalized thing, me and my family could benefit, but it doesn't do anything much towards creating generational wealth other than one streamline of equity, long-term equity. And that's good. Yes, kudos. We need more Black people to get their first primary. But when it comes to entitlements, we need more Black people who actually get an entitlement to be able to maximize that motherfucker. Not more Black people who get them and don't maximize it.
You chop it up with me, bro. I'll walk you through the process, especially if you understand COB. I don't want to say what state you in, but I'm pretty sure I remember what state you was in.
I'm in Arizona now. I think, I don't know where I was at then, though. I may have been in either Carolina or Georgia.
That's even better, though, right? So, because your number is going to be higher. So, if it's me, if I'm you, I'm looking for a quadplex, right? Because anything beyond that 4, like once you get to 5 units, it's a commercial property. So you can get a quad, treat it like it's a residential, and now you know your earning income is nuts. And then once you do it, stay in there for 2 years, like you said, treat like a primary, refi out, and then use your VA and do it all over again, right? You can start to build up. You can build up your entire joint like that, real fast. So there's just a lot of things, like you said. I think I'm not gonna sit here and act like the banks don't do us dirty, but we can beat them, right? If we understand the rules and we understand how to put together a proper pitch deck. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, he can still rent those other three units out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So you get the quad, live in one, and then rent the other 3 out. And now you're earning. And then on top of that, now your ability to go do a DSCR on something else. Right. So it's even bigger than that. Like, because you have an asset, now you can use that to go get more income property.
Those are the conversations I needed. Even and maybe I had heard it and it didn't resonate. And I think that's where we start saying helping or hurting the Black community. It's because sometimes you might have been in the right place at the right time, but it just may have been that one time where you ended up distracted by the thing you shouldn't have been distracted by.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. So when he's saying single family 1 to 4, quad 1-4, so basically
my bad,
for the chat, you good.
That's my fault.
The financing and the pricing is cheaper than 5 or higher, which would be considered commercial. So square footage, geographical location, amenities, whatever. Instead of getting commercial pricing, he will be able to still qualify for residential pricing.
Right.
Thus, able to rent out, even if it's a family member. Let's say you work out some situation where, hey, they may not be able to lay out what the market is or what you're asking for. You can still work out some sort of agreement. So in addition to or in exchange for maybe some labor services, maybe in exchange, you can always divvy it up, if you will,
Yeah.
To try, to make sure you're in a good position. So when you do transfer, not if, when you go to the next property,
right,
you will still have a paper trail.
Yep.
But instead of giving the details on what I just said, just in case things don't necessarily line up, you would just be able to present, hey, I live here, my other 3 units, the rent is this, and this is what I got.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, in most cases, if there aren't any extreme circumstances, man, they're not going to come out. They're not going to send an investigator. They're not going to fucking wiretap you to see, did you work some sort of under the table deal? Make sure everything is, not looking too extravagant, and you're on to your next property, like you said.
Here's the 2 things that you need to do to even avoid any of that. Have your leases right. Just make sure your leases or your rental agreements are set up to where
Mhm.
it looks a certain way. And then the second thing is, so you're not just getting rent and pocketing it. Go through like a mortgage servicing company, right? It's gonna cost you like $15 a month. And if you need help, finding those, whatever, we can talk about that. Go through a mortgage servicing company so that way when the payment comes, it comes to them. Now you got a paper trail. So when it's time to exit out and go to the next property, all they gonna want to see is the leases and the rent rolls.
Statements, yeah.
Yeah, they want to see the leases and they want to see these statements that's saying like, okay, I'm not just pocketing these things. I'm not a slumlord. The money comes here, then it hits my business bank account. And when it hits your business bank account, what you do with it is yours, right? If you have those 2 things there, especially depending, like if you do a DSCR, which is a debt service credit ratio refi, or if you just want to do a straight up cash out refi and come out of that, and so now you want to be able to use that VA again, right? All you have to do is have those 2 things, and you'll exit those properties beautifully. Like it's so smooth, right? So you know how to just email me, Moses. I'll walk you through it, bro. I'll
Facts,
get
I'm
you
gonna
everything
need
you
that
need, bro.
because what's happening that I'm experiencing is, and this is a personal, I know everybody sometimes goes personal, not only myself, but there were other family members who became veterans and their transition out of the military either ended up in service connected disability,
Yep.
and from there it was just like, what do I do? And then it's just a lot of them who have questions, and their credit may not be completely whooped, but they just don't know. But when I ask them, have they used their VA loan yet, they keep telling me no. And so I'm like, man, wait, there's a bigger opportunity here, because if our veterans aren't using it that I know of, how far back does that go? Like, are we talking the greatest generation, only 30% actually used it, and then after that, Generation X? The one that I'm more concerned with, to be honest, is not even Generation X, but our baby boomers. How many of them were either denied access to the VA loan, or they still have never used a
That's the
certificate
issue.
of eligibility?
So with a lot of the boomers, they either haven't used it, like you said, right, or they just haven't realized that they can exit out of that and go to another project, right? There are a lot of boomers that are sitting on crazy equity. They just don't
Yeah.
know what to do. They don't know how
Yeah.
to exit, and then on top of that, they don't know the next move. And I get it, right? So now there's this level of fear, and it should be, right? There's a healthy level of fear there. But this is one of the biggest things that we can do to even attack homelessness in all of these different areas.
I think we got
Right.
to start to compete with them timeshare companies and start driving ownership for them, particularly not just them, but our boomers. That opens it up beyond just the military ones who have the certificate of
I agree.
eligibility.
I agree.
Where they are at, if they know that we're serious, I don't know, I don't want to put too many obligations on them, because that's still like appointing somebody else to do for us what we need. But it's beyond just wisdom that we need from them. It's beyond just records of the oppression and how we've overcome that. We're going to need to digitize a hell of a lot more than that. And I'll leave it
Here's
open
what I
from there.
learned though. But here's what I learned with that, and then we can kind of move on from this topic. But I love this topic just because it's literally what I'm going through in my family right now, right? So just redoing all the estate planning and all of this stuff. There's a level of education that you got to give to these, to your family members. Like to my pop. My pop is brilliant, but there was a level of education that, and I'm grateful that he humbled down and just listened, and we had these great conversations that allowed me to put him in a position where he could, use his equity, and it's still safe, and and he was able to leverage it, and now he got to, put the equity back, and was able to build up a different part of a portfolio for him. They don't know it, brother. Like literally, they don't.
I don't
They,
know it, and I attended Morehouse, so
right,
I don't know if it was
right,
like there was circles where they had this
right,
one part of their
right.
conversation. I saw the Greek life as more parties, and when they did community service, I would volunteer. But they also had like corporate connections. But I don't know if they got down to, and this is where the assets, how we actually start to quadruple our assets. I don't think they were having this conversation because I'd
You
have
know
been
how it
there, my
works though.
boy.
It's
I missed this one.
two different ways to get into those rooms, right? Either you're ushered in because of legacy, or you buy your way in, and whatever that payment is, if it's time, labor, or money, labor specifically, right? And so I had to come in the money route, and so you're gonna have to buy your way into those circles, and then when you get into those circles, that's the only time they really give you that info, right? Believe it or not, the people that are it's a small group of people who are really, really moving and shaking in real estate or in the areas of finance. You got all these gurus who talk that, right? But that's Instagram, TikTok, trying to get a couple dollars. But the people who are really doing this, they too busy to really post all of these different wins because they are literally doing this thing, right? There's a small group of people, and we need to create our own group, right? And
right. See, that's what happened then. Now, see, the other dude, we asked him what kind of deterred him from, joining any of the reparations type groups or organizations that was there. And he was just like the gays and shit or something like that. To sum it up, I know I oversimplified it, but for me, that was what it was. It was like the Tony Moore. It wasn't that. It was the Tony Morrison dude. It was the
Jay Morrison. Jay Morrison.
right.
And yeah.
It was right at the time where I was like, okay, my credit finally didn't hit that number. I'm ready to make. And then you start hearing the stories. I was like, shit, if I'd have joined them, I probably would have been got, which then just made me sit on it and was like, okay, now my wife is now talking. We got a big family, a bigger family. Yeah, we could go on and get a house. And that's when I was like, fuck, I sold. But at the same time, it's not too late, is what you're saying, because we have a whole generation before us who may or may not have used them, and they still can take some form of action with equity. That's what I heard.
Agree. And then I want to say this too, because what happens is we hear this conversation about credit, and so people turn their ears off because their credit is bad. Most real estate investors, after they get 4 to 10 properties, credit don't matter anyway, right? And maybe Dev can even speak to this. Like, so here's what happens, right? When you get so many properties, it doesn't matter whatever great relationship that you have with a bank, that bank is going to start looking at you like you're a risk because now you got too many properties. And so now what happens is you got to know real estate enough to be able to go and negotiate payments, negotiate delayed gratification to the seller. And this becomes amazing when you're starting to buy rental portfolios. You want to go buy a 10 or 14 unit rental portfolio and they want to sell it to you for 1.4 million. Well, I don't got 1.4 million. Nobody has 1.4 million liquid like that. Like, right? So what do? You're going to say, okay, listen, I'll go negotiate it. You'll get 20% up front, and then we'll give you the rest of it over the next 30 years. You can do that. You can negotiate that type of thing, right? And so now you have a performing asset immediately. You get into it, June 1st, by July 1st, it's performing, it's starting to spread out money. We don't understand how to negotiate, and we don't understand how to recognize when these landlords are tired. A lot of these old white dudes is tired, fam. They don't want to do this no more. Go take their rental portfolio, just how they did us, except we don't got to be predatory with it when we start to go help our people. Go get the portfolio, wait for them leases to expire, go through the process of using or understanding if there was deferred maintenance, meaning some of them need to be updated, borrow against the properties, fix them up, put new tenants in there. You can put them on Section 8. You can do whatever you want to do at this point, but you can create wealth just by knowing how to negotiate, because after a while, your credit can't get you into certain spaces. That's the other myth that we don't realize. The only thing your credit is really going to help you do once you get past that is if you understand how to go build business credit. Then you start an LLC, you go build business credit, and now you can use that business credit as a 20% down payment to get into a property. You can just keep doing that over and over again. Even that takes time, right? It's much smarter, much smoother to learn how to negotiate. So,
yeah, you facts what you were saying, bro. there are different aspects in terms of what is the overall objective.
Yeah.
You know how what there's a dollar amount, there's a term amount. I've done deals where uh, they were authorizing and giving out loans just based on assets, how
Yes,
much,
sir.
how
Yeah.
many assets you owe. Another lender was able to finance loans based on how much was this particular person owed, accounts receivables. But like I said, he had business, he had an established
Yep.
track record, and so it wasn't just him writing, some figures on a piece of paper. He was able to provide that. Hey, by this date, I am owed, X amount of dollars, and terms were negotiated, like he was saying. And by having this knowledge, yeah, you are able to move forward. But like you said, in the Black communities, there's a great deal of aspects which were, just typically unknown. I mean, they may qualify for it, but like you said, the knowledge is key. And some of these circles, even if you do have the money, it's
Yeah.
still kind of difficult to, weave your way through.
Man, I just want to add on to that real quick, right?
Yeah, yeah.
This that last part. This really messed my head up, right? So I spent, the time and the money building up the wealth, and then you buy into what's called masterminds, and you buy into these groups, right? And they're like private lending or private equity groups. Now, what happens is, you want to think that, okay, I'm playing by the rules. I know my stuff. I have a proven track record. So you think you get into these groups. But what you find out is, as soon as you get into those groups, it's the same racial hierarchy, right? And what it comes down to is people do business with those that they know, like, and trust. It's hard for you to trust somebody like me that wears a ball cap, right? So you might see me wear an A's fitted cap and a Nike, suit, a Nike Tech jumpsuit at a closing. Why? Because I don't got to put on a suit because I did everything I needed to do to make sure that my closing goes through, right? But I've had to learn now at some of these closings because of the people that I'm dealing with, I have to dress a certain way. I got to put on my suit. I got to do all of this stuff. Why would I continue to do that if I can just figure out how to create the right groups with us, right? So I don't mind getting dressed up. I love it. But there are times where I just want to be able to be me, right? I ain't sagging. I ain't running in there with no pistols. Why can't I come in there with my ball cap, right? And just sign my closing papers, right? I brought the money to the table. I did all of this. Or even worse, so right now, right? There are a few deals that I would love to get done. I got to give up huge percentages of the deal because I'm not in a circle, so to speak. Whereas if we created our own circle,
You talking
we can
about
have,
you talking about money?
yeah, I got
And
yeah, it's bad, bro. Like, because a lot of private money guys know that the cost of borrowing from banks and because a lot of things you'll do, especially if you're doing a fix and flip, is you'll go to a hard money lender. But right now, these hard money guys, because they're hedge fund backed, they hitting you with a lot of origination points. A lot of their fees are going higher. So it makes more sense to go to private money guys. But these private money guys know that they got you by the barrel. So they'll hit you with a higher percentage on the payback, or they'll literally ask for equity in your deal. That's the worst thing, right? If you're putting together a 10-unit portfolio and they want 30 or 40% of the profits, like, it's crazy. Now you could go and file predatory lending practices on them depending upon what state it is, but now you lose access to the rest of the people who would lend you money. Right? So it is, and this, I've been begging people for years to learn this stuff. Don't listen to me. Don't even trust me. Right? You can go learn this stuff on your own and then come to the table and fight with me. Right? Or fight with someone else. But I'm not saying that everything is just peaches and rainbows. But we gotta fight, bro. And the only way we fight is to get the knowledge. And if you don't, you leaving people out here who are trying to fight this fight and still look out for our people. It's extremely tedious, right? Because they know they got you.
Let me just say I appreciate you imparting some knowledge on me that you didn't have to. That is definitely something I'm gonna do is hit you back up afterwards so I can find out what my next steps can be. Because, like I say, Chris Brown made a song about who's getting my residuals, and then from there it broadened out. But who's doing what with my equity right now? Because somebody's making a profit off of this shit, and I'm just looking at it like, why can't my doors open up? Like, I know the next generation. I got a son, and because I have a son who was born in 2024, that damn near puts my bloodline into, the 22nd century, 2100. If he lives to be ripe at 80, God willing, inshallah, we want all of that, all of those blessings. Then that same direct bloodline from my father and grandfather, and as we keep going further, we got a little bit more to live for now. I mean, so that those types of things are supposed to help a brother get out of depression. But the economic situation that I see, even where I'm at, I see a 2040 vision and a city that's moving actively towards it. And the monies that get spent, like, I don't know how people feel about Mexicans, but when they start getting them contracts approved, I start seeing a lot more Mexicans on the side of the road, and the walls go up real quick. And the next thing you know, they done brought in a crane, and now they got big buildings, and they done flattened and graded out entire fucking subdivision sections. And then I only been here a few years.
All of them in there, bro.
And like you said, who they do business with people that they trust. Like, who got those contracts? Somebody's company was getting awarded millions just to make sidewalks and streets and then the underpavement, and all of those contracts keep recycling. And we could go another 100 years without it, or we could start to teach each other what it takes for us to be the people to get those contracts. I've listened to a few, but like I said, I was kind of turned off by the master class group invitation, where it's like, well, it's $1,500, but you understand what you're buying into. And then me understanding it from a limited lens. I don't know shit about no equity contract agreements and things. So I would always feel like I'm being bullied by the big giant in the room. That's what it would feel like.
Listen, 1,500, yeah, do that, right? Wait till you start realizing that you got to pay 10, 15, 20 to join a group.
This dude told me his consulting fee was $500.
Bro, I deal with cats. I don't even want to talk about these numbers. They get uncomfortable, right? But
right. I'm just saying why I got discouraged. The nigga told me 15, and then he said my consulting fee itself is 500. I said, you emailed the wrong dude.
but you got to
understand, bro. I'm on a fixed income type situation. Like, but I do have the same dream that other men would have. I don't want my wife, I can't say it. I do want my wife to be able to do exactly what she wants to do. And she loves to work because she feels like what she does adds value all across the globe. And who could say, I mean, not across the globe, but across what she wants to do. She's been in the teaching ecosystem for a while, and, cashing the grants or signing and improving grants for, millions and millions of dollars. If that's what she wants to do, then kudos to her. But for me as a man, I really don't want my wife to work, or I don't want her to have to work if that's the case. And if there's a way that simplifies the return of, my mortgage is already going to be paid because I'm, service connection. That's already it.
Yeah.
Right. It's already, and then the income that we have or the earnings that we have are already way more than not 6 times. That's exaggerated. But when I look at what it would cost, like I put in the numbers for, let's say I use my whole thing. I wanted $1 million in mortgage, and that would give me the 4 units. That was only $4,000 a month that I would owe back to that issuer. And I'm like, damn, if I'd have known that shit, why the fuck did I ever stop what I was doing? Because I didn't do the numbers. Why is it only like $4,000 for a veteran? It's the interest rate is 2.75%. So you can put in the number on any calculator you want, and the next thing it's going to do is give you all of the banks that are willing to work with a veteran and buy that shit.
Yep.
And I was like, fuck, I just didn't know it. But once you start looking for it, it came. And so I'm like, well, only thing I would like to do as a small business now, we do have a nonprofit, is find the people who can help expedite that process for veterans even before they get out. So if they're active and they're already ready to start being more in charge of their finances, yes, we can identify who they are, and then we can help them with
Man, bro,
where they
please,
are.
hey, call me, bro. Email me. Do what you like. I'm on my phone. I'm not good with putting anything in this chat in my phone. I know how
Right.
to
I
find
damn
you.
near cried. My little bro was damn near homeless. I said, "How, over a woman?" He was like, "Shit,
What you
I'm
mean?
basically he didn't
Hey,
put in
you.
an application or something." I was like, "No way!" But
Hey,
that's
I'm
the
gonna
truth. He's a
take it.
veteran,
I'm gonna
experienced
take it one step
homeless.
further, fam. Like, be married and then go through a divorce. You'll end up homeless. Not homeless in the sense of you on the street, right? But
Right,
in the
right.
sense of
But
like
you back at your brother's, or you back somewhere, you don't
even
have
if
it
you
as
at
the
a
man.
hotel, let's say you at a hotel, right? You got the ability to pay for the
Yeah,
hotel,
I
but I
can't even
mean,
keep saying
that's
as the
still
man, because even women experience that. Well, if
right.
she was the one married and the
And
divorce put her to a state of
right,
homelessness.
right.
So yeah.
So it's like all of that like plays into account of knowledge and then setting up. You got to see the end from the beginning. If you set the paperwork up right off rip, then some of these things don't happen. And we just talking about real estate. We're not even talking about the marriage thing, right? You got to know how to exit these properties. So, like in real estate, it's acquisitions and dispositions. You make money in the acquisition. How do you acquire? The lower price you can get, the better. That's where your negotiation skill come in. But in your disposition, like, how are you going to dispose of this property? That's where you got to become the most creative dude in the room. And you can't do that if you got a limited toolbox, right? And so that's why it's important. Pay the 1,500, right? Or if it's 5, whatever it is, get that first little bit of wisdom. Use that to pay back what you spent, and then pay for your next step, and then your next step, and your next step, to the point where you're comfortable dropping a 20 or a 50 bag for that education, because that education is going to teach you how to make 500 bands a year. That education is going to teach you how to make $1 million a year working 5-6 hours a week, especially with AI, right? And what you're talking about now is starting to put the right people in place, understanding how to hire, understanding what a disc profile is, and how to immediately understand, is this person going to be an influential person? Are they going to be a support person? All of this stuff becomes essential to running businesses in 2025, right? And your real estate investing career, or whatever it is you're trying to get into, is a business. And there are real KPIs, there are real key point indicators that you need to know, that if you deploy and move the right way, that business will run over and over and over and over and over again and print money for you. You can take that and go help your people. This is how you properly interact with capitalism. Go make the money and then bring that money back. And I ain't even saying you got to redistribute it right now, right? Literally just go buy the block, make sure that you give it out great product, right? Make sure that your properties look amazing, and then give it to them at affordable price. And you can do that if you know how to negotiate on the buy. Am I making sense?
Yeah. Too
So
much, because you're right here, and then you're once you got it, this is going to be important to you as well. So absolutely.
this is like not game. This is experience, right? I had to learn this.
And you're saying that's better because other than that, they're going to ask for equity for access, right?
Yeah.
Once you get to one point, if you get, or you're
Yeah.
saying
No,
once you
you'll
get to a
get there.
certain point, they'll start saying equity is what gets you the next deal.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And especially, so equity is leverage. Everything is leverage, bro. Right? So equity becomes leverage. Whether you are leveraging that through a lender, like a traditional lender, or you're leveraging that through a private money lender, right? And some guys, so there are some lenders who make so much money, they'll spend $1 million or 10 million because they got to get rid of that money, but other people are still trying to increase their cash flow. And so that's where you got to be careful, because then if you're going into a next, like I said, a next income property, and you got to go get the other 70% or the 80%, and that person got the money, but they trying to increase their cash flow, and they see that you got a property that after you pay for everything, you pay all your capex, which is capital expenditure, you still making 10 bands, they gonna want 5 or 6 of those bands, because they know that they got you, and they gonna hold you by the gun so they can get that percentage, right? So if you understand that and understand how to leverage your equity with the right people, find the right people that you can build with, that you can grow with, they're not gonna, put the pistol to your head. And this is all the things I had to learn. And I think Memphis said it best. That is the cost of doing business. I said it the other day. It's called the stupid tax. I'm not calling anybody stupid, but what you don't know will hurt you, right? And so that's why I say find the right mentor, talk to them, interview them, don't just give them their money, right? But find the right person, vet them, and then invest in their program. And that program will teach you how to go step by step by step by step by step by step by step. Notice I'm not saying give me no money. So, because I know some of these cats is weird. I don't want nobody money, all right? And asking y'all for nothing. I'll talk this stuff for free all day long. So, but go find the person that you identify with. You know, take the time, vet them, hit them on Instagram, whatever, figure out, and then talk to some people that went to a program. So if the number is 1,500 and it takes you 5 months to save it up or whatever it is, take that 5 months and save it up and hit that program. But it's got to be something that's going to pay it back and then get you to your next level.
Right.
We got to get educated, man. There's man, it's a blue ocean out here in some of these markets.
All right, I'm back now. I heard y'all was talking shit about me. I'm back now. What y'all was saying?
I have no idea.
No random talk, man, Marlon. But leverage is the key. The mental leverage versus the physical leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll be able to make the distinction quite early in the game, yo.
That's facts. I get why Dev be getting mad. Dev knows so much. He just don't got no time for the nonsense.
Sometimes it's perceived that I may know a lot more than what I am even acknowledging, and man, that'd be even more scarier.
Right.
But yeah, man, for me, I get great gratification just knowing that other people, especially Black people, younger generation, are actually taking action and plan of action, to make themselves, more, more, competitive in the game, whatever business they're in, whether it is real estate, whether it is, tech, or any type of, blue collar labor type of situation. You have to have some sort of foundation, mid to long term objectives. We live in a volatile society where the wing and this shit ain't gonna cut it, yo. I'm just telling you, man, it is not. That's not good at all. Write your shit down. You know what I'm saying? Old fashioned number 2 pencil or whatever, but it has to be written down. There has to be some sort of plan. Is there going to be a guarantee? I mean, probably not, especially if you have not in the habit of doing it. But that's the goal, to find out what type of plan it is going to actually work out. Whether it's for you, your family, your network, or whatever it is. It has to be in front of you. It has to be visible. And that has to translate. You have to be engaged in these conversations just as much as you are in the entertainment discussions. I mean, that's just it. We make time for that. We make time for chit chat. All fine. We can't be tensed up. There has to be some sort of balance. But it's not really productive, and I just don't see any type of progression or possibility of progression if time and time again it don't take nothing to trigger, like what it takes to deflect and trigger, and you guys know all the terms, and then next thing you know, we're 4 hours into arguing about ancient history, some celebrity trial, somebody's contract. I mean, it's crazy on how
Jesus is Jordan's. Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah. Hey,
and
let me
we
say
can.
this real quick. I'm gonna
Yeah,
shut up
go ahead.
after this. I'm not a financial advisor, bro. I'm not giving y'all no financial advice. I realize I gotta say this type of stuff.
Yeah,
I'm
great disclaimer. Yeah.
and I'm not trying to. I don't want nothing from
You'll have
nobody.
that
I'm
damn
telling you
pocket
straight.
watcher with JT on your
Yeah,
ass.
you feel me, bro? Oh, no,
Oh, we got a news in. We have a new one, y'all. You gotta
yeah,
make a whole
no,
show about that shit.
yeah, no. Go find the people that you know, like, and trust, and build with them. Don't just give your money away. Research people. Find out what people have to say about that stuff, and then learn. And I think somebody else put a great point in the chat. You can join your local RIA, like your local real estate investing area. Then it just depends on association, like depends on where you're at. But there are different what we call meetups all over your city right now, right? They're even on Facebook. You can find different groups on Facebook and just start to build relationships with people. Like this thing is a thing of relationships. So go out there and build the right relationships, and you can at least get started. And that's all I got. I don't want nothing. I'm not answering questions. I'm not doing none
When
of
you're
that.
saying that, what you're saying is that black only shit is out the picture, my nigga. If you really serious about intergenerational wealth, you're gonna have to start
So
building bridges.
and I think I talked about this in a debate before, right? There's nothing wrong with practicing with black group economics, right? But black only when it comes time to build wealth is a it's a misnomer. You have to go get everybody else's money. One, because we just don't make up that bigger percentage of the market. It's not going to matter where you're going. You got to go get everybody else's money, right?
Yeah, the
Like,
money that you're getting to actually facilitate that, it's not necessarily coming from everybody that's black.
yes, sir. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. So I also have a funding company, right? I had to get into the funding space, and that's how I understand how these people think, right? These private money cats, and most of these dudes are white, right? They're sitting on money that they need to deploy, and so they'll come and be an 80% lender on an apartment complex and all of this, but it's it's just a dirty game, bro. Like it's just what I'm saying. Like they know that they can get you, and they know their leverage and their power, but we can still go get their money, right? Go get their money, and then you don't feel bad about giving away free information. I laugh about this all the time. My cousin's like, why are you just telling us this for free? I'm okay. I'm not. I ain't whatever, but I'm okay. Like I don't need you to pay me for no information. I pay me by learning how to do this, and you don't got a partner. Just go do it on your own, right? So yeah, Dev, like everybody's concept of what black only and black first looks like, you got to understand we don't have enough people that are active in these markets and active in these areas to just say, oh, it's only us in terms of building generational wealth. Not yet.
I would say if I was only going on black only, I would have put my second property on my credit card because that was the message that I was receiving. And no matter how many times it didn't make sense to me, that's what I just kept hearing was they put it on a credit card. I was like, what? You put in what do you think about that? Buying property on a credit card.
Your personal credit card?
That's what it sounded like to me. I mean, maybe they were saying use your LLC to do it.
Yes, that's what
right?
All right, man. I'm gonna give y'all some more game. Man, stop asking me
Appreciate
questions.
it. No, we gotta listen to Badon. We need the counter narrative, man. We be unbalanced some days.
Hey, once again, bro, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just telling you what we have done, and me and my friends and different partners, right? I have done the personal credit card thing, and it killed me, right? It cost me $30,000 because the person that I was working with didn't meet their end of the deal, right? Luckily, though, I understood how to build up business credit, so that was my backup, and so I was able to sustain the loss and recover. The way that you do this is to build up business credit. If you have a great personal credit score, you can do what's called credit stacking, Some people don't like that, right? But you can take one LLC and take it to multiple banks and get, a 10 bag here, 20 bag there, 30 bag here, and it can add up to 120, 130, right? And then you use that money to go fund. And most of those cards are going to be interest free for 18 months. Just understand, if you're going to enter into that game, you want to flip that money 5 or 6 times before those 18 months are over, so you can pay back everything, and then you still have enough to sustain you on your next endeavor for those next 18 months. And you can do this over and over and over again. My suggestion is never use a personal credit card. Your personal credit cards are there to continue to build up your lifestyle. So if you have $10,000 in personal credit, you got a $5,000 lifestyle, take that $10,000 on that credit card, pay off all your bills and everything that you need to pay, and then immediately pay it back with the money that you already have coming in every month. So now that credit card stays active, it looks like you can afford it and all of that. And now you can get more personal credit. And then you can leverage all of that personal credit to go get the same type of credit for your business. But understand this, though. There's a misnomer that if you use your personal credit as a personal guarantee for your business, that if that business fails, then no, I'm not on the hook for that money. That's a lie. You're still on the hook for that money. The only time you have true business credit is if you build tiers 1 through 5 in your business. And maybe you guys have heard this stuff, like these concepts about net 30. So you go get this little small card, and then you move up to the gas cards, and then you move up to Amazon and Target and all of the department stores. And then from there, once you get to tier 4, you can go to start to some of these different lenders. Capital One is one of the best ones that I suggest you start to go look at if you're doing it through the business, like actual business, right? And then, just so you understand then what would happen if you failed that way, Dun and Bradstreet, UCC filings, things like that, that's what starts to get filed against you. That's what gets filed against your business. But just because you use your personal credit to leverage to go get credit cards for a business does not mean that you are not on the hook for that if something fails, right? The only way that happens, and I still don't suggest you do this. You don't want to be the person that starts businesses and then crash them because you can. So don't do this, right? But the only way that it sticks to the business only is if you take the time and build up those tiers, right? Fastest way to do that is buy an aged corporation, then build up the credit on the aged corporation. So now that corporation looks like it's 2 or 3 years old, and now you can move forward. And these things are all legal. People do these things all the time. I know I made it sound simple. If you got any questions, I will answer it. But just long story short, avoid personal credit for real estate or any type of business investment at all costs. If you have good enough personal credit to go get a credit card at that level, then you have a good enough personal credit to just go get that same type of card or even more in a business.
Yeah, liability is the word he's talking about when he says on the hook. That when you hear the word liability, that will translate into on the hook.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm telling you, like, I done made all the mistakes, right? And then had to recover from them. And so you can recover from them all. Everything is fixable. You just takes time to fix. I would just suggest get the knowledge first. Get the knowledge up front. Like, what's the difference? You're trying to make a play now, whatever it is that you're trying to do, and you rush into it, and then it costs you a year to fix it after you fail. When you take the next 6 months and learn it, and then those next 6 months you earn. It's going to take you a year regardless. Take 6 months to learn it and then be actionable. Take massive action in those next 6 months, right? You can be a millionaire, at least equity-wise, in 6 months in real estate, just learning how to negotiate.
Yeah, that time is a factor, and yeah, we've been kind of accustomed and spoiled a little bit, like to use that word, in terms of I want it now, I need it now, never gonna have it again.
Yep. And especially over like these last 5 or 6 years, well, I'll say 8 years, you were seeing so many people do well in real estate just because the market was so hot. You didn't even have to know anything. You could make $100,000, right? You didn't have to know nothing. You could have made $100,000 a year in real estate just off passive investing. Now you have to know your stuff, right? You got to know The 1% rule if you get in a rental income, and it's just basics. Like, you got to understand how to read a rent roll. You got to understand the proper way to exit a property. You got to understand. You got to understand a lot, and I'm just making it simple, right? But the best part is one real estate transaction, I think, employs over 20 to 30 people. If you make the right connections, most of that stuff you don't have to know. You're just gonna have to pay a tax. I think I keep going back to Memphis. He said it right. The cost of doing business. Like, I got a transaction coordinator. Can I see all my deals through to the end? Yeah, but then I can't scale. If I'm trying to do 10 to 15 deals a month, I don't have the time to keep calling this person. Hey, Larry, we trying to close. Hey, Mike, we trying to close. I need you to call this person. No, we pay the transaction coordinator, $700 per file, right? And they get paid once the deal closes. Now I don't have to do that. I can go and make more money. And this is the final thing I'm going to say. Just because you're good at what you do, you got a hobby, you do hair, whatever it is, and you can go do that, that doesn't mean you know how to run a business. A business is something that you use to employ other people. And it may take you a time to get there, but it's not your job to come into that business and do everything. You're going to lose your mind when it's time to scale and get to a point where that business really takes care of you. You cannot do everything. And I had to learn these things the hard way. Take your time, learn how to learn how to go get the money to pay for those people, and then build a business that is sustainable, that pays other people. That's how you help your community. I'm gonna shut up now.
Yeah, so I like to use the number 1440. 1,440 1,440 minutes. So once you once you get that calculation, I think time management would be a priority, not just on your perceived work days or appointment days, but I would say even your leisure time. How many minutes out of a daily cycle are you going to devote on making sure that your revenue, your income, your financial stability is going to be maintained? We can plan special events, holidays, parties, and things like that. But when it comes to this type of information, this on the fly and winging it, it just, the numbers are already laid out. It doesn't pan out. You have to have some sort of structure, and so you literally have to go minute by minute. The time you spend on a live stream, the time you spend in traveling, the time you spend in meetings, the time you spend in research, those all come into play. The more time you take away, or the more time that you do not directly invest into making these connections and doing the things that tidy this up, that is decreasing, and that will take away, that will prevent you, hold you back from obtaining your goals. A lot of people like to pretend that there is a shortcut, skipping steps, the quick route. Nah, you may even get by on one deal or two, but obviously, if it was that easy, we wouldn't be having these discussions. Everybody would be doing it.
Hey, say that again, bro. There are no shortcuts.
Oh, hell no, man.
You gonna pay now or you gonna pay later, fam? I promise you.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pay, yo.
You're definitely gonna have to pay it.
All right, man. It was good chopping up with y'all. I'm gonna jump off. Hey, that time management thing is real. You should know what the majority of your day look like on your calendar, right? And you'll be able to find out where you can steal time away to go learn. Just 3-4 hours a day. That if it's an hour a day, bro, you spend an hour a day learning something. That's 7 hours that you spent. Don't seem like a lot, but compound interest is. Read a book called The Slight Edge, right? And it talks about just understanding how compound interest works over time in your life. Um, get a little better every day, and now you got 20 hours a month, 30 hours a month where you actually learn. For some of these like courses, like real estate courses, it's just 60 hours, right? So that's 2 months out of your life, and now you're a realtor. Now I don't suggest you go be a realtor unless you really want to move in that space. It's good to have the license, but regardless, no matter what it is, whatever you're gonna do, if it's insurance, if it's be like a trade, like an electrician, a plumber, whatever it is, devote the time, and the only way you can do that is look at your schedule. So, man, we're gonna get it right though. Y'all be easy.
For sure. Peace out, man. Appreciate it.
I know.
Ah,
What's up, dude?
damn. Hey,
What's up
peace
with
to
it,
you,
go?
Gold. I didn't even see you jump on. Peace, man.
Man, peace, man.
Like where that brother? I'm gonna ask where he from, or where he at, where area he in.
I think he in Georgia right now, but he from Cali though.
Okay, so
You to my A9?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's the first, man. I know it's Sunday, but yeah, we in a new month. Half of 25 is over with, yeah.
Man, yeah, boy. We riding it on out. It's been a while, yeah, already. Wow.
So I was just so real quickly, that the prominent saying or the infamous saying as far as this associated with J.R. Edgar Hoover and the Negro Unity. I'm doing some research, and that's not an actual quote that he actually, it's not documented, but basically reading Beverly Gage, the author of Hoover's biography, G-Man, J.R. Edgar Hoover in the American Centuries, said the idea of the concern over Negro unity, the coming together of various black extremist groups was a sentiment that Hoover would have held. So they're saying basically that that's not something that he actually said, but it's more so a reflection of his mind and how but he did say that the Black Panthers unity was the greatest threat. So it can definitely be associated with, or you can definitely not even presume. You can definitely just classify that based off his actions, his behavior, and how he denied the existence of the mafia, and how he just fixated on black people. So yeah, you can definitely still he didn't. It may not be documented that he wrote it down or said it, but that per se or verbatim, but he did based off his behavior, his acts. He was definitely consistent in stifling the community's work. So yeah, man. I just because that I know that saying's thrown out like Negro unity the greatest threat. Because I find myself saying it. So just like with the Spinks thing, there's certain things you find yourself like, let me look this up, man. I've been seeing this. So yeah, man. But yeah, I find that interesting though. So I just find that interesting. So yeah.
Nah, it's all good.
Yeah, I never thought to look into that,
Mm.
but shit,
So
that's damn sure not hard to believe though.
yeah, the biographer says the phrasing is in line with Hoover's mindset. So it's what I'm saying. So it ain't it's far off to say that he said it. I can pull it up and it's documented. To say that he said that verbatim, it's not true. But it is true as it pertains to his acts. His constant infringing upon the healthy construction of our communities, man. Yeah. So it's definitely like I said, it ain't far off, but
Yeah, and just that statement alone is probably the reason why I have a problem when people be like, why can't black people come together? I'm like, hold on. From the beginning, you know what I'm saying, it's destabilized. Like, we lucky if we, do what we supposed to do by our family the way people are being geared to be on some individual stuff. So to have brothers, let alone and sisters that get on the panel like we do, like even that, some people probably, wouldn't believe when you tell them in your everyday life. Like, I know some brothers that, from this place and this place, and we build on different things and share information. They'd be like, what? When you met them? You know what I'm saying? Like, how people got their normal way of doing stuff. So just hearing how it was a lot of things that were put in place. You got the outside effects as well as you got the insecurities that you deal with within, based on certain things that you see from your environment. So that's why I have a hard time, like, putting down any brother or sister, however I see them. If I see them struggling, like, shit, more power to your struggle, you feel me? Because I know that's what got me through.
When you say more power to this, when you can, like, like, I understand you're acknowledging the struggle. Like, you're acknowledging them in this. I'm just trying to, when you say that, like,
I ain't gonna shit on you while you struggling, you feel me? Like, some people will be like, look at such and such over there. They know they supposed to be doing better. Like, nah, you feel me? If I got a few dollars that can help you cover yourself right quick while you looking hungry, you feel me? I'm gonna slide that shit when ain't nobody looking, you feel me? I'm gonna greet you though, like we been knowing each other, you feel me? But I know the struggle, you feel me? Because I done been through so many different types of struggle throughout my life to where people don't really gotta tell me, you feel me? So, it's different when, you see somebody struggling, you just staring at them like, nigga, get away from my pot.
okay,
You know?
now it's making, now it's because I was okay, now you're starting to make sense. But no, so this ain't even me, man. This is just a inkling of who I am. But basically, everything that I'm going through right now, I still have this, or just in general in life, I still have this innate 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 I got this innate feeling, to or just just a compelling spirit, save your spirit. I have this compelling spirit to always want to. But no, let me show you the case in point. And then when I did this, I was actually, but I was like, because I'm old school. I'm like, hey man, do you mind if I? Because I be I be having making content. They be like, man, go ahead, yeah, man. I'm like, I don't want nothing. Just what? Just subscribe to my channel. Don't I don't want nothing from you. But no, case in point, as far as you basically look. So black folks helping black folks, man. This is what life is supposed to be like. It's what it is, man. The brothers was stranded on the side of the road, man. Helping the brother out, aiding the brother, man. Definitely. What's your name, King? Come on, man. Black power, man. Come on. Black power, man. But yeah, just illustrating, just that, I see my people on the side of the road. They was anybody else, I would have kept going. Hey, I see it was black. They need some assistance. That's just how I am, bro. I'm different, bro. I'm irregardless of, the people who I'm met, 9 times out of 10 beefing with is people that look like me. You feel me? But I still have this, like I said, this aura to, help my people first and foremost, bro. Like, that's really what it's about. Like I said, if they would have been anybody else, and 9 times 10, that ain't true, because I still help people who don't look like me. But it's just the fact that, okay, black people,
It feel good to be able to help your
I
own
got
too.
video of me helping all type of people. But see, it always we always gotta. Oh, I help everybody. We always gotta, like, it's like there's an issue with when it's like it's a subconscious. Oh, I gotta check myself. Oh, I've helped everybody, which is true. But it's like, no, there's nothing wrong with being hyperly and ultrally focused on yourself. But that was just an example. You feel me? And yeah, bro, on me, and it was just a cool exchange. I'm telling you, I don't want nothing from you, man. Just it was all love. They was like, man, we support that, man, and just yeah, bro. Just like I said, bro, just seeing my people on the side of the road, man, and me being able to help them, man, and being able to write down the codes of what the because they had to check engine light, so they was able to, I was telling them, you go anywhere else, they're gonna charge you $200 for a diagnosis. You go anywhere else to a mechanic spot, they're gonna charge you anywhere from $150 to $200 just to diagnose your car to figure out what's going on. Then they're gonna charge you for the work. So boom, they were able to
Mm-hmm.
write down all their codes and all that. You feel me? And yeah, bro. So it just feel good, just helping people out. You feel me? My people.
Nah, that's what's up. That's
Man,
what's
yeah,
up.
man.
That's
Yeah,
your you posted that on your channel?
I'm about to. I'm about to.
Oh, okay, yeah. Put
Sure, try to
drop the link in the regular chat when you get done.
definitely.
yeah. Hey, y'all done forgot what we do over here, man. Put y'all links in the chat, man. What we
Yeah.
doing? Well, we coming together when networking.
Definitely.
Man, Father's Day coming up, G. I know we don't do the designated holidays, but sheesh, this around the time of the year when I think about babies. I've been blessed, you know what I'm saying? My kids been doing, boy, they been growing in leaps and bounds, dude. Got me feeling like, shoot, I did something right.
Mm-hmm.
Did something right, boy. But also got me recognizing like they're their own people, you know what I'm saying? As much as I would love to take credit for it all, like just to watch, a being come into they self, like
Yeah.
that's some different shit. Help you remind you of certain things about yourself you might forget after
Yeah.
going through the motions for so long as an adult.
For sure.
Be like, dang, I forgot I used to fall down and get up like ain't nothing happened.
No,
Shit.
right? Blood everywhere.
Laughing.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Shoot, now we get a mental knockdown and boy, take a little minute for that recovery time. Shoot.
You ever wonder how come it's not a Mother and Father's Day to celebrate both?
On the same day.
Yeah, on the same day.
I mean, shit, if you grew up in the black households I was around, we used to celebrate everybody holidays together anyway. Like,
I'm just saying,
the,
as tradition, like so-called marriage. You know how they got all these different designated holidays. Why isn't there like a holiday to honor the unionhood? The nuclear man. But then again,
hey,
look at
we
the
can
time
kind
we in,
of,
Mm-hmm.
right? Look at the time we in. So we in some so yeah. Then they need a holiday for everybody else down. So yeah.
nah, we can kind
No,
of coach that shit.
no, I'm just saying. Is that I never separated that from the church. No,
You never
I
what?
mean from the Christian church
Separated what?
specifically. Both days.
Damn, you think they came up with Mother's and Father's Day?
I'm just saying. It's always on a Sunday, ain't it?
Shut up, dick.
Duh.
Hell no, damn. Hell no, he said it's always on a Sunday, huh? Duh. Shit. Hey, I don't know, damn, man. Maybe you got a point, but I mean, I just figured it was some kind of government, decided shit. I don't know. But, you know, consider I was born in this month and I wouldn't have no kids if I wasn't ever born. I started thinking about being a father, that's one of my greatest accomplishments, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I think of it, but it just so happened that shit usually fall around my birthday, Father's Day. But yeah, like, but we can kind of culture that shit. Like, so what Young did, you talking about, like, shit, we changed everything else. Like, how many other holidays that used to be about certain stuff, but it ain't about that no more. You know what I'm saying? So that might, push forward on that. You know what I'm saying? So, shit, cause growing up in the households I grew up in, especially around my Chicago street family, like
shoot, when the children birthday come around, the
Yeah.
parents celebrate harder than the kids.
Yep.
I promise you. And I love it because it's like, you know, could you imagine being a kid and your parents just as happy about your birthday as you? Rather
Yep.
than looking sick because they didn't spend so much money, like you better enjoy this shit. You know what I'm saying? Instead, they like shit. I better enjoy this shit too. You feel me? Like that's cool right there. Like it teach you, you know, to be happy for your friends or people that you love when they have their moments, because you see the example. But for a lot of people, they don't get a chance to see that. So you see the insecurities when other people coming up, or even when other people got information. You know what I'm saying? Like you see people like shit, they probably trying to get over. You know what I'm saying? Like all the insecurities start popping up. But when you got loss prevention, or you know what I'm saying, you got that security already in place. It's like even when somebody trying to do something, you let them get close enough so you can make sure to get them when they playing like that. But
Yeah.
when you ain't prepared, you always gotta watch for it. So one thing I suggest, like, you know, shoot, like, you realize you scared somebody trying to get over, you learn how to make sure they can't. You know what I'm saying? And the only way you do that is to get information too. Shoot, some of the best, man, scammers, man, during COVID learned how to build businesses. And a lot of them stopped doing the scamming. You feel me? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, hey, when you start getting legit money, it'll change you. But don't let it change you to the point you forget why you was getting money. It's to build your people up. But it should change the fact that you don't feel like you can't do certain things. Change possibilities. You know what I'm saying? Your perception. Once you change that perception, boy, the way that you see the end to getting there, your perspective on it, like, hey, sky's the limit. You gotta, you know, understand the basics, and that's why they talk about STEM over here so much. Once you learn the basics of how to create what you want to create, or what tool you feel like could be utilized for the time we living in, so each one of us got something we struggled with. You feel me? Not to say, I can't remember exactly who said it, but the man said, like, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I spent the most time with a problem. You know what I'm saying? Until I figured it out. A lot of us, we get problems and we just try to block them bitches out. You know what I'm saying? They just keep coming back around. We like, darn, why I keep going through this? It's the same shit down there every day. You know what I'm saying? You get a chance every day to figure out the same problems from yesterday, just in a different package. Still gotta get up, feed yourself, act like you got some sense, or you get locked up and don't got a chance to do nothing. Got choices. Really ain't complicated.
Oh, shit.
What up with it?
Yo, what's poppin'?
Man, you got it.
Man, your mic ain't popping. Are you saying something? Mm.
And they come in like the crab on the mermaid. Under the sea.
Yeah, it's not audible at all, man. I'm not just talking shit.
It's bad, bro. You was clear when you first said something, but
Yeah.
then it just they petty for that, Madonna. Free Madonna, Mike.
You gotta talk in the daytime, man. You can't talk at night.
You said you got a daytime minutes. You is not a night walker. God, leave Madonna. They doing you dirty out here, boy. Know you had something to say. Yeah, Dave. Man, you see this shit going on with that truck in North Carolina?
Oh yeah, what's the update on it?
Shit, they ruling in the S word.
Yeah.
Man, it's out of control, G. So far, that's what the mom said. Look like they trying to pull, but she keep she said she keep putting pressure on them though, cause it's too much that don't add up. They talking about they seen them on camera, but won't show her the footage. So
They had a We have one of them cameras that go to the cloud.
It's some apartments, so I think it was like some, cameras from the apartments.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, man, that's like the third truck driver in this year, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of losing count, man. It's a bunch of shit going down everywhere, yo.
Like, what's the? I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe it's the fact that like truck drivers tend to be by themselves sometimes. It's easy to at least catch them by themselves at some point.
Yeah, anxiety had always been very heavy. That sense of emptiness. You see a lot of drivers resort to certain habits and addictions. All types of stuff come into play that may seem common sense or logical, from somebody else to have a regular job. Person working at the warehouse or workplace or something like that, he know or she knows at 2:59 or 4:59. Hey, I'm gonna be walking out that door. I'm gonna be able to see my family. I'm gonna be able to eat this and that. They can do that. But trucker, man, he literally living second by second, even when he sleep.
Man, one love, you need to hit the panel. You got all this darn information. Hey man, y'all make sure y'all check out my G Marcel, man. Got the link in the chat, man. Got some of the hardest rugs going. Get you one customized, or hey, check out the styles he already got. But hey, rock with the fam. Rock with the fam. I know when I get my green eggs and ham, hey, I'm gonna have to send them to him because I'm vegetarian, but no, he know what to do with it. Spread
I
the
need
wealth.
one. I need one right now.
Vegetarian gold mine. I mean, I didn't know that this whole time. I didn't even know that.
You ain't know what?
It was unbeknownst to me that you was a vegetarian.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Madonna said in the Israelite. Hey, now that's funny to me, but you know, I ain't gonna even fight you on that one. To my Israelite brothers, I'm an Israelite. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But nah,
you've been a vegetarian for a while.
Am I done?
yeah. Shoot, my kids is, well, my last four is too. They be, man, doing some wild stuff. I know when they was in the crib, boy, they used to drive me crazy. But one love, you seem like you got a lot of information on the case, man. Pop up on the panel for a little bit. Cause I don't even want to repeat some of the stuff you saying if it ain't true. But I'm
Shout
just
out to
giving.
One Love, man. Bring us in the chat.
Damn, I don't know, one love. We need you up here at this point. He just ruined your credibility.
You got Madonna endorsing.
I just.
Yeah, you know what I mean. He recognized the real when I've been speaking. So I got to shout out to brother.
Oh, okay. Shit, that's really you to pass it on if he's showing you love. He said there's only one love. Now you know that. Never mind.
Oh yeah, well I'm standing paper thin.
I'm just saying that one love thing done been co-opted you.
Yeah, they took our shit and ran with it. Yeah.
Yeah, love is
One
love.
love. That's white folks. Most people that paraded him around, they one love. No, he was more than one love. That's like the sum. They try to sum him up with one love. No, more than one love. Don't just try to sum him up with just one love. You gotta watch people to do that. But yeah, you're right. They definitely hijack the term and try to sum him up with to just one love. Like that's it. That's it. It was just one love, man. That's
well,
it.
we were kind of speaking on the G's as well, Diddy.
Oh, my bad. I kind of took that. I just took this
I heard One Love. I heard One Love and was thinking of the brother
Bob Marley.
Bob Marley, yeah, and just and then I heard the brother say something about that term's been hijacked, correct?
Yeah, I was saying they hijacked it from the G's. Well, I can't say that, but I remember the G's is the first one I heard saying One Love or throwing up One Love.
Oh, okay. Well, I took that and was basically elaborating how they pinpoint, or they just like to only reference that, or they like to annex him to just One Love. Like that's it. He's just some of that. That's it. And like there's no other layers to him, Bob Marley. But he's just One Love.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They don't hardly play. You don't hear them playing songs like "Get Up, Stand Up" by Bob Marley.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean by like that's it. He just One Love. It's on some holding hands. Let's get together.
Some kumbaya.
I know my face expressions be, man, I crack myself up. Trust me. Yeah, I cry, I laugh at myself all that. Yeah, I sure do. Full blown conversations. Yeah, I need to do this. Yeah, sure. I sure do. Yes. Yep. One of my when I'm reading. Oh, don't let me. Well, I really get to talking to myself when I'm reading. So it's healthy. It's healthy to do that, man. It's healthy, man. You gotta have that. Yeah, that's man. I'm gonna get it out. Whether for somebody's here or not, it's going. I gotta expel, man. But
yeah, most definitely. Most definitely, man. But I've been listening in today, man. You know what I mean? I fell back for a while. I was listening. I hear a lot of people on this panel that want to make America great again, bro. I mean, yeah. Well, let me take that back. I won't say make America great again. They just want to be mad. They just want to make America great, And ain't nothing wrong with that. I feel you. You know what I'm saying? Support your country.
And you come to that deduction, and you came to that conclusion based off of.
Now I'll just taking shots at the people that be taking shots at me saying, "Madonna, you love Trump and this," but when I hear them talking about what they want to do to fix the economy, that's making America great. If you want to fix the economy, to me, you want to make America great. You just don't want to put it out there, or you don't want to say it because Trump in office. But
What's your take? That white actor from, even though we already knew this, but he's from Seven Heaven. He broke down. Like I said, we already knew this, and also you didn't know that before. You didn't know that until no. I'm not saying I didn't know that before, but I just find it interesting that the white dude from Seven Heaven, not Seven Heaven, is it Seven Heaven? No, because he's actually he is a graper. Not Seven Heaven, but it's Malcolm in the Middle. The white dude, there was the father, same dude that played the role in Breaking Bad. Him. He was breaking down, and he was parsing the term. I mean, that whole sequence of verbiage, "Make America Great Again." He was like, "Man, I was thinking, he's like, that's problematic for Black Americans." He's like, when has Black Americans ever been, paraphrasing what he said, but he did say precisely verbatim, like that's basically that term is a very foreboding. It's ominous, meaning it's bad. You feel me? When it comes to Black people, Black Americans, he did say that. Everything he else said is, but he definitely did say that specifically.
Yeah, I mean, Trump, I can understand. It's a triggering. It's a triggering quote, right? Mm-hmm. Make America great again. And for and as a Black person and knowing Black history, I can understand how Black people see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? You know what I'm saying? So, but me, I looked at it different. I guess just because of my perspective of how I analyze things. And for me, right, and like I said, I can see how Black people could say, because I thought about it when I first heard them say it. I'm like, well, shit, America ain't never been great for Black people. That's the same thing I thought. But me being a military scientist, I had to say, now, wait a minute. Now, what actually is he talking about? And I said, okay. I started listening to him, and he was just singing, bring back the manufacturing jobs and bringing all the jobs back to America, So when he broke it down like that, I said, okay, I can rock with that. Just being me, I know everybody ain't gonna agree with that, and it's cool.
Interesting.
But I know being in the South, knowing and seeing dilapidated buildings that was, I mean, many businesses, you see them gone. And the reason why they was gone is because a lot of CEOs, they sent the jobs overseas for cheaper wealth. So that shook black communities. It's black towns out here look like ghost towns now. You know what I'm saying? You come down through the South, not just the South. I seen this shit up north too. Even in Pittsburgh, you got like what's called a Hill District. When the steel mills and all that shit left, man, shit like a motherfucking ghost town. But and to me, that's what Trump was talking about. Bring back all that manufacturing where those buildings was being occupied, and now they just collecting spider webs and whatever else is in there.
So I was perusing online on social media. And, social media gets a bad rap for it's true. It's misinformation on social media, but and I seen where not only did I seen the article, but I also seen the video of that, and I'm like, that video can't be, is it fake? Let me do some research. But basically, Trump pledging So I just do a quick little Google search. So want to know about 1,000 Trump accounts for newborns included in House bill, because I wanted to see like what is he talking about. So he's pledging. Trump administration wants to kickstart wealth creation for American children by creating 1,000 Trump accounts. No, pardon me, by creating $1,000, not 8,000, but by creating $1,000 Trump accounts for babies born during President Trump's second term in office, originally called Money Account for Growth and Advancement, or MAGA savings accounts. The renamed accounts would be managed by banks or investment firms and operate like traditional investment accounts. Here's what to know about the proposed Trump accounts for newborns. I understand it's proposed. House Republicans on Wednesday submitted an amendment to Mr. Trump's domestic policy bill to ditch the original MAGA acronym and rename the accounts Trump accounts after the president himself. This man is crazy. Man, he right. He want to name everything. He want to put his name on everything. I noticed that. He want his name to be on every goddamn thing. Mm-hmm. But I just find that, and I can keep going. But what are they called? Good. I can keep going. You want to say something? But
that sounds like something good to me. That sounds like something that's beneficial to our babies as well. Yeah. That's what
I seen it online, so I didn't want to get on here. Oh man, Trump will. I just is that true? Is interesting. I mean, but what's the particulars? It's proposed. It's not official. So every child born in the U.S. between January 1st, 2025, and January 1st, 2029, with a Social Security number and whose parents have Social Security numbers will be automatically enrolled in a program the U.S. Treasury would set up and fund the accounts. So
that's brilliant, bro. That's making America great. That's generation. That's starting our babies off like they should be started. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so by the time they 18, shit, they coming out of high school or whatever, damn, they're millionaires.
Let me see. If you're thinking like how I'm thinking, what about the black infant mortality rate? What about all the black babies who's not? We already know that the black infant mortality rate is high. You see how my mind think is? I said, yeah, I see this. I peep it. I peep it. It sounds good, but you see how my mind shifts it. How is black people going to be able to benefit this? Are we going to be able to benefit this?
Yeah.
What's the likelihood that we'll benefit this? What's the likelihood? Wait. You say yeah, but are we thinking of the totality of when we're talking about healthcare now? Remember, healthcare, babies, healthcare, medical. Black women, black doctors. We're talking about white doctors. Black people under the tutelage of white black doctors it's more healthy. It's more longevity. Our health is going to be more efficient under black doctors. So it's just a lot of layers. That's how my mind. That's what I mean by my mind get the. I can read this and then I'm automatically shifting it, trying to figure out how.
I understand where you're coming from. You doing right. We got to take all that into consideration, right? You right and exact for doing that, bro. You know what I mean? For sure. But I think study has shown black babies are smarter. They more reactionary. When they come out, they more all these different things when it comes to black babies. So, but I think the program, if it's like you said, it automatically set them up. To me, that's amazing, bro. And you know how we like to have babies, so yeah, I think we're gonna benefit the most from it because we had the most babies.
I understand the white women, their birth rate. I understand that, but I don't want to be quick to. I don't want to be.
naive
Right,
to
but I
just
feel
say
what you're
that
saying. All I'm saying is if
and
this
we're not
if
the
this
most. We're the most
right.
affected when it comes to infant mortality rate, though. So now my question is, if this is consummated, if this is made official, segue the House in the Senate and all that. So if this made official, I would like to see the numbers. I would like to see eventually from that time frame, because it says January 1st to this year to January 1st, 2029. I would like to see the numbers. If this become, I'm watching this. If this becomes official, I want to know there has to be a study because there's no way they're not going to be able to analyze and calculate and figure out
Well,
who benefited them. Which numbers. I like.
yeah, yeah, you're right. And the thing about it, the thing I like about the Trump administration, bro, they are rearranging the whole healthcare system and all that, man. With, in my opinion, I think it's going to benefit people in a better way. And but I understand the mortality rate and stuff like that. But
yeah,
for the most part, most black babies come out healthy and come up, you know what I mean. But at the same time, I understand the under
I would
the
agree with that.
the disadvantages. You know what I'm saying? I understand the disadvantages black babies have. But that program, if it get put into place, I think is what's up.
I would say about that. I would say pre-death. I mean pre-life. As far as pre-existence.
Yeah.
Pre-existence, like meaning like the Perels and medical anti blackness that we face prior to conception, prior to being
Yeah, and the only thing I can see,
that's just how my brain. I like this going. It helped me out, man. Really, this community, this I need to. It keeps me along with reading and studying. But this, I like healthy. I like to have healthy exchange. I really do. I like having healthy exchange.
Yeah, that's what it's about, man. And that's why I be trying to show like Sabio and all that. Like, bro, why you come on here? Yeah, I'm talking about. I don't give a damn if you ain't here. Why you act uncivilized? I mean, we as black men, bro. You know what I'm saying? Why can't we dialogue? You know what I'm saying? Without all the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I don't come on here for all that shit. I just come to build with brothers or sisters if they join the panel. I mean, we all ain't gonna disagree with each other. That's a fact. But at the same time, man, all that yelling and all that old weirdo shit, like I can call you all kind of bitches too, but I can sustain from that because the way I was raised, when you start that means you losing the argument. You know what I'm saying? That's how I was raised.
Yeah,
But,
that's true. But that is true. I know with me, it can get that. I'd be so riled up. I be riled up, bro. I be riled up, bro. And that can.
No, I mean I understand that. That's passion. To me, it's a thin line between passion and just crashing out like over some silly shit. You could be passionate. You could be passionate. You could be passionate. Oh my bad. Go ahead, Wale.
Hey, Wale.
Yeah, hi y'all, man. I got an opinion. I got an opinion question. I want to know your opinion and stuff, your point of view, perspective, however you want to put it. But
me or deity?
All of y'all, man.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Everybody. Are you, when you get down to it, are you more interested in self-determination as a people? Or are you more interested in reparations as a people?
I would say self-determination.
What about you, dear?
Self-determination can morph. What's the word? Anamorphosis or something. It can morph into self-determination. Is like in my mind, there's no extracting a person who is self-determined. That is in conjunction with. That's like to me. Those are like not. You can't. Those are inextricably. Those are they're woven together. Like you can't get away from a person that is self-determined. That's going to automatically, by default, bring that because self-determination, you're determined to manifest the best outcome for self. So that's a part of that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think that's I don't think that they the word is a bifurcate. You know, BI is like divide, buy is two, so yeah, so it's not yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he is self-determined that he is owed reparation.
Yeah, you could do that all day, and it means very little if you're doing your own thing. But if you're doing somebody else's thing, then that might mean something because you got to go to somebody else to get whatever you think they owe you. But when you do your own thing, you just do your thing. But whatever you like. I mean, I was just asking for opinions. I got 3 so far. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's actually genuinely involved and has been, over long periods of time in the reparation movements that stop what they're doing and their self-determination in terms of the way that they sustain themselves, make a living or whatever. So,
No, I'm not talking
like to
about
jump
that
off the
kind of.
porch.
I said for the people. I'm not talking about individually self-determination. I'm talking about self-determination as a people. Like right now, our determination is being determined by somebody else. Our lifestyle, what we do tomorrow, all that kind of stuff, who comes in the country, who moves around, how we even move around, is determined by someone else. So I'm saying, would you prefer self-determination as a people, not as individuals? I understand that as individuals, you do your little thing, don't we all? But I'm saying as a people, self-determination as a people, we decide what our future is, no one else. That's self-determination to me as a people. And and I was saying, and because I was looking for priority and what's most important to an opinion or a perspective by saying, self-determination. You could pick either one. I mean, if you were to pick one, which one would you pick? Self-determination or just what somebody say, reparations? And then I got a question about reparations when you satisfy that one with yourself. I mean, I'm good. 3 is enough for me.
Well, yeah, because I think with self-determination, to me, it's political, right? And the way I see things from my perspective, everything you do, soon as you wake up, even when you go to sleep, everything you do in America is political. Even when you go to the grocery store, to me, that's a political move. Everything we do is a political action. So that's why I ride with self-determination for as a group of people, because if we be more self-determined, we can see how we can control just the politics of our everyday life, where we go to the store at, where we shop at, where we get our gas at. You know what I mean? With self-determination, we'll choose more of our own shit. You know what I'm saying? And see that all that shit is political. Where you get gas at, where you buy your food at, with all that's political. That's a political act. It may not seem like it, but it is when you really look at it.
I think about Johnny Cochran and how he was, he literally was using his profession, his him being a practitioner of law. He was to ascend to that level of academia, and then to turn around and use that profession to want to fight for your people. That's like you know what I'm saying. Like, so it's I understand what you're saying though, but it's yeah.
Wale, you still there?
I am. How are
Would
you?
you say the Japanese are a self-determined people?
At this time, I would say so.
So, would you say that they was not self-determined when they sought retribution for what happened to them as a people?
That question sounds confusing. Maybe if you ask it again, I'll be able to capture it. But just now, it sounds confusing.
If you formed a question towards the panel, and mind you, I was cooking, so I didn't hear everything. But from what I'm gathering, you wanted to create a conversation on self-determination or reparations.
Yeah, I
Well,
was just asking
I
for one's opinion on those two
no,
concepts.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm not here to do the song and dance with you by no means. But in your opinion, would you say, well, I've asked you that the Japanese, are they a self-determined people? And you said yes. In that, I asked, well, what about when they requested reparations for what they went through? Now, in my opinion, to answer your question, being a self-determined people, saying that we've been wronged and we deserve justice for what we endured is the very definition of self-determined. A defeated people would sit back and just accept the defeat. Let's flip the script and let's not make this political. We just playing basketball. We look at the scoreboard and we realize they got 300 points in the first quarter before the game starts. Defeated people would just let it be. People who care for themselves and the opportunity to win in a fair game would sit back and say, no, you need to fix the scoreboard. You took an unfair advantage. You put my team in a detriment that's almost impossible for us to win. We want to play. We want to compete. We want to show that we can win. But until you fix that damn scoreboard, how can we win? How can we truly say we competed?
Were you asking me a question? Because it sounded like you was asking me a question
No, I
about
was
some
giving an
Japanese.
opinion. You asked for
Oh,
no
okay.
opinion. I threw it out.
I was just saying I
I
didn't
just did it in a
understand
way
still
that I
that
hoped
Japanese.
I just threw my opinion in a way that I hoped it posed people to think about the conversation at hand.
I was just saying I still didn't understand your reference to Japan because I was still trying to fathom what that had to do with anything.
A real life working example of a self-determined people that got reparations.
Yeah.
Japan was at war with the United States of America.
They got it in the United States of America.
When that's a war thing. That what you going to compare a war to? What? I don't know. What are you comparing a war thing to? That's why I was so confused. Why are you bringing that up?
I'm
That
not
was about
comparing
a
them to
war.
anything.
You talking about a war?
Your premise was, are you a self-determined people, or your conversation towards and your opinion towards reparations? I'm saying you can have both, in my opinion, and I used a real life example of a self-determined people who sought reparations. It's not
In a
it's not
whole
a
different
comparison.
set of circumstances. No, I don't see no comparison at all.
No, it's
There's
relevant.
a whole different
You're
set of
making a
circumstances.
comparison. You're
No,
making
I'm
a
saying I have
comparison,
no
and I can make
comparison.
an
I don't
opinion
see
as
no
to why
comparison.
you're making a comparison, but
Because when
I'm
I
not
say
making a comparison. I gave an
I don't.
example of how you could be both. I gave an example of how you could be both. You could be self-determined and seek reparations for
But
a
that
harm
wasn't the
done to you
question,
or your
bro.
people.
His question was plain and simple, bro.
No,
one or the other.
There was no
no.
question. He asked an opinion. I gave my opinion the way I chose to give my opinion.
I agree with that.
Madon, it went over like he literally took self-determination and applied it to a group of people that went through a calamity and asked this brother, do you equate them? Are they considered a self-determined people? That's very sharp. That was very cunning. I mean, not even cunning. Cunning's not even, but that was just very acute. That was a very wise way of really.
Well, see,
mic drop on
Well, the difference I see in that deity, with all due respect, is the Japanese, they had their own country. They was pretty much in their own land. They still had their own language and all their norms and things they went by. To me, that's the difference that stand out. They had their own country. They was established. That's why they still there. They can go to and fro. We can't do that necessarily. I mean, yeah, we can say we can go to Africa,
Do
but no, we
African
don't know.
Americans have a country deity? yeah, let me ask Dev if he up here.
We do
Dev,
got
do
land.
African Americans
Hold
have a
on, but
country?
hold on. But didn't the Japanese know where to go? They knew where to go. They knew the places where they was from in that land. We don't know. If they drop us in Africa, nigga. We don't know we don't know. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference in my opinion.
Before we
The
get to
difference is
Africa, let Dev answer this question if you don't mind.
go for it,
Dev,
bro.
if you there and you don't mind,
Yeah,
do African Americans have a country?
they share it with everybody else. So the actual answer would be yes. But do they have a country of their own that is not shared by anybody else? That would be no.
Right. But
Exactly, man.
for the sake of
Japanese, that's their
argument, they
country.
do have a country. If you're an American citizen, you're a citizen to a country, right?
Yeah, that's the only reason why we use
And
the
in
word
that, if
America.
your country harmed you and you feel your civil rights have been taken advantage of, isn't it logical to seek repair for that?
Facts. And being that we're going to be pinpointing this landmass, this region where the calamity, where the tragedy and the trials and the tribulations of Black Americans happen, it would be here. Like, so it's yeah, like we would be,
But
this
see,
is where
the Japanese didn't lose their language.
outside of, being, what I'm talking about as far as the Jim Crow, the chattel slavery, that, that all that's a product of where we at. That's a product, an unfortunate but fortunate product of where we reside right here in North America.
Right, but see, that's all I'm saying is, like,
There's
in
a
my
story
opinion.
of a woman.
Go ahead,
There's a
Wanda.
story of a woman who was in Brazil, a old colored woman that was in Brazil, and she had found at that time the biggest diamond in the world, and because of the social structure that was imposed upon her and her people, the crackers simply took it from her and told her that because he owned her, he therefore owned everything that she had or would have. Now, that's the second biggest diamond in the world. What they did was when the guy that took it from her gave the diamond to the Queen of England or the Queen of whoever over there with them British people, the Queen demanded that he give the woman a stipend, like a Social Security check, and till she died, she can get a little stipend, a penance, and that was how they felt back on her. That's how she was repaid, as a reparation. Secondly, to this, in the entire play, and her freedom, because I thought that was very funny. Secondly, to that, because she lived in a state where every colored person was a slave according to the social structure. Yet she had her freedom given to her, which means almost nothing unless she's wearing a big sign or something. And even if she did, people will ignore it. We're prone to ignore it anyway, to ignore the paperwork people had talking about, oh, I'm free, here's my paperwork. They've been known to just tear that up and put a nigga right back there, but they want him if they can. So, but I was saying when I was asking about self-determination, and I've heard a lot of stories about this side and that side from a lot of different people. And I was saying that self-determination is one thing. Getting a $5 million check, everybody get a $5 million check. If that's your reparations or something like that, that can work for you as reparations. Then that's not really self-determination. But if you want to allude to that being the same thing, I understand. I just want to know if that's your opinion.
That was beautiful, Wale. I mean, you laid it out plain and simple, bro. That was hard, bro. Pause.
And I heard somebody say we share a country with almost anybody they tell us to. We ain't sharing shit. You share shit when you say, hey man, have some of this. When they just come and take your shit and tell you what to do, they ain't sharing.
No, you ain't sharing. You just happen to be here.
That's the position that we find ourselves acclimated to. However, that's not our proper position. And that's why I was saying about self-determination. 5, 6, 8 grown men should feel some twang of self-determination. That's all I was looking for. But it's cool. That's what? I can't make out what you're
real bad, man.
Damn, I might going out again.
There you go.
Oh, okay. No, I said that's why I respect the most honorable Elijah Muhammad and NOI, because they had self-determination. They did some on their own, and you know what I mean. Hey man, and the program still worked. You know, that's longevity.
Let me tell you something about that. What's your name? Madon. I watched that pick up, start, and run to its conclusion. And you know what? I thought the whole time, that's a what they call it, a red herring. When I first saw it, I said, wow, that's a red herring. You know what a red herring is?
Yeah.
What? Inform us.
Basically, a red herring is actually like you inserting something that don't belong, or you saying something that don't actually pertain to the argument.
Okay, I'll go with that as a definition. That's what that was, a red herring. Some just to throw us off the path, like, okay, what they call that stuff, sleight of hand. Get your attention to the right hand while the left hand is doing something. And then you don't see it. And then you think you're looking at where the action at, but you ain't looking at where the action at, really. You know? Let me ask you something, Madon. I'm gonna do a thing, right? We all know about all of this stuff and how we, the storylines. I don't know none of this stuff. I'm just saying the storylines, because I got all my historical account from my actual family. The rest of it is just storylines to me. But when my family tells me something, I kind of take it as a historical account, real reality. But let me ask you something about all of this stuff. We all know that right up until this moment, Muslims are making eunuchs out of little colored boys. Are you familiar with that tradition?
Yeah, I heard about that.
And are you familiar?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Are you familiar that is carried on right to this day?
Yeah.
Okay. How you get in bed with that? That got to be a red herring.
I'm not in bed. Who said I was in? What makes you think What make you think I'm in bed with that?
No, cousin, I didn't say you. Meaning Madon.
Oh, you saying people in general?
I said you mentioned I said I saw that as a red herring. Why would I see it as a red herring? Because of what I just told you. And then how can a body get in bed with that? See why I call it a red herring? Because I can't get in bed with that. I can't be no Muslim, because Muslims do this. You understand what I'm saying? Now I'm gonna do.
That means that's not a real Muslim.
Cousin, that is a real. Wait a minute. Now
you know why?
No,
because hold on. Because a Muslim is one who submits to the will of Allah. Allah don't tell people to do that. So when you look at it, that's not a real Muslim. That's what they call someone masquerading around as a Muslim, but he's not keeping the laws that the Muslim tell him to go by. Which when you making units of Africans and whoever else, that you know what I'm saying, that's not a Muslim. That's not a real Muslim. That's someone masquerading around as a Muslim, because a real Muslim is one who submits to the will of Allah.
And what is that?
That means peace, justice, and treat your brother as you wish to be treated.
Yet Allah sent people out to murder, kill, and destroy. Called it war, whatever.
But yeah, but it tells
but if you just say but, which but are you talking about with one T or two T's?
Well, it tells you don't be
there. You just said he don't do that, and then when I say, oh yeah, he do, then you say but. Where the but come? You understand what I'm saying? You in but.
Because if okay,
how you get in bed with that but? What are you doing with that but in bed?
Well, Wale, if someone breaks in your house,
Hey,
right?
yo.
If someone breaks in your house, right, or attack you, don't you have the right to defend yourself? So, a Muslim is one who is not the aggressor. You can protect yourself at all times, but don't be the aggressor. That's what it teaches, from my understanding. Don't be the aggressor. But if someone come to attack you, you goddamn pray to God to help you shoot straight when it's time to shoot straight, or whatever you got to do to take that person out. But don't be the aggressor. So what I'm saying is, so when you see Muslim kings making units, or whoever else making units to be around, clean up whatever, so they won't mess with their wives and stuff like that, because that's why they do it. That's not a real Muslim. That's a phony Muslim.
Okay, according to what you understand about Islam. However, Islam has a long, centuries-long tradition and heritage that you're saying is not real Islam. How do you do that? Here it is, it's centuries long being Islam, and then you come along, what are you, less than 50? You've been around, you've probably been knowing about it less than 25, and now you're going to say none of that stuff there. Here's history, centuries long, and all that, they ain't real Muslims, because you got the tick on what a real Muslim is. Well, what are they for? What have they been for centuries? If not real Muslims. What have they been for centuries?
Men growing up on their own vain philosophy. That's why you got so many groups. That's why you got Orthodox. You got Orthodox. You got Sunni. You got Assume You. I mean, you got all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they just a bunch of.
I actually know actual Muslims from Muslim countries who've been Muslims all their life and all that kind of stuff, right? Okay. They laugh at what you call a Muslim. They be like, what is he talking about? You should try. Talk with some Muslims who are born, raised in Muslim countries, not part-time Muslim, like, he's born and raised in somewhere else. He's born and raised in the culture. And then see what they say. Ask them questions. Don't be telling them, well, y'all do this, y'all do that. Because see, that's what they do. Let them tell you what they do. And then you can learn something. But if you go take into them this propagandized imagination that the cracker them fill your head with about what they do, you're not going to get any true information from a Muslim about what they do, because you're coming in adversarial. You're not coming in curious. When you approach a question, it must be with curiosity. If you approach a question with adversarial, being adversarial, then
all I'm saying is, Wale, just like you got multiple sectors of Christianity, you got multiple sectors of people who claim the religion what we call Islam.
In all the sections of Christianity, they all revere Abraham. Is that correct?
That's correct. But do all Christians go out killing people in the name of Christ?
Cousin, yes. That's what. Hey,
what have black? Well, show me some black. Well, show me some black Christians that was in slavery that went out killing a whole bunch of people.
Anybody in the military, cousin?
Oh, have you got me on that one, man. You got me. You got me on that one. I give you that. Yeah, you're 100% correct on that. I didn't think about that. A lot of brothers were Christian that was in the white man's military. I cannot argue that, bro. Damn.
A matter of self-determination, I'd say, comes from a matter of working with each other as self, whatever the self is. Let's say just yourself, nobody else exists in the world, just you. Then you have to be at peace with yourself. You have to be able to work with yourself. If you're busy arguing in your mind, I knew I shouldn't have did that kind of attitude, you're not going to get much done. You have to learn how to work with yourself. And then once you learn to work with yourself, of course, you might be able to more easily work with others. But as long as you're not working really even with yourself, because you keep denying yourself your own reality by having somebody else, as you put it, oppressing you or whatever, determining for you, or, and you're not determining for yourself, then that's a position you put yourself in, cousin. You don't have to be in that position. There's a thing a guy wrote long ago I learned it long ago. It says simply this: a man has only those rights that he's willing to protect.
That's real. I understand your perspective, Wale. You know what I'm saying? But you got some people in the chat that's kind of, they don't agree. They don't agree with that part about the men being Christian, killing in the name of Christianity, being in the military. But maybe that's
they haven't been in the military. They know that's what the chaplain is all about. Even before they go out, they thought they come up before you go on missions. They come out and they do that little chaplain thing. Pray to God that we la-di-da, the rest of that story. Come on.
Oh shit! See, I don't know. I haven't,
But they show you in the movies. It's the same thing. They get the stuff. It's the same stuff. They've been doing it forever, man. The Muslims do the same thing. Yo, Allah, we go, la, 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 la.
Yo, Wale, you wild. Hey, but I feel you though.
When you start defending the people who on their religious basis, they decided all that social issue stuff about enslaving our people and all that stuff was based on their religious perspective. And then you're going to defend their religious perspective. I can't get in bed with that, cousin. I don't know who can. If you can, then do your thing. That's not something I'm going to. I can. No, I'm not doing that, cousin.
Well, I understand the point you're making. A lot of time we give our own consent without even knowing.
You ever heard that song, I'd rather drink muddy water and sleep in a hollow log? That was a hit song back in the 50s.
No, I heard I'd rather sleep on the roof of the house than sleep in the house with a loudmouth woman.
No, I don't know that noise. But that was Muddy Waters song. I think that was Muddy Waters' song.
I love Muddy Waters. I got a Muddy Waters 8-track tape.
Oh, Lord. Now this is real. See, when you're willing to say, hey, no, I'd rather drink muddy water and sleep in a hollow log than be a this or that. But you say, wait a minute, I'm gonna be a this or that because I like them Gucci's or whatever. Whatever your reason is, it don't matter. When you sacrifice your integrity, if you have any, when you sacrifice your own personal constitution, if you have one, when you sacrifice your own progeny, talking about, well, my children gonna have a job for the next 300 years. That's slavery. When you have a job for 300 years, that's what's called slavery, because you'll always be working for somebody else for 300 years, 30 years.
And then, hold on, Wale. And then you're assuming the job's gonna be there.
All of it is an assumption. I got that part, that you're gonna live till tomorrow. And the next 15 minutes is an assumption. I got all of that. What I'm saying to you is simply, though, your intent will make something, will create what comes in front of you. If your intent is to create something, then that's what you will do. If your intent is to get somebody else to do something, oh, you're going to have a problem with that.
Well,
like you want a girlfriend, you see a woman, I really want her, I want her to like me, or whatever, la-di-da. You're going to have a problem with that. A pimp taught me that one.
Well, at the end of the day, Wale, what is the solution?
Well, I always put it out to simply revive our ancestors' reputation of speaking the truth all the time. We speak the truth to one another. We start bonding on the truth because that's all you can bond on. The rest of this stuff is superfluous and useless. You see that it's all individualistic and very temporary. All this and a lot of discord, almost no agreement. So once you get to the truth, like as soon as you say something, Madame, my first inclination is to see that you're saying the truth. When that becomes our first inclination toward one another and toward ourselves, because a lot of times we lie to our children and other people, we have to curtail that inclination. And usually lying is from some kind of fear, which means we have a religion or religiosity of fear. Fear the Lord. And the rest of that, how it goes. They teach the fear in their thing. But with that fear, we stepped off of our ancestral ownership. Our ancestors were very unafraid. Well, of what? Reality? No, man. We're afraid of people. We're afraid that of this religiosity that we've inculcated into ourselves, that talk in terms of sin and before you even born in sin and all that kind of garbage. And so we are,
Well, you can only call it garbage when you don't understand what it means. If you understood what it means in its proper context, it's not garbage.
You
can't. If you understood what born in sin meant, bro, you wouldn't. I mean, when you get clarity, you see that it's not garbage. It's basically telling you born in a world full of corrupt motherfuckers. That's what it means, and that's a fact. We're all born in a world where it's corruption, evil, all this shit we born into, bro. Every day, babies are born into a world with number chaos. You know what I'm saying? And that's all that scripture is saying. But go ahead.
Madon, you're defending the concept, perspective, and religiosity that would enslave our people and put us in perpetual enslavement as it stands. That's what you're defending.
That's what you're defending. If you teach it the right way, it'll uplift people.
Oh, now we're gonna do it.
It'll resurrect. Right. No. When you teach it right, it'll resurrect the people. It'll take, because see, the Bible ain't talking about raising the literal dead people that's in the cemetery. It's talking about raising the dead that's living, the living dead. So that's what it's talking about. Resurrecting, basically telling you, be you transformed by the renewing of your mind, or basically telling you can become a new person by just changing the way you think.
Madon, last I heard, books do not talk. So you telling me a book says something?
Hell yeah.
That's not going to work for me, because you already got a twisted. You're just twisting more twist and more twist and more twist.
I'm giving revelations, bro. I'm giving revelations.
No, what you're doing is. You could actually do that with a screwdriver, what you just did. You could do that with a screwdriver. That's what I'm saying. That's what you're doing. You're making everything equality to everything, and even though it don't say this is the thing it is, that is the thing it is. See, they don't know what they're doing because see, I know the real Christian because I'm the real Christian. This and that and the other. Meanwhile, for hundreds of years now, and millions of people, they've been carrying on their tradition and stuff. But Madan, who is not only 25 years into this whole thing, is telling them they are all wrong about what they say they are, and he has adopted it. He has moved into their faith and adopted that religiosity. You have adopted their religiosity, and now you are going to say they don't even know what it is. You're going to preach it back out to us as though that's the thing to do. Screw what our ancestors do. You're going to rehash something that you have adopted from a guy that was obviously ready to kill us into perpetual slavery and the rest of that. You see what I'm saying? And you're ready to defend that, and not only defend it, try to sweep it up, sanitize it, and refeed it to us again. That is so beautiful, man. I have not seen this kind of blatantness in a long time. Please continue.
Thank you, brother. With all due respect, I appreciate it. Now, let me say this, right? Now, we know as Black people, right? For hundreds of years, our people are buried in this book. So when you got Black people who are buried in this book and love this book and love this information, but they got a zeal with the book, but not according to the right wisdom. So what I'm telling you is that in order to resurrect Black people who are into the book, you got to help them understand that book. And that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is correcting some of the confusion within certain scriptures so Black people can have a better understanding of what this book is saying. You know what I mean? Instead of being, like you said, caught in this continuous vicious cycle of a lot of spooky shit. You know what I mean? And that's all I'm saying. We haven't, as a Black people, we haven't had real clarity of what this book was saying that our people been buried in. And that's why, you know, you had different people come along and say, hey, this is what this scripture is saying, giving you more of something sound that you can use instead of being subordinate.
I appreciate what you just said, Wale. I appreciate what
you
just said.
How you doing, man? I just see you.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you for standing up on Africa and the traditions of our ancestors of Africa. But at this point, you have to admit that you're African and you're not Indian, and that's another conversation. We're going to stick to this. You just said that you just was bigging up Africa. You wasn't bigging up Native America or the Orientals. You was just bigging up Africa. So I'm bigging you up for bigging up Africa and checking this culture vulture right here for trying to force our ancestors into a narrative that, as you so eloquently said, enslaved our ancestors and told our ancestors they were less than human.
Sabio, Wale made a mistake, so don't give him no credit too soon. He made an error with that statement.
Hey Willie, I'm not finna minimize that. I'm not finna minimize that because
I want to know what Madan means. I want to know what Madan means by our people are buried in that book. I don't understand that. I don't know anyone buried in the book.
Okay.
Show us what we had in that book. Show us what we had in that book.
When we look across modern America, right? On Sunday, you can go to any Black neighborhood or any Black church and see it almost full, right? You even got online Black people. I mean, look at it, bro. That's what I'm saying. Our people are buried in this book. We love this book because it's been passed down through generations, so it's in us. A lot of people was born in this book or raised in it. And what I'm saying is, if our people had a better understanding that love this book and see what this book is really and actually talking about, we can resurrect the dead people, not the dead that's in the cemetery, but the living dead like Sabio and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? People who are just lost and just blind, and that's why the ditch is full all the goddamn time.
Madame, was that book forced on us?
Nah.
It
Okay,
wasn't
so
so they was
so
preaching this book before slavery in Africa.
Hey, respectful.
Yeah.
No, Fabio, just I
Christianity
didn't
been
see that you was upset.
Christianity
I
was
was
in
about to say,
Africa.
don't speak on
Can you
people's
source that?
Christianity
feelings,
was in
but
Africa for
We
a
not
do
long
talking
your
about
time.
that.
thing, Fabio.
Source that up because we not talking about that Ethiopian Bible. I want you to source that up
please
outside of
let's
that
not
bullshit
let's
Ethiopian.
not go to the Garima Bible in the 4th century. We're not gonna run it to Ethiopia and their Bible in the 4th century. We're not gonna do that with the Ethiopian Bible. Please,
Okay, let
let's
me
stay
ask you a
away
question,
from
Willie. Hold on,
mentions
whoever
and
asked
Ghana.
that. Let me
Well,
show
that's
you.
what he was
Hold
going
on.
to try
Let
to
me ask
do,
you something
Fabio.
real quick,
That's why I stopped him
Hold
before
on,
he
let me ask
even
you something real
tried
quick.
it.
Hold on. Do we have evidence? Isn't it evidence that slaves came over here as Muslims?
What that have to do with the Bible, though?
Because if you Muslim, you know about Christ, Abraham, and all that. You have to.
Okay, either one of the religions is the same. Where's we at in the
Oh
modern?
no, don't try to run now, nigga. No, don't try to run, bro. I just, bro, just hold that dagger. Hold that dagger.
No, Willie. That wasn't even a
What else,
dagger.
Fabio?
Why? It was a dagger for himself. Why? Because if they were Muslim, then that means whatever they knew about Christ, it was from the Muslim perspective.
It don't matter. They knew about the book. They knew about Christ, bro. They gave reverence. They paid homage.
They knew about the story of it.
They knew about the story. And see, and it's only
but at first y'all niggas was saying they ain't know nothing about it. First y'all was saying they ain't know nothing about it.
Can we have a conversation?
Don't try to shift
Are you
gears.
going to
They're trying to
interrupt, or are
shift
we going to have a
gears.
conversation?
Don't try to shift
You
gears
trying to
now.
downshift.
Nobody
your
trying
clutch
to do
burning out.
shit. Nobody
Yeah,
doing
clutch
shit.
burning.
Taz,
Oh, my bad.
please
Downshifting don't
stop.
burn the clutch up. So
Nobody
make
doing
stupid
shit,
statements.
because the one
Shit, it
thing,
will in your car.
My car automatic.
Your car trash, nigga. Fuck your car, nigga. No, go ahead, bro.
All right, the one thing everybody on this panel who studies history will admit to is that West and Central Africans, before the Spanish got there in the 13th, 14th, 15th century, they were Muslims. Why? Because the Muslims, their first entry into that area was around the 2nd or 3rd century. Y'all can look it up if y'all think I'm making it up. Look it up. Look it up. And then they re-entered in around the 7th, 8th century. One of the earliest slave revolts is the Zand Rebellion. I mentioned it. Look it up. 869, something like that. If y'all think I'm lying, the ZANJ. Look it up. It was led by African slaves over their Muslim slave masters. Look it up if y'all think I'm making any of it up.
Man, bro.
No, I'm with you, Fabio. I don't. As far as this process,
I don't need. Listen, this is history. History lines up and adds up, and it continues up. So these things you can source for yourself. If you think I'm making any of this up, dumbass. That's why I gave you the name of the tribe, the Zanj, Z-A-N-J. Look them up. Type it in right now, and somebody pull up the Zanj.
So hold on, okay. So since you agree with that they knew about Islam and was Muslims, now you can't. You have no choice but to agree with me that they knew about Christ, they knew about Abraham, they knew about Moses, because it's in the text, within the literature. So so I don't want to hear you up here saying they didn't know about Christ, bro.
Nobody said they didn't know
denies
about
that.
it. Listen, learn how to listen, Madon. No, he didn't. He said you daggered yourself. Did you hear that
Bro,
part?
you said slaves didn't know nothing about the Bible or nothing when they came over here.
I asked you a question. I said, was the religion forced onto us? Yes or no?
And I said, no, we already knew about it.
No, listen. There's a difference between knowing about something and then being forced to be a part of something. There's a big difference. I know they make green motherfucking Mustangs. Do that mean I gotta buy one?
Hold on. How you gonna force someone to read that don't know how to read? Can I come over to your house?
They
Hold on,
did
can
it.
I come over?
They
Can I come
read
over and
to
force
them.
you to learn? Hold on,
They
can I come
read
over
to
and force
them.
you to read Chinese? Hell
They
no.
read to them.
Madon, who was the
You ain't gonna
Crusaders?
learn it in 30 years.
Madon, who was the Crusaders?
Nigga slow.
Who was the Crusaders, Madon?
What has got to do with this conversation?
I'm asking you a question. Who the fuck was the Crusaders?
What does
They
that?
weren't
What does that have
Africans.
to
I'm
do with the
asking you a
They
conversation?
weren't
question.
Africans. They weren't Africans.
Who were
They
the
weren't
Crusaders,
Africans.
and
They
what
weren't
was their
Africans.
mission as
They weren't
Crusaders?
Africans. They were Spanish. Some of them were even Jew. You even had Jewish crusaders.
Thank you. And what was their mission, Madon?
What does
To
that have
fight
to
the
do with the
Saracens.
conversation?
To fight the Muslim invaders, the Saracens, the infidels.
I just need to know what's your point, man?
Because see, you sitting here and you're not playing dumb. You are dumb.
Man, bro, you can't even answer one question, bro. Come on,
I
man.
answered it. What the
That's what
fuck
we
are
know
you
you
talking
been,
about?
bro.
Me
You
and
been on
Savio
here
answered it
smiling
the
and
same.
scowling, bro.
Me
You
and
keep stumbling and
Savio,
fumbling.
Madon,
Nah,
let us.
man.
I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk, bro.
Nah, bro, because you won't even admit where you was wrong at.
What was I wrong at? You asked, did they know of Christianity? We both agreed and said, yeah, they knew of the story. What part of that you didn't hear?
Bro, first you said they didn't.
I never said they didn't.
They weren't Christians. They knew about the story of Christ. They weren't Christians. There wasn't no Christian communities. That's why I keep asking this very specific question, and no one has answered it. No Hebrew, no Christian has ever shown a source showing Hellenism in West and Central Africa before the 1500s. Go ahead and show me that. And y'all daggered everybody. You can't do it. Why? Because you know it doesn't exist.
Now,
in order for
show it, Madon. You the big preacher on here. Show it to him. Source it up on him.
Bro, at this point, I'm casting pearls before swine, man. But go ahead.
At this point, you know you don't have a source. Just say that.
Like I said, bro.
Be a man.
I already killed all y'all arguments, man.
How?
Rewind the tape. You'll see how.
All I need is Hellenism in West and Central Africa.
Madon, we live right now. I don't have to rewind nothing. Tell us how you killed us.
Bro, listen, like I said, man, you know in your heart, hey, man, I ain't got to go over this again with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? You asked me a question. I killed your whole argument. Let's move on.
Just because you did it in your mind, that doesn't mean you did any of that.
I did it in facts, bro.
Okay, so what facts you presented? You haven't showed us nowhere where we're in the Bible. You made
I asked you a question. I asked you a question because I made a statement, right? Hold on. I made a statement, right? And then you said, "Oh no," and I said, "Okay, let me ask you a question. Is it true that slaves came over here as Muslims?" And y'all was like, "Yeah." And I say, "Well, shit, don't you know the Quran and all that teaches about Christ and Abraham and Moses?"
The slaves
so they had to know, so they knew.
Hey, Madon, did slaves come over here as Africans with no religious ties?
I'm not sure about that because
what you mean?
What
you mean you're not sure?
From my
of that?
studies, all Africans had some type of religion.
Oh wow. Okay, no ties to Islam or Christianity because you want bullshit now.
They had some may have been Yoruba, it may have been whatever. All them thousands of religions they got over there.
Okay, so if they parts of other religion, then why wouldn't they be part of the religion that you support?
Well, shit, I don't know.
Because it didn't exist to them.
Man, listen, bro. You already answered the question that slaves came
because
to
you know, Madon, that it didn't exist to them, and that's the bullshit I be talking about when you come over here trying to preach this religion shit, and then when somebody asks you a real question, you go into complete stupid mode.
Bro, like I said, bro, if that's the best you can do, tighten your game up before you come on.
Listen, I'm not on here preaching religion.
Bro, I'm not preaching. I'm just preaching the facts.
What facts are you preaching? What facts?
All right, man.
Your beliefs aren't facts, Madon. Can you
Hey,
admit
say,
that?
Joe.
What up,
bro?
Hey, Pete.
What
Do
up,
y'all
y'all?
mind repeating the question?
When
I'm
did
hearing the dance around, but I don't know what the question was. Just
when
so I
did
know
How
I
can you say
answered
you hear dance around if you don't know what the question was?
when did Hellenism get to West and Central Africa?
Y'all niggas crazy.
When did Hellenism get to West Africa? That was the question.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks, Xavier.
And that was one of the most disingenuous Negroes they ever hit the pan. I hear the dance around, but I don't know the question. So how the fuck you gonna classify?
You just wanna fight right now. Maybe you did hear the question. Maybe you didn't hear the question. You think there's a
You know where it
possibility?
started.
I
You know
mean,
where
Madonna, if you
Hellenism
was
started?
listening, I've said it multiple times. I've even said it to the chat audience that I'm doing something at the moment.
Bro, you said I hear the dance around, but I don't know the
Yeah,
question.
I
So
came
how
into the
can you classify
conversation
someone as
when I
dancing
came
around if
back.
you
When
don't
I
know the
came
question?
back, I heard the dance
How can
around,
you
You
say someone
but
that's
I didn't
dancing
hear what
around
the
if you
actual
don't even know what
question
the
was.
question
I
was,
want
bro?
y'all
That's an
I mean, Madonna,
oxymoron on top
we
of a
all know you
moron,
I
like
bro.
to
want y'all
talk,
to
bro.
know. I
But
want y'all. I want.
you don't have to speak on me, and I won't speak on you. You already know I don't like your ass because you can't be honest
Bro,
and
I'm
straight
not here
up.
to be liked.
And until you apologize to Truth for that fuck shit you did, I don't have a care for anything you have to say. It's like
I
I
don't know what
told you
you're talking about.
before in previous conversations. And the fucked up thing is, once upon a time, I did respect and root for your silly ass.
Bro,
But
I'm
you
not here
lost
to,
all
bro, I'm here to speak the
accountability
truth.
as a
I'm not here to
man.
be
You
liked.
lost all sense
I'm
of
not
being
here to
somebody
create
who can
fans.
hold
I'm here to tell the
integrity and
truth.
just be grown.
Whether
And
you
I'm
like it,
pretty sure
accept
you
it,
older
believe
than,
it or
and I'm
not.
pretty sure you older than me.
So I
I'm
want y'all
pretty
to
sure you
under.
older than me,
Vyasa.
Madonna.
Bro,
What's
bro,
Vyasa.
up,
why,
Sabio?
bro?
I
Listen,
want.
niggas can have that
Everybody
too
know
hard.
me. I'm not Mr. Crash Out, but
You are
I
crashing
don't
out.
bullshit. I don't do
Vyasa.
bullshit.
I
What's up,
want you to
Sabio?
understand. I want you to understand. My question has a double edge. It's a double-edged sword because we know where Hellenism started.
As soon as you told me what the question was, I already knew where the rest of the conversation would
So,
go.
so, 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 in
Yeah.
order for this to be our religion, that means Hellenism would have to start somewhere else, and we know it didn't. So, in order for this, somehow it had to get to West Africa at some point, but we know it's not in West Africa until the Spanish got there.
Bullseye.
So, what are we talking about?
And
There's no way this could be our religion.
you kind of took one of the talking points that I would go to before that by saying till the Spanish got there. We can see it's documented. At least we can say this is the top documented time frame of it getting there and the whole setup. Them taking brothers and sisters over to Seville and Lesbian and
Lesbian,
yeah,
man.
and making them literally set up churches and giving them governance over themselves solely so they can have a mechanism to get Christianity into the minds of black people.
Well, y'all better quit playing with me. I'm not Dagger Squad for no reason.
Who was it? Was it
Man, get the hell out of here.
Juan
Swagger Squad.
Valadad?
No Swagger Squad.
I know how to spell it, but I don't know how to say it, Sabio. I don't speak
Who?
Spanish, but it's
Man, shout out
Juan.
to
Don Calvo?
Afro-Asiatic, man.
It's
Don
Juan
Calvo?
Valadad. He was the
Juan
first Grande
Valdez?
Negro in Spain, and
The fact,
he was set up to be a mediator slash governor slash judge, and this was to keep an eye on the free blacks that was there, but also keep enforcement on the slaves that was there as they were setting up these churches and this Christian thought, Sabio.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And
that's
we
right,
we can
DJ
walk them all the
Charm.
way through this.
just the
Garfield
fact
that
that when
came
you,
back.
just the
Garfield
fact
that
that when
came
you,
back to Jesus.
just
Your
the
master
fact,
teacher Garfield, Sabio, has came back to Jesus.
just the
you know,
fact that you asked you asked Madonna a real question and he won't answer it, that makes me just not want to further conversation with him.
And fall back, nigga. Ain't nobody asked you to be up here. You know what I'm saying? You're not obligated to be on a panel with a nigga like me. You know
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
I
Bro,
try my
I
best
answered
to
your
really,
question.
I
I
try my
answered your
best,
question. What it is,
Madonna,
you
to
didn't
talk
think
to
I was
more
gonna answer it
intelligent.
like that. Hold on, you
No,
didn't think I was
you
gonna
didn't even
answer it like
answer
that.
it. You didn't answer it.
All right, bro, that's crazy. I'm gonna pass.
So
Hey,
I
shout out to
try my
Afro
best
Jack.
I
Oh,
try
I'm
my
not trying
best to have a conversation with more intelligent black men. I only came on here to really call you out on that we in the Bible bullshit. I really don't have to have a conversation with you at all.
right. And like I was saying a
bro. You
while
came
ago,
up here asking me questions like head detective.
I mean, you saying dumb shit. We supposed to call that
He
out.
called you.
Why not?
Oh, yeah, whatever. It's so dumb, but you want to know the answer. Ain't that a bitch?
yo, what's crazy? I want to show you how crazy and how stupid people really are. I rep Q channel with pride, right? And
Gay
respect
pride.
and dignity. You see? You hear this shit? You hear this idiot?
Yeah, one minute he a Christian, the next minute you calling you out your name. I don't understand how that worked.
I'm a soldier of the Most High, nigga.
So
What you talking about?
anyway, I'm addressing this dumbass comment in the chat. And he wants to try to just say whatever he wants to say because he can't prove
I heard you
anything.
say pride, and the only thing I
So-
can think of is GAY. It ain't my fault. That's,
So
hey,
anyway,
y'all the one who
that- yeah,
introduced this shit. not
so
me.
that lets me know where your mind is with your gay ass.
Well,
But
tell that to the people in the chat. Tell that to the people in the chat too, nigga.
I'm gonna get
Tell
back.
that to everybody in the chat.
Because the comment was said somebody representing a YouTube channel with pride. Okay, so yeah, I rep Q Butter's channel with pride. When I say I stand on science, technology, engineering, agriculture, arts, and mathematics, and I do my best to bring the best information that's available to me and present it, that's pride. What the fuck is wrong with you niggas? Are you niggas just that weak to where y'all want to sit in the chat, talk shit, but not show the intelligence that y'all profess that y'all have? Again, trifling. If you have the intelligence to combat anything that I say, and don't try to attack my sexuality because that shit old. I'm tired of that dumb shit. Get something new, please.
I don't even know how they go to that corny ass shit.
That shit corny.
That shit
nigga, Captain Saber.
That shit corny.
I mean, it's super corny because at the end of the day, who gives a fuck?
It's like me telling y'all to go suck a dick. It's like me telling you to go suck a dick.
Who gives a fuck what you do, Madonna?
Go suck dick. You suck a dick. You suck dick.
How's that playing Captain Saber?
Hey, nigga, you got me fucked up, nigga. That shit is gay. You niggas be on here on some gay ass, lame ass shit, nigga. That shit lame. That shit gay as fuck. You niggas don't want nobody to call out no gay motherfuckers, but then you quick to say some shit like that. Stop saying faggot ass shit like that, then, nigga.
You niggas gay.
Cause some of us quick to call you niggas gay. Some of us quick to call you niggas gay.
But what does that matter? Because you said it on YouTube. What does
Shit,
that
y'all
matter?
brought it up. I mean, shit, you gay, nigga. Come out the closet.
I'm saying it don't. It has zero effect. We on the fucking app.
So stop talking about it. Who cares then? Don't bring it up.
I didn't bring it up, motherfucker.
Right, I know you jumped on the LGBTQ floating, floated your ass into the conversation, nigga.
It matter.
It does. It does, because this is what they're doing to children.
What does it
they're
matter?
doing it to children.
You all upset or what do it matter to you?
They're teaching children this shit, nigga.
No.
So maybe you don't care if your kid's gay.
And we didn't bring it up. I'm saying, what does it matter? Why do y'all?
You might want to shut your. You might want to shut your pro rainbow ass up.
Learn how to listen.
Pro rainbow. Hey, pro rainbow nigga.
No,
some of us are gonna bring it up because it's policy. It's policy. It's real, right? See what I'm saying? You invite me to your nuts, you gay bitch. Stop saying the shit.
You the one upset.
Stop saying shit like
that.
Yeah, you just invited me to your fucking nuts. You a man.
You're the one.
You're a man
about it. You're
a fucking man because I'd have beat your ass if we was locked up. Niggas don't talk like that. Niggas don't talk like that. Niggas don't talk like that. I know you're gonna be locked up with a. You gonna be locked up with a gay man. You gonna be locked up with a gay man. Free as fuck, nigga. Pussy ass nigga.
Your mama's a pussy ass nigga.
Pussy ass nigga. Pussy ass nigga.
I don't know
gay
no jail culture.
Rainbow defending ass nigga.
First, let me let you go ahead and finish.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Upset over something.
You gay, rainbow promoting, LGBTQ plus pro ass nigga,
motherfucker.
Stop sitting your lame ass up here acting like this shit don't affect children.
YouTube motherfucker.
Yeah, that shit hurt these niggas.
That shit
you
don't
start
hurt
calling
nobody.
these. You start calling these pro rainbow niggas, and I'm
You're the one upset. You're probably laying over there with some motherfucking weirdo. Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm right here out in public where people can see me, bitch.
You right where?
You know how you was walking around in public with a whole bunch of white folks, bitch.
What?
You remember? We different, nigga.
Who the
we
fuck
different.
you talking about? Who you
Pussy?
talking about?
You, bitch ass nigga.
You live in Lima, Ohio, where it's majority white folks.
I'm gonna fuck around, lose my voice.
Corny motherfucker.
Yeah, they supporting that gay non.
This is
corny
Lima, Ohio.
Motherfucker.
I can promise you this, fam. We ain't got no
You
problems.
can't promise me shit. Shut the fuck up.
I most definitely don't.
Only thing you can promise is yelling on YouTube. Shut the fuck up.
So again, like I said, when it comes to this topic, some of you niggas like you're ducking the importance of it. You try to downplay it.
What is the importance of it?
They're teaching this shit to children.
Okay.
They're programming children.
Okay.
That's why I stopped trying to be
But
a
a motherfucker come on here
shit.
and disrespect the motherfucker all the time, but you don't say shit till we say, what the fuck do it matter? What you should be doing is in the chat, hollering at the motherfucker that's talking crazy, but you're not doing that.
Why would I be in the chat?
That's where the shit came from.
So why are you talking about it?
It wasn't even about. Why do it matter?
No.
Keep saying that whole ass shit.
Right.
Yes, bro. It matters.
Nobody's up here gay.
You're not listening, bro.
To me, the people that are infatuated with my sexuality, they need to check their sexuality. Because my sexuality is good.
Like every time he say something, somebody going through some whole shit.
Weird.
Hey, my nigga, you ain't hear him say some gay shit after that.
Who?
You can Savio. You can't just sit up here and say I ain't gay. Don't check my sexuality, but you can suck my dick. You can't say that.
I said.
Yeah, you said.
I said suck a dick.
You said it.
Right. You can't say that's gay. You can say that. You can say that shit to Willie. You can tell Willie that shit.
Wow.
You can say that shit to Willie, bitch ass.
So it's just like calling the nigga gay.
You can't say that shit to Ghost,
Just
nigga.
like calling the nigga gay. Just like calling the nigga gay.
Weirdo running around.
I don't disagree, Savior. I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Calling the nigga gay. It's just
I don't
like calling
disagree.
the nigga gay. It's just like calling the
But
nigga gay.
Savio, but
It's just
Savio,
like calling the
but
nigga
Savio,
gay.
you are
It's
joining
just
in
like
on it though.
It's
But you're
just
joining
like
in on
calling-
it.
No,
But you're joining in on it. You're doing the same shit.
No, I moved on. I
When a
moved on. I
motherfucker
tried
say shit
to
like that,
continue
they
the
the ones on the whole
conversation.
shit. How you don't get
I
that?
tried to continue the conversation.
When a motherfucker
He
having a
kept
conversation and
interjecting.
somebody say some weird shit, they on the whole shit. How you don't get that?
Bruh, you don't
I
tell
tried
another
to
man.
continue-
You don't
I
invite your
tried
joint
to
to another
continue the
man, bro.
conversation.
Ain't no way around that. I don't care what another man say. When you turn around and say it, nigga, now we talking about you. What do you mean? You said
So
that.
again-
Stop saying that shit. That's why I actually came up here to say stop saying that shit, because then you'll turn around and say, I don't know why y'all saying that. Could you just invite some into your dick? What do you mean?
I ain't inviting you to shit.
So first of all, you taking this shit all the way out of context.
No, I'm not.
Second of all,
I'm not, bruh.
Second of
First
all,
off, I ain't
listen,
invite
listen,
nobody to
listen.
shit.
Right? Ain't nobody
If that's what
inviting
you
nobody
think,
to
then
no
that's
bullshit
weird
like
as
that.
hell. Y'all
Bruh,
on
you
some
can't-
weird ass
So
shit.
what do you
But you
what do
get
you
on that
think?
weird
Hella
shit because
weird.
you
What do
want
you
to
think?
argue and fight.
What do you think you're
all the
saying when you say
goddamn
that?
time instead of having a real
Wait,
dialogue
Fuck you.
on some.
That's
Wait,
what
do
the
you think?
fuck I'm
you.
saying.
No, bruh. No.
Nigga.
If you saying fuck you, you say fuck you. If you say suck my dick, that's
Nigga.
gay.
No,
Nigga, what are you talking about?
Those
responding to
fighting
what
words
you
where I'm
said.
from, nigga. That's basically what I'm
But we
saying.
can't. But we're not in fighting position.
Okay.
So that makes it
well
more
then.
questionable to say.
Nah.
Exactly.
Because what
You know
did you
can't
say?
get busy with
What did
nobody.
you say?
Sitting up there,
What
you
did?
gay as hell.
Oh, okay. So now it's policing the way a nigga squabble on YouTube. It's back to this shit.
You can't
Y'all,
squabble,
y'all.
nigga.
Hey,
You
I'm
ain't
saying
no
not with the
bitch
front. We
nigga,
ain't supposed to be squabbling with
ass.
fronts.
I will beat your ass, Afro.
You
I
ain't
keep
beating
telling you,
nobody
nigga.
ass.
I will beat the shit out of the
Go in
majority of you
go
niggas.
in the house
I
and
will
beat
beat
your
the
dick. That's what you gonna
majority.
do, you
I will
weirdo.
beat the shit
You
out of
gonna go
majority
in the
of
house
you
and
niggas.
masturbate. That's
Nigga,
what
sit
you
your
gonna
ass down. You ain't beating
do.
nothing,
You
nigga.
ain't beating
I
nobody
will beat
ass.
the shit out of majority of you
Man, stop
niggas.
offering.
I've been
Stop
telling you
offering
this shit
all
for
men your
years.
private parts.
Yo,
Now
Afro,
you see
you've
what I'm
done it
talking
too,
about,
you
Diddy?
bitch nigga.
Yo, Diddy.
No,
You've done
no,
it
We
too,
you
was
you
can't
talking about
bitch
this
listen.
nigga.
earlier.
You've
You
done it
can't.
too, you bitch
You
nigga.
can't say
You've
in one
done it
breath,
too, you
y'all
bitch
gotta stop
nigga.
saying that because his kids listening, but then the next breath you on here calling motherfuckers bitches and hoes and I'll do this and I'll do that. What the
Shut
fuck
up,
is the
bitch.
difference?
You ain't
You
What
offering
the
bitch
Shut up,
fuck is
ass
the
your
bitch.
nigga.
difference?
private
Y'all
parts.
some
You
bitch
worried
ass
about what the,
niggas.
if
Man,
you're
All
worried
good when
about what the
y'all
kids
do
is
it.
listening
It's
to,
all
then
good when
act like a
y'all do it.
motherfucking
I ain't.
man.
But when I do it, it's
Wrong
a
If you're
person.
problem.
worried about what the
I
kids
ain't.
Again,
listening to,
if
then
we gonna
act like
keep
a
the
man. Have
conversations
some
I only
respect
intelligent,
for
care
the
about.
time.
keep
I
them
only
on
care
it,
about one
keep
You
them on
subject.
can't in one breath
intellect.
act like a fucking immature grown man in one
Only.
breath,
I
and
only
then the
want to
next
stop the
breath you a
kids in one
motherfucking man.
subject.
Fuck
I
Now,
out
want
of
to
here.
we
protect them.
gonna
I
keep
want to.
them
I
on
want to protect them
intellect,
from
keep
you
them
That's
gay
on
whack.
intellect.
Democrats.
That's
I
bullshit.
just want to
That's
make
that.
sure
Ass
we
That's
nigga.
protect the
bullshit.
kids from you gay
You ain't
Hey,
protecting
y'all,
Democrats.
can we
shit.
get back to
That's
Just
the
what I'm
running
gonna
your
do.
no?
goddamn
Right.
mouth.
We
Shut
gonna
up.
protect kids from you
Shut the
gay ass
fuck up. You
Democrats,
just
Can we
nigga.
running your
get back
That's
to
what we
motherfucking
gonna
mouth.
do.
Shut up.
hey,
You gay
everybody?
ass
You just
Democrats,
running
nigga.
your
Can we
motherfucking
get
mouth.
back to
Shut
Right. Can we
Let's
get
just
back
be
to the
this.
information?
Let's just get back.
These niggas
Yeah,
on that
let's
rainbow
get back on
plantation.
course,
What
bro.
them
You
niggas
on
gonna
that?
play?
You on that bullshit? Corny
If
Get
niggas
off the
don't get
rainbow
along, hey, if niggas
plantation.
don't get along,
Goddamn,
it's gonna be
bougie
fine.
motherfucker.
Nigga, I started this stream,
Get back
nigga. I
to
don't give a fuck
knowledge
about
and
what none of you
info.
niggas talking about, nigga. I started this motherfucking stream, nigga. If you don't want to get to what I'm doing, get off then. The fuck? I said that, nigga.
Now you
The fuck?
power tripping.
These bitch ass, ain't no power trip. A nigga ain't finna tell
Now
me to
you
move
power.
on when a gay ass nigga sitting up here promoting gay
Now you
shit.
power. Ain't
If I want
nobody
to call out,
promoting
I'm
none of that
calling it.
shit.
Now what?
Now you
Nigga,
power
Nobody
tripping. I'm
promoting
starting
shit.
the stream.
your bitch
No,
ass.
Taz,
You
I
wanna
don't even know
drape
that.
yourself in the
Now
rainbow?
I'm a
This
bitch.
nigga wanna drape
Now I'm a bitch.
rainbow flag. He wanna run
Now
around here
I don't have
chasing
a
niggas with
rainbow
rainbow
flag. Now I'm a
flags.
bitch.
Nigga, stand on it then,
Now
or
I'm a
shut
bitch.
your
I
bitch
bet you
ass
can't.
up.
I bet one thing you can't do. You can't prove me a bitch. I bet
Right.
that motherfucking I buy a plane ticket to Vegas in the morning. The fuck you think
Okay.
you talking to, motherfucker?
And I come to the airport. You got my word, bitch.
I bet you
You got
can't
my
prove I'm a
word,
bitch,
bitch. You got.
motherfucker.
Let me put my face on it. Let me get up there this flight. Bitch, you got my word.
I don't give
You
a
flying
fuck
to
about
Vegas.
your
You
motherfucking
flying to
face,
Vegas.
motherfucker.
Flying to
Like I
Vegas.
just said, I
Flying to
bet you can't
Vegas.
prove I'm a bitch.
Fly in.
I bet you can't prove that,
I bet you
motherfucker.
if you fly in, I will.
How you gonna be
I bet you
mad
if you fly in this bitch, I will.
when he
Nigga,
checks
I
in
come to
on
the
something
airport where
you
your bitch
doing
ass
early?
at, nigga. You'll be in that motherfucking airport scared, nigga. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You talking to niggas who would do your bitch ass, bro. Shut your soft ass up. You ain't from that, nigga. Pussy ass, nigga. You don't- I mean, if you don't want to go, nigga, I go. I get this. I keep this shit rocking. Somebody better get it.
Hey man, yeah, buddy, that Rainbow Plantation, boy, that shit, man, yo, niggas gotta get off that Rainbow Plantation. Real.
Yeah, they just had the gay pride in New York. What was that in Queens the other day? Sponsored by CBS.
You
Sponsored
watch
by
the
CBS.
parade?
No, I saw the commercial for it though.
Mm.
Sponsored by CBS. I didn't watch the parade. Actually, my interest in it was Clive Davis because I know Clive Davis was on the board, was working with CBS Records
He
when they
watched
were
the parade, y'all.
when they no okay. I know Clive Davis was working for CBS Records, and I see CBS still endorsing that type of behavior today. He had a dope case in 1973 that really lays a lot of the groundwork and the context for us to understand Puff
This
Daddy.
shit crazy. Niggas
That was my
more
interest.
about that community than the person
But
they
see,
say supposed to be gay. Y'all weird as
but
fuck.
you don't have nothing to say about none of those type of criminal elements. But you talk about black people.
Criminal
That's all.
element.
Clive Davis is a fucking criminal and a pedo and the architect of motherfuckers like Puffy.
Okay, and what am I supposed to do about
But a
Clive Davis? To talk about Clive Davis,
motherfucker
talking
like you
about Clive
don't have
Davis
nothing to say
is,
about
is
Clive
going to
Davis
do
though.
what?
But you talk about Puff Daddy.
Okay, let's talk about
Coward,
Clive
pussy
Davis. Let's
motherfucker.
talk about Clive Davis.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
Let's talk about
Clive Davis.
what do you know about Clive Davis?
All I know is that Clive
You
Davis
don't know a
is.
goddamn thing because you over there with Dagger Squad with them Puff motherfuckers.
So again, now are you going to let me tell you the little shit that I do know about him, or are you going to tell me, or are you going to talk about Dagger Squad?
They ain't gonna say
Go
nothing
ahead, run about Dagger Squad. Go ahead, rant about Dagger Squad. Go ahead, get your rant off. Go.
Go ahead, Spiel. Go ahead.
Nah, get your rant off about Dagger Squad.
I don't fuck Dagger Squad. I'm talking about Clive Davis in
All
the
right,
context of Puff Daddy that I don't hear many people bring up. The context of Puff Daddy, payola, drugola, they've been doing this. They train people like Puff Daddy. Do you know what payola is? Do you know what drugola is? Do you know what the 1973 case out of New Jersey is?
No, I do not, because I was not
know you
around in
don't, because your
1973.
bitch ass is over there on Dagger Squad kissing the faggot motherfuckers' ass.
Cool. Again, I've been over here. Dagger Squad goes live once a week on Sunday.
What you bringing their name up over here for?
Hey, shut up, because I let you get your rant off, dog. So you asked me about Clive Davis. What I do know about Clive Davis is that he's had his hand in a lot of dirty underground shit that hasn't been exposed. I don't know the depths of it, but I know that he's been implicated in a lot of shit, and he hasn't been brought to justice, or a lot of it has been brought to light. I don't know everything. I don't know about the 1973 case because I haven't studied it. I haven't looked into it. I wasn't born until 1978. So again, that's 5 years before my time. Again, I can learn about it if I choose to. Now, what does Clive Davis have to do with the previous conversation? What we were initially talking about? I don't know. This is another rant to try to show that I don't know about Clive Davis, a white dude. Cool. I don't know about Clive Davis. Who gives a fuck?
You know about the Ottoman Empire? That's a bunch of white motherfuckers. You study that shit, don't you?
You know why I know. You know why I learned. Let me explain to you why I studied the Ottoman Empire. I do. So let me explain to you. So let me explain to you why I studied the empire. It was niggas like you. Hey, shut up.
Is it a white empire?
Shut up.
You study
It's a Turkish empire. It's a Turkish empire.
It's white.
So if you want to call them white, you can call them white. Now again, the reason I studied the Ottoman Empire is because niggas like you, Madan, and other people were saying that they were these Hebrews.
But you use that as an excuse to say you don't know about Clive Davis.
Shut up. Here we go. He's going to talk for me. I don't need you to talk for me. Can I finish my statement? Because you asked the question. You asked me a question. Why did I study the Ottoman Empire? So I studied the Ottoman Empire because people like you and other wannabe were saying that this is our culture. So what did I have to do? I had to study the transatlantic slave trade. I had to study the Arabics, the trans-Saharan slave trade. And then I had to figure out what was happening in between. I had to study what happened in between 700 and 1400. There was a gap that was missing between the 4th century, actually between the 4th century or 400 up to the 1500s. There was a gap of history that was left out. So I had to go study. And that's when I ran into who? The Ottoman Empire, who popped up when? Around 900 in the Central Asian steppes, being pushed out by Genghis Khan and the Mongol hordes. And they ran into the Middle East. And around 1200, somewhere around there, captured Erdene. And that's when they became the Turks.
But you worshiping white people though. You studying
No, I'm
white
not.
people,
I'm not worshiping nobody, nigga. I'm studying history. I don't worship nobody, bitch.
That's your God.
I don't worship nobody, you stupid
You worship
bitch.
the Turks. That's what you study. You worship the Turks then.
Because I studied them. I worship them.
Well, ain't that what you tell me?
No.
Yes, you do.
You worship Allah.
Hey, enough
You
on the
pray to
Ottomans.
Allah.
Hey, listen, it's this place called
You
Weekend
worship the
Furniture.
Turks.
They got some fire ass Ottomans on sale. If anybody out there want,
Yes, they do. Weekend Furniture.
yeah, you know Weekends there. They Ottomans, sectionals, all of that shit. But enough on the Ottomans though. That's because y'all the sidebar to the Ottomans, to Clive Davis, and
No,
all
he trying to
this
clown.
conversation went everywhere.
He trying to clown.
No, I
Trying to
ain't
find a way to clown. He trying to find a way to clown. Now he trying to find a way to clown.
I'm not clowning. I'm talking
What
about
Taz said? Hey Taz, I'm going off of what you saying. You said that if niggas Frankstan, they gay. So, so it's all in New York on trial?
Right.
Let me put my mic on mute.
Right.
Now.
All the rappers on trial.
So
that be
you
saying it and all that shit.
All right, wait, hold on. What you say now? My bad. What you say now? Say it again.
Hey, Tad, I'm going to agree with you on what you said about the Frankstan. And so I'm just going to know, nigga, in your mind, is all the NYC on trial because it's a lot of New York niggas that gets up on this panel. And that's it ain't East Coast hate.
So
like,
no, this the problem though. On some real shit. This the problem though. The issue wasn't just saying it. The issue was what he said before that. Sabio implied that he don't know why people are saying this shit to him, and then follows it up with, "But you can say, no, bruh. Like this is
That
why
is
people
weird.
like.
That
Come on,
is
this is why they saying this shit. Don't say that. Don't say that part, and then I can agree with you on the first part. But once you say, I don't know why they saying this shit, but they no, bruh, no, hell no. He was full of shit with that one. And then Willie tried to defend him unnecessarily, which is why it went there. I'm talking about some exactly. No, nigga, we ain't co-signing that shit. Sabio need to stop inviting niggas to himself like that. Stop saying
I
that
don't
shit.
invite niggas to myself.
Don't
The fuck?
invite the Frank.
But no, bro.
That's,
Okay,
that's
so
weird as fuck.
no, okay, so but that's what that means,
That's
bro. If you
basically
saying
saying fuck you. So when you tell a nigga fuck you, inviting him, you inviting yourself to fuck him, right?
no, you didn't say
don't
I
know.
want to. I didn't say I want
That's
to.
some weird shit. That's
No,
some,
fuck
y'all,
you
that's
is
some
fuck
weird
you.
ass
We
shit.
don't fuck with
That's
you.
some weird shit.
But
That's
you're
some weird
in,
shit. That's some weird
bruh.
shit.
You don't think
Y'all niggas
SMD
weird.
has a fam? You don't think SMD has a context? That's a whole act in itself. It's a
I guess it
verb.
does. I
That's
guess
an
it does
action.
now. I guess it does now.
But and then it sounds
Yeah,
suspect to not even acknowledge that simple shit, bro. You tripping?
Here, rather
Stop it, bro.
rationalize instead of correcting behavior. Here, rather rationalize.
I'm just saying that's how that shit sound, bro. That's how that shit
Okay.
sound.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you.
So how y'all feel about Cameron with the SMDs? He's
Same
a
shit.
weirdo. Okay, cool.
Everybody's a
I'm
weirdo.
with you,
saying that.
Taz.
Cool.
Long cause I've made this same argument before, Taz, and niggas then told me, well, it's just the culture. It don't mean that. Well, I'm like, that's weird.
Well, see, here's the thing, though, right? So
Now,
this is how I took it a long
something
time
went
ago
from
when
being part of the culture, part
when
of the
DMX
vernacular and lingo.
right. So
having
when
something
DMX
else.
said
It's
it,
cool.
so watch me clarify with hip hop though. So when DMX said all you niggas been to jail before, SMD, that is an attempt to disrespect you. There's a difference there.
Oh
There's
no,
a context for that.
Same thing with mine.
Hypocritical.
No, hold on. So let's talk about
Same
it.
thing with mine.
There's a
Same thing with mine. Same
there's a
thing with mine.
literal
There's no
context to it.
invitation. There's no invitation. That's because
Right.
y'all want to take it as
I'm
that.
telling
Y'all
you,
niggas weird as fuck.
I would tell you that
Y'all
DMX
niggas
was making
weird
an
as fuck.
invitation.
Y'all
I would-
niggas weird as fuck.
Okay, so now you're starting to sound gay, nigga. Like for real. Ain't nobody weird but
niggas
you
weird as
for
fuck.
inviting niggas to your shit.
Y'all niggas
Ain't nobody
I
weird
don't
but
invite
you,
nobody
because
to
now
shit.
you're defending saying the shit.
Don't know,
When it's
but
all a nigga saying is you don't gotta say that.
DMX. Just like you
I don't
defended
like
DMX.
DMX.
Just
I
like
don't
you
like
defended
DMX.
DMX.
I
And
don't
all
like
the other
DMX.
rappers who ever said it.
Hey,
And all the
Lispy.
other rappers
I don't
who ever
like
said it.
DMX.
Yep,
Hey,
I
little
got a
Lispy
list.
boy.
Congratulations.
I don't like
Congratulations.
DMX.
I got a list.
You
I
tripping
love it.
now. You talking to the wrong person, nigga.
I
Because
don't
that
care
shit
if you like
that
DMX.
don't need to be said, bro.
I
SMD
don't care
don't
if
need
you
to be
like
said
DMX.
to no man. You don't need to say that to a man. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
You don't need to say that to it. You can tell these niggas
Hey,
anything else.
Okay, hold on, wait, Taz. Now you like, I don't know if you reference that song on purpose, Party Up, right? In that
I never liked it.
and I never liked it neither, because in that same verse, DMX goes on to rap and say, y'all niggas remind me of a strip club, because every time you come around, it's like, what? I just gotta get my thing.
Wow. Yes, I didn't even know that line. That's crazy.
Yes. That is crazy.
So look,
Well,
so that's what I'm saying.
That's why I
So
tried to
look.
save you.
But see, he prefaced the first line with all you niggas been to jail before, right? So if you've been to jail, you know the context to that next line is disrespect. But now ain't no context to that shit.
What's the
said,
context of the strip? Right, that's what I'm saying.
ain't no
It's like,
context to that one, bro. He died on that one.
hold on, it says it still go back to my point that it's a lot of like Frank standing that, like, depending like on the perspective, it's like, you know, and I feel what you saying, like trying to defend the one thing, but I'm like, man, but it just opened up the door to
No, it's not a
niggas
defense
remind
of
me
it
the
now.
strip club. You know,
I'm telling you, I
defense,
understood it a different way.
Okay.
No, I'm saying I understood it a different way when, again, because I ain't never been a DMX fan. I would call him gay and throw in the Biggie lyrics and shit and all of that with him if I didn't think there was context to that line. But I would be lying if I said, yeah, he's just as gay as Biggie with his, like, nah, it was a little different. But now the second part of it, Yeah, bro, that shit sounded suspect.
Hold on, wait a minute.
I'm at to go read them lyrics, bro, because I never
DMX
liked it.
got a
Bobby, don't do that, DMX.
Hold on. DMX
Nah,
do got a song
DMX,
where,
bro, come on, bro, don't do that.
Yes, he weird. DMX got a song where he had Jadakiss.
Bro, I know that lyric you talking about, bro. You taking that out of context.
Bro, okay, would you just go back and read the lyrics? DMX had a song with Jadakiss, and I'm saying, back in the day, these was the slaps, but when you get older and listen to the lyrics and the niggas say, used to be my dog, you was in my left titty, it's like, I don't know what niggas like, I don't know what the point y'all trying to get across with these lyrics, man. A lot of this shit.
My heart, bro. You talking about his heart, bro. Come on, Bobby. You gotta be, come on, bro. It's a metaphor.
Yeah, you could have said that better than that, though.
I mean, I mean, 2025, that shit, I mean, it sounded weird back then, but, you know, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, Nikki. I don't know.
You talking about Nikki? Nikki is a troll. Nikki ain't even, that's a man.
Oh, shit.
Why y'all be letting these like troll man bitch accounts come up? That's a man. That bitch will never hit this channel and turn that can. That's a man. That's a man that trolled in the chat. I know that's a man.
Insane, bro. That was
no, just leave it at that. Bitch, you're a man. You're a man with a weirdo spam account that's been going around a lot of other pages doing this shit. And I know who you is, but I ain't gonna put you out there yet because I guarantee you will never hit none of these panels and prove that you're a woman. You a man.
That's crazy.
Anytime I say something, that bitch say something. Man, I guarantee you that's True Zone or one of them other niggas, man. That ain't no motherfucking, that's a man.
No, bro. Anytime anybody say something, Nikki Lovely say something, bro.
That's a man.
I can't say shit without that motherfucker talking about I'm a Mexican. I was barbecuing earlier. That motherfucker said I'm gonna burn up the food and shit. Like, that motherfucker something else, bro.
Yeah, Bobby, you gotta stop, bro. You gotta stop.
Bro, that's a man, dog. Y'all gotta stop just believing.
I'm talking about the DMX shit. I'm talking about the DMX
shit. Weirdo too, nigga. Nigga remind you of a strip club. Nigga, you go deal with them lyrics, not me.
Yeah, that's crazy. I ain't never listened to that shit like that, though. So I'm gonna check it out. I ain't a DMX fan.
DMX said, "You niggas remind me of a strip club. Deal with that."
I know exactly what you're talking about, bro.
That nigga said you remind me of a strip club, though. That sounds crazy.
Bro, man, all right, bro. You gotta go listen to that, man. You took that way out of context.
No, if you know the lyrics, then you repeat the lyrics, then give me the context.
But look, I only said that to say if Savio don't want people to say that, don't say the other part. That was it. That was the only issue. Now we can move on the conversation. We have to stay there. But I'm saying if you don't want people to say that about you, then you don't say that.
They gonna say it anyway. They were sent. They gonna say it anyway.
I don't think it helps though to follow it up with that statement. Though, is my
they gonna
point.
say it anyway.
Nah, man. What DMX was saying is like when niggas go to
issue,
hold on. What's the main purpose when niggas go to strip club?
I didn't start smoking cigarettes.
When niggas go to strip club, what's the main thing they want, man? The main thing when niggas go to strip club,
15,
that's what they want.
15.
They want a chick. They want a chick to take them to the back.
Smoke cigarettes. See, that's the problem. Most of these niggas started smoking around 12, 13, 11, 15 cigarettes and shit. I didn't start smoking weed till I was 21.
I mean, you act like that matter. I could still beat you in a foot race. You still slow as fuck. Just because you don't smoke cigarettes, what that mean?
I doubt it.
Like,
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Like, nigga, I'm like, niggas be doubting me, bro. I'm 48, bro. You sound crazy. I ain't never smoked a cigarette. I'm smoking a cigarette now, nigga. And I'll dust you, nigga.
I doubt it. I doubt it, Taz. You just sound good. Niggas just think I'm a fat motherfucker or something.
I'm talking shit. My son left me the other day, bro. My son left me, nigga. I raised my son the other day, nigga. He beat me by half a block.
I run. I do all that shit.
Man,
I stay pretty much. Now I gotta stay away from the Dagger Squad. See this?
No. You know me and Garfield. That's that bitch ass nigga. We're gonna have,
look.
That's a debate group, ain't it?
Bullshit.
Ain't that a debate group?
Nah,
The Dagger Squad.
Nah,
Yeah, man. You know, he ran with that. You
not
know,
really.
City and then was
Hey,
saying
Hebrew, anonymous Hebrew. You see a motherfucker ain't come back and talk all crazy after I said that shit, right? Yeah, all right.
What about DMX?
Yeah, about DMX. Yeah, if that's what
I
you want.
explained it to you, bro.
Yeah,
When most niggas go to the strip club, what they trying to do? When niggas go to the strip club, mostly, bro, they trying to get a chick to take them to the back, bro. That's what he was basically.
So why would you say a nigga remind you of that?
That nigga said like some
go back and
Bill
play the
Craig.
song.
My going to nigga.
Go back and play
Come
the
on,
song
psycho, man. What the
Go back
fuck
and play the
is
song
that?
and then take what I said and apply it. You'll see.
Hell no. Nah, that's wild right there, fam. I ain't fucking with that, bro. I don't even remember that. What song is that? Cause see, look, a lot of this shit, like I think, like now, that shit sounds super crazy. 15 years ago, though, it wasn't as prominent. I think it's like some everyday conversation now, though, fam. Like motherfuckers act like this shit ain't happening around us. That's why I'm thinking, like, you know what I'm saying, motherfuckers pay more attention to it.
Well, again, the first thing anybody should learn or should know about me is I decided to not pursue a teaching career because one of the things they started implementing is the gay shit. My two mommies, my two daddies. They were saying I would have to allow little boys to dress as little girls to dress as little boys, and affirm that. And me, as a man, couldn't stand on that shit. So for y'all to be sitting here with y'all got me hella fucked up. Y'all got me hella fucked up.
You could not have been a teacher, bro. I do not believe that.
Trust me. I'm 5 credits away from getting my degree in teaching, Madon. All I have to do is enroll in school, no cap. I'm 5 credits away. Shut the fuck up, stupid. Shut up, stupid. I am 5 credits away. I would not sit here and tell y'all this shit. I went to Forest Park Community College. My initial reason to go was to get my teaching degree in history and English. Those was my initial subjects I wanted to teach. And then that shit came through in 2010, 2011.
What's on your flight land, Willie? What's on your flight land, fam?
Man, fuck you.
Bitch ass.
Really still, man. You know that mad as hell.
Nah, I don't shut the fuck up, Madon. Shut your lying ass up. I don't feel shit. That mother, I don't smoke. I don't smoke, you weirdo. Fuck you. I ain't about to spend no motherfucking money on a plane ticket to come over there. You out your motherfucking mind. He ain't that important.
No, don't say that shit to me, bro. I thought you was finna come out and kick it, bro.
Listen, bro. I'm not spending no $500-$600 to come over there to Vegas unless I'm staying for some days. Fuck you. You ain't that motherfucking important.
You could have stayed at the crib, nigga. You wouldn't be the first YouTube nigga came to the spot.
I ain't left out the crib, motherfucker.
I'm just letting you know, nigga. You come out here talking that crazy shit, nigga.
No, you
I'll whoop your ass and still let you stay over here,
YouTube.
nigga.
And I ain't
still
about
let you stay in my garage, nigga.
Man,
beat your ass and let your ass
I can
sleep in the
afford my
garage,
own
nigga.
shit over there. That's real shit. Got me fucked up, motherfucker. You
Yeah, I'm talking about running the fade, nigga. I don't want to hurt you,
Dollar
nigga.
General Steaks, motherfucker. I'm about to say that shit you talking about. Fuck you.
What's up, babe?
Motherfucker crazy, man.
It's gonna be all right, Willie.
Madon, shut your dumb ass up.
Bro, listen, man. Hey, bro.
Hey, what school you used to teach at, Madon?
Why?
You say you was a teacher. I'm curious.
I can't tell you that, man.
You're lying again. You're lying.
I already got
You're lying. Then why mention it? Why mention it? Why mention it?
I'm here to teach you niggas.
Why mention it? You can't teach. Why mention it if
bro, you've been asking me questions like a student all from every time you hit the panel. Every time you hit the panel, it's Mr. Madon. What is this, Madon? I mean, goddamn.
No. Listen, just because a person asks you a question, that doesn't mean that you're teaching them. They're asking you questions to challenge your information. That's not teaching anybody. The fuck is you talking about?
You're not presenting anything, so you're not challenging anything.
I just presented a question to you that you wouldn't answer. So where did you teach me at?
Every day, bro. You come back for more. Pause.
That shit sounded weird as fuck.
I said pause. You always hit the panel. When I hit the
I'm not
panel,
even talking about that. I'm talking about the teaching part. Why would you mention you was a teacher, but now you can't tell nobody that you started none of that?
I didn't say a teacher as in teaching like that. I said I'm a teacher as in schooling you niggas.
Wow.
No, wow. Pow, nigga.
Wow.
The delusion is crazy.
Cat in the hat. Rabbit in a hat type bullshit.
Here you go. You just nigga. You go to church today.
Hey, my name is
Hold on. Didn't you go to church this morning?
My name is on the
Didn't you go
screen.
to
Don't
church
address
this morning?
me. Don't
Didn't you
address
go
me
to
with
church
all
this
that
morning?
other corny shit.
Hold on. Didn't you go to church this morning?
No, I don't go to church.
Why you miss church?
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Bobby, finish with the DMX stuff, Bobby. Because
you go every last Sunday, or you go every third Sunday. I mean, I know you go to church, bro.
Hey, you say finish with the DMX stuff. It's crazy how the chat be turned up. You know what I'm saying? A bunch of weirdo niggas. Hey, one thing I noticed about this internet, it's a lot of lonely niggas that just accept a bitch with an avatar as being a woman. Like the catfish ain't real. That's a man. I've been figured out who you is. That's why every time you come over here, you sneak up in that motherfucking chat and you sit and you troll. It's disgusting behavior to be a man and have a motherfucking female troll account just to sit around. But it's cool.
No, it's not cool.
But now you go to church today?
I am the church, nigga. Today.
That's the motherfucking problem right there.
Yeah, I am the church, nigga. What the hell you talking about?
How you the church and you can't even get a good ass phone?
Nigga, well, you call it what you want, but like I said, I am the church.
Because in the next 5 minutes, your shit gonna sound like you on the wall.
I guarantee you that man won't hit the panel. I guarantee you they won't.
Yeah, nigga, you better, hey, you gonna learn today.
What? Learn what?
Like I said, bro, I am.
What could you possibly teach anybody? You and Wale was having the dumbest conversation. Two dumb motherfuckers having a conversation.
But your dumb ass was listening.
No, I wasn't listening, actually.
Bullshit, how you know it was dumb then? All right, then.
Some shit I don't need to respond to.
Hey, bro, stop, bro, because you can't, bro. You got caught up in your lies, bro. Just.
But now I don't have to lie to you about a motherfucking thing. What the fuck,
Nigga,
fuck you think you is?
I spot your lie before your mind even think about it.
You spot a lie because that's your whole.
No, I spot your lie before your mind think about it.
You are a liar. You sit on this bitch every day and lie about every damn thing.
Oh, so that means you listening, right?
I guess you got a point there. Yep, I'm listening.
Bro,
until I get to the point where I gotta confront.
You listen. You're right. You listen to shit I say, and you go out. You go out and try to practice it. You go out like, damn, let me see what Don was talking about. Yeah, oh damn, that shit worked.
No, you got me fucked up. But I listened until the point where I can't listen no more, and then I had to come on here and confront your ass with your bullshit.
With no information.
I mean, the shit you come up with is second grade information. What do I need with that?
Bro, you haven't even heard a lot of shit.
Because you haven't put a source up yet.
I am the source. I keep telling you that.
That means nothing. That means nothing.
It does. It means the world. That means you can take what I say, put it in a search engine, and find it. That's
and get a virus in my motherfucking
laptop. That means you don't have to take what I say from face
and get
value.
a motherfucking virus in my laptop. The fuck is you talking about? That corny ass shit you be talking about. You know the shit be corny. You just do the shit to get a little attention. That's all. You know the shit be some bullshit.
Listen, bro, like I said,
you're a lonely motherfucker. That's what it is.
You got me twisted. But like I said before,
you say reactionary shit to get motherfucker to get on here to start talking to you. That's all it is. I figured you out a long time ago.
Nigga, you can never figure me out, nigga. Do you understand the universe?
I'm not. First of all, I'm not none of that nigga shit.
You is. You got nigga tendencies.
All right.
I mean, you come up here and show it every day. I mean, goddamn. Don't blame me for pointing
I
out.
guarantee y'all right now, Psycho Google search history is gay rap lyrics.
Oh shit. Bro, you just can't do Psycho like that, bro. I might have to drop off so he can
Nigga is in the chat losing his
Yeah,
mind.
burn the road up, Madonna. Get your coon ass out of here.
Listen to this nigga who voted for Kamala and lost.
Get your orange coon ass out of here.
This nigga prayed for Kamala to
How
win.
you know I voted? How you know I voted?
Nigga, I can tell the way you talk, you voted.
Right. I guess coons coming
Tell me I'm
off
lying.
You
Tell me I'm lying.
You definitely
Tell me
lying.
I'm lying.
You definitely lying.
Bullshit.
Okay, you can look my name up.
Nigga, that don't mean shit. It's 100 names like yours.
No,
It's
it's
100
not.
names like yours, nigga.
Okay, well, get the
You
look.
went through slavery.
You got 99 to go. Get to looking. Since I'm lying that I voted, I didn't vote. But I don't even know why I'm explaining it to you. I don't even know why.
Because I know. You know I know, bro. I know what you're thinking before you think it.
What's up, Bobby? What's happening? This motherfucker tripping, girl.
What the hell he burden? What the hell he burden? Hey, Freeman, how y'all gonna say I started that shit and I came in here to this conversation? You niggas crazy. Anyway, Halliburton, man, he went off, man. Shout out to the Pacers. I got them in 7 games in the finals. Fuck it. Trying to win that money, man. That wasn't good enough. Hey, let's keep
I got
on.
the Lakers. I got
Keep
the
on.
Lakers in 8.
Yeah, I don't know if that was
OKC gonna win the chip, bro.
sarcastic or you
Don't lose your money.
No,
Bobby.
I'm
OKC.
serious. I got the Lakers in 8.
Oh,
The
okay.
hell, of course it's sarcasm. They ain't in it.
OKC and 5.
But Don got Jesus in 3.
Nigga, I'm your Jesus, nigga.
Boy,
I'm your Lord and Savior. What's poppin'?
man, listen. If that was I'm my Lord and Savior. Fuck you mean? I write my own checks. Fuck you talking about? I swipe my motherfucking credit card. Ain't no God doing shit for me but me.
Oh, that's what you think.
You got me.
think
That's
it's
what I
just
know. That's what the fuck
No,
I
you
know,
think it's just
motherfucker.
shit. You don't know.
God ain't got no
don't
motherfucking
know.
repo service. Fuck you talking about? Shut
How
the
you
fuck
know?
up with that dumbass shit to me. How you? Where's that then?
Nigga,
You
wait on
start
it.
talking that dumbass stupid shit to me.
Nigga, wait on it.
That let me know you child in the mind. You ain't ready yet.
Bro, you
Wait
come
on the
up here
motherfucking bus to
bro,
pick you up, motherfucker.
bro,
Shut
I
up.
don't hit the panel asking you questions. You come up here and ask me 1,000 questions.
No, I just exposed it. I come on here and expose the hypocrisy with the dumb shit you be talking.
Yeah, okay.
That's the shit that, and his kids listening. That's what the fucking should be addressed. God damn it.
How much
you
had to
fucking
drink?
up the kids.
I don't know how to hog top people.
How much you had to
Hog top
drink? How much you had to drink
My
tonight?
kids is
I don't
listening
drink.
to this.
I don't drink, motherfucker. I don't drink or smoke. Never
I
have.
hear it on you, bro. Stop.
You don't hear a motherfucking thing. Ain't a bottle of liquor in my motherfucking
Bro,
house.
I can hear the liquor spirit. Bro, you smell
Man,
like a
you-
liquor
that's-
barrel. I can
yeah,
smell you through the...
that's how ignorant you are.
Nigga,
That's how
bro, you
stupid you are. Because you used to being around drunks, motherfucker.
You and Sabio, yes.
I don't know what Sabio do. It ain't none of my business what he do.
Y'all both on a rainbow plantation.
Man,
I know
shut
that.
the fuck up. Damn. Shut your Trump.
Here we go with that shit. And he ain't showed a woman since his dumb ass been on the panel.
Hey, so y'all don't think that the Pacers and the Thunder, like they comparatively equal in my opinion when it comes to like the depth they got coming off the bench, you know what I mean? Like they can, that's where it's gonna lie at. And I think the Pacers, unlike OKC, don't need a great game out of one person. You see what I'm saying? As good as OKC is as a team, they go where Shea go. That's not the Pacers go where whoever playing good that game go.
Hey, didn't one of the Charlos fight this weekend, Bobby?
Oh man, I've been stopped watching them crackheads. I'm sorry. My bad. Charlos is nice. Let me be quiet for them niggas fine. Put the hands on me. Them niggas be beating random niggas up.
Yeah, but one of them got
Will,
back one day though. One
Them
of them
niggas
got.
will pull up on a random and whoop his ass. Let me calm down on the
Like, what was you talking about? I heard you was talking shit.
Cause look, Willie, you know the Spinks, you know the Spinks niggas from here. All the Spinks, they from here in St. Louis.
Wait, you from where you from? You from where you
I'm
at?
from Chicago, but I'm in St. Louis. The Spinks is from here.
You in St. Louis or East St. Louis?
Well, both. I used to live in. I'm from both sides, bro. I used to live in East St. Louis.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. I used to live
Yeah.
right off Bond, man. Then I used to live off MLK in the 618.
Yeah.
Then moved across here to the 314. You know, when I moved down here from Chicago.
Yeah, that's just right down the road. Shit. Yeah, I know the Spinks brothers from over there.
Yeah, yep. Them niggas
Shit,
used to be
you and
out here
Sabio in
knocking
the
niggas
same
out.
city. That make perfect sense.
Huh?
Yeah,
Sabio not from here. Sabio from Cali.
Sabio in St. Louis.
I got a couple partners over
Like
there.
Willie.
Where you at? They be over there racing on Hall Street. I've been meaning to. They've been.
Oh
They been
yeah,
wanting me to
them
come over
niggas.
there.
Yeah, that Hall
They been-
Street where it go down there, boy.
Yeah,
Where
they been
where all
threatening
them
to
Fast
bring-
and the Furious shit go down. Oh, that's right. You do the street racing.
Yeah, they want me to bring my
Nigga,
Harley
you
over
need to
there.
come up here then, nigga. Yeah. Now, see, I'll come
Bro,
check it out.
they've been wanting me to bring. I got a Harley so
That
scandalous.
nigga do the drag racing.
I got a Harley so scandalous, boy. I just don't want to make that drive. That's a 10-hour drive.
From Detroit,
Hell yeah.
and that's an 8-hour drive.
It's a 10-hour drive pulling the
Now to
trailer.
put that shit in. Yeah, you pulling it. I forgot. You is it's 10 because you gotta pull the trailer. You right. You absolutely right, my brother.
You ain't got to tell me because I done been to that drag strip many times. I've been to Gateway so many times.
You been
It
on
ain't
Gateway.
funny.
Wait. Whoa.
Gateway, motherfucker. That's the name of the drag strip. Shut the
Gateway.
fuck up, Madonna.
That's the name
Shut
of the
your
raceway.
motherfucking ass up, man. God damn.
Now who making everything weird?
Right. Now you turn into a motherfucking gnat.
Hey, my fault. He said the shit.
No, I said Gateway, motherfucker.
I didn't hear that, bro.
Of course, you
This
know. 'cause
motherfucker like a gnat, man. I'm about ready to hit him with that electric wand. Get your
you
ass
believe
out
in
of
the
here.
Bible, man.
Slap
You
your
know,
motherfucking ass.
you come from the history of niggas who was washing feet and all the other type of weird shit.
Doing Yerrick oaths and
Hey,
all
but
that
nah,
shit.
I don't think you want
Nigga, you Willie and Sabio, all three of y'all in St. Louis.
Nah,
All
nigga.
three of you niggas.
Hey,
Nah,
Bobby,
nigga,
he went on some- Bobby, he went
you
on
the
some straight
Father and the Holy
weird
Ghost,
shit.
nigga. Fuck that. You talking about
All three of y'all on the Rainbow Plantation.
Hey, man.
All three of y'all in St. Louis on the Rainbow Plantation.
You the
Hey,
Father
that a
and the
bitch.
Holy Ghost created the rainbow, nigga. Ain't that where he said, look for me in the sky. I'm in the rainbow, nigga. Yeah, them your peoples.
Nigga, y'all are one. All three of y'all
No,
in St. Louis.
nigga,
I don't
deal
think that's a
with your
coincidence.
We talking some
I don't think
racist
it's a
shit. You went
coincidence
to
that
some
Willie,
weird
Sabio,
shit,
Bobby
man.
Deal
in
with
St.
your
Louis.
scriptures, nigga. Your
And
God
I'm trying
said
to figure
find
out
them in
why
the rainbow.
Tez ain't on here wilding.
Ain't that what your God said? Find them in the rainbow?
I don't know what you talk about, bro.
Yeah, he said, I'm gonna put a rainbow in the sky so you can remember
He
me.
don't know that. He don't know that book like
You don't
that.
remember that book like that.
He don't know that book like
That's
that.
what
He
your
just-
God said. I'm gonna put rainbows everywhere. Anytime you see a rainbow, nigga, that's me. That's what your God said.
But Don a grifter, man. He gonna grift whatever, he think the next topic could be. He could be a part of. That's all.
Nigga, please.
Back to what we was talking about.
You want to talk about shit? You talking about racing cars that then shook your
What's
goddamn
wrong? What's
brain
wrong
up.
with that? What's
That's
wrong
why
with
you
that?
can't
You don't know how to change oil in your motherfucking car. Shut up.
Nigga,
If you
please,
even
nigga.
got a car. If you even got a
Go
car.
ahead, Madonna. We could
Shut up.
switch it to a subject that you
No, I'm
would
just
more
saying,
versed in.
This
cuz.
motherfucker don't even know how to.
No. Let's not do this. No,
Drag
let's
racing,
not.
he just shook his brain a little.
Let's not do. You right there,
Madonna
Madonna.
want
That's
to talk
cool.
about black
Let's talk
folk
about what
picking
you want to
cotton.
talk about.
Talk
Let's
about
go,
that.
Madonna. You lead the conversation, man. It's cool, man.
Yeah.
He just want to talk about black people. He
No,
anti-
if that's what he want to talk about, let's go. Lead us where you want to lead us
Well,
to.
you
This
don't
is
think
content.
Y'all talk about black people more than I do.
For $30 an hour, Will? You don't think black folks will pick cotton for $30 an hour, Will?
Hell
Fucking
yeah.
right.
Yeah, you goddamn
What's
right
wrong with
they
that?
will.
It's a job.
Shit, Bobby already do it.
Be out in that
Nigga,
motherfucker
if they had
slanging
cotton,
motherfucking
nigga, if they had cotton in
bags full
St.
of
Louis to
cotton.
pick, nigga, for $30 an hour, nigga. Every young nigga I know, I'll be putting them on
I'll
that
be
job.
out there pitting cock like a motherfucker.
Nigga be Hellcats all through the streets of St. Louis. You done lost your mind.
Yeah, Willie know he'll pick cotton for free. Go on out there, Willie. Oh, yes, Sebastian's out.
Yeah, my own cotton field, yeah.
You Mr. Gilmore property.
You goddamn right. I pick my own cotton. Like that's a shame to do.
We're not talking about picking the cotton out there. We're not talking about picking the cotton out your nap ass head. We ain't talking about picking the cotton out your nap ass head, Willie.
Madonna, you're right. My head nappy than a motherfucker. But what I won't do is be out there selling no motherfucking Bible to nobody. I won't be out there marching around with no orange face telling motherfuckers to vote for Trump. I won't do that, you coon ass motherfucker.
Damn, that's how you feel?
No, that's what I know.
Nigga, please. It's okay, Willie.
Fuck you thought.
Listen, my prayer got answered. Trump is in office. I don't know what happened.
Prayer got answered.
You prayed for Trump?
Yeah.
Again, Bobby, man, listen. Wait.
Did y'all
no, let's just move past it. Let's just move past.
Bobby, again, I'm gonna come down to Hall. I'm gonna bring my Harley down there. I'm gonna come down on Hall Street because they betting a lot of money over there.
Oh, but you got the white man motorcycle. Hold on, you got the white man motorcycle. This nigga got the white man motorcycle. It got the nerve to talk about me. You love your Harley. You love that white man motorcycle.
What's the black? Well, give me a black man motorcycle.
No, that's besides the point. You love a Harley. You brag about that Harley, nigga. You drive through your city twice a goddamn week to show off your Harley.
My Harley a race bike, right? My Harley a race bike.
Well, you show that motherfucker off no matter what, right?
Yeah, at the
brag
race
about it. You brag to your boy. Hey, we sure won, didn't we? You know, I mean, you proud of your white man motorcycle. Be proud.
Okay,
Be a proud American.
Well, then, Madonna, tell me where I can go buy a black motorcycle from a black motorcycle company. Where? Give me one.
I'll go buy that bitch tomorrow. Hold on, you support Harley Davidson. Don't look at me for supporting Trump.
I'll go buy that bitch tomorrow. Where's one at?
Show me a black president, I'll vote for him.
Barack Obama.
Nigga, please, he wasn't black.
Was his daddy black?
I don't know what it was. African.
Right now, what is black? Is black synonymous with African?
He wasn't our black. That's what I'm talking
Shut
about.
the fuck up, Madonna. Shut the.
He wasn't rooted from the soul. He wasn't rooted from the ground. He wasn't from these souls who we call black.
Madonna, I know you have a problem when black men are talking and you can't be a part of the conversation. I get it now.
Man, that's weak.
Okay, I get it now. But we actually talking about something that you don't have a clue what the fuck we talking about. Okay? Sometimes learn how to act like a man and just be quiet, let other men talk if you can't be a part of the conversation.
Man, listen, go get on your
instead of trying to destroy the conversation.
Go get on your white man motorcycle that you love so much. So don't say shit about me.
Yep, I got my motherfucking money and my motherfucking
right. You love ride your white man bike.
You're right.
Since you want to take it there.
Sound like jealousy.
Yeah, he is a little jealous.
He said I'm supporting. I'm a coon because I like Trump, but he like Harley Davidson.
You are.
They both white.
You are.
Two very different things.
First of all, Madonna, it ain't got nothing to do with the bike. It's about the market of the bike. I built the bike to race the bike.
So why are you explaining this shit to a nigga that drive a motherfucking white man car and got white man jeans on, probably a white man phone and all this other shit?
And Bobby, Bobby, riding around in an 86 Gremlin. Bobby riding around in an 86 Gremlin with a fifth wheel on the back.
They didn't make a Gremlin in 86.
Yeah, I wish I did have a Gremlin.
They didn't make an 86 Gremlin.
That's the old school car that I.
They didn't make a Gremlin in 86.
Bobby got the Mexican to put a fifth wheel on the back.
And that's how cars didn't do anything. I will tell you what I did have. I did used to have an 86 Buick Riviera luxury edition, nigga, with the automatic lifters on it, all white, cocaine white, with the red velvet interior.
This is the shit I'm talking about. He don't even know they didn't even make an 86 Gremlin. He just running his motherfucking mouth.
Bro, I'm talking shit.
And I had a 76 Buick LeSabre drop top brown boy. My uncle gave me that car.
So hey, like I said, yes,
Lesser
I
brain.
support Donald Trump. Yes, and you support Harley
But now
Davidson.
we don't want to talk about that shit right now.
84 box Chevy.
You don't want me to
84
expose
box
the
Chevy.
white man.
I
You
got
don't
that
want me to
actually in
expose the white
Detroit,
man you
Willie.
like. Because you don't want me to expose the white man you like.
They got tons of box Chevys around
No,
this
that's what
bitch,
I'm talking
Bobby.
about. And that bitch came on 20. This is back in like 2003.
They
though.
got them bitches stacked
Yeah,
on
I'm
top
saying
of
this in
shit
2003 before I even knew cars like that. You know
before
what
they
I'm
got
saying?
hot.
Yeah, like nigga, Detroit had a whole car lot of them. That bitch is on 22s already.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
that
that
motherfucker
motherfucker
stacked
all
around this
brown,
bitch a dime a
brown
dozen.
box Chevy. Oh man, that's the first time niggas had even was seeing 22s like that. Lord have mercy.
Madonna,
Y'all
what's a
missed
box
them
Chevy,
days.
Madonna? What's a box Chevy? Stupid
A
motherfucker.
Caprice, nigga.
No, not a Caprice, my brother.
A Caprice do kind of fall in the box
A
Chevy.
Caprice fall into it, but it wasn't no Caprice though. But
No, bro, Caprice box. We call that box Chevy. Nigga, stop.
a Caprice is box though. That's what I'm saying. But it wasn't no Caprice. I got you though.
I'm from the South, nigga. Don't forget.
You ain't from the South,
We
motherfucker. Not
sparked
down
that
there.
shit. When it came to
Not
Cutlass,
down there. Not
Cutlass,
down there buck
Regals.
dancing the
Hold
way
on,
your ass
Cutlass,
do. You can't be from
Cutlass,
down there.
Regals, Monte Carlos, Grand Nationals. We made that shit popular in the South, nigga.
What?
What part of the South you from?
The whole South, nigga.
Now listen to what because I'm finna tell you something right now.
He said
That
they
little
made that
raggedy,
shit popular.
that little raggedy car shit that y'all used to do in Alabama and just throw wheels on cars. No, that ain't. Nigga, I remember when I first used to come to the South. Them niggas used to throw 22s and 24s on piece of shit old schools. Didn't even fix them up good. Didn't even cut the wheel well out good. And I remember I seen one nigga when I was down there dropping my auntie off in Alabama. This nigga couldn't even make a right turn
Wheels
without
rubbing
backing
like
up.
a
Yeah, that
motherfucker.
nigga had to turn back up, go some more wheels rubbing the wheel. I say, man, if you get that country ass shit the fuck out, you niggas don't even know how to lift your shit up right.
They
Get the
don't know
shit
they
on
talk
there.
about
Y'all
GQ.
just throw wheels on some old school shit. Then you lift up the hood. Nigga got wires running all crazy, pouring gas in the carburetor to start that bitch up. Nigga,
Nigga
get the
gotta do
fuck
a
out of here,
3-point
man.
turn every
I done
time they
seen
trying
that.
to make
Do
a
you hear
left.
me? I done seen that all with you niggas now. Nigga, the car culture in the South belong to Texas and Florida. Anybody else talking that shit, nigga, you could cut it the fuck out. Y'all just had old schools. Y'all was
I
nigga
grew
that
up-
car
Nigga,
culture
you done
wasn't
lost your
fly
damn
like
mind.
Niggas
that.
had data.
Y'all car
your
culture
damn
wasn't fly
mind.
like that.
Niggas was putting
Just cause them
daters on they shit.
local joke ass niggas you was with that was
They
nigga
was
rigging
putting
shit. You know what I'm
They was
saying?
putting 13. They wasn't putting 20s on theirs, and that shit did it. The 20s did it happen to the 90s, 96 Impala. When that one started getting popular, but
Yeah, that
before
96
then, niggas
Impala
was
had
riding.
22s on that bitch.
Y'all niggas didn't know what the box
Yeah.
Chevy was. You know what I'm saying?
Before then, niggas was
Them niggas
riding
had box
Dayton.
But nah,
Chevy,
he from Chicago,
Fields.
motherfucker. That's the neighboring state.
13s,
Fuck you mean?
Right.
16s,
That nigga know.
18s.
That nigga from that
Fuck
nigga
you
right.
talking?
We
He
used to go
probably
to
ain't never
Detroit
even.
and get old school.
Oh, I said
Thank
a
you.
box Chevy was a Caprice. This nigga said they tried to say I was wrong.
Nah,
I didn't say
he
you was
said
wrong. I
that
said that ain't what I had.
it ain't the popular box Chevy,
That ain't the
motherfucker.
one
It ain't the one everybody
everybody.
breaking
Yeah,
their
yeah.
neck to go get.
What's the one that niggas gonna get then?
The ones you ain't never heard of down there,
No. Tell me
motherfucker.
which one the
Alabama.
niggas gonna get then? Willie?
Oh my goodness.
You know, oh my goodness, name the car, nigga. Say the name of the car, nigga.
But Don, listen, man, you want my attention for some reason, bro. I'm
Nah,
not
nigga,
giving it
cause
to
you
you.
listen.
I'm
I
from
just
listen,
chin check.
listen.
I just chin check that stupid
You ain't
shit.
chin check shit, motherfucker. You made a lucky guess, and that was that.
A lucky guess, nigga. I said that shit with confidence. What are you talking about? That was my first answer.
Nah, you right, Madonna. It was a Caprice that I had. 84 Caprice.
I know.
Man, Bobby, don't get that coon.
no.
No motherfucking credit.
No, I ain't got it. I
don't give a
can
fuck
admit.
if he
I can
right.
admit when I because
Tonight, because he trying to get me on his motherfucking case. Tonight, if he right, he wrong. I don't give a fuck.
That was one of the only white boy rap songs I really liked. That Yellow Wolf from Box Chevy. He killed that.
That's how we knew, because of that song.
Yeah, my granddaddy had a Cadillac Broham. Who you call that motherfucker? Brahm. However you pronounce that motherfucker.
Shit, I thought Broham was the only way you could pronounce it. Shit.
Yeah, Broham. That's how you pronounce it. I done heard people say Brahm before. Brahm. No, it ain't a Broham. That's a Brahm.
And shit, we used to call the motherfucker LeSabre a Lesbray.
Lesbray. Oh, you niggas was too country. Whoa. That education system there ain't your
motherfucking Lesbray. Like, what up, though?
Them niggas ain't care. The choice like, nigga. Long as you know how to count the paper, nigga, we don't give a fuck about pronunciation. It's the change, right? Nah, but you was right, Madonna. 84.
No, he was wrong when he said that they made the Grand National popular in the South.
No, they definitely ain't made the Grand National. That's probably that's more of a Detroit West Coast thing.
Yeah, we had Grand National 5 years before they them bitches was made.
Yeah.
Bro, niggas had number like Grand Nationals, Monte Carlos, the Z24s, Regals, Cutlasses,
Regals. I give you the Regal.
Oh, wait,
and Monte Carlo. And Monte Carlo.
Wait, hold on.
You had the Monte
I ain't gonna give you the Monte Carlo.
A Z what? You said a Z what? Did you say a Z24 or a Z28?
Z24.
Or a Z28, motherfucker.
Z24 when it first came out, it was popping in the South.
What's the Z24?
It's like a it's got the 24 on the side of it.
What is a Z24? What company made a Z24?
Whatchamacallit?
You're right.
It's Chevy. No, it's the Oldsmobile. I forget which one made Z24. The same one that make IROC, I think.
A Camaro is a Z28.
He ain't talking about the no fucking Camaro. This nigga talking about them old. He talking about like the IROC Z's. Yeah, he talking about like IROC Z.
The IROC Z was a Z28. IROC stood for International Race of Champions. It was a Z28. It was never a Z24.
No, it was a 24. What was that? The Cavalier. There you go, Freeman. The Cavalier was a Z24. Chevy Cavaliers. Them
motherfuckers was not rocking Cavaliers around this bitch ever.
Back in the day when that Z24 first hit, nigga, this shit was popping.
No, it was not popping ever.
I'm talking about the cars that was popping in the South. Monte Carlos, Regals, Cutlasses.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you
Malibus,
right? Malibus.
No, listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. The car that was popping in the South,
Crown Victoria, the box
Crown Vic.
The box.
Hold on, I'm finna tell you. No, not the round, them round police Crown Vic.
From the 80s, bro. That's what was
Crown. No, them niggas was riding Crown Vics, Mercury Marauders, motherfucking and what's that other shit? The ice cream man, the old school Impalas, Grand Marquis. There you go, and Grand Marquis.
Shit,
them niggas was riding in Marauders.
A Marauder hot right now. That motherfucker a hell of a collector.
Come on, really, I'm telling you, when I went to the South, they was all them like bubble like old school cars. Like them niggas, the short dog lax. Them niggas used to ride that a lot.
Yeah, that was in the 90s. That was in the 90s, Bobby.
Eldorado.
Well, then I wasn't in the South in the 80s.
I'm just saying. I don't remember the 80s. I was just saying the box.
I don't remember the 80s, nigga.
I'm just saying the box Crown Victoria, the box of Crown Victoria was popular down here in the 80s as well.
Nah, I don't remember seeing a lot of them boxes. Maybe your uncle now back in the woods had that motherfucking that little world you thought was all of the South.
He used to ride one of them motherfuckers to church every day.
Right.
Yellow suit on, motherfucker. Got that Easter suit on.
With a powder blue suit.
This coming from a choir boy. Come on, bro. You was a choir boy.
Wore a powder blue suit.
Right. With some white patent leather shoes. Shut the fuck up.
You probably one of them little boys that was up under the Pope dress.
Victory is mine. Victory is mine.
You go with that weird shit. Madonna. Like, come on, man. Like, what's wrong with you tonight, bro?
Up under the Pope dress. When the Pope lifted up, they'll go with it.
Man, you want some weird shit, bro.
Man, what you on, Madonna?
I'm just saying that's what
you can't be funny. Why you can't be funny without being a weirdo?
No, bro, that's
the real question. Why can't none of you niggas just be funny without being weirdos?
Bro, because Willie is weird.
You know what I'm saying? Nothing weird was being said until you got to saying weird shit.
I'm saying that's what
why we can't deal with dumb facts
he
right
was a
now?
little, he was a little altar boy. So hey, it ain't my fault.
Okay, whatever.
What the preacher do to you in Sunday school?
I didn't go to church.
Well, where did you turn into a coon at?
That nigga took you to Sunday school and said,
And what part of your life did you turn into and what part of your life did you turn into a church coon?
When he got locked up. That's everybody's story, right?
He wasn't even in the county. He was just in the precinct. He wasn't even in the county yet. He in the precinct. Come on, man.
Did it happen when you got locked up?
No, I know divine wisdom when it comes.
I'm gonna tell you another one, DJ Black. In the Midwest, niggas was riding them Pontiac Le Manses, boy, especially in Chicago. I used to see them bitches a lot. We was riding. My uncle had a Le Mans, boy. That bitch.
I had 72 Le Mans.
Ooh, that car right there, that Pontiac Le Mans, that bitch is vicious. We motherfuckers had them Buick Rivieras, them LeSabres, because GQ said he got a drop top LeSabre. Nigga, my uncle from Chicago, the one that gave me the drop top LeSabre. And vans. Motherfuckers ride them conversion vans like a motherfucker. Like, nigga in Chicago got the old school, not MPV vans, like van, like with the bed.
The soccer mom. I know the soccer mom.
No, not a soccer mom van.
Not that van, dog. They got a GMC conversion van.
Yeah,
That's
full conversion van with the doors that open, bed in the back, TV. Motherfucker might have a microwave in that bitch.
GMC make a Denali
with the rims on it.
Yeah.
Chicago got whole clubs like so. In Chicago, you will see a club of niggas just pull down the block and just vans, nigga.
Yeah, we got them over there too, but they stopped making them. I think about 4 years ago. They
stopped. That's what I'm saying. It's all old schools now. Like nigga might.
They had a Denali come out about 4 years ago. It's called a GMC Denali Voyager. That Joker. But they wanted like 100,000 for that conversion van.
I could believe it. They wanted 100,000 for that Jeep Wagoneer.
It was fully loaded. I
like that Wagoneer.
Yeah, that Wagoneer nice, ain't it? Boy, that new one, ooh, that bitch vicious.
Yeah, but anything got a Denali on it, it's gonna hit you because you paying another 30,000.
Hey, my time, you ain't from Chicago. You don't know nothing about. I can show you some. Yeah, that's some out west shit. We Links, you from Chicago, nigga, and you be talking that shit. Yeah, nigga, that's some 1,000% out west shit. I don't know what you talking about. I'm from the west side, nigga. Rockwell Gardens, baby. Henry Horner. The Hornets, nigga.
Yeah, but I think it was like 3-4 years ago they discontinued it. But I saw that Denali at a dealership.
Thank you, GA. Thank you, GA. Hey, you see what GA just said?
No, I don't.
That Z24, that Z24 was the shit back in the day.
Man, bro. That was garbage. Fuck you talking about? I mean, I guess I come from a
GA just bear witness, bro.
We all just because you got one person that agree with you, that makes it the truth.
Hell yeah, when two or more.
I know about the Z24.
We all about horsepower over here.
Nigga, all the horsepower you had was 3 horses and a wagon wheel.
Okay, whatever.
No wonder you be talking so much shit, We Links. That's what's up. I fuck with you anyway, garbage ass nigga.
Yeah, bring that shit down south. When I know some niggas smoke.
I done been down south so many. I mean, listen, Madonna, you first. First of all, Madonna.
You been to West Point? Oh, I'm asking a question. You been to West Point? West Point, Mississippi.
They got a dragster in Mississippi. Yeah,
West Point. Look it up. West Point, Mississippi. I got tapes from the 90s.
I know Drive Land, but that wagon there nasty though.
Just look up West Point Mississippi drag, bro. It goes down when that bullshit is out.
Okay, but I'm coming down there for what?
I mean, it's some good competition.
We do enough motherfucking. We do enough racing right here in Detroit. I don't really have to never go nowhere.
Well, you don't have to bring your car, bro. You can just go see what they do. I mean, it's
I done been down this motherfucker. Most of they shit coming from up here. What is you talking about?
Most of these niggas building their shit in their yard.
The fast shit come from up here. Y'all get horsepower from up here. Fuck you talking about?
Niggas know how to suit their shit down here, nigga.
You dumb motherfucker.
No, nigga, I know niggas in the yard doing this shit.
You
nigga.
still not listening. You still gotta buy the parts to go fast from up here. The fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, Detroit is the home of all that shit. Like,
your own parts.
Motherfucker, you gotta get your parts from up here to go fast. The fuck is you talking about?
Detroit do got like Madonna. I ain't gonna lie. Chicago got a car, and like this one I'm not being funny. I know y'all got it. Hold on. I know it's a car culture down there. I know Cali got a car culture. I know, but Cali car culture is more based around like beautification. And if you say hydraulics in that, because they good at like modifying a car like for looks and stuff like that. Now, if you talking about the Asians and stuff like that, but see, that's I wouldn't even say them cars could smoke the shit that they doing up in Detroit.
Bobby, now you
Detroit is just the home. Detroit just the home of that shit.
Bro, hold on, no, it's not, bro. Hold on, bro. You can look at some of the top white boys that's into the like horsepower. What? They come to Alabama. Bro, to get their shit tweaked up.
You're not.
I'm not saying that they not getting. I'm not saying there's not great shops in Alabama that do work. That ain't my argument. I'm saying that most of the parts and the things that you knew to make them upgrades, I gotta agree with Willie. That shit is coming from Detroit.
I'm having a conversation.
Detroit got good. Yeah, Detroit got
GM and what else?
It's all of it, all of that shit.
But now let me educate you. In them race cars, ain't shit coming from the manufacturer in the motors. Nothing. Ain't nothing in that bitch GM, Ford, or Chevy.
Of course, you gotta source out to get them parts.
You gotta what?
You gotta source out. You gotta try to find them shits.
They don't make them. The manufacturer only makes parts for manufacturing. So, like I said, motherfucker, for your shit to go fast, you gotta get the parts from up here. Motherfucker.
No, you don't.
All the piston companies up here. All the crank companies up here. All the valve train companies is up here. You dumb motherfucker.
Well, you're gonna have to prove that.
I'm proving it to you right now. Look up Diamond Pistons. That's in Detroit.
Okay, and
so if you're trying to go fast, you're gonna have a set of Diamond Pistons in your car or CP Pistons.
Bro, it take more than that, bro.
You're not listening, you dumb motherfucker.
Bro, why are you getting mad?
I'm not upset. I'm just saying, when you don't know something, Madonna, be quiet and learn something.
Bro, like I said, you bring your slow ass shit.
I ain't on here preaching no Bible shit.
Bring your slow ass shit down the south.
Man, I come run your mother. For how much money you talking? First of all, how much money?
Yeah. Don't talk to me. You
bet all that motherfucking Trump money you trying to get. How much money you talking? This is where the grown men talk at.
Bro, you said you want to bring your shit down.
How much money you talking, Madonna? I'm taking your money. How much money you talking?
You ain't taking my money. I'm betting on the side.
Then I ain't coming. I'll bet you on the side too.
Well, when you get here, we'll make
how much? No, fuck all that. Because for me to get on that highway, you got to be talking at least $2,500.
Bro, you can, if you got good shit, you can come win that. You can come race your shit.
But you talking shit to me. I don't know nobody else down there. But you talking shit to me.
I'm
so
going
put your money in your flip phone where your mouth is, motherfucker.
Oh man, really? Well, look up, like I said, look up West Point, Mississippi.
No, we race on the street. Fuck West Point, motherfucker. I run your ass on the street.
Nigga, please. In what?
Bro, I thought so.
In what? What?
Mama, I bring my motherfucking Harley. I guarantee you ain't got shit fucking with that. I run out your motherfucking life.
Well, you bring your Harley. I got a homie. We'll put his Harley against your Harley.
I gotta bring my shit. You gotta go find a motherfucker.
Well, I ain't gotta find him. He live like 3 doors down.
Well, then why we talking? Why we talking?
I mean, I'm not into motorcycles and bikes, but I got some niggas that'll whoop that ass.
No, you don't. Not on no motorcycle. You don't. You don't know motherfucking fuck with me. I guarantee that.
I guarantee you. You bring that slow ass shit down south, nigga. Watch these country boys.
I done been down. I done been down south so many. I done been down south so many motherfucking times. It ain't even fucking funny. And I can back my shit up. I can. You better tell him, Charm. You better tell him, Charm. I can give you a motherfucking YouTube channel right now. Me down south racing. You can go look at it. I'm the primary on the video.
Okay, cool.
Fuck you thought.
You bring that slow ass
Nobody
shit.
scared of the motherfucking
Bring
south.
that slow ass shit down here and watch these country boys.
Y'all ain't got shit
You gonna
down
have a
there.
long trip back to Detroit, nigga.
But Don, y'all ain't got you in the wrong state. Y'all
It's
ain't
gonna
got
be a long
shit over there.
kiss goodbye. It's gonna be a long kiss goodbye, nigga. When
Y'all ain't got nothing over there where you live at can fuck with us. Nothing.
Shit, bring it down here.
Our peons will beat you up.
Shit. Yeah, okay.
Now, if your ass lived in North Carolina, I'll have a different conversation for you, but you don't.
Okay. Hey,
Y'all ain't known for fast nothing, motherfuckers.
You better ask somebody.
I'm telling you, I ain't gotta ask nobody shit. I'm telling you what it is. Go beat on that motherfucker, those 3 doors down, and watch what he say to you.
You blind to the facts. And like I said,
Go knock on that
bring that slow ass shit down here and watch what these country
But
niggas
Don,
do.
y'all don't have nothing. Y'all don't have nothing down that fast, buddy. I'm just being honest with you.
I bet.
And the ones that do, they bought their shit from somewhere else. They ain't built it.
Fuck up,
No,
nigga.
niggas building their
Fuck
shit
up.
from the ground up down here, nigga.
Y'all ain't got
Lame
shit.
ass
Motherfucking lie. Y'all ain't got nothing down there fast. Shut up.
Okay,
I got something fast right now, nigga. What you talking about? Would you want to race my shit?
Yo, did
corny ass nigga?
Shut up. Tez got.
Fuck you mean, nigga? I'll show you my motherfucking engine right now, nigga.
Wow, that shit crazy.
Niggas think it's a game, nigga. Hold on. Show these niggas this motherfucking engine. These niggas think shit a joke. No, let me quit capping. I mean, I can show you the car, but I don't know nothing about no engines, nigga.
Hey, we ain't doing nothing, man. I'm blowing hot air, bro.
But Don, I just told you, motherfucker, some money. You talk the right amount of money, and I'll be on your motherfucking on the highway Thursday morning coming to holler at you.
Hey, down here, it's like Charles just told you, bro. It's like five grand and up down here, bro. What you talking about?
Yo, get the fuck out of here, motherfucker.
That nigga said I'm like a badass little kid. I hate the chat, bro. Telling you, nigga, y'all niggas keep playing with me, bro. I'm telling you, I do some unprecedented shit.
Tez, what kind of car was that, Tez? What kind of car was that? What was that?
Genesis. A Genesis.
Oh, they all right.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, they all right.
Nah, I like that motherfucker, bro. Fuck, all right.
No, I'm
but
saying
I seen
they
a
all
newer
right.
one today, so you know now once you see a newer one, it's like, man, shit, I need that one.
You got a biblical car. That's tight.
I think they made by Toyota, ain't they?
Nah, Genesis is his own company.
Yeah, but they got a flagship company.
Yeah, you probably would know more about that than I do.
Yeah, they got a flagship.
I think it's Infinity or
Yeah,
something.
I mean, it's a nice brand. Don't get it twisted. They got a lot of amenities in their cars, and their cars got some decent horsepower.
Oh, somebody said Hyundai. I thought it was Infinity.
Yeah, it's one of them. It's a foreign Jap company over there. I mean, they're all right.
I'm telling you, like for real, Aaron, I'm savage for real, bro. I do some bullshit. I had niggas emailing Q like, man, hell no, bro. You can't have that nigga hosting no more. That nigga turned off the chat, was kicking niggas off the panel. All type of wild shit. I be letting niggas live though. Niggas like Willie, like I let him up here, bro.
Man, I don't even listen. I don't even let that shit go no further.
I let that nigga come around. You know what I mean?
Man, you better get the fuck out of here with that. Fuck out of here with that crazy ass shit. Fuck out of here with that shit. You had me. You know what? Probably the first time we ever encountered each other, I was hot in a month. I'm like, fuck that motherfucker. Nah, it don't work no more.
Bro, you're a Detroit nigga, bro. They might not know you a hothead, bro. I already know, bro.
Yeah,
I already know, nigga. You Detroit
that
nigga.
Shit won't work. I think the first time you said it, I was like, I'm gonna drive the line and fuck this motherfucker up.
Yeah, I don't live there though, bro. I live in Vegas, but
you said it.
I love the crib though.
You said it a couple days later. You was like, you be driving over there for nothing, motherfucker, because I'm over in Vegas.
You stop by and say hi to my brother or some shit though. Like, but nigga, I ain't there.
No, I'm talking shit. I just had to learn the game. That's all. Ain't that right, Madon?
I'm about to slide over that way though, bro. Like y'all weed prices incredible up there, bro. They giving away weed in Michigan, bro.
Man, that shit fucking people up here, man.
What you mean?
They got a couple dispensaries just putting some shit out that's getting these kids sick. My daughter in the hospital right now behind some shit. And she don't even smoke weed, but she did. Now she been in the hospital for 2 weeks.
Like what, on some breathing type shit or what?
Yeah, it fucked up her. It fucked up her lungs. It fucked up her digestive system. They got some bold shit running around here.
Was it
mold?
Damn. I don't know what it was. She ain't even, she said she was with her friends. They had some weed, and she been throwing up. She threw up for damn near a month straight every day. And it's a bunch of them in the hospital behind it up here.
I'm gonna have to look into it. That shit ain't on the news?
Nah, it ain't on the news because it ain't. They trying to keep it on the hush. But my sister-in-law, she the head nurse at the hospital in Henry Ford. She got all type of patients in there fucked up behind it. She the one put me up on it.
God damn. Yeah, my brother be going up there getting weed from Detroit, though. I ain't heard nothing about that, but I'm definitely calling tonight, see if you heard about it.
Yeah, it's running around here rampant now.
No, that dispensary weed something else though, bro. You know what I'm saying? They supposed to be growing that shit, but like I think that was Beyonce just said, if they let that shit get moldy and sit around too long, still sell it. Ain't no telling what, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't
No
give a
telling
fuck.
what they got.
I don't smoke, so I ain't never smoked that shit.
Well,
Yeah,
it
I'm
can
lighting
get
up one right
molded
now.
as they're growing it. It is very easy to do. If the buds get moisture on them and you don't shake them and dry them, they can mold
Yeah.
up.
I had some buds when I lived in Mexico. I was growing, and some of the motherfuckers started molding and shit. So I had to throw that shit away. I was trying to, you know what I mean, grow the shit, just reading it offline and shit, but I failed. Yeah, I had me a little plant sitting out on the porch in Mexico.
Y'all be making me miss smoking though.
I still smoke like niggas did in the 90s, bro. This rolling up big ass backwoods of eighths of weed in the blunt. I can't do that, bro. That's you know.
But you got
That's a
the
little
zigzag
much.
over there in the joint.
Nah, I'm still smoking swishers, but I'm saying niggas done went the extra length. They done went the next mile, fam, and start getting these backwoods and putting an eighth in that motherfucker, a quarter in that bitch, nigga, and smoke that motherfucker like straight through, like they didn't just waste a quarter, like.
Yeah, I just, for me, I just can't see me spending my money to smoke it. I'd rather buy some goddamn tires or some brakes or some shit.
Backwoods are
Valves.
the black Air Force Ones of smoking.
I just can't see me just
I can't stand no damn
burning my
backwood.
money up.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that though. I think
Buying some
niggas
clutch
who
or something, a helmet or something. Fuck that.
stayed away from it or didn't start or even stopped, you know what I'm saying? I respect it though. You know what I'm saying? Definitely gotta smoke weed. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's some old stereotypical shit right there.
No, I mean, I listen. I was about 16, and me and one of my still my best friend to this day. The other one dead. The motherfuckers convinced me to spend my last $20 on some weed. I was mad than a mother. That's probably why it didn't affect me because I was so mad that I spent my $20 on some shit we about to smoke. I was mad than a motherfucker.
Same way you was mad about Kamala losing. You invested in her too.
How much money you talking about, Don? Go listen. Go 2 doors down and knock on dude's door. See if he'll let you bet with him. Cause I'll take your money and your Bible, motherfucker.
Next time we go live, nigga,
I'll take your
over there
money
and show
and
you.
you don't ride shit. Shut up. I'll take your money and your Bible. Shut up.
That's crazy though, man. You let them little niggas press you for a dub.
Nah, I was mad at the motherfucking chance. I ain't gonna lie. I was mad at the motherfucker. Like, dog, this is for $20. The fuck?
Niggas was sitting there smoking and shit. Your ass mad as hell. That's funny, bro.
They gave him 2 seeds out the bag.
I didn't want none. After listen, the shit.
They let your ass smoke the seed. Here,
No,
when
it just it didn't add. I could have went to the arcade with that $20. That shit just didn't add up to me.
You said to the arcade. Yeah, that's throwback.
I could have went to the time warp.
Nah, the arcade was lit though, fam. When they the arcade was lit when they had like the stand up NBA Jam. Stand up. I'm talking about the arcade machine, the Street Fighter, NBA Jam, MK. When they start putting them games in there, bro, that shit was like, damn, this shit lit. I started liking the arcade.
Madonna, we used to bet money in the arcade. Fuck you thought?
Nigga, I used to know the codes. I used to buy the Nintendo Power Book. I used to buy the Nintendo Power Book. I used to pay Jahan. You could buy the Nintendo Power Book and they had the codes you put in at the arcade.
Madonna, we ain't talking
I'm just saying you could put the code in at the arcade, bro.
Madonna, listen. We not talking about
no motherfucking I had the big head code in the arcade with NBA Jams and all that shit. Say what?
I said this motherfucker. We talking before NBA Jams. I'm talking about Gallagher.
We talking about
motherfucking Kung Fu Fighter, shit like that.
Brought up the arcade, the standing arcade. With
Yeah, I heard Cam when he said that, motherfucker.
that
and we was betting on that shit too.
But Pac-Man and shit though, bro, them the early game. Gallagher, Space Invaders, them the early game. I'm talking about niggas.
We was betting like a motherfucker.
I'm talking about when them competition games came in that bitch though, bro. That changed the game, nigga.
Yeah, Street Fighter and all that shit came out.
Virtual Fighter.
No, Virtual Fighter wasn't at the arcade, I don't think. Virtual Fighter
was. That was at the arcade.
NBA Jam, MK, and Street Fighter. That was the top 3. You could get the codes. You could get the codes out of Nintendo Power Book.
No, Madonna.
You could get the code out of Nintendo Power Book.
We used to bet on House of the Dead. We used to bet on that shit to see
the game that motherfucker used to bet the most money on was
Street Fighter.
No, not Street Fighter. It wasn't Street Fighter. It was Mortal Kombat.
I know.
Motherfuckers used to bet $1,000 on Mortal Kombat.
Nigga. Okay, so yeah, in the arcade, yeah, but bro, I ain't never seen nobody put up money like niggas put up in Madden and 2K though. Like in terms of like betting, nigga, I done seen niggas sit around and bet racks, nigga, all day.
No doubt. I mean, Madden got $1 million tournament. Shit.
Man, I wouldn't dare go to that shit, bro. Remember that white boy shot that motherfucker for winning that bitch, bro.
My nephew went to 2 of the goddamn. He went to 2 of the either quarterfinals in the tournaments, back to back. Yeah, I got my motherfucking nephew and my motherfucking brother. They some dogs in Madden. I don't know what motherfucker can fuck with them.
Man, I ain't played Madden in years, and I both them niggas.
Motherfucker get a full ride scholarship on video games.
Don just looking for attention right now. I bet you, hey, if we talk about pigeons fighting, he gonna find a way to make himself in the conversation.
No, I'm pigeons, bro. I'm just saying, bro. I got skills in them.
Because you a bird ass motherfucker. Shut up.
I was the type of nigga that not played a video game in 5 years, jump on the stick and whip every nigga in the house because I understand.
I don't think you can do that now, though.
Yeah, I can do that right now.
You can't do it right now, though, but this new shit, bro. These motherfuckers.
Once I learn the buttons,
but listen,
that's what I'm saying. That's
the
not
issue.
Ready. The buttons is the same.
Because look, you got all these aggressive ass catches and all this shit now, but they doing different shit on that.
What I'm saying,
I tried to play my motherfucking. I tried to play my little cousin in this motherfucking that new Madden shit. After playing a couple of games against the computer and like, okay, I know this shit. Dog, the way that nigga was shifting the line and moving the secondary and reading plays and audible.
Yeah, well, the computer gonna play it more aggressive now. Before you could run one play and just keep scoring. They ain't doing that shit no more. The computer makes adjustments to shit now.
Oh no, I'm talking about this nigga making adjustments. I'm talking about on the line making play. Man, this nigga got like 7 user picks on me, man. Yeah, every time I'm throwing his mother, he's switching to the man, turboing the one hand interception. I'm like, dog, this shit.
Increase the ball speed, the speed of the throw, all that shit now, man.
Yeah, but that shit different, bro. Like I'm telling you.
I'm saying that everything matters. It matters that if you rolling out the pocket to your left and throwing it to your right, that matters. Everything, like
Right.
every little thing matters.
Yeah, that's too.
They making it more and more realistic.
It's too real. It ain't like back in the day when we go out there and like nigga Bo Jackson, you just zigzag up and down the field. Like
Yeah, you
I'm from
talking
that
tech.
era.
Yeah, this ain't no
I'm from the
Tecmo Bowl
Tecmo
type
Bowl
shit.
era, man.
Yeah,
Like the Madden that I was really last good at was the one when they invented the hit stick. Like when Ray Lewis was like the focal
What's that?
point.
05?
you hit stick a motherfucker,
05,
he
Chaz.
fumbled.
Like that's
Yeah.
probably the last Madden where I'm like can remember being competitive. After that, the shit just got like too real football. Like I don't know the X's and O's of football.
Well, you know,
like
motherfuckers
that. I don't
complained
know
about that.
cover
Motherfuckers
two
complained
defense.
about that.
Like,
Motherfuckers
hell
complained
no.
about that hit stick. They complained about that hit stick bad.
I didn't like that
Oh
shit.
yeah, I was making
That
motherfuckers
changed the
fumble off
game.
that. That
Yeah,
changed
That
the
changed the
game
motherfuckers
for
game.
me.
complained about that shit, boy.
I
They
love
wanted
that.
Madden to take
That
that shit
changed the
out.
game, bro.
You get that shit, it don't work sometimes. Like, man, get the fuck out.
No, you know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Because you
bro.
just gotta
Listen,
know how to
bro.
time it.
I'm talking about when they first
The
came out with hit
year
stick, it
before.
wasn't working all the time when they first came out with it in the game.
No, the year before was the Vic year though, when Michael Vick was just unstoppable on the motherfucker. So when they came back the next year and introduced the hit stick though, bro, yeah, that
Nigga,
shit
it was
meant
an
something on
answer for that,
defense.
nigga.
And
Hell
they
yeah.
never took that motherfucker
They
away.
never
That
took
That's
it
motherfucking
away.
hit stick, and then motherfuckers learned how to motherfucking cheat on that hit stick. And that's when they started really complaining about it.
forced
It's
fumbles.
timing. Yeah,
Forcing
force
the
the
fumbles,
fumble.
yeah.
Yeah. You get on the side with the ball at
They
and you
forcing
the
motherfuckers that
timing, yeah.
don't ever fumble, making them fumble. They like, nah,
I mean, they had to add some buffers to it. You know what I'm saying? It was out of control, but you know what I'm saying? It's like the Madden game now is like the 2K now. I'm good at 2K now only because I understand basketball in real life. I didn't play basketball. You know what I'm saying? That if I won't like, I understand it. I don't understand football at a high level. So if you playing against somebody else on a new Madden, they know actually by looking at the screen, like, oh, you in a cover two defense. It looked like your safety about to blitz, and I'm like, hold on, like, how you getting all of that out of this?
It's
You
still
feel
all
me,
going
Taz?
down
Like
to time.
they
It's all going
read
down to
this
time,
shit like
Yeah,
bro.
they Tom
They done made
Brady,
yeah,
nigga.
they
It
done
yeah.
all
made
going down
games
to time.
Niggas
It's
extremely.
Tom
all
Brady
about
on that
timing, bro.
bitch.
That's all it
They
is.
done made
No,
Madden
it ain't
extremely,
about timing. These niggas
It really
really
extremely
is.
know
technical.
that, bro.
You
Back in the
gotta know
day,
when to release.
hold
You
on,
gotta know
Madon.
when
Back in the
to go
day on a Madden, I pick my play, Taz pick his play. It was a guessing game on what type of defense he in, because niggas ain't know that shit. Like I knew a little bit about, but I wasn't no football. The average person could just, if you just had fringe knowledge of football, you could be
Come
all right
on.
at Madden.
Come on
Today,
out. Come
if you
out.
don't know the difference between a cover two or a nickel or a 4-3 or a 3-4 or how to read the blitz, or if they pressing, if they playing man, if you don't know how to read that shit literally at the line like you the quarterback, bro, you done so.
Right, Tez got the killer Shih Tzu.
Come on. Come on. Come on, nigga. I said come on.
This nigga talking to that dog like it's just nigga.
My bad. I thought I was on mute.
He got the killer Shih Tzu.
Nah, he Jack Russell, but he think Jack Russell and a Chihuahua, but this little nigga think he run this motherfucker. This little motherfucker think he run the house, so yeah, I be letting him running from him and shit. Make him think he tougher than what he is.
Motherfucker Madon be on this bitch capping.
Nigga, no.
Knowing you can't, Madon, I swear to God.
You be on this motherfucker yapping.
Hey, Madon, check this out.
Motherfucker, I just turned my PlayStation on.
If you
just now.
actually got a
Shut your
PlayStation, bro,
motherfucking ass
I got
up.
a Twitch account, bro. I'd stream it live just to see you lose to these niggas out here, man. Like set it up to where you can stream it. Like I guarantee
Madon don't
you
even
cannot get
have
out there and
a
catch a dub.
PlayStation account. He
That's
ain't
what
even
I'm
got a
saying.
PlayStation. He ain't even got a PlayStation account.
You like the account to do this
my
shit.
brother got all that shit, bro.
What I tell you?
Hey, don't fuck up your brother record trying to show out now. Don't do that.
What I tell you? He ain't even got a PlayStation or an account.
Bro, I bought him the goddamn PlayStation. What are you talking about?
Oh my god!
I brought him the PS5. I ain't into shit like that no more. But he
I
wanted
ain't gonna lie. Hey, Willie, I ain't even gonna lie. I had to shut it down too, man. I got a PlayStation account, but after that 2K23, I had to shut it down, bro. I was like, this is too
I
much,
don't,
bro.
you know what, Bobby? I don't really fuck with the sports games. I fuck with the racing games. Sports games.
I mean, obviously, because you
boxing.
a racer, because it's like what you into. It's too much. It's too much time invested. Even in that Madden shit, it's like, bro, you really got to invest some time to get good at
So
that
look,
shit.
so
2011 maybe.
So
Last
look,
time
so
I
look,
played that shit.
because I don't think them games are as popular as they used to be. But then that takes us to another conversation. I seem like the popular game now is that running around shooting niggas on that Fortnite, bruh. You know what I'm saying? And
Fortnite,
like,
Call of Duty,
I will get that
GTA.
GTA 6. I am planning on getting the GTA 6.
That's the Trinity task: Fortnite, Call of Duty, GTA. That's
But
the
see, I don't
Trinity
fuck
of
with them
shooter
either.
up.
I fuck with shooting simulators where you actually gotta be ain't no running gun. You actually gotta be doing your part. Like Battlefield. You go out there and ain't doing your part, you get your whole
Oh,
squad
here
killed.
this nigga want to be a soldier.
No, I don't want to be a
wait, I don't know
soldier.
what you mean. What you mean? What you mean? I ain't never played that one.
So
It's
you
like
got games. So you got games
Battlefield.
that
Okay.
that's simulators. Like you ain't just running out here and shooting and blowing no tank up.
Like
If a
Ghost
motherfucking
Recon and
squad
shit
roll up
like
on you on
that.
a tank and you ain't got one, y'all about to get fucked up. So you got
So
to
you
play your
don't,
part.
so you don't see the other person or what?
No, you can see them depending on what their squad is. You can see them and you can see what they doing. But if you're not in a position to battle them, you got to go around them the other way and hope that they don't engage with you. You got to get yourself set up to deal with motherfuckers that set up a certain way.
No, wait. So what's the difference between that and Fortnite?
Well, Fortnite's just run a gun. You can
It's
hit
just
any,
run
you
and
can blow
gun, yeah.
anybody's shit up.
Yeah, this
Certain
is why we
games like
learn.
So okay, so
This is
because
why
I'm trying to make sure I understand. So you saying in the other game you're talking about, you have a specific mission you want.
y'all got specific duties that y'all play out as a squad. Like you might have
Okay.
one guy a
So
sniper,
you got to play the role that you're given,
right?
and that's your role.
And if you lose one of your members, somebody else got to pick that up to try to run up on the next squad that you run up on. It's just basically
now Willie, if you knew
squads.
about Revolution like you knew about them goddamn video games, bro, you'll be all right. You'll be all right.
All right.
You got that video game shit down pat, Willie. If you knew about this Revolution shit like that, bro, you
But
might be a
Don,
bad
you don't know
dude.
shit about me. The games is just some shit I do when I'm bored. I'm into racing, motherfucker. That's the future for everybody.
On video game, yeah, on PlayStation.
No, I race in real life, motherfucker, and build my shit in real life. Fuck you thought.
I know, bro. I'm just talking.
But I ain't even got you like, bro. I can't gamble on your shit, bro.
And
Nobody
on
recognize that
another
shit,
part,
nigga.
guys,
You can't gamble on
a lot of them,
Tez?
games that you
On on the racing shit. Like
Fuck you
y'all
mean?
niggas ain't
Listen,
NASCAR.
you can
gamble on
listen,
all that
Tez,
shit.
bet where you feel. That's
Yeah,
all I'm saying.
you ain't messing with them white boys out there.
I'm trying. That's what
For
I'm
real?
saying. Like I mean, I was really just testing to see it, but like no, I'm asking though.
You
So like
think so?
y'all ain't made it into that realm yet.
What we was talking about a
Video
couple weeks
game?
ago, you mean? Or into the
racing.
You talking about
No, I'm talking
video
about
game
racing.
gambling?
No, I'm talking about
Oh.
racing. I'm talking about racing.
No, it's you talking about the other night we was having that conversation about the money and shit.
No, I'm talking about right now in a separate conversation. Like today, for example, you had what was that? It was some racing event, and you know it was on the charts for people to bet on it. I'm saying is the racing league that you're in, have they made it to that yet?
Yeah, we bet all the I grudge race. We bet all the time. Yeah.
No, bro. I'm talking about okay, like on an app though. Like is there a name for
No,
it that
that's
I would
street
be able to
racing.
find it
No,
under?
that's street racing. They doing
Nah,
time. You ain't
street
gonna
racing
find
is
this.
street
It ain't
racing goes
sanctioned.
to the core. You got to be
Yeah,
there.
it ain't sanctioned. Yeah,
Yeah,
But
you got to be there.
wait, this shit illegal?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, technically, they got to
But
show
they
for.
let you do it though. Like,
No, listen, they got
for
it's
example,
legal.
hold on.
No, you don't, Madonna.
Listen to me.
Monetize
Listen
something
to me.
illegal.
So what
Listen.
happens is this. Here in St. Louis, and I can only speak for here, they got the Gateway racetrack, right? Where people like with their cars and shit, they open the racetrack up just for people. Anybody can go pay, get out there, and y'all can go out there and open it up, race, bet, all of that, right? Then usually what'll happen, later on that night, or another night, they'll go over on Hall Street, which is just a long
No,
Sunday
bro.
night.
Wait. So you're talking about these street takeovers?
No,
Yeah,
listen. But
Hall
listen,
Street.
Ted's kind of got two things twisted. The street takeovers, motherfuckers doing donuts and shit. They not
That's
racist.
donuts and shit. That ain't racist.
Yeah, that shit ain't nothing.
No, this is. I'm talking about Hall Street is literally like a long strip on a back road. That's like a industrial area, right, in St. Louis.
Right.
So this long back road industrial area where they just go back there and race, and like
So they go back there and set it up.
hold on, wait a minute, but the police be back there, so it's like
Because everybody know they do it, but they don't know when they gonna do it.
And they don't. It ain't necessarily nothing like the police ain't going back there. Like they know it, and they know exactly where they do it. They don't.
Whack.
It ain't whack because
it's not whack. Listen,
y'all need to come down here to Alabama and West Point, Mississippi, and you come to a real racetrack. Bring your shit to a real track, bro.
But
Taz,
the mayor of St. Louis let them race on Hall Street.
Bro, but we got an official track where we got the lights that go off and everything, bro. We got the real shit. We ain't getting it. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, Madon, shut up. Gateway is one of the premier tracks in the world. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about right now.
The first thing I said.
I'm just saying, Bobby said he on the back street doing some illegal
y'all ain't got nothing. Listen, Madon.
The first thing I said is that they go to Gateway.
Like damn the goddamn race.
The first thing I said is that they go to Gateway. That's the first.
Y'all don't have nothing that can fuck with Gateway where you live at, Madon.
So Gateway is the legitimate track that allows illegal
Gateway
racing.
is right under the arch.
Gateway is where people go to legally race.
It's right under the arch.
Yeah,
you could literally be at the racetrack.
It's on the east side. It's in Illinois.
No, it ain't under the arch, nigga.
No, it ain't under the arch.
I'm saying you right by the arch.
It's on the Illinois side. Yeah, Gateway is Gateway is in is that Grand?
Look, but look, see, you can't tell me somewhere out of bed and then just say some crazy shit like it's under the arch. Like, no, nigga.
It literally
I was at the arch, nigga. No,
it literally you can be at the drag strip and look right at the motherfucking arch.
Yeah, you looking at the arch when you there.
You can look at that motherfucker coming across the highway too.
That's the first time I saw that bitch when I went to that track.
It ain't under that motherfucker, nigga. I just stood under it.
Come on.
Willie.
But then you said y'all even got y'all tracks got grass in the track.
What I was saying is,
hell, more motherfuckers might come to it if they was allowed some drag racing.
Mississippi.
Motherfuckers do go to the racetrack.
Y'all don't have nothing fast in
go
Mississippi.
to the streets in bed as well.
Y'all listen. Matter of fact, Madon, y'all fastest Harley in Mississippi is called First 48. That bitch came from Detroit.
Bro, bring your shit down here and quit talking.
Thank you, motherfucker. Y'all gotta buy y'all shit from up here to go fast. Shut up.
So when you take it, so you gotta throw that motherfucker on the back of like a tractor trailer and drive it down there if you want to take it to Alabama.
Yeah.
I throw it in my trailer. No, I throw it in my trailer. I got a 40-foot trailer.
Oh, you just okay.
Going down there.
Oh, that's a better right. Because that's something you typically do. So yeah, you did the smart thing and invested in being able to take your shit yourself.
Yeah, somehow it just costs too much to operate one of them.
After the first race, he's gonna be loaned. After the first race, he's gonna be loaned back up on the track because he didn't blew the motor trying to whoop a nigga. He ain't got no business.
That's some hateful ass shit to say right there.
A 40-foot trailer is insane, though, bro.
That's some hateful ass shit to say. But
I'm just saying, bro. You come down here fucking with these country boys, you gonna get your ass whooped.
Wow.
That's all I'm telling you.
But wait, so hold on. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this shit, right? So this is for the most part illegal, but you invest in bands into it.
Hold on, Taz, it's legal.
Yeah.
Listen, I just said the Gateway racetrack here in
is legal.
And it's legal. So me and you could literally just be regular niggas off the street. You got your shit souped up. I got my shit souped up. On the day they open the racetrack, we can meet up there, pay to get in. They'll let us throw our shit on the track and get it in. You see what I'm saying? They'll let you race on the legal track.
Was you signing waivers or some shit?
Yeah, you sign a waiver when you come to the track.
And all of that, because I ain't
that
never raced.
That sounds crazy, bro. I ain't never heard no shit like that.
Yeah, it's all legal.
You sign an
Damn.
insurance waiver. That's what you sign. You sign
Yeah,
an
it's
insurance
all
waiver.
legal. You get out there with your car, I get out there with mine, and we can race on a real track, nigga. Bet
But
real
see,
money right there.
the problem,
against
the problem is the problem is you get hit by cars just driving through the pits. Like they going to the stage lanes, like little kids be paying attention, they get hit by the cars. That's why they got to sign a waiver.
See, you need to come to a real track where it got fences, we got rails, we got big fences and all that.
Nigga, do you know what the Gateway racetrack is?
Hey, Madon,
Do you know what the Gateway racetrack is, dog?
Madon, I haven't raced at a track with guardrails in motherfucking 15 years. Fuck you. If y'all get guardrails, I know y'all ain't fast enough to talk to me.
Nigga, that's for safety, nigga. What
Shit,
you
we
talking
got
about?
run through the shit. We got run through the guardrail, motherfucking kill everybody sitting in the stands next to it.
Yeah, that's because it's some ghetto ass shit. It ain't all it's ghetto as hell.
Madonna, the shit we got. Listen, the shit we got. The shit we got is 600 feet down to run 200 miles an hour. The fuck is you talking about?
But that make a nigga not even want to come to the event, bro. Like,
right, no, we don't race our shit at tracks that got guardrails because that shit is death.
It's death either way, nigga.
Got concrete walls.
If you can't control that shit, yeah, bro. It's death either way.
So you saying the guardrails ain't enough is what you saying? You said
guardrails is
concrete
not
walls.
enough for the shit we bring. Motherfuckers got $300,000 street cars. They ain't run through guardrails. They pull that shit out the ground.
Damn.
Well, why is they why are guardrails that most of why are guardrails that most of all the tracks most of all the tracks you go to that they got guardrails, bro? What are you talking about? And they got shit out there faster than your shit.
No tracks in Detroit got guardrails. Not one.
Because y'all doing this shit illegally.
Because a motherfucker on a motorcycle hit, because you know what you're talking about. A motherfucker on a motorcycle hit a guardrail, the guardrail cut him in half.
Bro, do you know how far that shit spread out?
With guardrails.
Bro, when the last time you been to a track down south?
But I just told you I go to the south. I used to go to the south a lot. It ain't worth me driving.
I just asked you one question, bro.
I just told you.
What track you went to?
Mississippi.
Did they have guardrails?
No, they didn't.
What's the name of it?
I just told you, Gateway in the south, motherfucker. They don't have guardrails.
Oh, Gateway in Mississippi?
Gateway at the border. It's in St. Louis. It's at the border of the south.
Bro, I thought you said Mississippi, bro. Well, you confusing the hell out of me.
Motherfucker, I've been all over the south. Fuck you
I asked you what's the name of the track. Bro, I asked you what's the name of the track you went to in Mississippi. I asked you what's the name of the track. Bro, I asked you what's the name of the track you went to in Mississippi.
I don't remember the name of the track in Mississippi. That was a while ago. They don't have nothing fast in Mississippi for us to go down there.
Bullshit.
That's not a hot topic. Mississippi is not hot in drag racing. Not for us.
Man, because you way in Detroit. Y'all don't know.
Fuck you mean we don't know, motherfucker? We set the stage for fast shit up here.
Nigga, y'all doing it in y'all region.
No, we...
It's finna get bad for you, Madon. Let me use my mic.
Madon ain't talking...
Bro.
Madon ain't talking enough money for me to load up this motherfucking trailer and come down here.
He is not... Come on, man.
If you talking, K-Dub, we can't hear you.
No,
You bring
my
that shit down here.
Bluetooth was connected, but Madonna, you up here making Alabama look like shit. First of all,
hold on, you come with a white avatar and talk about me looking making shit like shit.
I'm black as fuck. If you
Well, why would you got Barbie on your avatar? That's a contradiction.
That's how I'm looking at your stupid
A
ass.
coon is mad because somebody got some white shit on their avatar. That shit is amazing.
I mean, to come up here and say I'm making Alabama look bad, you making black women look bad with a white Barbie on your avatar.
To satisfy you, is that better? Okay, now my point of coming up here was to say that I don't know what fucking racetrack you going to in Alabama with goddamn guardrails, but that's fucking back road country shit. And I'm from the fucking country, okay?
Bullshit.
Holiday Beach Raceway.
Okay, what's the name of the track you go to? What's the name of the track you go to in Alabama?
Holiday Beach Raceway.
And they don't got rails.
They have concrete rails. They do not.
Well, what are you talking about then?
No, motherfucker. She said concrete, you dummy.
They still rails, nigga.
No, they're not, motherfucker. A guardrail is made out of metal.
You just said concrete rails, nigga.
No, Madon.
Take your cap and save somebody.
Madon, shut up.
No,
you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
No, madam. And you trying
Well,
to
look up the track. Look up the
you
track in
trying to
West Point,
say that
Mississippi.
you trying
All
to
right, go
say
ahead, sis.
that street racing is ghetto, nigga. I don't know what part of Alabama you in, but street racing definitely still takes place.
I wasn't talking about street racing. I'm talking
Okay,
about
but
racing on a track. I'm
I'm
talking
just
about racing
clearing
on
you.
an official
I'm
track.
just clearing you up right now to let
Sis,
you know they
bro,
do both.
sis, I'm talking about
They
racing
do
on an
both.
official track
They
where you
do
got the
both.
lights that blink that tell you when to
They
go.
You don't
okay,
even know
and
what
I'm
that is. You don't even know what that's called, Madonna. It's
right.
called a stage
They
aid.
That
You
nigga
do
fucking
said
both,
the
staging shit,
lights
you
that
madam.
blink.
right, you dumb
Right.
motherfucker. They don't blink. You
It
stage
do
that
blink,
bitch,
nigga.
you
It go from
dummy.
red to yellow
Shut
to
the
green, nigga.
no, it don't.
Them
Shut
bitches
the fuck
blinking.
up. Shut
Wait,
up,
so
Madonna.
let me
Man, shut y'all ass up.
so let
No,
me
you
ask K
need to
Dub.
stop.
So
Huh?
you race, K? You race?
No, my dad, I'm an heir of a street racing king in Alabama,
Oh, okay,
basically.
okay.
I'm calling cap.
You can call Cap with your back row Pickens County ass, okay? Call Cap then.
But if you was white, he would call Cap. He'd be trying to find out who you is. Old coon ass
Exactly.
motherfucker, Madonna. Shut up.
Exactly.
Bro, why'd you got your cape on?
Wow. It took a young lady to come here and check your ass. That's
Ain't
all I
nobody
need to
checking
hear.
shit here, bro. I'm just talking
He
about
checked
what I
your
know.
dumb ass. You don't know shit. If you go into a track with guardrails, I don't even really need to talk to you.
All right, well, like I said, come to West Point. Go to
Go
West
knock on
Point,
your
Mississippi.
homeboy door down the
Go to
street.
West Point, Mississippi, and say that shit and talk that shit and show up and show
Why
out.
do you the fact that you keep bringing up West Point is fucking crazy when it's literally legit raceways in Alabama
Well, this is one where all my niggas go to.
that nobody knows about.
Well, okay.
This shit is weird.
That's what you think.
You gonna get out there, it's gonna be Madonna and his family out there.
Madonna ain't even gonna show up.
It's some shit.
You gonna drive?
Like, hey,
You
it's
gonna
gonna
drive
look
all
like
that
that
way, but Madonna
motherfucker.
ain't gonna be no motherfucking way to be found.
They gonna have
Nigga, it be so many niggas. It be so many niggas out there to blow your mind, nigga.
Bobby, you be the
It be
drove.
so many niggas out there to blow your mind, nigga.
Hey, Bobby, you be the drove way down smoke.
Set up to
Where
have,
Madonna
you
at?
like,
They
wait a
like,
minute. You bitches built up soapboxes and downhill racing
Hell
on this bitch.
nah.
I'm thinking we at the
hey,
them
you
niggas.
be the drove 13 hours going out there looking for Madonna. You get down there like, well, Madonna who? We don't know who that is.
Yeah, they gonna say
we gotta finish.
we gotta
Yeah,
finish
that's
the whole
crazy, bro, to
class
be in
off
a
the track.
to be talking about a whole nother state, bro. I thought you was talking about some shit in Bama, bro. You in a whole nother
Right.
state,
That's
bro.
why I had to
Like,
Bro,
put
you
you
know
up
how
here
close
because
that
we
is, bro. You know how
legit.
close that is,
That's why I
It
came
ain't close
up
enough to
here.
be called Alabama.
bro. It might as well be. Ain't that separated? Ain't that separated? But trees. Don't that separate that part of Mississippi from Alabama? But trees and road, nigga. That's it.
That's
Okay.
usually what separates states from
yeah, I was
states.
Ain't
gonna
so
say
ain't no
what
ain't so the line.
what
So
difference
I
is
know your
that?
dumb ass think the line that's on the map is really there. It's not,
That's
Bobby.
usually what
That's an
separates
imaginary
states
line on
from
the map, Bobby. It don't
states.
exist.
Roads and
Shit.
trees.
Next time you cross one of them imaginary lines, look at your phone and see if it really do or don't exist.
That
Thank
bitch gonna
you.
say, "Welcome to Alabama." Dumb motherfucker.
They put some shit there to make that imaginary line real. I don't know what that shit was, but your phone now says welcome to Florida and all this shit. I was impressed by that shit. Like,
Man,
damn,
he still
okay.
got a flip phone. He ain't got no GPS on his phone. You hear how his shit go out on this motherfucker sometimes.
This coming from a nigga that got 13s on a Ford Explorer.
Hell no.
I don't even own a Ford.
Right.
What you talking about?
I
I ain't never owned a Ford, Madonna. I ain't never owned a Ford.
You
Hey,
know how the
every time
Mexicans.
Madonna phone
You know,
fucked up, he
hold
just
on.
tell us
You
it's
know
a
how,
Google Pixel, like that's gonna fix a problem. Man, it's a
you know how
Google
the
Pixel.
Mexicans be putting them little ass rims on them big ass trucks? The shit just don't match. I can see you. That's you, Willie. You put
I
some
ain't never
goddamn.
owned a Ford, so you got me fucked up.
Kind of like you put the racetrack in a whole nother state.
With guardrails.
I told him to
It's
bring his
still
shit down south.
baffling to me.
I
I
told
don't
him to
even.
bring his shit down south and watch these country boys
Hey,
show him something.
Bobby, he must think he talking to some dumb motherfucker. I'm not driving 13 hours on just
Nigga
on
gonna
your
get
word,
down there and
motherfucker.
get robbed like a
You,
motherfucker. Them niggas
no,
gonna
I
be
ain't
like,
gonna. They gonna get some. No, I ain't. That ain't gonna
Man, that ain't
happen.
even that type of
I'm
party,
trying to
nigga.
set
What you
you up.
talking about?
No, that Bobby, that ain't gonna happen. We ride
I know it ain't
ready.
gonna happen.
Man, that ain't even it ain't even that type of party, bro. What you talking about?
No, the motherfuckers
You know how
doing
many
went down
laws?
there
You know
and
how
got
many
robbed.
laws?
Fuck you mean?
Bro, you know how many laws be out there, my nigga? You try
I
something
mean,
if you want to.
man, listen.
You go get out there and try to race Madon, they still gonna be mowing grass off the track. They're like,
Madon ain't
give me
even
30
gonna.
more minutes. I'm gonna be done cutting the track.
Madon ain't even gonna show up. That's why I asked him clearly how much money he talking, so we can stop the bullshit. Because we're gonna send the money to somebody on this bitch.
Yeah, and that thing you said about they start at 5K or more. What fucking racetrack are you at? You with some broke ass niggas. Because it's 10K or more at most of the racetracks
I'm
that I
trying to
be
tell
at.
you.
Like, I don't know where you be at.
What he say they racing for? $100?
Nah, he talking about 5,000.
Well, shit, you said 2,500.
I said to start
No,
talking to me.
nigga, don't try to create up because we got local. What it is, you got local niggas.
Go
You
play
got
it back.
local niggas that participate, so they started with whatever wages they agree to. So
Madon,
I
go
don't
play
know what the sister talk about.
go play it back.
You
I
just riding
said to start
coattails.
talking. Madon, I said to start talking to me is 2,500 for me to
Nigga,
drive
please.
any
You said if
motherfucking
you
way.
ain't talking about 2,500, we
Because I'm
ain't
gonna
racing.
spend 2,500 in gas coming down there and going back.
So wait, so Willie, is these the same cars you was telling me where the
Hell
engine
no,
is done
fuck no.
after? Okay,
No,
so it's a different car.
No, them motherfucking cars, it cost you 100,000 to race them bitches. Them motherfuckers cost money to race them bitches.
Right, because I was gonna say you was telling me you gotta like build a new engine for the
Hell yeah,
motherfuckers and all
every
this shit.
pass,
So
them bitches cost
So you talking about
$100,000
stock
per
cars?
pass. No, we talking about top fuel.
Oh, top fuel.
They're $100,000 every pass. That's what them motherfuckers spending.
okay, so when we talking street racing, what we talking about like a SS Monte Carlo or some shit?
Nah, hell no. We still talking top tier race cars, but not like that.
Nah,
We
it's
talking
anything
Camaros,
worth
we talking
anything. Yeah.
Camaros, Malibus, supercharged cars. But these cars still run 230 mile an hour in the quarter.
And they spraying.
Or they got a supercharger or turbo. They ain't got to spray them on. They don't have to have nitrous on them.
I'm just
And
saying.
they get all motor packages. I got a guy right now, got a full-fledged Jim Yates car, all motor bitch.
Man,
Come down there and rape
crazy,
your motherfucking
bro.
little town you live in, Madon.
Nigga, that shit sound crazy, bro.
Well, I mean, yeah, I hear you. You brag about another
Nitrous?
No, this my motherfucking door. This ain't no another month. You brag about a motherfucker 3 doors down.
So right. So don't say that when I bring up other niggas.
But it's cool for you to do it. But when I do it, it's
No,
a problem.
I'm just when I try to say, oh, you said I gotta get another nigga.
What do you got, Madon? What do you? Okay, let's cut out all the other shit. What do you got?
You know, I'm an
Cavalier.
I collect Acuras. I collect Acuras and Hondas. I'm an Acura Honda guy.
Acura, motherfucker, they don't even make an Acura that's worth collecting.
That's what I'm into. That's me, bro. But I like watching the race. I grew up off watching.
Motherfucker, they don't even make an Acura worth.
I grew up.
What is you
I
talking
don't race.
about?
I don't race, bro. I'm a player. I'm a player, bro. I don't race. I watch.
Wait, how you a player in the Acura?
The only Acura that I can even see a nigga wanting is like
legend.
old school legend, right? The
Thank
like
you.
my mama
And
had
he
an
ain't
Acura
got no legend
legend.
coupe.
Like the 4-door or the 2-door Acura legend.
I still got a legend. I got a 90 legend. I mean, and I got another Acura.
Man, no, you don't. You just said
You
that.
a motherfucking
liar. All right, how much you want to put on it? How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
Okay.
How much you want to bet?
All right, what's the other
you
Acura
lying right
got?
now, bro.
Yeah, you got an Acura legend, and what's the other Acura?
MDX.
Or TL. You lying right now, Madonna. You lying like a
No,
motherfucker.
bro. One is the SUV.
That motherfucker MDX and that TL. Them
Me
bitches
and
is
Dan,
not
bro.
sought
Me and
after.
Dan talked about this way back.
Man,
He was
you
talking about his
lying right
Acura.
now, dog. Why you doing that, Madonna?
Hey, Trifline, you ain't
Me
lying.
and Dan had this. We was talking about. Yeah, I collect Acuras, bro. That's me. I like Acuras, bro.
That's the poor man's Lexus during that time, because that was the only car that had like a similar look to that like that 93 Lexus.
Look, I was gonna ask what the distance was, but somebody put a 1/4 mile in the chat. So is that how long the distance is on these races?
1,320 feet. But you can do an 1/8 mile too, which is 660. That's half the track.
Yeah.
So look, wow. Okay, no, go ahead. I'm just visualizing.
I'm not. There be some dangerous shit. I rode in the car one time on the racetrack, and no, them niggas is dangerous. No. especially when they spray. When they spray, that's a different type of story. Like, no.
So wait a minute. So I'm a lawyer. Hold on. Wait. What is that, bro?
What is that?
I can't see
That's
it.
a 90 Acro Legend, bro.
Wait, but is that a
It's a
picture or is that in your garage?
It's a picture.
Bro, This is my car. Bro.
It's a memory.
That's a
That's an
picture,
old-ass
motherfucker.
picture.
We don't know
Of
if that's your
course.
Oh,
shit.
that's the picture from 1990. Is you
Right.
crazy,
That's
nigga?
an old-ass
We don't know if that's your
if,
shit.
if y'all
Oh, you crazy right now,
if y'all on here live tomorrow, I go in the yard and show it to you, bro.
Turn the back porch light on now.
Right, you can't walk outside now.
Just flip the camera around, Madonna, if you're doing all that. 'Cause that picture is from 1990.
Bro, like I said, bro.
No, Madonna, just be honest with me now. That picture that you just showed us was from the year 90 something.
It really was.
What year that picture was
Why are
taken?
you collecting Japanese cars in motherfucking Alabama?
That was a Polaroid. Madonna, I couldn't even tell by how the color on that picture looked. That was the 90s. The
Yeah,
trees looked like they was from the 90s in that motherfucker.
That's an old-ass picture.
That's my mom's front yard, bro. What you talking about?
Bro, that was it. That's how the trees looked in the 90s, man. Pull that picture back up.
No, bro. Those are called hedge. Those are you see hedge bushes. That's we got hedges. And
Okay, when was that picture taken? It said on the back of the picture.
When I took that picture in what?
Do you still have the car?
And it's a motherfucking Polaroid.
Do you still have the car?
If y'all on here live tomorrow, bro, I go outside and say,
Don't be no politician. Look on the back of that picture and tell us what the date on it is.
Yep, down in the motherfucking left-hand corner. It's gonna have a date stamp on it.
Come on, thank you. Niggas got them
no,
old ass.
you had to get that done on pictures like that, bro.
No, the hell they didn't.
Yes,
They
you
come
did, bro.
automatic.
No, they did not.
Yes, they do.
Oh my god. Well, who
That's not a
did it?
Polaroid, bro. That's not a Polaroid, bro. That's the ones you had to send off.
It's not a Polaroid. That's why I said them the ones that had the date on it. See, I got
Don't,
you
bro,
again.
ain't no date on it, bro. Ain't no
Polaroid
date on
did
the
not
back.
have a date. Oh, the Polaroid did not have a date. But if you,
Bro, when you wanted your picture, you had to request the timestamp on your pictures, bro.
you didn't, bro, man. They
Yes,
put
you
them on
did,
there automatic.
bro.
Madonna, you tripping,
Hey,
bro.
turn your camera back on and turn the picture around, Madonna.
Man, I'll show you the car tomorrow, bro. Okay. So you can see it. So you can see the car in color. You can see the car live in color.
Now
You'll be able to see the car live in color.
On the date of that motherfuckers. I don't doubt that car still ain't probably sitting up in the front yard somewhere collecting dust. I'm just saying, is that picture from the 90s now? I need to know. Turn the camera on and turn that picture around.
No, of course not.
Turn that picture around, man. I want to see the date on it.
There's no date on it, bro.
Bro, I don't believe that.
Well, you don't have to, but I'm
Why
pretty
you
sure
lying,
Q Butter will be
nigga?
live. They'll be live, so I'll turn the camera on so you can see it.
But Don just capped out on us on this motherfucker, man. Why you do that?
Nigga, I just went and got a picture of the car.
You went and got a picture.
Yeah,
this nigga walked to go to get a picture of a car in his front yard instead of walking out.
Instead of walking in the backyard and turning the porch light on.
What the fuck?
Nigga, I'm getting ready for bed, nigga.
Oh my god! Now you
ready
going
for
to sleep.
bed.
Now you putting on your
got
pajamas.
They got
Now
on
you put
pajamas.
on,
and shit.
right?
I'm
What
about to
grown ass
bed.
motherfucker putting on pajamas?
Man, I just took
bed?
my warm.
I ain't got on no shoes. I ain't got on no shoes nor socks,
Still
nigga.
drink
I ain't
warm
walking
milk.
outside, nigga.
You boiled some milk too, nigga.
Motherfucker,
That's
you
what
in
did.
Alabama? It's 90 degrees down there. Fuck you mean?
Right, nigga. Don't
I
act like
don't
you
walk
don't walk
outside,
outside with no shoes and socks. Stop it. Stop.
Just because you do that shit, don't I mean.
Just stop, bro. Just give it up. All
You
right?
know what's man, all kind of shit in the grass down here, bro. You got all kind of sticker bras and all kind of shit.
You said stick up what? What was that?
Sticker brow.
He just
Sticker
made
bras.
up.
Sticker bugs, nigga.
Yeah, they like little round. They round like
Yeah,
all
we call
we
them
said-
sticker bugs.
but Don-
You gotta actually run through the woods to get them on you, Madonna.
But Don, all
you in
we
the
said
literal
was
woods.
turn the porch light on and step out on the porch.
You ain't gonna be able to see it from the porch. I got a big backyard, bro.
Lord, how much?
Shit up.
That lets you know that it's way back there by that tree.
It's back by the barn. The barn falling over too, huh? The barn collapsing and it's on the side of the barn.
Hell no.
When the last time you started that Acura up?
About a week ago.
And
Boy,
then we
stop
drove it
lying.
where? And then drove it where?
What motor in it? What motor is in it?
No. Where did you drive it
It's
after you spotted it? Well, Willie, why you keep asking him extra questions so he can run from my? Where you drove that motherfucker after you spotted it?
Bro, man, listen,
Oh,
man.
this nigga
Listen, I
sitting
already
here
proved.
Now you
lying
don't
I
want
about
to
already
answer my
showed and
1990
question.
proved. Hold
Acura.
on,
Can we
you
move
running. I
on?
already showed and proved. I got the
Can we
car.
move on?
Yeah,
No,
let's
that's
move on,
not
bro.
proof
Nigga
that you got
sitting
the
here
car.
lying about a 1990 Acura. Like,
Like, I gotta
Yeah.
make that shit up. That's crazy,
And he don't even know what Acura he got.
bro. So, what the fuck?
That was an Acura Legend or a Vigor?
That's a legend, bro. Come on, man.
Okay, you say you collect them. How many you got?
I got two Acuras. I got a 89 Honda Accord 6-speed. So 2 Acuras, 1 Honda.
A
They
89
run.
Honda. You got an 89 Honda Accord manual.
Yeah, with the flip up lights and shit. Yeah, that bitch
Oh
cold.
my god.
You telling a motherfucking lie.
All right. I'll show you it tomorrow too if you want to see it.
Do they run?
This shit is crazy right now.
No, it's just a fact, bro. I mean, I collect Hondas and Acuras. I'm about to get that new Integra.
Are these the cars you drive now?
Yeah, from time to time, depending on how I feel. You know what I
You don't
mean?
have a driver's license.
Depending on how I feel.
Don, you do know we all know you lying, right?
Bro, what are you talking about,
Just
bro? I
stop.
bought these cars cash,
Just
bro.
stop,
You know what I'm
brother.
saying? I bought these cars cash and I hooked them up because I work on Hondas and Acuras. You know what I'm saying?
You work on cars, but you trying to tell me about some shit. You don't even know what the fuck you talking about.
Bro, I don't work on muscle cars or racing cars. I work
All
on.
engines operate the same. What is you talking about? Now stop it before you get yourself in a
Well, I'm
situation.
telling you what I work on.
Okay,
I
but
work
all
on Hondas
engines
and Acuras.
operate the same. Or every
This
engine
nigga's a
operates the
mechanic
same.
now.
You're
This
not a
nigga's a
mechanic.
Hebrew. He's a Hebrew Islamic mechanic now.
A
Like,
Hebrew
when do this shit
Islamic
stop?
mechanic is
When
crazy.
does this shit stop?
It is
Enough.
hard to
But
believe you
Don, you
work
work
on
on
cars.
plane engines?
It's hard to believe you work on cars. You ain't know where the pistons come from.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
she got you with that, Madon. That's crazy.
Thank
Because
you.
even K-Dub know all them parts come from Detroit, man.
Thank you. So he lying again.
All
Like
my
I
dad's
said, bro.
parts.
Y'all been getting debunked. Y'all, hey, bro, y'all been
Hold
getting.
on, Madon. Let her finish. Let her finish.
The one car my dad is working on right now, all of the parts come from Detroit. Literally.
Stop lying.
Literally, that's not a lie.
Okay, what kind of car he got?
He's currently rebuilding a Monte Carlo SS at the time.
You can
He
get them
had a
parts from all
grand.
across the world.
He
You can get them parts
You
from all
can't get
across
them
the world.
motherfucking parts all across
You
the
can get
world.
them
You
parts
sound
from all
crazy.
across the world.
I bet you can't. I bet you can't get a part for a Monte Carlo out of motherfucking Russia, you dumb motherfucker.
You can't. And before he had the Monte Carlo, he had a Grand Prix, but he sold it because somebody wanted the body, and they was willing to pay top dollar.
You can get the Monte Carlo parts.
Okay, what year was it?
I don't know what the Grand Prix was, but it's an '87 Monte Carlo that he's building
Yeah,
now.
that's what I was about the Monte Carlo.
He don't even know what a
Okay,
Monte
that's all
Carlo
right.
is. He don't even know. He don't know what a Monte Carlo is.
All right, show us the
I can roll
keys.
through my
You ain't
I
got
can
to go
roll through my
outside.
city.
Show us the keys.
I can roll through my city and show you some of the coldest
sick
shit
of
you
this
ever
shit.
seen, nigga.
Okay, what's the coldest Monte Carlo they made?
Show us
I like the 70
Don't run from Willie question, man.
Yeah, the
I'm
70
like
what
this
Monte
question.
Carlo?
I
70
like
what?
I think it's like 70. I don't know if that's 74 or 78, but
The
I
74
like
and 78
like
Monte Carlo.
I got a homie, right? He got
Bro.
I think he got an 80 something. He got the one with the T-tops in that bitch. But
Bro, you didn't answer my question though.
I told you, I think it's like the 70. It's like the two-door coupe one.
What?
70, I
When
think
the
it's like
fuck
70,
did they ever make a four-door Monte Carlo? When the fuck did they ever make a four-door Monte
like
Carlo?
I said, bro, I like the 70. What was it? 70. My uncle got one. It's 70.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I know
Okay.
exactly
Your uncle got one.
Just say you don't know what you're talking
always
about.
got that bitch, don't they?
Just say you don't know what you're talking about. They never made a 4-door Monte Carlo ever. And the most sought after Monte Carlo is an 86, 87 Monte Carlo.
Well, I'll show you one, bro. That'll blow your mind.
And I'm sorry, an 86, 87 Monte Carlo SS, not a Monte Carlo luxury sport. The SS Monte Carlo, Dale Earnhardt edition. That's the most sought after Monte Carlo they've ever made.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna show you one tomorrow. That motherfucker got
I see
rose
them motherfuckers
gold.
every
They got
damn
rose
dime a dozen
gold.
around
They
this
got
bitch.
hold on. They got rose gold rims on it. Hey, this bitch is cold.
It's got what gold rims on it? Rose gold. What's that?
Rose gold. You know. I'll show
Okay,
you.
so it's some hood shit.
Now he got some 24s on it.
Yeah, that's some hood shit. I like collector cars. I like
Nigga,
cars that's actually worth a couple $100,000.
That's what it worth, nigga. This ain't no motherfucking.
No, the fuck is not. You sound fucking stupid.
Nigga, do you know, bro? You don't even know what's under the hood.
This nigga lie all night.
I'm gonna tell him. Hey, I'm gonna show you what's up under the hood.
I wouldn't give a fuck what's under the hood. No hood car is ever going to be as valuable as a number matching car. Ever. No hood car. That shit is only valuable to Rick Ross. That bitch ain't never gonna go through a motherfucking Meekum auction and get more than 20 grand for it. That ain't no money for no car. Fucking dummy.
Yeah,
If you focus on revolution like you focus on cars, you'll be all right.
I do focus on revolution. That's why I try to teach the young boys and girls that look like me about building their own shit, understanding how this works, staying up with technology. Something you don't know nothing about. Because you collected a car that don't know that there's no market for the collection of it.
I don't give a fuck about that. See, that's your problem. I don't care
Then
what
you're
the
not
world thinks. I
collecting
collect
them
what I like. I collect what I
not-
like, nigga.
You're not
You
collecting
just going
them.
with the world. See, you call it
just
what
buying
the world
scrap
like.
cars to keep
You ain't
one
never had
car
an
running.
original thought. You
But Don,
you don't have an original thought. You the one who
Don,
said earlier
but
you
Don,
got niggas convinced you to spend your $20 on a bag of weed where all they need to give you the goddamn seeds.
I was 15 years old when that happened. You goddamn right I was mad about that. $20 was a lot of money back then. Fuck you talking about?
I'm just saying, I collect shit I like.
All my homeboys
is Cutlass, Regals, Cadillacs, Benz.
You're not collecting them. You're buying scrap cars to keep one car running. You ain't collecting them, motherfucker, because there's no market for them. Fuck is you talking about?
It is, bro. There's an Accurate Honda Club, bro. You don't know, nigga.
That doesn't
It's
make
a
it a
third
market.
gen. Hold on, they got a third. Hold on, they got a third gen, bro. It's a third gen. When it comes to Hondas and Acura, you got a third gen culture out there, and up from that, nigga. What you talking about?
When I say a market, do you know what I'm talking about when I say a market?
Well, whatever. Hey, market is a market.
Does the Acura market, because you don't have an Acura Legend, we already know you lying about that.
Nigga, please.
I
just proved it.
No, you showed a picture.
He got a legendary Acura. That's what he
showed you a picture of my car, nigga.
But Don, what is the resale market for what year Acura Legend you got? Because I'm gonna look it up right now. What year Acura Legend?
1990 Acura Legend. I think it's a 3.
And how many miles?
I think it's a 3.4. I think it's a 3.6 or 3.4 in there.
And how many miles on it?
It's like I think like 200 some thousand.
There ain't no market. Ain't no market. I'm not even gonna put that. Ain't no resale market for that.
What that boy said? Hold on.
Motherfucking miles.
Hey, bro, I'm not looking to sell my shit. That's the difference between me and you. I collect my shit to save. I'm not looking to sell my shit in no time. That's the difference between me and you, bro. You
So
like
then now it's a lot. It's a liability now.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. This 1990 Acura Legend was not the Acura Legend my mama had. This shit trash.
Yeah.
You probably had she had the 92, but the 92 was probably 91 and 92 when they changed the body style. Like the 91, the 91 is the one they had the sport on it.
94 had.
What year?
The coldest one was the 92. The coldest Acura Legend was the 92s, bro.
And 91, do you have a 92? Do you have a 92?
No, I got a 90. I got a 90 Legend.
Scrap metal.
This some
But I'm just
bullshit.
saying, as far as the body style, it was the 91, 92 body style that was the most popular.
Let me go look. That shit is not. That shit don't have no resale. Ain't no market for that bullshit.
I don't give a fuck about that. That's what you into. I collect the car I like. You feel
People
me?
collect cars to sell them later on as the market changes. There'll never be a market for that car.
Bro, that's the difference between me and you. I don't care about the market of a car.
You're not an investor.
He's not right. You're not a collector of them because collectors collect them bitches to resell them as the market change. Fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, that's what they do. That's the difference between them and me. They do what they do. I do what I do.
But Don, stop trying to make yourself special. You're not, bro.
It's not about being special, bro. It's just like some people invest in hold on. It's just like some people invest in stocks for the short term, some do it for the long term, right? Me and some just do it to invest to see their money double up. Because if you feed your money, you can watch it grow, right? So all I'm saying is
it's not
some people collect Tim Hardaway cards. Some people collect Jordans.
And
some people
they collect them just to
keep
keep
it's deeper. For some people, it ain't about the resale value. It's the sentimental value.
Oh, you sound fucking. There is no sentimental value if you didn't buy it off the rip.
Nigga, it's a car I grew up loving.
Wow.
Acuras and all that shit back in the day, nigga, that was the shit to us.
In Alabama?
Yeah, in Alabama. Yeah.
Niggas
ain't on the West Coast.
Right now. No,
bro, West Coast niggas had Acuras in their videos, nigga, back in the 90s.
Maryland,
back in the 90s, you had different rappers that had them in their videos.
Motherfucking Alabama? You lying right now.
Bro, Madon. It's a lot of shit that you said is crazy, even when it comes to Jesus.
Because
ain't no
motherfuckers,
and I ain't gotta be, but I'm telling you, I got family down there, bro. Anytime I went to Alabama, nigga, I didn't see no motherfucking Acuras. Them niggas had Caprices, Marauders, all type of. Them niggas had old school.
That only got popular until
if
like
a nigga had a new school in Alabama, it was gonna be a Benz, dog.
And outside of that, it's a
Lexus.
Either a Nissan, Lexus, or a Honda.
I'm gonna tell you this: if you'd have said like a 626, like you said, the Nissan Maxima, them 626s, niggas was even that was the luck. That was more luxury than the Acura back then. Into something like a hood niggas, the street nigga. Like I don't know where you was seeing Acura, because my mama had an Acura, and I grew up with the Acura, but it wasn't like a bunch of hood niggas was like. It wasn't like I just synced that out,
bro.
like
maybe like I said in the West Coast, bro. When you go back and look at a lot of the old '90s West Coast videos, you see niggas with Acuras in their videos, bro. Acuras was big in the South, Alabama,
That's the West Coast. We talking about
Alabama. In the '90s, it was popping down here.
Madon.
And then when we saw the niggas in the videos, and then when we saw the niggas, and when we saw them in the videos with it, we was like, oh shit, them niggas rocking what we rocking.
Madon, I don't forget what this goddamn car looked like. That's how motherfucking undesirable these bitches was. Fuck is you talking about?
Man, nigga, please.
This car ain't shit.
Niggas had Pontiacs before
Motherfuckers with money wasn't even buying these bitches. Not this 90, no.
Bro, I said the 91, 92 was the most popular one.
No, you said you was collecting 90s. This motherfucker, nobody bought these.
No, I say I collect Acuras and Hondas, bro. And I said I had a 90 Acura and I got an 89 Honda Accord, 6-speed.
Bobby, you hear this motherfucker
about? And I told you the popular body styles of the Acura was the 91, 92s. Even Deb, if he was on here.
Bobby, your man just keep going. He just running his line like a motherfucking fake quarterback.
He didn't put his foot in his mouth.
Nigga, I'm like Michael Vick on this motherfucker. Nigga.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
No, you're not. No,
stop lying.
Yo, K-Dub, where you from?
And now you build them. Now you work on your man. Stop it, Madon.
What you mean? Where I'm from? I'm from Alabama. Where you from?
I'm from Alabama. You from up by Birmingham?
Tuscaloosa County in Hale County.
Okay, yeah, I know. I thought so because I remember you telling me.
Nah.
He about to lie to you, sweetheart. Watch him.
He
He probably ain't even from
How did I know she
Alabama.
was
He
up, bro?
probably
How
from
did I know she
motherfucking
was up close to
your ass
Birmingham?
probably
How
from
did I know
Kansas,
she was
little
up close to
motherfucker.
Birmingham, bro?
You're probably from Kansas, motherfucker.
Nigga, you probably from Kalamazoo.
Wow.
What does it matter where I'm from? I had to come up here and call Cap because you just act like you're not from where you from.
Now, what it is, you heard a nigga from Bama on here, you was like, nah, I gotta go up there and show him how to really rap Bama. You know, all that little silly shit. You know, that's what the
Yeah,
fuck.
so you make us look bad.
Y'all make y'all look bad.
You make all that dumb shit you be getting up here saying, you make us look bad. And it's a lot of dumb niggas in Alabama, but you just take the cake, buddy. I'm sorry.
All right, sis. Well, we can meet up and talk about it.
No, we can't.
All right, well, leave me the hell alone. But,
Yeah, because
but
all
what
he
I
gonna try to do is he gonna try to sell you a Bible.
Nah, I mean, she in close proximity, so it ain't no thing. I ain't trying to pull up like the YNs. But if you want to
Yeah,
talk
I'm
about it,
not.
see what's
I'm from there. I'm not there.
All he gonna do is try to sell you a Bible. Did you know Jesus said in the Bible that if you eat cornbread, that's all he gonna try to do is sell you some bullshit with the Bible? Coon ass motherfucker.
Nigga,
Madonna don't even believe in the Bible like that. He just be faking and flooding. He just full of shit.
I am the Bible. That's what you
No.
don't get.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Stupid.
I know. Jesus Christ.
Mm-mm.
Thank
I mean,
you. I appreciate it.
that let you know he love them goddamn, he love them motherfucking white folks in that book.
Oh, here you go. You the one who got the Harley.
Huh?
You got the Harley. You love white folks too.
I got
If
the
you
Harley
want to
because it's a money making market with that Harley.
Because of a white man, yeah. White man, all his products.
Okay,
A lot of shit like that.
Well, tell me a black owned motorcycle company, I'll go buy that bitch tomorrow.
Yeah, right. You gonna talk about it like a dog.
No, you tell me a black owned motorcycle company, I'll buy one tomorrow morning.
Now save your money, man. You know what I mean? Keep working on your bike.
It don't exist.
Keep working on your bike.
If it do, I ain't heard of one.
I mean, goddamn, why you hating on my Acuras, bro? You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm just
saying. Nobody in the history of an Acura being made has hated on an Acura. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I mean, why y'all so upset? I mean, it's just a car.
It's a yellow man car, goddamn it. So you talking shit about me owning a white man's motorcycle, but you ain't got no black motherfucker owned car.
We're closer. We're more closer to the Chinese than we are the white man.
Oh my! Here we go. Did we say closer? I'm
Yeah,
about to
they are
watch
brothers.
Biker.
Boy.
Man,
They
I'm
are
not
little
about to.
cousins.
I'm about to watch Biker Boys. I ain't about to entertain you.
Yeah, we put white biker shorts. What the fuck?
Yeah, biker shorts. You be on some weird shit, bro. What's wrong with you, man?
Biker boys. That sounds suspect to me.
How does
The movie Biker Boys sounds suspect? It's an all black movie about.
I'm about to go watch Biker Boys. Like what the
Yeah,
fuck?
because you're not talking about nothing right now. You're wasting my time right now. I could actually sit here and watch a movie, a black movie with Lawrence Fishburne. You know what that is?
Yeah, he was suspect as well. He was zesty. I know. All I see, it's no.
You keep that weird shit on your mind, bro. I don't know what's wrong with you, bro.
I'm just saying, you said Lawrence Fishburne. I just heard about him a few
But
years ago.
but you support the real suspect, Donald Trump.
Hell yeah, Donald Trump. That's my.
Out here looking at little girls and his daughter. That's who you support, right?
Man, bro, stop. Donald Trump is that dude, bro. You can't deny it,
Donald
bro.
Trump was
Why
in
you
court.
hating on him?
Donald Trump was in court because a young girl said he did something to her. Yes or no? That's what you support, right?
Man, people make up shit daily.
They didn't make that up if it went to court. If it went to court, they had some evidence to put that shit in court.
Bullshit. I see black men going to court all the time with no fucking evidence.
Wait, well, give me an example one.
Michael Jackson, Tupac Shakur. Must I go on?
Fucking Tupac went to jail. Fuck is you talking about?
With no evidence.
What you mean? How did he go to jail with no evidence?
Bro, it was proven the girl gave him fellatio on the dance floor and then tried to say he raped her, and he didn't do that. All he did was fall asleep, and some other niggas took advantage, and they blamed it on him. That ain't his fault.
You smoke crack, don't you? Lean on me.
You smoke crack, don't you?
Well, like I said, man,
You get mad at a black man for watching a black movie, doing his own. That's the highest level of Sambo Coonan if I ain't never heard of it.
Bro, ain't no movie gonna lead you to revolution, bro.
But you gonna lead us to a revolution by pandering for a white guy. Tell me how the fuck is that possible?
I don't pander to a white guy, bro. I give him
It's not
props.
too late to shut the fuck up, madame.
How you gonna lead us to a revolution? How you gonna lead the? How
Where
was
your man at, sis?
Madonna, stop asking yourself ask questions.
I actually well mad at because she's talking to me. She should be talking to him.
Him at work.
Oh, so what you want me to pull up?
No.
This shit.
Unless you go drive 13 hours.
Hey, Bobby, your man thirsty on YouTube.
No, I'm just saying, so you talking
Your man
shit, and then
thirsty as
so I'm
hell
gonna
right
start talking
now.
shit.
What that nigga Malcolm X said, yeah, that brother starving. That brother starving for nothing.
That brother
Bro, she came up,
right now.
she came up here talking to me. I didn't say nothing to the city. She came up here calling me out.
She ain't mentioned none of that shit you on,
None of that weird shit.
She peeped game. She wanted some of this pimp. She wanted some of this pimping, so she came up.
Madonna, you actually, the crazy part about it, Madonna, you didn't have conversations with K-Dub before, but you just so high.
I know. Bro, I'm just talking. Bobby, take your cape off. She was talking shit, so I'm talking shit, bro. Take your cape off. It's okay.
No, you trying to see where it's gonna go with it.
Bro, I'm not, bro. I don't holler at women online, bro. Stop.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do.
That's cap right there. That's cap.
you do. Yeah, you do. You a motherfucking lie.
Well, she the one who came up choosing, and when she choosing, you can't be losing. So, hey, it ain't my fault.
Where was you choosing? Where was she choosing?
Because she came up here asking me questions and questions.
She actually called you out.
She called you out.
What question did I ask you?
She said
she called you out.
I'm just talking shit, bro. Calm down.
That was the first statement.
I'm just talking trash. Bro, listen, bro. I'm just being funny, man. I apologize, J-Dub, K-Dub, if you offended. Nah, I'm just talking shit.
No, I'm not offended at all.
I know, because you loving this shit.
No, I know. You're
I know,
delusional. You're delusional.
Listen, I understand this. You feel me? Now, you can get some of this pimping. You feel me? But
Bobby, get your boy, man. Your boy bugging tonight, man. Bobby, get your boy, man. He's thirsty than a motherfucker.
I'm not thirsty, bro. I'm just talking trash.
He's so thirsty, he foaming in his mouth right now, Bobby.
Hold on, wait a minute. This is letting you know a glimpse into real life. The nigga keep bringing up weirdo homo shit. And when a woman just came up here, came up here and clearly just said you weird, and you keep forcing the issue and saying, yeah, you want this pimping, don't you, man? It sounds like, man,
you got your
like
cape on, art. I'm just talking shit. You got your cape on, boom.
No, you ain't talking shit, motherfucker. You talking for a response.
You got your Dustin on drawers on. You got your Superman drawers over your pants and shit.
Hey, Bobby, your boy Corny did a motherfucker, man. He talking for a response.
Corny ain't even the motherfucking definition on the time. He's filled with the Holy Ghost.
This motherfucker Alabama cornball right now, man.
He got the Holy Spirit in him, filled to the brim.
This shit is
Oh.
crazy.
I'm just talking shit, man. I'm not.
No, you're not. No, you only talking shit because motherfuckers on your case about it. If we hadn't said nothing, you'd have still been trying to press the issue.
Nigga, please.
I got my number in the back check, baby. You know, let's hook up, go to White Castles or something when your man at work. That corny shit.
Dude, that's the shit you use.
I ain't never did. Listen, I appreciate a woman going white.
I ask women when they taking me out. I ask women what they buying me. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted, bro.
No motherfucking 90s
No.
legend.
She gotta take me out.
Yeah, she would have to take you out. You pull up in a 90s legend, motherfucker. She don't know she got to take you out.
I'm asking her what she
don't know off the
buying
rip
me.
she gotta pay
I'm
for the
asking her what she buying me. You the one who out here trying to pan. Oh, I got you,
you're
baby.
right.
No, nigga. No, I'm the guy. Listen.
Hey, Madonna. Hey, Madonna. That's why I've been married for 30 years, because my wife will go to White Castles right now.
Okay, cool.
I appreciate a motherfucking woman that ain't on that bullshit.
Well, congratulations, bro. That's good. You've been married that long. I respect that.
No, I don't need your respect for that, motherfucker, because if I don't never talk to you again on this bitch, I'm still going to be married. What you thought?
Well, either way, listen.
What I'm trying to explain to you.
I'm the type a woman had to buy me stuff, bro. That's how I was raised.
What? Again, but down my point was this. A woman that appreciate the other shit, that ain't on that other bullshit, you can take her to White Castle or Ruth Chris and she still love you the same. Well, you wouldn't know nothing about none of that because you.
Man, look, bro, I've been there, done that, and got the T-shirt. What are you talking about?
You ain't done shit.
That shit you talking, I was doing
That
that in the
Acura
90s.
is probably your mama car. How long your mama been out the house?
Bro, why you gotta bring up my mama?
You brought her up. You said your mama earlier.
Bro, he asked about the yard, bro. I said that's in front of my mom's crib. See, that's what's wrong with you niggas.
Here we go with this shit. You can always tell us.
Like I said, man.
What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it?
I mean, what's wrong with me? Feeling like a woman had to buy me things and take me out. That's just how I was raised.
Who raised you with that mentality?
My cousins and my brothers.
Where was your daddy at?
He was a Rolling Stone, like Temptation song.
Oh, okay. Oh, you one of them guys.
What that supposed to be? You sound like the goddamn cracker man. What you mean by that, bro? Hold up.
One of them guys. You one of them guys. You love Trump. You love the Bible. And your daddy wasn't in your life. I see the confusion now. I got it. You didn't have no real male upbringing.
That's why Trump
yes, I did, bro. I had real men who stood firm, nigga. We stood firm. You know what I mean? You from Alabama? You know, don't play K-Dub. Don't play.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about. Come on.
No, I don't. Because none of the niggas that I fuck with from Alabama make me buy nothing. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
So hold on, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question real quick, K-Dub. Now, is it true or false? Is it women in Alabama that buy guys things and stuff?
It's women in Detroit that buy win stuff. What that mean?
No, I'm just saying, bro. It's women like to just cater to men for some reason down here. It's been like that. It's been like that.
Wait.
What up, deity? What's happening, man? I forgot to say something to you earlier, dog.
There be them insecure women. One, number two, it be
They're
them
not
white
insecure.
women.
They just like to do nice things.
But Don be with them motherfucking BBWs. Who the fuck you think he talking to?
Right. I don't know who the hell you
He be chasing them 300-pound motherfucking pork smelling ass women, trying to get a pair of motherfucking K-Swiss. Who the fuck you think you talking to, motherfucker?
What the fuck? You too stupid? Nigga, you crazy as hell, nigga.
They be them women they be paying for it. Yeah, them the insecure ones that can't
Nah,
get
they just like a nigga. They treat a nigga. They let a nigga. I mean, you know.
What
they let
high school? What you about to say? They let you use the car?
Yeah, back in high school, they let you use their car. They'll buy you shoes. That's just the way it was.
Motherfucker. Stop fronting. You use that girl car today.
That's who accurate it is.
That's who accurate at it. Thank you. That's who accurate it is with a car seat in the back.
Y'all niggas is tripping hard, bro. This is y'all funny to me though, but I understand.
No,
But
you
like,
was about to say it and then you caught yourself, Madonna. We know what time it is.
That's who bought you all them cars.
I just want to go back to high school days, but I said fuck it. I just say it.
High school. We talking about now. What woman is
Same thing.
catering to you now?
Madonna got that girl that's 5'2", 380. We know what time it is.
I got one that's she buy me nice things, you know what I mean, without me asking.
How much she weigh?
How much she weigh, nigga?
How much she weigh, Madonna?
Just give us the profile, Madonna.
How much she weigh, Madonna? How much she weigh? Keep it 100.
He don't know.
I don't care about her weight, but she ain't fat.
That's everything right there.
He's a big.
She ain't fat.
Her drawers bigger than yours. Woo, buddy.
You like BBWs, Madonna? It's okay.
There ain't nothing wrong with that. Everybody gotta have love somewhere. Right? I get it.
Nah, man. Like I said, bro. Hey, man, listen, man. When you choosing, you're never losing.
So you say she buy you everything, you don't buy her nothing?
No, I haven't bought her anything.
What? See, no.
He lying.
Yeah, he's lying.
Madonna is the YouTube liar.
That's the most
I'm not lying, bro.
I've heard of it.
Thank you. He
I'm
thinks
not lying. She's black. She's black, bro. She don't want for nothing. She don't want for nothing, bro. She got money, bro. I only mess with chicks with money. She don't, bro. She don't want for nothing, bro. She just like to buy nigga nice things. I mean, hey, man, it ain't the way I made it. It's just the way it is. But I mean, to each his own. If you like buying girls, taking trips and buying gifts, do you? Ain't nothing wrong with that if that's how you feel.
So let me ask you this.
I'm taking girls out. I bought girl stays before. I'm not saying I ain't never did it.
But not this one, not the one that's providing stuff for you right now. You ain't done nothing for her.
Nah, she don't want for nothing.
Just because a woman don't want for it, so why she got to do everything for you?
Because she it's a blessing to be in my presence.
So can you hit her up right now and get like 5,000-6,000 from her right now?
I don't do shit like that, bro.
I'm saying, because that's what it's gonna cost me to drive to Alabama to knock that slow ass actor off.
I don't go around asking her for money like that, bro. That's crazy. No, bro. She want to buy me things, she buy me things. But like I said, man, nah.
Madonna, you trolling because it just ain't no way.
I'm not trolling, sis.
Listen, Madonna, he done went from being the Jesus preacher to now he's a mechanic. Now he collect cars that's uncollectible. Now he got a BBW that's taking care of him. Man, stop it.
It's not a BBW, bro. What are you talking about?
You right. But somebody just made me realize a BBW and a fat chick is two different things. So yeah, she just a biggin. So that's okay though. I don't body shame.
No. I'm
she
not
might be a midget. She might be
she's got a nice figure, you know what I mean? She got good money. And,
how much she weigh? How much she weigh?
Those are the type of chicks I like.
Is this your old lady? Is this your old lady, Madonna?
No. I can't have just one. I can't have just one, bro. Not me.
Huh? Wait, say that again.
I can't have just one woman, bro.
So you got multiple, but this one is the one. This is your primary.
This the one I yeah. This is like the one.
Man, you lying. You can't even get your lie straight right now.
Right.
I'm not gonna tell you. I ain't gotta tell you all my game.
Either this your primary or it's not. It's very simple.
I told you. I didn't say she was my primary. She's like I was looking for the word to say. Call it. It's like a mutual understanding.
So this your Tuesday check,
basically.
basically.
It's whatever day she hit me up or I hit her up, and we gonna kick it or conversate or whatever, bro. Like I ain't no pimp. It just, I just.
Now earlier you said you be on some pimp shit though.
Oh God.
Well, it's like slap. It's
This
something like a
horrible.
pimp, but it's like it's something. But you ain't. I'm not pimping women, bro. It's just like
They
some
pimping
people.
you.
No, it just that's just the way it is in the South, man.
So
Even when I was up north, girls just like buying me shit for what reason
Up
I
north
don't
where?
know.
Up north where?
When I was living in Pittsburgh.
See, yeah, to believe that I'm currently in
I
PA
I
now,
guess
so
I just
that's
be getting
probably why
lucky.
you think
I
that's
be
what's
getting
going
lucky,
on
get
in
people more
Belmont.
that like to spend money. I guess I just be getting lucky and finding the ones that like to spend money.
Yeah, that's more likely to find in PA versus in Alabama. Yeah, I would know.
Come on, sis. You in Bama. You know it's chicks give
I'm
some of
not.
them guys their
I'm
whole
not
income
in.
tax check. There's
I'm
some
not
chicks down here
currently.
get a man their whole income tax check.
Yeah,
Ain't
and
nothing wrong with that shit. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong? So how am I wrong with saying what I'm saying?
Giving them the check and doing them and taking care of them is two different things, though.
You don't want, like I said.
You might need the check to go hit a lick real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not one of them women to give you my whole check if I give you anything to go. I don't know nothing about
But you
that.
give me some of it?
No.
Oh.
A grown man living off of
BBW.
Listen, BBW is big, beautiful women.
Right.
I like the woman that he talking about got one of those attributes. She definitely big.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro? Y'all niggas
Definitely
I don't
big.
know what world. I don't know what strange Bobby world you stuck in, bro.
What you mean?
Literally, no pun intended. Oh no, all the pun intended. But bro, trust me, bro.
What?
Listen, man.
What? I'm
It's sick,
just
bro.
saying.
I mean, that's a bad.
Yeah, I know it's
what's the
women out
word I'm
there
looking
that
for?
do it. I
Nah,
know it's
bro.
women out there
You
that do it, but we know who them women is men. And that's like I'm gonna be honest, Madon. If you like in your 20s, maybe going in your 30s, and you ain't got it figured out, and you gotta like get a place to stay or do a little finessing, boy, that's like a break the glass in case of emergency. Like, well, you feel me, K Dub? Like, boy, I really ain't want to do this, but boy,
I don't finesse nobody, bro.
bounce back
If
gotta
you,
be real after that. But if you just
but Bobby,
saying
I don't know what
this
kind of
how you eat,
Chicago struggle you talking
that's
about.
like the Hawaiians saying that they national food is spam. It's like soon as you say your national food spam, I don't want to eat nothing in your steak no more.
See what it is, Bobby. You got caught up, bro. You fell in love. You know what I mean? And you got caught up, which is ain't nothing wrong with that. That's just the way your
Caught
face
up.
made stuff look. You know what I mean? But for me, bro, I just was fortunate enough to the women that I do ask for their number. They just like to spend money on niggas. It ain't my fault.
Bobby, I'm gone, man. Madonna lied me to sleep tonight.
Yeah, man. It's just
Yeah.
He done
I don't know
lied
why
me to
y'all
sleep
niggas up here
tonight,
playing
man.
dumb. I don't understand. I mean, the sister up here, so y'all gotta kind of, try to cater to that. I understand it.
How
I
we
hear that
catering to
spirit.
her?
I hear
How
that
we,
spirit in your
Nobody
voice.
catering to me.
how
Stop
we
that
catering
shit.
to
Say,
her?
oh, sis, you don't know, sis. Trust me. Trust me, sis. Trust me. If you only knew, sis.
No, but you have no idea. Nobody's catering to me. Stop that.
this nigga slow.
Stop.
I promise you,
Stop that, Madonna. But you need to stop your bullshit.
Yeah, he the retard of the retards.
Yeah.
yeah, man. I mean, y'all never met a girl that just like spend money on you and shit. You never had that. You never got lucky like that.
That's lucky. You said it happened all the time.
Oh God.
No,
Yeah,
for
this
me,
ain't lucky in your case.
I've been fortunate
So
enough,
for
yeah,
you, it
because
won't be luck. It'll
I
be
know how to
a
pick them,
trend.
bro. I got an eye for them, bro. I know how to pick them, bro. I got an
Yeah,
eye
it's
for
called
them.
300 plus.
What you looking for when you see one?
Hey, young Diddy. 300 plus, baby.
You gotta look at it. You gotta look at. I give you some game. I give you some game, Willie. You gotta look at what she's
I just
driving.
asked you a question.
You gotta look at what she. You gotta look at what she's driving. You gotta look at how old she is.
And you gotta measure the lean on her sneakers. See, that lean gotta be at least at a you gotta be over 90% angle of a lean. Like that
That's
lean on
fucking
that shoe gotta
diabolical.
be so Fibonacci-ish. You feel what
That
I'm
is
saying? That motherfucker got
diabolical.
like the lean on your shoes got to equate into like the code that break the flower of life for
Bro, that's the most dumbest stereotype shit. Y'all, bro, what kind of stereotype shit y'all niggas be on, bro?
You said you like
that's not honest, bro. You probably just used to get money from fat women, Bobby. I can understand that. You probably just used to get money from fat women. You know, that's
that's
your life story.
Under her arm. That's how you decide.
See, Bobby, man, you got
number of necks.
come to the side. Hey, Bobby, you know what you need to do, Bobby? Well, now you married, so you it's too late. But you know, it's some women down here. K-Dub told y'all it's some women down here, bro, that like to spend money on it.
Hey, Bobby. And he said the girl buy him K-Swiss, Bobby. He said the girl buy him K-Swiss, Bobby. So that was enough for me.
Oh no,
K-Swiss.
Oh no,
bro! What in the West Side, whatever city you talking about?
Hey, you dealing with a woman? I know that's a white lady, boy. She eat mayonnaise and bologna sandwiches. If she buying you K-Swiss, you in mayonnaise and white bread bologna heaven, bro.
I'll never bought a pair, bro. That's the kind of shoes. Now I know what kind of. Now I know Willie's favorite shoes. He's been speaking on about all night, bro.
Free. I feel disrespected just on the fact that you think I'm finna wear some K-Swiss in 2025.
Yeah,
where you think
from, bro?
No, go ahead. Back to where you from with K-Swiss was K-Swiss was. Go ahead.
That was some gangbanging. That was some gangbanging shoes.
Where you from, Madon?
It was gangbanging shoes
on that town, brother.
Wait, who was gangbanging with K-Swiss on? What you talking?
No K-Swiss.
Wait.
What am I hearing, Willie? Hold on.
I'm trying not to let that get away, Bobby. Who was gangbanging with K-Swiss on?
Crips used to wear K-Swiss, bro.
That's a fucking
lie. Hey, Bobby. Y'all have a good night, man.
Hey, Willie. Yeah, you too, brother.
Yeah. You know what the K is? The KS will stand for killer slob or whatever they label it as. Crips niggas wore K-Swiss. Yes. Yes, Crip niggas, just like
this
nigga.
You do know the Crip start with a C, right? Not a K, right? You do know the Crip start with a C, not a K.
I said killer, bro. K-Swiss is KS, bro. Killer slob. That's what niggas. I knew Crip niggas that were wearing K-Swiss, and that's why they wore the K-Swiss, my nigga. I ain't bro.
Y'all had K-Swiss Crips in Alabama.
No, he lied.
No, this is Pittsburgh, Texas. Pittsburgh, Texas. I mean,
you hear this, bro?
Just like in Bama, hold on. In Bama, GDs, right? GDs would wear the Houston Astros because they had a crack 5. So you know they wore the Houston Astros hats because they had a crack 5 in it. All the GDs wore the Houston Astros.
But don't try to change it.
I'm just saying, I'm showing how niggas wore certain things to symbolize the disrespect of another game.
Hold on. All niggas talking about K-Swiss Crips. Ain't nobody ever heard this K-Swiss bullshit you making up right now.
I didn't make that up, bro. That's old news. That came out in the 90s, nigga. That shit was out in the 90s, nigga.
Hey, Bobby,
you ever heard this K-Swiss bullshit?
It's real, dog. It's killer slob when I see a slob.
But
that's what it stood for. It was an acronym. Yeah, I don't know if he read that on a website or nothing, but like it was an acronym.
Nah, that was going on in the 90s.
They wore K-Swiss.
Yeah, in the 90s.
Yeah, I just gave you the acronym for it.
Yeah, I ain't never heard that in my life.
Yeah.
K-Swiss ties.
The K-Swiss Crips.
Yeah, it was no, bro. Ain't nobody calling no fucking K-Swiss.
That's what your man just said.
Out here running around.
No, I didn't, bro. I said they wore it as a symbol to disrespect the other side.
That is true.
They wore it as a symbol to disrespect the other gang.
That was a thing, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, well, We didn't have gang culture in Detroit, so I
Hey,
wouldn't.
no wonder the Crips. No wonder I never got into what the Crips was doing. It always seemed dusty to me, and now I know why. Them niggas was the khaki pants and K-Swiss. No wonder it all. It's making sense now. Snoop Dogg was never
So
fashionable.
when the Chuck Taylors come in, then when they get rid of the K-Swiss and go to the Chucks.
Case
niggas that was doing it.
I think you're talking about like regional again. Like a lot of that ain't LA's gang
Talking shit,
culture.
Tess. I'm talking.
Okay.
I was gonna say that
So
ain't
it ain't. I'm
LA.
just gonna say the
Nothing
LA
about no
niggas
gang
weren't wearing
shit.
K-Swiss, was they, Taz? Please, Taz.
Not to my understanding.
Okay,
No.
cool. Yeah, because you, what? Okay, if Madon's saying the Alabama gangsters, just Crips.
I don't
Hey,
think
Dub, please.
Bro. Niggas in Texas, when I went to Texas in '99, they was wearing K-Swiss saying that them
Okay,
was
that's
still for.
Texas,
When
not
I was in
Alabama.
Pittsburgh in the '90s, niggas was wearing K-Swiss saying that's what it stood for.
Yeah, that's not
Pittsburgh's
Alabama.
I wasn't a Crip, bro. I was
Yeah,
growth and development.
yeah, but that's in those places, not
Wait, you was
Alabama.
what?
This nigga said growth and
Nigga,
development.
standing paper thin, nigga. Take it as that and leave it. You know what I mean? But yeah, those that know,
I
that know.
A motherfucker walk around us with some K-Swiss.
Pure Black said they was
me.
using it in Cali too, though. So see, that's something I didn't know. He said they was using it in Cali too. It was
See,
acronym
I
there
didn't know
too.
that either. I didn't know they was doing it in Cali, but I knew they was doing it in Texas and Pittsburgh.
Not Alabama.
Yeah,
No, it was mostly GDs and Vice Lords and Black Stones down here in Alabama where I was.
Now,
So
no,
you
I didn't see no Crips.
Did you celebrate when they? Did you celebrate when they let Larry out, or allegedly about to let him out? Trying to.
I didn't celebrate, but I just said thank the Most High. The brother get a second
You
chance.
did celebrate, motherfucker. You was like Donald Trump is the man. You was on this motherfucker praising the fuck out Donald Trump.
All right, bro.
Did you say the GD prayer?
You know, GD.
You ain't say the GD prayer? Did you at least
Yeah,
play Ruger?
I said 2:15:19. That's what I said.
Did you play that and let the GDs in the door?
Bobby.
You ain't no real GD if you ain't if that ain't your wake up call as a GD. If your phone alarm go off and they didn't let the GDs in the door don't go off and you a GD, I can't respect your GDism.
Boy, hey, bro.
I'm just saying.
I'll show you lit you never seen before, Bobby.
That's Madon, when you say shit like that, I just be like you had an older cousin or something who was in some shit and they just
it wasn't
really like I just hear it all in man.
Bro, all my cousins went from Bama in the 80s to Chicago and came back in the 90s.
I just
my
said
one cousin was a governor. Hold on, my one cousin was a governor within growth and development, bro. Bro, it's a lot of history I know, bro. It's a lot of history.
Now you see how he just goes from the truth to lie that quick.
I'm lying.
Listen, YouTube allows you to live a life that you couldn't live in real life. And right now, he is living
with no proof.
Bro,
nigga didn't even get the keys to the
he's living it
Acura.
right
Now
now.
his daddy and uncle is the governor of the
He
city.
living it right now. Go ahead, go ahead, Madon. Go ahead, dog. Go ahead. We got you. Go ahead. You got
okay,
it.
let me ask you. Listen, I ain't gotta prove shit. I'm just telling you what I know. And those that know.
Go ahead, because I don't know. Go ahead.
It ain't for you to know. You too late. I gotta write you a tardy slip.
No, it ain't that we too late. We didn't have that. We don't have gang cultures in Detroit. We ain't well known that.
Yeah, Detroit is pimps, players, and straight drug dealers.
Yeah,
right. We wasn't never on that.
Detroit always got to that. This from a Chicago nigga. First time
we had our little crew, but we wasn't on that tip.
Yeah, Detroit is straight hustlers, dog. Now, if you want to talk about some serious paper, that's when I start seeing niggas hustling.
I'm talking about 91, 92, 93. Them the years I'm talking about.
Detroit niggas always had kingpins, from the Chambers brothers to YBI to the Cheddar Boys, the Street Lords,
right?
Trick.
I've been kicking games y'all niggas didn't know, bro. been kicking game y'all niggas had no clue about.
Right, we don't. We about trying to get some money.
Shit, we get money too.
Detroit, the first place where I seen street niggas with AKs and Dracos, like consistently. Detroit brought the strip club culture to Atlanta. Because before then, strip clubs was just like sex places. Detroit, them BMF niggas and all that, when they brought that culture down there and turned the strip club into like the where you make it rain and it's like a females go to and it ain't just like a males thing and all that. Yeah, that's how the strip club was in Detroit in the early 2000s when I was up there.
Man, niggas in Houston been having that shit popping in Texas.
I don't know. You weren't in Houston
but Don, you can go down 8 Mile right now, and the strip clubs are still popping right now. From one end of 8 Mile to the other, on the Detroit side. Right now.
Okay, cool. Go throw your goddamn money away with it, Willie.
I'm grown. You heard what I just told you.
Yeah,
My money going. Yeah, when I was single, my money going my house. My money going my family.
Okay, cool, nigga. I don't go.
That's revolution. That's the revolution right there.
Yo, what up, GQ?
What up, bro? You must got you a new phone with a motherfucking skillet on it or something. You got a good reception and you been cooking these niggas all night.
But GQ, don't come in here with that. Don't come in here with that bullshit.
I figured it out. GQ. I put my hotspot on my phone, and I'm on my other phone, so now it's just like bam.
Wait, you got a hotspot? You got to be on your hotspot on your phone.
That's why you been cooking these niggas.
Nah, cause the Wi-Fi in my house, I got multiple TVs hooked up to the Wi-Fi, so I think that was weakening the signal. So now I just use my phone.
No, that's
the hotspot the other phone.
No.
So it has no interruption.
No. Stop it. That's a fucking. What kind of Wi-Fi you got with a TV? Turn your Wi-Fi down.
He got HughesNet.
I got the Fire Sticks hooked up to the TV.
He got HughesNet.
Okay.
That's what he got.
He got the magic jack. This shit working good today, though.
Hey, man. But Don funny as hell.
This nigga cooking. Hey, these niggas don't know GQ. They don't know nothing about GQ.
So you don't think it's smart enough to go
invest? This nigga is sitting in the closet right now in his house. That's the best place to get the reception.
Hey, Madon, you wouldn't think it's smart enough to invest in Wi-Fi boosters in each room?
You don't know when I got a phone, why I get unlimited hotspot on my phone, bro.
He don't even know what that is. Hotspot on your phone. A hotspot on your phone is for somebody else to use your Wi-Fi on your phone. Fuck is you talking
about? It's for me to hook my other phone up too.
No, but he getting a better reception off the antenna, man. Because they don't got that infrastructure. They not getting no good.
Hey, GQ, stop it. GQ, let me ask you a question.
No, they ain't getting no high speed.
Man, that hotspot Wi-Fi
in Alabama. Hey, GQ, let me ask you a question, GQ. GQ, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is a 90 Acura Legend is that a sought after market?
Hey, man.
That nigga GQ say, hey, man.
I never said it was. I never said it was.
Preference,
hey,
man.
Bobby, you know you hear that, hey, man.
Hey, man.
You already know what time it is, right there.
Man,
say no more.
I'm just here to man, you know I don't be in people business, man. That's what GQ want to give the old man, the OG ass. Hey, man, live and learn, man. You just got to live and let people do what they do, man. Hey,
nah,
man.
Y'all just want me to turn the stove off. I've been cooking you niggas all night.
Yeah,
you ain't been cooking no motherfucker.
My brother did say he collect motherfucking Acuras and shit. That's kind of wild collection piece, right?
I respect your delusion though, Madon, because you one of them niggas that's so delusional.
That Honda bad motherfucker though. I've been telling motherfuckers Honda make anything from a goddamn lawnmower to an airplane engine, man.
Okay, and so does all of the other manufacturers.
No, they ain't making all them. Come on,
crazy. You know how much shit Kawasaki make?
What GM got?
Do you know how much shit Yamaha make? Do you know how much shit Chrysler
But they don't make cars though, really?
Who don't make cars?
Yamaha or Cal?
Yeah, are you crazy? You better
what name of Yamaha car,
Yamaha Code, because Yamaha make a car, engine, a motorcycle,
Yamaha
and a
got,
keyboard.
What car Yamaha got, bro?
Look it up. You think they don't make motherfucking Yamaha cars over there?
Name a Yamaha car then, nigga.
In Japan?
Yeah, overseas.
Oh man,
this some shit don't never get shipped over here that they make.
Okay, yeah, Japan, they probably ain't talking what the fuck they making over there. I ain't gonna lie about that now. They got Kawasaki cars in Japan.
Yeah, them bitches fly too. These bitches like supercars. Yeah,
Why the fuck, Willie, let me ask you this. Why the fuck we don't got that shit over here? We got the bikes. Why wouldn't they ship the cars over here?
Shit, they man don't have no market over here for the car to sell over here.
They got no Kawasaki cars and no motherfuckers Yamaha cars, man.
Kawasaki make all type of shit.
Man, you gotta show that shit.
Yeah, that motherfuckers ain't making no cars.
Look it up.
If we train motorcycles with the motherfuckers,
all right,
let me look up cars too.
Let me give you a model of a. Let me look up a Kawasaki car real quick.
What, it just came out? What it probably, if it did, it probably just came out.
Because I know Kawasaki make a car.
Kawasaki got that new Wolf coming out. That motherfucker, that 4-wheel motherfucker.
I want that horse Kawasaki coming out with.
That's what I'm talking about. That
oh yeah, bro, that shit badass.
Yeah, that's a bad motherfucker. When they saying a horse, I call it look more like a dire wolf to me than one of them big ass wolves.
Yeah, damn so yeah, when I come all the way to Detroit on that motherfucker, whoop your ass.
You ain't coming to Detroit, motherfucker. They'll have your ass stretched out up in this bitch, taking your goddamn K-Swiss. Fuck you think you talking to?
And then I make that motherfucker kick
them
your
goddamn
motherfuckers.
Them little young motherfuckers will see your ass with that gold tooth in the corner of your mouth.
Detroit ain't nothing but a one-horse motherfucking town, brother.
You ain't lying, goddamn it.
Hey, Madonna, you come up here with that gold tooth in the corner of your mouth with that BBW.
Hey, GQ, I just
Detroit ain't pop since Motown.
Kawasaki do make cars, but they make mostly like the cars they do make is like mostly like racing type of like high end sports cars. But they make a lot of them ATVs and shit. Sports little utility vehicles you see. You know what I'm saying? Like motherfucker go mudding and shit.
They got the Kawasaki Kago. They got a few cars.
They got a couple of cars.
When did they come out, Whitney?
Hold on, wait a minute. But guess what? Guess what they do though? Kawasaki make the rail cars for the motherfucking bullet trains, nigga.
Ain't none of that shit fucking with no Honda, bro.
They make the rail cars for the bullet trains.
Honda make motherfucking airplane motors, motorcycle motors, lawnmower motors,
and Kawasaki do too. What you think is in the motherfucking zero cars? Kawasaki engines.
Longest lasting motherfucking vehicle engine
GQ,
out here.
You tripping, man. You made me turn my
motherfucking... Hey, GQ, Kawasaki make the motors for the bullet trains though, cuz.
Right. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like that Honda though.
Well, that's the same, bro. A bullet train and a jet engine is damn near the same type of engineering, man.
Bro, we got Hondas out here with over 1 million miles on them, bro.
We got Cummins. We got motherfucking Cummins diesel engines over here, average 1 million miles. Fuck is you talking about?
That's diesel.
Engine.
And we got Acuras out here with 200,000 miles. Fuck is y'all talking about?
That what?
Acuras with 200,000.
And we got niggas driving. We got hey, yo, Bobby. Hey, yo, GQ. This nigga Bobby got a gremlin with the fifth. This nigga Bobby got a gremlin with the fifth wheel on the back. How you do that?
Hey, he said he had a motherfucking Acura Legend with 280,000 miles as a collector's item. The fuck?
That's what that man want to collect, man. Everybody collect weird shit.
Ain't nobody collect that motherfucker. Ain't nobody collecting that bullshit. And sit in the backyard.
No, I ain't gonna collect no Acuras, but hey, I ain't gonna collect no Honda. I like them motherfuckers.
First of all, you collecting a car, you don't.
But I drive that motherfucker.
Listen, first of all, GQ, you know if you collecting a car, you don't sit it in the yard. What do you sit? We sit in the yard does what to the frame of the car?
Don't rust the shit out of it. All that shit.
So that's why I know the motherfucker.
This if you live in the snow.
I just play stupid. No. It ain't got nothing to do with no snow. We talking about moisture.
That rain hit that motherfucking grass, bro, and that shit
moisture under the car stay under the car longer in the grass. Good. It's gonna rust the frame.
Hot it be in the South, my nigga. You don't hardly see rusted out cars in the South.
No, you don't.
Listen, this is a country dumb motherfucker. If it's sitting in the motherfucking yard, the bottom of that bitch is.
But if you collecting it though, Madonna, on the real side, you don't want to leave it sitting in the grass.
That bitch gonna be in the cold bar on concrete.
I got the little shed like thing over it.
You got tarp.
Is a liar, man.
No, down south they got it's like the little
they got
it's
the
like
little
a portable
carport shed.
Well, it ain't got no walls or nothing, but it just got that little metal tin
making
roof or
shit
whatever.
up. GQ, he makes shit up. You won't even tell him he makes shit up.
Hey, regular. Hold on, real quick, Willie. Why you keep saying regular shit? Then say like down south niggas got them little weak ass little shed over things. Like you act like they made some.
I don't know what you niggas. Y'all niggas stacked up 30 deep in one apartment. I don't know what the fuck y'all got going on up there.
A carport.
Niggas stacked up 100 deep. Y'all stacked up 1,000 deep in one apartment. I don't know what y'all got.
Madonna, and y'all motherfucking ass is stacked up 10 deep in a motherfucking single wide. What the fuck is you talking about, motherfucker?
Pulling peas.
I didn't think y'all had parking.
It's the
I thought y'all had to park on the street. I thought y'all had to park on the side of the street. I thought y'all had to park on the side of the street. You know what I'm saying?
Peeling potatoes.
Motherfucker gonna try to diss somebody with some bullshit, y'all. Man, get the fuck out of here.
No, but on real though, bro, I came up because y'all was I felt like y'all had something y'all wanted to say about Trump part and Larry.
Man, fuck Trump and Larry.
Oh shit.
Hey, I just asked. All I asked Madon, since he said he was growth and development, did he play Ruger? They didn't let the GDs in the door when Trump let Larry.
Corny ass shit when they let Larry
out. I gotta go back to the part I was on. I ended my movie to go find some shit for Madon punk ass. Motherfucker.
Keep watching Color Purple.
That nigga watching Dream Girls.
I was watching Biker Boys, motherfucker.
I ain't gonna lie. Hey, Willie,
don't come in this bitch hating with Madon.
Hey, you watch.
Don't do that.
Hey, you
watching Revenge of the Nerds 5 and shit.
There you go, that weird shit again, Madon.
I got you. Say less.
I'm worried about you, buddy.
Bro, don't worry about me. Worry about that regular ass drag racer. Bring it down here while these country boys set your ass on fire.
It ain't a motherfucker down there can fuck with me. I guarantee that. It ain't a motherfucker can fuck with me.
You talking big shit.
And I can back my shit up right. And I can back my shit up right now. I'll send you an old video, motherfucker.
I keep the video running on repeat of Joe Biden.
I make you go look up an old video of me getting down, motherfucker. An old video fucking 10 years ago.
You hear me, Madon?
What's that GQ?
I said I keep the video on repeat of Joe Biden falling up the stairs, getting on the airplane.
Well, do you got a video of motherfucking Trump wig blowing off? You got that video?
One thing about them Democrats, they always stumbling and fumbling, ain't it?
GQ.
Man, every time I look at that shit,
GQ. You got that video of that wig blowing off Trump head? You got that video? Huh? GQ, you got that video of that wig blowing off his head? No, don't ignore me, motherfucker.
See, you trying to take up for Joe Biden?
I ain't trying to take up for nobody. I'm just saying, do you got that video of that fat sloppy motherfucker painted with that orange on his face with that wig blowing up the top of his head?
Y'all niggas show for these political parties.
Hey.
What y'all would do, man? Y'all.
DQ. I don't give a fuck about none of them. I'm just saying.
Y'all the fuck over y'all people about these politics.
Hey, GQ.
Just because Donald Trump pardoned Larry Hoover is wrong.
Well, he's still in jail, ain't he? He's still in jail, ain't he? It was commute.
No, he getting out. Don't worry about that.
No. I asked you, was he? No, GQ.
He ain't in the
I asked you, was he still in jail? Yes or no?
No, he'll be out in a minute.
Is he still in jail right now?
He's still in jail right now.
All right, that's all I want to hear.
Yeah, he'll be out in a minute.
He ain't did shit, but said some shit to distract you from what he really doing.
He pardoned him. You know what he did. He commuted his sentence.
Okay, what about the state charges?
What I've been saying he gonna do for the last.
What about the state charges though?
The state charges gone, bro. You ain't gotta worry about that.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
You worrying about the wrong shit.
Let me ask you this, GQ. Him getting Larry Hoover out of prison is gonna help the black community in what way?
It's gonna help Larry Hoover. That's what it's gonna help.
No, I asked you, how's it gonna help us as the? Well, I don't know if you consider yourself part of the black community or not.
It's setting the black man free. You understand?
I'm asking you, how's that going to help the black community though?
The verdict's still out of it.
Is it gonna make our kids smarter? Is it gonna make any of our kids smarter?
Definitely ain't gonna make your kids smarter.
Okay.
So
what's your point?
He should have partnered because it ain't gonna help.
No, I'm not. Listen, anytime you get a black man out of jail,
smarter.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Daddy got to get smarter first, because you just sat up here and said you've been married 30 years and your wife 30 years old.
I ain't never said. What the fuck? How you make that shit up?
You said the shit. I didn't say
that. So I married her when she was 0. You dumb motherfucker. I married her when she was 0. I ain't never said my wife
30 years. Then, when you was talking about he fucking with the fat girls, he said, "How old is your wife?" You said 30 years old.
I ain't never said how my wife would be 30.
I don't know. I was trying to figure it out.
No, you just hold on, Madonna. Do not lie with this motherfucker. I ain't never said no shit like that.
That's like a motherfucker.
He just made up a lie. Your dumb ass. He just made up a lie. Your dumb ass jumped right in it.
You might have been mixed.
No, motherfucker, no. How? That shit sound retarded.
Maybe you didn't understand the question.
Right.
It's gonna make me a pedophile. That shit ain't happening, Jack.
You did that to yourself.
We ain't doing that.
Oh, Larry's untouchable. Ain't nobody gonna touch
Ain't doing that.
I wasn't saying that.
If my wife, if she's 30, that was fucked up. Shit.
You said it, Willie. God damn it. I was trying to figure out what the fuck you was. I said, that nigga just said his wife was 30. He just said he's married 30 years. I knew you just got it mixed up, Willie. It wasn't no big deal. You know, you get a lot of shit mixed up. Better when you chasing them behind Democrats and shit.
Hell yeah. And listening to Bobby, he had your ass all close things like the sky.
What the fuck did you just say, nigga? Can't nobody understand.
Both of them niggas
I said, listening to Bobby, you'll be all over the place like the sky.
Ricky Bobby.
Okay.
So what you got to say about it, Bobby, about the Trump friend Larry? What's your
I mean, for him as an individual and being an old ass man, actually coming home and seeing his kids, I'm just happy for him on an individual level. But as far as like, you know, some overall thing, you know, I always been kind of like this new trend of just like letting any old nigga free that niggas that a motherfucker feel like a nigga care about Lil Wayne, NBA Youngboy, Kodak Black, all this old goofy ass shit.
You see, they let Shorty G came home day before yesterday.
They let Shorty G come home.
Trump did that. Biden pardoned him when he left office.
But we talking about a man who said in solitary confinement.
Biden commuted his sentence when he.
I know that, and then he just finished his state time.
Yeah, he just he had to do he had to get his parole from the state.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's been in solitary confinement for over 50 years and not break, bro.
Yesterday. It's all over the internet and shit.
I'm saying we talking about a man who spent over 50 years in solitary confinement, bro, and didn't break. Nigga, what? Shit, they would have put Willie in there. He'd have been crying overnight. Bring me my goddamn my Snuggie bear and my. No.
I am what I am, and I ain't what I never be.
What you say, motherfucking Madonna? What you say?
Not Willie.
No, I stepped away from the phone for a minute. What you say, motherfucker? I come back, all I hear is Willie this, Willie that. What you say?
No, you talking shit about Larry Hoover. I said we talking about a man who did 50 years in solitary confinement in a box. They put your ass in jail overnight. You gonna be calling acting for your Snuggie blanket like the motherfucker off from fucking Charlie Brown.
Listen. Whatever decision he made was the wrong decision to put himself in that predicament. That's all I can say.
Whatever decision who made, Larry?
Yeah. Whatever decision he made
I
to get
mean,
Biggie Nick in the box was a bad decision.
being from Chicago, I can't necessarily do that because I do know, despite what might be, you know what I'm saying, outside of they were, you know, close. Yeah,
See, we didn't hang around the white folks too long.
What
But did he kill
Panthers
another
and all.
black man? Didn't he kill a man? Didn't he kill? I don't know nothing about Larry Hoover. I never looked him up.
That's
Never
what they
none of my
alleged.
interest.
That's what they alleged he did. I ain't saying what he didn't do in his case. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying like they was like some of the ones that was setting that code and all of that. And one thing that I always contend on that, like, especially when it comes to what them old school gangsters was doing, they was setting down like mob rules and shit like that. So it's like if you go get involved in that, then nigga can't turn around and be like, oh, they killed another black man. Like, bro, that's a part of their rules. You see what I'm saying? Like, motherfucker knew what they was signing up for when they was getting into that. It ain't like the new school shit where it was like, oh, they killed a bunch of innocent little kids and all that. Nope, them niggas was
They
shit
just
was
shot up
so
a
mob
fucking- they just shot
certified.
up a
The
fucking
nigga that
farm.
died was a nigga that was meant to be dead. So it was like, it wasn't none of that. Like them old school niggas being around ran they shit just like the underworld supposed to be ran. We protect